Chapter 1 of Kit and Kitty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Keith Salas. Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 1. Uncle Corny. My name is Christopher Orchardson, of Sunbury in Middlesex. I have passed through a bitter trouble, which I will try to describe somehow for my wife's sake and my own, as well as to set us straight again in the opinion of our neighbors, which I have always valued highly, though sometimes unable to show it. It has not been in my power always to do the thing that was wisest, and whenever this is brought up against me, I can make no answer, only to beg those who love blame to look at themselves, which will make their eyes grow kinder before they begin to be turned on me. For 25 years of life I went on very happily, being of an unambitious sort, and knowing neither plague nor pain, through the strength of my constitution and the easiness of my nature. Most of my neighbors seemed to live in perpetual lack of something, and if ever they got it, they soon contrived to find something more to hanker for. There were times when I felt that I must be a fool, or to say the least a dullard, for slackness of perception, which kept me satisfied with the life I had to live. But 2 things may be pleaded well in my excuse on this account. In the first place, all my time was spent among creatures of no ambition, trees and flowers and horses and the like, that have no worry, and what was even to the purpose more, I had no money to enlarge its love. For my Uncle Cornelius, better known to all who had dealings with him as Corny the Topper, took care of me, and his main care was to make me useful, as an orphan should be. My father had been his elder brother, and had married rashly a lady of birth and education far above his own, but gifted with little else to help her, unless it were sweetness of disposition and warmth of heart and loveliness. These, in a world like ours, are not of much account for wearing, and she had no chance to wear them out. Being taken away quite suddenly, my life was given at the cost of hers, and my father, after lingering for a few months, took his departure to look for her. Old people say that my Uncle Corny had been very fond of my mother, looking up to her in his youthful days as a wonder of grace and goodness, and even now, when he spoke about her, as I have known him to do after a tumbler of grog, his hard grey eyes would glisten softly, like the vinery glass of an afternoon, when a spring cloud passes over it. But none the more for that did he ever plant a shilling in my youthful hand. This proves his true estimate of money as a disadvantage to the young. My uncle possessed an ancient garden, which had once belonged to a monastery, and the times being better than they are now, he was enabled to work it so that he made fair living out of it. We lived in an ancient cottage in the fine old village of Sunbury, or rather to the westward of that village, and higher up the river. Our window looked down upon the Thames, with nothing more than the Shepperton Road and the slope of the bank to look over. What with waterworks, grand villas, the railway, and other changes, the place is now so different that a native may scarcely know it. But all was thoroughly simple, quiet, and even dull to lazy folk, in the days of which I am speaking. My parents had managed to leave me so, or had it so managed by a higher power, that for my very infancy I was thrown upon Uncle Corny. He was a masterful man indeed, being of a resolute disposition, strong body, and stout sentiments. There was no mistaking his meaning when he spoke, and he spoke no more than a man is bound to do, for his own uses. Those who did not understand his nature said a great deal against him, and he let them say it to the width of their mouths, for he felt that he was good inside and would be none the better for their meddling. He was now about 80 years of age, and wished himself no younger, having seen enough of the world to know that to pass through it once was quite enough. Few things vexed him much, except to find his things sold below their value, and that far less for the love of money than from the sense of justice. But when he was wronged, as all producers, being 1 to 1,000 must be, he was not the man to make a to-do, and write to the papers about it. All he did was to drive his stick into the floor, and look up at the ceiling. For his own part he was quite ready to be proved in the wrong, whenever he could see it, and whatever may be said I can answer for it. There were more men now than can be counted in a year who are under Uncle Corny's mark. while an hour would be ample for the names of those who would dare look over my uncle's head when he comes to be judged finally. All this is too much of a preface for him. His manner was always to speak for himself, and he must become somebody else ere ever he would let his young nephew do it for him. End of Chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. My Kitty. The shape of a tree is not decided by the pruner only. When the leader is stopped with an eye towards the wind, and the branches clipped to a nicety of experience and of forethought, and the happy owner has said to it, "Now I defy you to go amiss this season," before he is up in the morning perhaps his lecture is flown and his labor lost. My wise Uncle Corny had said to me more times than I can remember, "Kit, you are a very good boy, and likely to be useful in my business by and by. But of one thing beware, never say a word to women. They never know what they want themselves, and they like to bring a man to the same condition. What wonderful things I have seen among the women, and the only way out of it is never get into it." In answer to this, I never said a word, being unable to contradict, though doubtful how far he was right. But it made me more shy than I was already, while at the same time it seemed to fill me with interest in the matter. But the only woman I had much to do with went a long way to confirm my uncle's words. This was no other than Tabitha Tapscott, a widow from the west of England, who did all our cleaning and cooking for us, coming into the house at 6 o'clock in the summer and 7 in the winter time. A strange little creature she appeared to me, so different from us in all her ways, making mountains of things that we never noticed, and not at all given to silence. Once or twice my Uncle Corny, after a glass of hot rum and water, which he usually had on a Saturday night to restore him after paying wages, had spoken in a strange, mysterious style of having had his time, or, as he sometimes put it, paid his footing. It was not easy to make out his drift, or the hint at the bottom of it, and if anyone tried to follow him alone, sometimes he would fly off into rudeness, or, if in a better vein, convey that he held his tongue for the good of younger people. Such words used to stir me sadly, because I could get no more of them. However, I began to feel more and more, as youth perhaps is sure to do when it listens to dark experience, as if I should like almost to go through some of it on my own behalf, not expecting at all to leave it as a lesson for those who come after me, but simply desiring to enter into some knowledge of the thing forbidden. For I knew not as yet that there is no pleasure rich enough to satisfy the interest of pain. It was on the first Sunday of September in the year 1860 that I first left all my peaceful ways, and fell into joy and misery. And strangely enough, as some may think, it was in the quiet evening service that the sudden change befell me. The summer had been the wettest ever known, or at any rate for 44 years, as the old men said, who recalled the time when the loaves served out to their fathers and mothers stuck fast like clay upon the churchyard wall. Now the river was up to the mark of the road, and the meadows on the other side were lakes, and even a young man was well pleased to feel a flint under his foot as he walked. For the road was washed with torrents, and all the hedges reeking, and the solid trunks of ancient elms seemed to be channeled with perpetual drip. But the sun began to shine out of the clouds at his very last opportunity, and weak and watery though he looked, with a bank of haze beneath him, a soft relief of hope and comfort filled the flooded valley, and into our old western porch a pleasant light came quivering, and showed us who our neighbors were, and made us smile at one another. As it happened now, my mind was full of a certain bed of onions which had grown so rank and sappy that we had not dared to harvest them, and instead of right thoughts upon entering church, I was saying to myself, "We shall have a dry week, I do believe. I will pull them tomorrow and chance it." This will show that what now befell me came without any fault of mine. for just as the last bell struck its stroke, and the ringer swang down from the heel of it, and the murmur went floating among the trees, I drew back a little to let the women pass, having sense of their feeling about their dresses, which is to be respected by every man, and in those days they wore lovely flounces, like a beehive trimmed with Venetian blinds, and they learned a fine manner of twitching up these whenever they came to steps and stairs, and while they were at it they always looked round, to make sure of no disarrangement. My respect for them made me gaze over their heads, as if without knowledge of their being there at all, yet they whispered freely to one another, desiring to know if their ribbons were right for the worship of the Almighty. Now as I gazed in a general style, being timid about looking especially, there came into my eyes, without any sense of moment, but stealing unawares as in a vision, the fairest and purest and sweetest picture that ever went yet from the eyes to the heart. To those who have never known the like, it is hopeless to try to explain it, and even to myself I cannot render, by word or by thought, a mere jot of it, and many would say that to let things so happen, the wits for the time must be out of their duty. It may have been only a glance, or a turn of the head, or a toss of a love-lock. Whatever it was, for me the world was a different place thereafter. It was a lovely and gentle face, making light in the gloom of the tower arch, and touched with no thought of its own appearance, as other pretty faces were. I had never dreamed that any maiden could have said so much to me, as now came to me without a word. Wondering only about her, and feeling abashed at my own footsteps, I followed softly up the church, and scarcely knew the button of our own pew door, for Uncle Corny owned a pew and insisted upon having it, and would allow no one to sit there without his own grace and written order. He never found it needful to go to church on his own account, being a most upright man, but if he ever heard of any other Christian being shown into his pew, he put on his best clothes the next Sunday morning and repaired to the sacred building, with a blackthorn staff which had a knob of obsidian. Such a thing would now be considered out of date, but the church was the church in those more established times. Here I sat down in my usual manner to the best of my power, because I knew how my neighbors would be watching me, and saying my prayers into the bottom of my hat, I resolved to remember where I was and nothing else. But this was much easier said than done, for the first face I met, upon looking round, was that of Sam Henderson the racer, the owner of the paddocks at Halliford, a young man who thought a great deal of himself and tried to bring others to a like opinion. He was not altogether a favourite of mine, although I knew nothing against him, for he loved showy colours and indulged in large fancies, and all the young women were in love with him. Now he gave me a nod, although the clergyman was speaking, and following the turn of his eyes I was vexed yet more with his behaviour. He was gazing as though with a lofty approval and no sort of fear in his bright black eyes, at the face which had made me feel just now so lowly and worthless. In the manor pew, which had been empty nearly all the summer, for the weather had driven our ladies abroad, there she sat, and it made me feel as if hope was almost gone from me, for I could not help knowing that Mrs. Shepherd, who arranged all the worshippers according to their rank, would never have shown the young lady in there unless she had been of high standing. And almost before I was out of that thought, my wits being quicker than usual, it became quite clear to me who she was, or at any rate, who was with her. From the corner of the pew there came and stood before her, as if to make general attention of, a highly esteemed and very well-dressed lady, Mrs. Jenny Marker. This was the lady housekeeper, as everybody was bound to call her who hoped to get orders at Coldpepper Hall, herself a very well-bred and most kind-hearted woman to all who considered her dignity. Having always done this, I felt sure of her good word, and hoping much too hastily that the young lady was her niece, I made it feel perhaps less presumptuous on my part to try to steal a glance at her whenever luck afforded. Herein I found tumultuous bliss, until my heart fell heavily. I was heeding very scantily the reading of the minister, and voices of the clerk and faithful of the congregation, when suddenly there came the words, "The dignity of princes," and then I knew, without thinking twice, that this young lady could never have won the dignity of the manor pew, unless she had been a great deal more than the niece of Jenny Marker. In a moment, too, my senses came to back up this perception, and I began to revile myself for thinking such a thought of her. Not that Mrs. Marker was of any low condition, for she wore 2 rings and a gold watch-chain, and was highly respected by everyone, but she cheapened all the goods she bought, even down to an old red herring, and she had been known to make people take garden stuff in exchange for goods, or else forego her custom. The memory of these things grieved me with my own imagination. I was very loath to go, as you will see was natural, without so much as one good look at the sweet face which had blessed me, but everything seemed to turn against me, and the light grew worse and worse. Moreover, Sam Henderson stared so boldly, having none of my diffidence, that Mrs. Marker came forward sharply and jerked the rings of the red baize curtain, so that he could see only that. At this he turned red and pulled up his collar, and I felt within myself a glow of goodwill for the punching of his head, and perhaps he had the grounds for some warm feeling toward me, for the reason that I, being more to the left, could still get a glimpse round the corner of the curtain, which acted as a total drop of scenery for him. When the sermon had finished in its natural course, the sky was getting very dark outside, and the young men and women were on best behavior to take no advantage of the gloom in going out, for as yet we had no great gas-works, such as impair in the present generation the romance and enlargement of an evening service, so that when we came forth, we were in a frame of mind for thinking the best of one another. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Timber Bridge. By this time it had become clear to me that whatever my thoughts were and my longings, such as those who are free from them call romantic, there was nothing proper for me to do except to turn in at our own little gate, and be satisfied with my own duty inside. And this I was truly at the point of doing, although with very little satisfaction, when the glancing of the twilight down the road convinced me of a different duty. To the westward there happened just here to be a long stretch of lane without much turn in it, only guided and overhung partly with trees, and tufts of wild hops, which were barren this year, and throughout this long course, which was wavering with gloom, a watery gleam from the west set in, partly perhaps from the flooded river, and partly from the last glance of sunset. My hand was just laid upon our wicket-latch, and my mind made up for no thinking, when the figure of someone in the distance, like a call-back signal, stopped me. I had not returned, you must understand, by the shortest possible way from church, which would have taken me to Uncle Corny's door opposite the river, but being a little disturbed, perhaps, and desiring to walk it off quietly, had turned up to the right towards the Halliford lane, to escape any gossip, and come back through our garden. And where I stood now, there was a view by daylight of nearly half a mile of lane, and a timber bridge across the brook. The lane was not quite straight, but still it bent in such an obliging manner, first to the left, then back to the right, that anything happening upon its course would be likely to come into view from our gate, and I saw as plainly as could be, although beyond shouting distance, a man with his arms spread forth, as if to stop or catch anybody going further, and nearer to me the forms of women desirous to go on, but frightened. It is not true that I stopped to think for one moment who these women were, but feeling that they must be in the right, and the man in the wrong as usual, without 2 endeavors I was running at full speed, and in those days that was something, merely to help the right and stop the wrong, and in less time than it takes to yell it, I was one of the party. Then I saw that the ladies were Mrs. Marker and the lovely young maiden who had been with her in church. "Oh, Master Orchardson, you will take our part," Mrs. Marker cried as she ran up to me. "You will take our part, as every good man must. That bad man says that we shall not cross the bridge without, it is too dreadful, without paying toll to me. This is Kissing Bridge, and the wood is now kissing the water. 'Tis a dangerous job to take ladies across. Kit, you are come just in time to help. Let us have toll at the outset, and double toll upon landing, my boy. You take my Lady Marker, Kit, because she is getting heavy, and I will take Miss Fairthorn." Sam Henderson spoke these words as if we had nothing to do but obey him. Perhaps as a man who was instructing horses he had imbibed too much of the upper part. At any rate, I did not find it my duty to fall beneath his ordering, and, as if to make me stand to my own thoughts, The sweetest and most pitiful glance that had ever come to meet me came straight to my heart from a shadowy nook where the beautiful maid was shrinking. "Sam Henderson, none of this rubbish!" I shouted, for the roar of the water would have drowned soft words. "It is a coward's job to frighten women. A man should see first what the danger is." Before he could come up to strike me, as his first intention seemed to be, I ran across the timbers, which were bowing and trembling with the strain upon the upright posts, as well as the wash upon their nether sides, and I saw that the risk was increasing with each moment, for the dam at the bottom of Tim Osborne's meadow, not more than a gunshot above us, was beginning to yield, and the flood, checked by it, was trembling like a trodden hayrick. Upon this I ran back and said, "Now, ladies, if cross you must do it at once." "Kit, you are a fool, there is no danger," Sam Henderson shouted wrathfully. "Who is the coward that frightens ladies now? But if you must poke in your oar without leave, you go first with Mother Marker, and I will come after you with the young lady." The maiden shrank back from his hand, and I saw the good Mrs. Marker was pained by his words. "Mother Marker will go first," she said, "but with no thanks to you, Mr. Henderson." Her spirit was up, but her hands were trembling, as I took her prayer book from them. "I may be a fool, but I am not a cub," I answered with a gaze that made Henderson scowl. "I would rather frighten ladies than insult them. Now, Mrs. Marker, give me one of your nice little hands, and have no fear." The housekeeping lady put forth one hand, with a tender look at it because it had been praised, and then she put forth one brave foot, and I was only afraid of her going too fast. The water splashed up between the 3-inch planks, for the lady was of some substance, but she landed very well, and back I ran to see about her young companion. "I will not go with you, sir. I will go alone. You do not behave like a gentleman." She was crying in great distress as I came up, and Sam Henderson had hold of both her hands. This enraged me so that I forgot good manners, for I should not have done what I did before a lady. I struck Sam heavily between the eyes, and if I had not caught him by the collar, nothing could have saved him from falling through the bush into the deep eddy under the planks. As soon as I had done it, I was angry with myself, for Sam was not a bad fellow at all, when in his best condition. But now there was no time to dwell upon that, for the flood was arising and rolling in loops, like the back of a cat who has descried a dog. "Now or never, miss," I cried. "The dam is given. In a minute this bridge will be swept clean away." She showed such bright sense as I never saw before, and never can hope to see in anybody else, however they may laugh through want of it. Without a word or even a glance at me, she railed up her dress into a wondrous little circle, and gave me a hand which I had not the strength to think of, for fear of forgetting all the world outside. Taking it gently in my coarse, hard palm, I said, "Come," and she came like an angel. As I led her across, all my gaze was upon her, and this was a good thing for both of us, for a scream from Mrs. Marker, and a dreadful shout from Sam, who came staggering up to the brink and caught the handrail, just as we were shaking upon the middle dip, these, and a great roar coming down the meadows, would probably have taken all my wits away, if they had been within me, as at ordinary times. But heeding only that which I was holding, I went in a leisurely and steady manner, which often makes the best of danger, and set the maiden safe upon the high stone at the end, and turned round to see what was coming. Before I had time to do this, it was upon me, whirling me back with a blow of heavy timber, and washing me with all my best clothes on into the hedge behind the lane. Then a rush of brown water, like a drove of wild cattle leaping on one another's backs, went by, and the bridge was gone with it, like a straw hat in the wind. But the stone upon which the young lady stood was unmoved, although surrounded, and I made signs to her, for to speak was useless, to lay hold of a branch which hung over her head. As she did so, she smiled at me, even in that terror, and I felt that I would go through 1,000-fold the peril for the chance of being so rewarded. Suddenly as it had mounted, the bulk of the roaring flood fell again, and the wreck of the handrail and some lighter spars of the bridge hung dangling by their chains. And soon as the peril was past, it was hard to believe that there had been much of it. But anyone listening to Mrs. Marker as she came down the hill when it was over must have believed that I had done something very gallant and almost heroic. But I had done nothing more than I have told, and it is not very likely that I would make too little of it. "Brave young man!" cried Mrs. Marker, panting, and ready to embrace me if I had only been dry. "You have saved our lives, and I would say it if it were my last moment. Miss Kitty, I never saw such valor. Did you ever in all your life, dear? Never, dear, never, though I had not the least idea what this gentleman was doing till he had done it. Oh, he must be sadly knocked about. Let me come down and help him. He put you up there, and he shall fetch you down. Nobody else has the right to do it. Mr. Orchardson, don't be afraid. A sister. Now this shows how women have their wits about them, even at moments most critical. The housekeeper had fled with no small alacrity when the flood came roaring, and now with equal promptitude she had returned and discovered how best to reward me. I think you might give me a hand, said the young lady, still mounted on the high stone with our parish mark, upon which by some instinct I had placed her. I cannot. I am trembling like an aspen leaf, Mrs. Marker replied, though she looked firm enough. But our gallant preserver is as strong as he is brave. Don't be afraid of his touching you, because he is a little damp, Miss Kitty. This was truly clever of her, and it stopped all reasoning. With a glance of reproach the maiden gathered her loosened cloak more tightly, and then gave me both her hands and sprang, and I managed it so that she slid down into my arms. This was not what she intended, but there was no help for it, the ground being very slippery after such a flood. She seemed lighter than a feather and more buoyant than a cork, though some of that conclusion perhaps was due to my impressions. Be that either way, I could never have believed that anything so lovely would be ever in my hold, and the power of it drove away my presence of mind so badly that I was very near forgetting the proper time for letting go. And this was no wonder, when I come to think of it. The only wonder was that I could show such self-command, for the breath of her lips was almost on mine, and her blushes so near that I seemed to feel their glow, and the deep, rich blue of her eyes so close that they were like an opening into heaven. My entire gift of words was gone, and I knew not what I did or thought. But suddenly a shout, or a speech if one could take it so, of vulgar insolence and jealousy most contemptible broke on my lofty condition. Sam Henderson had been left in the black dungeon on the other side of the water, and the bridge being swept away he could not get at us. We had forgotten all about him. However, he had managed to run away when the great billow came from the bursting of the sluice, and now he showed his manners and his thankfulness to God by coming to the bank and shouting, while he grinned and clapped his hands in mockery, "Kitten Kitty, Kitten Kitty, that's what I call coming in strong and upon a Sunday evening. Mother Marker, do you mean to put up with that? See if I don't tell your missus. Kitten Kitty, oh Lord, 'tis as good as a play, and we don't get much of that sort of fun in Sunbury. Ah, what the deuce!" His speech was ended, for I had caught up a big dollop of clod from the relics of the flood, and delivered it into his throat so truly that his red satin fall and mock diamond pin, which were tenfold more sacred to him than the Sabbath, were mashed up into one big lump of mud, together with the beard he cherished. Laboring to utter some foul words, he shook his fist at me and departed. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Peaches and Peaching. There seem to be many ways of taking the very simplest fact we meet, and if any man was sure to take things by his own light, it was my good uncle. When a friend, or even a useful neighbor, offered a free opinion, my Uncle Cornelius would look at him, say never a word, but be almost certain to go downright against that particular view. One of his favorite sayings was, "Every man has a right to his own opinion," although he was a strict conservative, and of that right he was so jealous that he hated to have his opinion shared. And this was a very lucky thing for me, as I cannot help seeing and saying. For the very next morning a neighbor came in, when I was gone prowling I need not say where, and having some business he told Tabby Tapscott to show him where her master was most likely to be found. This gentleman was Mr. Rasp, the baker, who kept 2 women, a man, and a boy, and did the finest trade in Sunbury, and what he wanted now was to accept my uncle's offer, at which he had hummed and hawed a week ago, of 10 sacks of chat potatoes at 15 pence a bushel, for the purpose of mixing with his best white bread. By the post of that morning, Mr. Rasp had heard from the great flour mills at Uxbridge that good grindings were gone up 6 shillings a quarter, and sure to be quoted still higher next week, by reason of the cold, wet harvest. But he did not intend to tell Uncle Corny this. That excellent gardener was under his big wall, which had formed part of the monastic enclosure, and was therefore the best piece of brickwork in the parish, as well as a warm home and sure fortress to the peach and nectarine. This wall had its aspect about south-southeast, the best that can be for fruit trees, and was flanked with return walls at either end, and the sunshine, whenever there seemed to be any, was dwelling and blushing in this kind embrace. The summers might be bitter, as they generally are, but if ever a peach donned crimson velvet in the south of England out of doors, it was sure to be sitting upon this old red wall and looking out for Uncle Corny. Mr. Cornelius Orchardson, as most people called him when they tried to get his money, glanced over his shoulder when he heard the baker coming, and then began to drive a nail with more than usual care. Not that he ever drove any nail rashly, such an act was forbidden by his constitution, but that he now was in his deepest calm, as every man ought to be in the neighborhood of a bargain. His manner was always collected and dry, and his words quite as few as were needful, and he never showed any desire to get the better of anyone, only a sense of contentment whenever he was not robbed. This is often the case with broad-shouldered people, if they only move quietly and are not flurried, and my good Uncle Corny possessed in his way every one of these elements of honesty. "Good morning, Mr. Orchardson," said Rasp the baker. "What a pleasure it is to see a glimpse of sun at last, and what a fine colour these red bricks do give you." "As good as the bakehouse," said my uncle shortly. "But look out where you're treading, Rasp. I want every one of them strawberry runners. What brings you here? I am rather busy now." "Well, I happened to see as your door was open, so I thought I'd just jog your memory to have them potatoes put up in the dry while I've got my copper lighted." "Potatoes? Why, you would not have them, Rasp. You said 15 pence a bushel was a deal too much, and potatoes were all water such a year as this, and now I've got a better customer." "Well, it don't matter much either way," said the baker, "but I always took you, Mr. Orchardson, to be a man of your word, sir. A man of your word." "So I am, but I know what my words are, and we came to no agreement. Your very last words were 1 shilling and no more. Can you deny that, Rasp?" "Well, I didn't put it down, sir, and my memory plays tricks. But I told my wife that it was all settled, and she said, 'Oh, I do like to deal with Mr. Orchardson. He gives such good measure.' So I brought round the money in this little bag, 37 shillings and 6 pence. Never mind for a receipt, sir. Everybody knows what you are." "Yes, they do," answered Uncle Corny. "They'd rather believe me than you, Master Baker. Now how much has flour gone up this morning, and floury potatoes to follow it? Never a chat goes out of my gate under 1 6 a bushel." "Well, this sort of thing is too much for me. There is something altogether wrong with the times. There is no living to be made out of them." Mr. Rasp shook his head at the peaches on the wall, as if they were dainties he must not dare to look at. "Rasp, you shall have a peach," declared my Uncle Corny, for he was a man who had come to a good deal of wisdom. "You shall have the best peach on the whole of this wall, and that means about the best in England. I will not be put out with you, Rasp, for making a fine effort to cheat me. You are a baker, and you cannot help it." If any other man in Sunbury was proud of his honesty, so was Rasp, and taking this speech as a compliment to it, he smiled and pulled a paper bag from his pocket to receive the best peach on the wall for his wife. "What a difference one day's sun has made! At one time I doubted if they would colour, for it is the worst summer I have known for many years. But they were all ready as a maiden is to blush when she expects her sweetheart's name. With all my experience I could scarcely have believed it. What a change since Saturday! But live and learn is a gardener's rule. Galandi, the best peach of all, in my opinion, is not yet ripe, but Gros Mignon is, and though rather woolly in a year like '57, it is the first-rate in cool season. Observe the red spots near the caudal cavity. My bless my heart, Rasp, I meant that for your wife. My wife has a very sad toothache today, and she would never forgive me if I made it worse. But what wonderful things they are to run! This baker had a gentle streak of juice in either runnel of his chin, which was shaped like a well-fed fleur-de-lis, and he wiped it all dry with the face of the bag upon which his own name was printed. "I knows a good thing when I sees it, and that's more than a woman in 100 does. Don't believe they can taste, or at least very few of them. Why, they'd sooner have tea than a glass of good beer. Howsoever, that's naught to do with business. Mr. Orchardson, what's your lowest figure, with a wall of fruit coming on like them, 6 pence apiece, and some thousands of them? You mustn't be hard on a neighbour." My uncle sat down on his four-legged stool, which had bars across the feet for fear of sinking when the ground was spongy, and he pulled his bag of vamp leather to the middle of his waistcoat, and felt for a shred and a nail. He had learned that it never ends in satisfaction if a man grows excited in view of a bargain, or even shows any desire to deal. Then he put up his elbow and tapped the nail in without hitting it hard, as the ignorant do. "Come, I'll make a fair offer," the baker exclaimed, for he never let business do justice to itself. "An offer you might call handsome, if you was looking at it in a large point of view. I'll take 50 bushels at 15 pence, pick 'em over myself, for the pigs and the men, and if any crusty people turn up, why, here I am." "Rasp, you make a very great mistake," said my uncle, turning round upon his stool and confronting him with strong honesty, "if you suppose that I have anything to do with the use you make of my potatoes. I sell you my goods for the utmost I can get, and you take good care that it is very little. What you do with them afterwards is no concern of mine. I owe you no thanks, and you know me not from Adam the moment you have paid me. This is the doctrine of free trade. You recognize everything except men." "Tell you what it is," replied the baker. "Sooner than vex you, Mr. Orchardson, I'll give 16 pence all round, just as they come out of the row. Who could say fairer than that, now?" 18 is the money, not a farthing under. From all that I hear, it will be 20 pence tomorrow. Why, here's another fine peach fit to come. I shall send it to your wife, and tell her you ate hers." The gardener merrily nailed away while the baker was working his hands for nothing. "You would never do such a thing as that," he said. "A single man have no call to understand a woman, but he knows what their nature is, or why did he avoid them? My wife is as good a woman as can be, but none of them has ever known to be quite perfect. If it must be 18, it must, and I'll take 50. Couldn't I tell you a bit of news?" said the baker as he counted out the money. "You are such a silent man, Mr. Orchardson, that a man of the world is afraid of you, and the young fellow, your own nevy, well, he may take after you in speech, but not about the ladies. You never would believe it." "Well, then, keep it to yourself, that's all. I don't want to hear a word against young Kit. And what's more, if I heard 50, I wouldn't believe one of them." "No more wouldn't I. He's as steady a young fellow as ever drove a tax cart, and so quiet in his manners. Why, you wouldn't think that butter. His mother was a lady of birth and breeding. That's where he gets his manners from, though there's plenty in our family for folk that deserve them. Out with your news, man, whatever it is." "Well, I don't go again him much," the baker replied with some fear, for my uncle's face was stern, and the wall-hammer swung in his brown right hand. "And indeed you might take it the other way, if he had done it all on his road home from church. You know the bridge over the Halliford Brook, or at least where it was, for it's all washed away, as you heard very likely this morning. What right had your nevy there, going on for dark?" My uncle was a rather large-minded man, but without being loose or superior. "Rasp, if it comes to that," he said, "what right have you and I to be anywhere?" "That's neither here nor there," answered the baker, having always been a man of business. "But wherever I go, I pay my way. However, your Kit was down there, and no mistake. What do you think he done? He punched Sam Henderson's head to begin with, for fear of him giving any help, and then he jumped into the water that was coming like a house afire from Tim Osborne's dam, and out of it he pulled Mother Marker and the pretty young lady as had been in church." "Kit can swim," said my uncle shortly. "It is a very dangerous trick to learn, being bound to jump in whenever any one is drowning. Did the women go in for him to pull them out?" You never did think much of them, Mr. Corny, but you never had no inskin experience. Take 'em all round, and they are pretty nigh as good as we are. but they never jumped in. No, you mustn't say that. They were bound to go home, and they were doing of it, till the flood took their legs from under them. Mrs. Marker have been this very morning conversing along with my good missus, and was likely to stop when I was forced to come away, and you should hear her go on about your Kit, and nobody knows if she has any friends. I am told when her time comes to go to heaven, she will have the disposal of £400. You be off to your wife, cried Uncle Corny. Mrs. Marker is quite a young woman yet, but old enough to have discovered what men are. Go to your work, Rasp. I hate all gossip, but I am glad that Kit thrashed Sam Henderson. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, A Little Tiff. Everybody knows as he reads his newspaper that nothing has ever yet happened in the world with enough of precision and accuracy to get itself described by those who saw it in the same or even in a similar manner. No wonder, then, that my little adventure, if I have any right to call it mine, presented itself in many different lights, not only to the people among whom it spread, but even to the few who were present there and then. Mrs. Jenny Marker's account of what had happened was already very grand that Sunday eve, but as soon as she had slept and dreamed upon it, her great command of words proved unequal to the call made at the same moment by the mind and heart. Everybody listened, for her practice was to pay every little bill upon a Monday morning, and almost everybody was convinced that she was right. "Miraculous is the only word I can think of," she said to Mrs. Cutham, who sold tin tacks and cabbages. "Not a miracle only of the sandy desert, but the places where the trees and waters grow." "The Jordan, perhaps, you means, Mrs. Marker, ma'am, or did you please to have in your mind the Red Sea?" "They were both in my mind, and both come uppermost at the same moment, Mrs. Cutham. But the best authorities inform us now that we must not look for more than we can understand. Yet I cannot understand how Kit Orchardson contrived, after pulling me out, to pull out our Miss Kitty. But look, here he comes. Why is he everywhere, almost? He seems to swing along so. His uncle ought to work him harder. Not that he is impudent. No one can say that of him. Too bashful for a man, in my opinion. But he seems to have taken such a liking to me, and I must be his senior by a considerable time. I will go into your parlour, my dear Mrs. Cutham, and then I can look out for our poor Miss Kitty. Ah, she is so very young, and no one to stand up for her." "Excuse me, Miss Marker, if you please," said Mrs. Cutham, "but if I may make so bold to say, you are very young yourself, miss, in years, though not in worship, and to be run away from school is a thing that may occur to any girl when beautiful. But concerning of Miss Kitty, bless her innocent young face, what you was pleased to say, ma'am, is most surprising." "No, Mrs. Cutham, very far from that, when you come to consider what human nature is. I never could do such things myself. I never could sleep easy in my bed if I thought that they ever could be imputed to me. But when we look at things, it is our duty to remember that the world is made up of different people from what we are. What experience you have had, ma'am, and yet keeping your complexion so. Ah, if my poor Cutham could have kept away from the Imperial, but he said it were the duty of a Briton, and he done it. Sally, get away into the backyard with your dolly. I beg your pardon, ma'am, for interrupting you of your words so. Well, one thing I make a point of is," Mrs. Marker continued with a gentle frown, "never to enter into any domestic affairs, though without any bias of any sort out of doors. We all have enough, as you know, Mrs. Cutham, and sometimes more than we can manage to regulate our own histories. Mrs. Coldpepper is a remarkable lady, so highly superior, but her niece, our Miss Kitty, does not seem as yet to take after her in that particular, and scarcely to be wondered at, when you remember that she is not her niece at all of rights. But this is not a question to interest you much, nor any one outside of what I might call the Coldpepper domesticity. What superior words you always do have, as it were, in your muff, Mrs. Marker. But if you please to mean, miss, being still so young, I slips into it naturally, the Coldpepper manner Why, I was born upon it, and so was my parents before me, and that makes it natural, as you might say, and proper for me to have a word to say about them. I remember all the Coldpeppers since I was that high, and it never shall go no further. There is nothing to conceal, you must never fancy about them. The Coldpeppers always were a haughty race, and headstrong, but bold and outspoken, and defying of their neighbors. It was bad for any one who crossed them. You know that, if you remember old Squire Nicholas. But Miss Kitty Fairthorn is not a Coldpepper. You see, you don't know everything about them, Mrs. Cuttham. The captain had been married before he ever saw Miss Monica. Oh, Miss Marker, you quite take my breath away. And yet I might have known it. I was bound almost to know it, the moment one comes to reflection. Kitty's not a name at all becoming to the rank of the manor of Coldpepper. I've been wondering about it many's the time. Arabella and Monica sound something like, but Kitty isn't fit, except for women that has to get their own livelihood. Well, that eases my mind that she is not a Coldpepper. No, Mrs. Cuttham, but she is a Fairthorn, and from all I hear, the Fairthorns are much better known in the great world of London than our Coldpeppers. Captain Fairthorn is a man who has discovered more than the whole world knew in our fathers' days. He can make a bell ring in John o' Groat's house. He can blow up a cliff at the Land's End from London. He knows every wrinkle at the bottom of the sea. He can make a ghost stand at 8 corners of the room. Can he save his own soul, ma'am? The greengrocer asked in a solemn voice, being a strict Wesleyan. Them vanities, falsely called science nowadays, is the depth of the snare of the evil one. A learned man knows all the bottom of the sea, and leaves his own child to be drowned in a brook. Without it was for young Kid Orchardson. Can he save his own soul, Miss Marker, ma'am? Well, if I was to go by guesswork, I should say that he has not got very much of that to call his own. You know what Miss Monica was. Although she has been such a time away from Sunbury, she took her first husband in spite of her father, and the second without a word to anybody. She had a son and 2 daughters by the Honourable Tom Bulrag, and within a year after them she carried off poor Captain, who is now called Professor Fairthorn. But there, I am told, though I never set eyes on him, being made up of telegraphs and batteries and magnesia, and a thing they called hydrography, he is hardly ever at home for a week together, and knows more about the ocean's bed than his own. And a lucky thing for him, for wouldn't she be a nagger if ever she could get the opportunity? It seems to be most unnatural and against the will of the Almighty, Mrs. Cuttham replied after serious thought, that a lady should wish to reprove her husband, and yet find no ear to put it into. With all his inventions for doing away distance, he ought to be able to manage it. It would make no difference if he did, and could she expect him to pay for it? His mind is so taken up when he is at home that she might as well go on at the bedpost. And if he was to open up his wires, it would be at his discretion to receive it all. This makes her rather harsh, as you can understand, with anyone that has no help for it, and our poor Kitty being always in the way, and a rival, as it were, to her own children. Oh, she does know what pepper is, hot and cold and every colour. Poor lamb, and she do look so innocent and sweet, and so deserving of a real mother. No father to look after her by your own account, ma'am, and a stepmother doing it according to her liking. Why don't she run away, such a booty as she is? She's too sweet-tempered and well-principled for that, and she thinks all the world of her father, all the more, no doubt, because he cannot attend to her. His time is too precious for him to mind his daughter. Not that he is money-making, far the other way. Those great discoverers, I have heard to say, are the last to discover the holes in their pockets. Money, Mrs. Cuttham, has been too long discovered for him to take any heed of it, and that makes another source of trouble in the household. To think of our sending the big carriage and 2 footmen to find a young lady in a 3rd class at Feltham. I took care to keep it from Miss Coldpepper. Oh, that would have been shocking, cried the widow, with her hands up. Why, the 3rd class ain't good enough for a dead pig to drain in, anyways in the south-western line. Well, ma'am, and how did Miss Coldpepper take it? Of things I never speak out of the house. We are liable to err, the very best of us, I believe. and I know it from my own feelings. Those last 20 boxes of star matches we had from you, Miss Cutham, were stars, and make no mistake, shooting stars they should be labelled. They go off like a cannon. I have had to pay for 3 new aprons, and it was a mercy they didn't set the house afire. Oh, they hussies, they never know how to strike them, and your Miss Coldpepper, she does change so often, never so much as a month, ma'am, without some of them giving warning. That is no concern of yours, Mrs. Cutham. If you speak in this low style of Coldpepper manner, you will have to withdraw its custom, ma'am, from your little establishment. Mrs. Jenny Marker, as she spoke, gathered in her jacket, which was plaited with blue velvet, because she was proud of her figure, or at least so some people said who could not well get at her pockets. And although she meant no more by this than to assert her own dignity, Mrs. Cutham, with all the fine feelings of a widow, was naturally hurt, and showed it. And strange enough to say, though it seems a trifle, what ensued made a very great difference to me. "I am truly grieved, madam," she said with a curtsy, "that my little house, which is the best I can afford, and my little shop, which was set up for me by my very kind neighbours as own no manners, when it pleased the Almighty to afflict me low, and deprive me of a good man who could always pay his cent, and never would allow me to be put upon a model husband, no doubt, Mrs. Cutham, except as I fancy you observed just now, for his devotion to the imperial pint, or perhaps I should say gallon. May you never have a worse if you ever catches any, and high time in life, ma'am, for you, Miss Jenny Marker, or Mrs. whichever you may be, and nobody in Sunbury knows the bottom of it to be thinking a little now of your soul, ma'am, and less of your body, and the other things that perish. You draw in your cloak, ma'am, or isn't it a cloak? Nothing so suitable and sensible as that, just as if my poor goods wasn't good enough to touch it. Perhaps that's the reason why you beats them down so. I beg you to remember, Jenny Marker, that I consider myself as good as you are, madam, though I am not tricked out with gewgaws and fal-lals, and what I eats I earns, ma'am, and not the bread of servitude. That will do, my good woman. I never lose my temper, though I have never been insulted before like this, even by the lowest people. Send in your little bill this very afternoon, if one of your wonderful neighbours will be good enough to make it out for you, as you have never been taught to write, poor thing. But whoever does it must not forget to deduct the price of 3 rotten French eggs. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Beauties of Nature. While the bitter war was raging, I enjoyed a peaceful and gentle season. It happened that I had come up our village on a matter of strict business at a time of day not at all unlikely to be the very time of day mentioned overnight as the one that would suit Mrs. Marker and Miss Fairthorn for doing a little business in our village. This might be explained without any imputation on anyone I have the pleasure of knowing, for all of them will admit at once that it needs no explanation. It is enough to say that when I had the honor of seeing 2 ladies safe home last night, after pulling them out of the flood, as they both maintained, though never in it, no little gratitude had been expressed, and much good-will had been felt all round, and it would have been hard upon that state of things if any good-bye had been said forever. For my part, although I had no great fear of being knocked on the head by Sam Henderson, it might have seemed haughty and even unfeeling if I insisted too strongly upon my ability to take care of myself. Therefore I allowed them to consider me in peril, and to this I was partly indebted, perhaps, for the opportunity of meeting them on Monday. It is true that I had not learned half as much about matters of the deepest interest to me as Mrs. Cutham, without any claim to such knowledge, was now possessed of, but this might fairly be expected, for women have always been convinced that men have no right to know half as much as themselves. "Let him find it out. I am not going to tell him," is their too frequent attitude, while they feel it a duty to their own sex to pour out almost everything. However, I have no desire to complain, and perhaps it is better thus, for if we knew all of their affairs, we might think less about them, and I was in a very deep condition of interest and wonder, not only from the hints I had received, but also from the manifold additions of my fancy. In fact, it was far more than I could do to confine my heart to its proper work when I saw those two ladies come to do a little shopping. At that time there were only about a dozen of the houses in the narrow street that runs along the river, which allowed the importance of selling to compete with the necessity of dwelling, and the few that did appear inclined to do a little trade, if coaxed into it, were half ashamed of their late concession to the spirit of the age. No man had yet appeared who shatters the ancestral sense of congruity, who routs up the natives as a terrier bullies mastiffs, and scarcely even leaves them their own bones. And it may be maintained that people got things better, and found them last longer than they ever do now, and this was only natural because it always took a much longer time to buy them. This enabled me to take my time about my own business, without any risk of being left behind by the lady housekeeper and her fair companion. From time to time I assured myself by a glance between flower-pots or among drapery that my quest was not gone astray, that as yet I had not lost all that I cared to see, and that I could keep my own background while thinking of things far beyond me. It had never been my manner yet to be much afraid of anything, not that I stood at all upon my valor, but simply because, to the best of my knowledge, I had no enemy anywhere. Yet now, very much to my own surprise, instead of proper courage, I was full of little doubts, and more misgivings than I can at all describe, and even a tendency to run away and try to forget the very thing I was longing for, and I knew for a certainty that if the matter came to the very best opportunity, I was quite sure to do my very worst, and cut a despicable figure to my own undoing. I tried to recover myself by doing a few strokes of business on my own account, going into the butcher's and complaining sadly that he now weighed the foot in with the leg of mutton, a privilege only to be claimed by the lamb, but he said that it now was ordained by nature, and asked how I expected a poor sheep to walk. I knew that his logic would not go upon all fours, but my wits were so loose that I let it pass, and at that very moment I discovered betwixt the hearts of two bullocks something very near my own. Miss Kitty Fairthorn had been set free by Mrs. Jenny Marker, while the housekeeper was driving a bargain in soft goods, unfit for young comprehension. After that, she was to go on for a walk with Widow Cuttham, and meanwhile the young lady might look at the river, which was now rolling grandly in turbulent flood. It was rather a shy and delicate thing for me to go also in that direction, and the butcher, who never confined his attention to his own mutton, was sure as could be to come out of his door and look all up the lane, for Sunbury people, as long as I have known them, take a deep interest in one another's doings, and all the more so when they happen to perceive that their sympathy is not requested. Wherefore I hurried back to ask another question, as if there were nothing in my mind but meat, and then turned up an alley which would lead me round the back of some houses to the Halliford road further on. There were many things now that I might have done, more sensible haply than what I did. I might have gone home, and had bread and cheese and a glass of mild ale with Uncle Corny. Or if that had seemed a little too ignoble, why not wander along the upper road and thence survey, as from a terrace, which used to be the origin of the word contemplate, the many distant mazes of the flooded river, the trees along the margin bowing over their foundations, the weak smile of autumnal sunshine over the wrongs of its own neglect, and perhaps in the foreground a slender figure, standing as if it were nothing in the mass. However, what I did was to go straight on towards the one in the world who was all the world to me. By what process of reason or unreason or pure stupid heart I was come in such haste to this state of mind, it is more than I can explain to any, and I did not even try to explain it to myself. There was my condition, right or wrong, and those who cannot understand it may be proud of their cool wisdom, and without harm I may be sorry for them. She wore a grey cloak, looking wonderfully simple, yet gathered in small at her beautiful waist, and trimmed at the skirts, and over two little pockets, and with a soft blue fur called vicuna, and she carried a little muff of the same material, and the strings of her hat, which was like a sea-shell, were also of a blue tint, very sweetly matching, but the blue that was sweetest and richest of all was that of her large, soft, loving eyes, than which it is impossible for any poet to imagine anything in heaven more lovely. However, I shall not go on any more about her, though things may slip out unawares, and without being rude I may say plainly that I have a right to keep such matters to myself. For a short time I was at a loss for the commonest presence of mind, and stood wondering, hoping that she would turn round, and yet fearing that she might think I had no business there. Her whole attention was taken up, as I knew by her attitude, for already I had seemed to have a gift of understanding her, not with any thought of people near her, but with the grandeur of the rolling flood, and the breadth of quiet lake beyond it. She was saying to herself, so far as I could tell, "What is the use of such a little dot as I am, and what is the value of my little troubles, when the mighty world goes on like this, and all I can do would not make a wrinkle and scarcely a flutter on the vast expanse?" Then suddenly, as if in dread of her own thoughts, she turned round and saw me within a lanyard of her, as if she had been taken in a rosy fog, for we are all ashamed of large thoughts when caught in them. She colored to the tint of one of Uncle Corny's peaches, though without any of the spots he was so proud of, and then she drew one hand from her blue muff, and I found it so soft and warm and precious that I almost forgot to let it go again. "Oh, how I am surprised to see you here," she said, as if my general place of residence was the moon, and probably I looked as if it should be so. "And I am even more amazed to see you here," I answered, without any of my wits to help me. "But I came to do a little bit of business with the butcher. He has been doing things he had no right to do." "I have often been told that they are inclined to take advantage," she replied, with a look which convinced me at once that she would make a first-rate housekeeper, for what butcher could resist it. "My dear father would have much trouble with them if he were at all allowed to have it. But he is always so full of great things. Oh, what a happy man he must be! I have heard that he is the most clever and learned and one of the most celebrated men in London." I may not have heard all that, but still I was perfectly justified in saying it, for it made her talk, and every time she spoke her voice sounded sweeter than it did the time before. "You have been told the truth. It is acknowledged universally," she went on, as if there were no fame to equal his, and with a sparkle in her blue eyes, as if a star had flashed in heaven. "There seems to be nothing that he does not know, and nothing that he does not improve by his knowledge, and make useful for the world at large. How can I be his child, and yet so stupid and slow-witted, is a thing that amazes me, and I'm trying always not to think of it." "I am sure you are not stupid. I am sure you are very quick-witted. I never saw anyone half so clever and accomplished, and ladylike, and gentle, and—" Lovely was the word I was about to use, but she stopped me, with a smile that would have stopped a rushing bull. "I am showing my quick wits now," she said, presenting the charm of her hand again, "by never even thanking you for all you did last evening. I was thinking before you appeared that but for you I should probably be tossing in these wild waters now, or probably carried down as far as London Bridge, without a chance of even being buried, and it made me so sad when I remembered that it would make no difference to anyone." "How can you say such a dreadful thing?" I exclaimed with great indignation, for her eyes that had been so full of light were darkened with sadness and turned away. "It is not true that I saved you in the least, though I wish that I had. I should deserve to live forever. But you speak as if no one in the world had any love for the sweetest and best and most lovely creature in it." This was going rather far, I must confess. Not that any word of it was at all exaggerated or even approached the proper mark, but that it might seem a little early on the part of one who had never had the pleasure of beholding the lady till the previous afternoon. The remembrance of this was very awkward to me, and I was wild with myself, but could not stop the mischief now. "Will you oblige me, Mr. Orchardson," she asked, as gently as if I had shown no folly, "by just looking down or up the village to see if Mrs. Marker is coming? She was to have been here 10 minutes ago, and we have to make a long round now, since the bridge and the lower road is washed away. I ought not to trouble you, but I never know exactly where I am in country places, although I love the country so." This was more than I deserved, for a good box on the ears was the proper reward for my forwardness, and I should have been less abashed by it. "I am a bigger cad than Sam Henderson himself," I whispered with a timid glance at her, but she seemed at a loss to know what my meaning was, and so with a deep, a very clumsy bow I departed to do her bidding. Before I had taken many steps there appeared the lady housekeeper in the distance, walking with great dignity, perhaps to console herself for the insolence of that widow Cutlam. Of this I knew nothing as yet, though it was plain that something unrighteous had disturbed her, and this made my humble demeanour more soothing and persuasive to her upright mind. After shaking her hand very warmly, and paying a well-deserved compliment to her fine colour, I ventured to implore a little favour, which the sight of our garden wall sparkling in the sunshine, for it was newly topped with broken glass, suggested by some good luck to me. "Oh, if you would only come," I said, "and see my uncle's trees tomorrow. They are at their very best this week, before we begin to gather largely. The pears are hanging down so that we have had to prop the branches, and the plums are as thick as eggs together when the hen is sitting, only instead of being pale, some are of the richest gold, and some of a deep purple, like that magnificent amethyst you wear. And the peaches on the wall, you might almost compare these to a lady's cheeks when a gentleman tells her of her beauty." "Really, Mr. Orchardson, you are quite a poet." "And when you get tired of looking at them and tasting the ripest, all you have to do is come into the vinery and sit beneath the leaves and look all along it, wherever the clusters leave any room to look, until you don't know which you like the best, the appearance of the black or the white ones, because so much depends upon the light. And then Uncle Corny comes with a pair of scissors and says, 'Ma'am, that is not the way to look at it. The proof of the pudding is in the eating.' And he hands you in a vine leaf, being careful where he cuts it, a jet-black shoulder of black Hamburg, and an amber-coloured triplet of white muscat." "Mr. Orchardson, you are making my mouth water, if a vulgar expression may be allowed to one who eats the bread of servitude." I wondered to hear her speak thus, though I saw that she had been aggrieved by somebody. "And if you will be at home tomorrow afternoon, perhaps I might obtain permission to leave my mistress for an hour or two. I might walk down about 4 o'clock, when I have finished all the blacking of the boots." Something with a spiteful tang to it was rankling in her mind, as I perceived, but having no right to ask, I just lifted my hat and gazed at her gold chain and brooch. Then a tear or two, started by her own words, came forth, and she looked at me softly. "You would add to the favour of your invitation," she said with a smile which made me look at something else, "if you would include in it Miss Kitty Fairthorn. Poor thing, she is put upon very sadly, and it would be such a treat for her. They see so little of the beauties of nature in London." "I am sure my uncle will be most happy," I answered as if I were not sure about myself. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, De Gustibus. Now my uncle Cornelius Orchardson, a stout and calm fruit-grower, called in contumely Corny the Topper by strangers who wanted his growth for nothing, professed and even practised a large contempt for gossip. Nevertheless, it was plain enough that his feelings were hurt if a thing went on, which he was bound in politeness to know, and yet was not offered any tidings of it. With such people it is always wiser, if you have done anything against their wishes, to let them know all the particulars at once, and so to have it out and be done with it. And I was beginning to love him now, which as a boy I had done but little, inasmuch as he never gave way to me. Obstinate as he was, and sometimes hot, if one tried to play tricks with him, I was not much afraid of Uncle Corny, although so dependent upon him, for I knew him to be a just man in the main, and one who kept no magnet of his own to fetch down the balance to his own desires. Yea, rather he would set the beam against himself, when it trembled in doubt of its duty. With the hasty conclusions of youth, I believe that because he was now an old bachelor, though able to afford a wife many years ago, he had taken and held to an adverse view of the fairer and better half of the human race, and his frequent counsels to me to keep out of their way confirmed my conviction. The course of time proved that I was wrong in this, as in many other matters of my judgment, and my rule, if I had to begin with, would be to think the best of every man, till he compels me otherwise. But the worst of Uncle Corny was that he never cared to vindicate himself. His countenance also was in keeping with this manner, and the build of his body and the habit of his gait. His figure was tall, yet wide and thick, and his face very solid and ample. He had never been comely by line and rule, yet always very pleasant for an honest man to look at, and likely to win the good word of a woman, because there was strength and decision in his face, and a power of giving full meaning to his words, which were generally short and to the purpose, and especially he was gifted with a very solid nose, not of any Roman or Grecian cast, but broadly English and expansive and expressive, and sometimes even waggish when he told an ancient tale. Knowing that he would be quite sure to hear of my adventures soon, even if he had not heard already, for Sunbury is a fine place for talk, and trusting to his better feelings, which were always uppermost after a solid supper, when he stirred his glass of hot rum and water, and had his long pipe lit for him, I began upon him that very night with what my mind was full of, for Tabby Tapscott was now gone home, after looking at me rather queerly. "What a knowledge of the world you have, Uncle Corny!" I exclaimed at the end of his favourite tale concerning Covent Garden. "Your advice must be worth more than the counsel of the cleverest lawyer in London." "More honest, at least, and no fee to pay," he answered rather testily, for he hated all humbug and compliments. "What have you been at, young man? Is it my advice or my aid you want?" "A little of both, or a lot of one and a little of the other. I have made the acquaintance of a sweet young lady, the gentlest and loveliest and most graceful and modest, and elegant and accomplished and lofty-minded and noble-hearted and angelic. Angelic is the word, Kit. Don't begrudge it. It saves such a lot of the others." "Yes, angelic," I replied with firmness. "And even that is not half good enough. You know nothing of such matters, Uncle Corny." "Then what is the use of my advice? You had better go to Tabby Tapscott." This threw me out a little, but I would not be browbeaten. "If you have no wish to hear any more about her and compare her to an old creature like Tabby, all I can say is that I'm sorry for your taste, very sorry for your taste, Uncle Corny." Well, go on, Kit. Let us have it all while we are about it. Rasp the baker told me something. He has brought down a girl from London who can make shortbread and maids of honor. No wonder you fell in love with her." "You may try to provoke me, but you shall not succeed, because you know no better. What will you say when I tell you the young lady is the niece of Miss Coldpepper of Coldpepper Manor?" I looked at Uncle Corny with a glance of triumph, and then stood up to breathe again after my own audacity. But instead of being terrified, he took it very coolly. "Well, a cat may look at a king," pursuing his pipe with his usual discretion, "and I suppose you have only looked at her, though somebody said you pulled her out of our watercress brook." "Sir, I have had 2 delightful talks with her, and I mean to have another tomorrow. Not that I have any hope, of course, I'm well aware that you are unworthy to worship her shoestring and lie down for her peg heels to tread on. If she likes you, I don't see why you shouldn't have her. By and by, I mean, when you get a little wiser. But has the girl got any money?" "I hope not. I hope not, from the bottom of my heart. It would be yet another obstacle. She is as high above me as the heaven is above the earth, without even a penny in her pockets." "Flies all the higher because her pockets are so light." He spoke with a jocosity which appeared to me most vulgar. "Don't look as if you longed to knock me over, Kit. By the way, I heard that you had floored Sam Henderson. If so, you deserve the best maid that ever looked into a looking-glass. What do you want me to do, my lad? I know a little of those people." I wondered what people he meant, but feared to ask him for the moment, lest I might lose the chance of getting the favour I had set my heart on. "It is a very simple thing," I said, "and need not take your time up. Mrs. Marker is longing to see your garden, and if she may come tomorrow afternoon, she will bring the young lady, and I can show them round. You need not stir a step or even turn your head." "It is quite enough to have one head turned. They may come if they choose, but they must not bother me. Hand me the jar of tobacco, Kit, and be off to the books, instead of spooning." My uncle might easily have taken a more ample and cordial view of the question. Still I was pleased not to find him worse, and ordered our crock-boy on the Tuesday morning to fetch a little round while he ate his breakfast, and leave a note for Mrs. Marker at the lodge of the Coldpepper grounds, near the dairy, which the housekeeper visited early. And then I went to gather and basket a quarter of Keswick codlin and quarantines. This occupied all the forenoon, and what with seeing that they were picked aright and sorted into firsts and seconds, and fairly packed with no rubbish at the bottom into bushel baskets, and yet presented smiling with their eyes upward to meet the gaze of the purchaser, the day went so fast that it was dinner time before I could sit down and dwell upon my heart. Then, at a reproachful glance from Selsey Bill, our orchard foreman, who had heard the church clock strike 1 and felt it to the depths of his capable stomach, I set 3 fingers to my teeth and blew the signal, which is so welcome to the men who have lived upon nothing but hope ever since 8:30 o'clock. It is not to be denied, however, that I had taken pretty sharp advantage of being well mounted from time to time on the upper rungs of a ladder, which gave me command of the Halliford road, the higher road, I mean, for the lower now was stopped and except to carts and carriages, in such a manner that none could come from that part of the world without my knowledge, seeing only a bedlar and some few women, highly interesting to themselves, no doubt, but not concerning my state of mind. I went in to dine with Uncle Corny, and took care to eat none of his onions. "What cheeks you have got, Kit!" he cried with a laugh, "and it is not from eating too much dinner. You have stolen the color of my quarantines. Eat, boy, eat, or how will you pull through it? No more visits from young ladies if you are to go off your head like this. You have to put the new mustard spoon into the salt. A pretty muddle, I'm afraid, among my apples." Being always very dutiful, I let him have his grumble, and presently he lit his pipe, and made off for the packing shed, though the load was not going till tomorrow night. Then I put myself into a little better trim, feeling that the best I did could never make me fit to look round the corner of a wall at somebody, although I was considered in our village a smart and tidy and well-built young fellow, and one of the girls at the linen draper's had sent me a valentine last spring, said to be of her own composition, beginning, "Thou noble and majestic youth, thy curls and thy ruddy cheeks proclaim the truth, that whenever I think of thee, I have a sigh, and if thou provest false, I shall jump into the Thames and die." But it was in vain for me to think of this at present. It gave me no support at all worth having, and even a book of poetry, which I put into my pocket, might just as well have been the list of pots and pans from Turnham Green. Before I could get into any real courage, there came a gentle double knock, as if from the handle of a parasol, at the green door near the corner of the wall, and then a little laugh, and then a sweet voice said, "Oh, Jenny, don't you think we had better go back? Are you sure that Auntie said that I might come?" In dread of further doubts, I ran up promptly and opened the door, and brought them in, and locked it. "This young lady," began Mrs. Marker, as if they were come for her sake only, "has never seen any fruit garden, fruit orchard, fruit establishment, or whatever the proper name is, and I thought perhaps before she goes back to London this would enlarge her store of knowledge, and her father, who is a very learned man, might like to hear her account of it. Now, keep your eyes open, Miss Kitty, and see all. You would fancy that she noticed nothing, Mr. Orchardson, by the way she goes on and her quietness, and yet when you come to talk afterwards it turns out that nothing has escaped her blue eyes, and she can tell 10 times as much as I can, and I am considered pretty accurate too. But we must pay our respects to your uncle, Mr. Cornelius Orchardson. I always like to do the proper thing, business first and pleasure afterwards." He will smile when he hears how you have put it. He is very busy now at the packing shed, but he told me to take you wherever you liked, and he will come down when he has made out his list. On the left you have the peach wall, and on the right the plums, and the figs are getting very ripe down this alley. We very seldom eat much fruit ourselves, because we have such a lot of it, but we always long to get ladies' opinions because of the delicacy of their taste. "It is a perfect shame," said Mrs. Marker, while making up her mind what to begin with, "that in such a paradise there should be no lady to give you the knowledge of good and evil. I brought a silver knife with me in case of being tempted. Not that I mean to taste anything, of course, unless my opinion should be absolutely required. My constitution is not strong, Mr. Kit, and I am compelled to be very careful." I knew what was meant by that, having heard it often. "You shall have nothing, madam, but the very best," I answered, "for we never throw away an opportunity like this. What shall we offer first for your judgment?" "Kitty, what do you say?" She turned as if in doubt. "You know, my dear, how careful we must be. This young lady, Mr. Kit, allows me to call her Kitty in our private moments. Kit and Kitty, what a very strange coincidence!" I could not help looking at the beautiful Miss Fairthorn, and to my eyes she became more beautiful than ever, for a deep blush spread upon her lovely cheeks, and she turned away and said, "I leave it quite to you." If Mrs. Marker had been planning all the morning how to get the best of the tasting to herself, and to render her judgment supreme, she could hardly have hit upon a better device than this, for her young companion became so nervous and so much confused, and I myself so diffident and deeply occupied, that our only object was to fill the lady housekeeper's mouth, and keep it running over with nothing worse than fruit. Now and then I ventured to steal a glance at the one with whom my heart was filled, as if to ask whether she would ever forgive me for my sad name Kit, but her eyes were afraid to encounter mine, or if by any chance they did so, the light that was in them wavered like a timid gleam pursued by cloud. To relieve this trouble, I began to chatter vague nonsense to the other visitor, who was falling to in earnest. "Everything is out of time this year, and nothing up to character. There has been no sunshine on this wall until you ladies shone upon it. And what amazes me most is to find that anything has any color at all. Here is a gros mignon, now, a week ago as green as a leek, and covered now with downy crimson, except just where a leaf has made a pale curve across it, like the pressure of a finger on your cheek. Taste it, Mrs. Marker. You are not getting on at all." "Let me see, that makes 7, I think. I shall have lost my taste before we get among the gauges." "Thank you, I am sure." "Oh, how lovely and delicious!" "Luscious, perhaps, is a better expression. There goes ever so much more juice on my dress. I ought to have brought a bib, Mr. Kit, and I will if ever I come again. But would you not say it was just the least thought woolly?" She had never heard of such a thing before, but I had taught her, and she was growing critical. "Kitty dear, you are tasting nothing. Don't you consider that just an atom woolly?" "Very likely it is. I don't know enough to say, but I never remember tasting wool with so fine a flavour in it." Perhaps I was not in a proper mood to judge, but verily this appeared to me to show an inborn aptitude for taking the management of the fruit, and the government of the grower. To exaggerate is altogether out of my nature, and I find it a great mistake to be ecstatic. But in spite of all that, I would have given every sixpence allowed me by my Uncle Corny, who was always afraid of allowing me too much, if only I could have conveyed to this exquisite judge my opinion of her sentence. But that blessed discovery of Mrs. Marker's about the everlasting fitness of our names, upon which I had been dwelling in my heart long before her stupid slowness blurted it, this, I say, had acted in a very awkward manner upon a mind infinitely higher than hers, and yet I hoped humbly that it might suggest something which might be for the best if left alone. Things being so, it was not at all amiss that a loud voice reached us from the clipped yew hedge, which was set across to break the north winds here. "Kit, where the deuce are you gone mooning? I thought you would have come up with the ladies long ago." "We are here, looking from a distance at your peaches." "Oh, Mr. Orchardson, how lovely they do seem!" Mrs. Marker lost her dignity by giving me a wink, believing as she did, and many others thought the same, that I was next to nobody in these gardens, and that my uncle a tiger over every fruit he grew. "We have had as many peaches as we can eat, sir," I said, without any wish to contradict her, but simply to show the position I held. "Ladies will excuse my present plight." He had no coat on, and his sleeves were tucked up, showing a pair of thick brown arms. "My peaches are very poor this year, and many have split their stones, and rot instead of ripening. We have not had such a season since 1852. I hope that you will not judge us by the wretched things you see, but come on a little further and try something else. All fruit is water, such a year as we have had, but possibly I may find a plum or two worth eating." "Allow me the pleasure, sir," said Mrs. Marker, who always insisted on proper forms, "of introducing you to Miss Fairthorn, the only daughter of the captain, or as he now is considered, Professor Fairthorn, a gentleman of the highest scientific tendencies." "To be sure," said Uncle Corny, as he took his hat off and smiled with surprise at her beauty. "I knew Captain Fairthorn years ago, and a very noble man he is. I have very good cause to remember him, but I will not trouble you with that now. Mrs. Marker, if you would just turn this corner. Take care of your most becoming bonnet, young lady." This pleased the good housekeeper more than 20 plums. "Our trees are not as sensitive as we are." His urbanity amazed me, for I never could have thought a good man could be so inconsistent, and I said to myself that after all there is something irresistible in women. So I ventured to sidle up to Miss Fairthorn as he led the way with his convoy, and asked her what she thought of him. "Oh, I think he's so nice," she replied, smiling at me as if she was pleased with my question. "So upright and manly, and such a fine countenance. No wonder, I am sure, that his fruit is good. Did you notice how much he was surprised at you, at your very pretty dress, and exceedingly sweet smile, and most ladylike appearance, and silvery voice, and lovely way of holding your parasol? How can you talk such nonsense, Mr. Orchardson? And your uncle appears such a sensible man. Dear me, we are losing all the wise things he can say. Let us hurry on. It was this way, I think." No, don't you hear their voices down this path? Not 20 yards off, if it were not for these trees. Oh, do let me carry your parasol. You will want both hands to get along. Before you know where we are, we shall be in the broad road. Oh, I'm so sorry. It was all my fault. You must let me undo the mischief I have done. May I show you how well I understand all roses?" By good luck, combined with some little skill of mine, her simple yet wholly adorable frock was captured in 3 places by gooseberries, whom I envied. I expected great delight from this, but she showed at once the sweetness of her temper, and her height above me. Instead of blushing stupidly, she smiled and said, "Thank you, I will do it for myself. You can hardly be expected to understand such things." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Bad Counsel. There are very few things that have the power to please us both in heart and mind, even when they have the will to do it, which is very seldom. Great events in our lives flash by without a word, and scarcely seem to give us time to chuckle, or to sob, till afterwards. But the little turns of time are more indulgent, and pass us with a sauntering foot, more often dull than lightsome. For the moment I was glad to find that my Uncle Cornelius, in his plain way, had taken a liking to my love, but I gave him little credit for it, inasmuch as it seemed impossible to me that he could do otherwise. Such was my petty jealousy that I did not even want to hear him praise her, except in my own words. But he, in his solid way, would take his own view of her character, as if he knew anything about it. "I don't care a farthing about all that," I cried when he had spoken of some things which tell the longest. "I can see she is very quiet and full of home affections," he persisted, as if I were a boy at school and he were holding the spelling-book. "She is not extravagant nor fond of waste. That I saw by the way she went through a hulling superb with a hole in it. I could scarcely have done it any better myself, and she was really grieved, which the lady housekeeper had not the sense to be, by the freedom, she called it recklessness, with which I picked those Jeffersons, to find one in tip-top condition. And then, when I offered to make some tea, the housekeeper, who had been stuffing for hours, only asked if the water was boiling. But your sweetheart began to buckle up, and she asked who could touch tea after such delicious things. Buckle up, indeed! Uncle Corny, you are outrageous. She had got no such thing as a buckle near her. Her waist is done round with a narrow blue ribbon, the colour of the sky as her eyes are, and I will thank you not to call her my sweetheart, if you please. I shall never have such luck, and it sounds so common. There ought to be a better expression for it, and such things are not made to be talked of. Very well, you won't hear me say another word. It will all come to nothing, that's one comfort. She goes back to London on Friday, and you will very soon console yourself with rasps, young woman. I am told that she has fine black eyes, and I am not sure that black don't beat blue ones after all. This was so disgusting that I went away and worked till dusk at a heavy piece of trenching, and when it was dusk I lay in wait for 3 felonious boys who came from Hampton, almost every evening prowling for our apples. I caught all 3 and trounced them all, which is the only proper plan, and the sound of their wailings as they went home restored my faith in justice, for I had given them their choice, a licking or a summons, and they said very justly, "Oh, a licking, if you please, sir." The world has now come to such a pass that a father would summon me for assault if I so discharged his duty for him, but 30 years ago a bit of common sense survived. But in spite of that little satisfaction I could not get much sleep that night, for rolling and pondering and twisting in and out, the tangle and the burden of a troubled mind. Turn as I might, there was no opening through it for another view of that perfect creature with whom my whole life seemed to flow. Terrible, terrible was the truth that she would leave us all on Friday and be swallowed up and no more seen in that great earthquake, London. 1,000 wild ideas and schemes for stealing yet one more interview, and countless crazy hopes that she herself might try to compass it, all came thrilling through my restless brain. But not one would stop there. None had any shape or substance, such as could be worked upon, and brought the likelihood of success. This was Tuesday night. Last Saturday night, how different everything had been. Then I had only cared to know that things on the ground were doing well, that all the fruit which required gathering got its due, and looked its best on its way to be devoured, that every man pocketed his wages in good time to spend them, and that there was a little hope of the weather taking up at last. Now there had been 3 days without rain, and, with touch of autumnal sunshine, heaven began to look bright again, and the earth, which, like the dwellers therein, lives only aright in view of it, was beginning to lift her sodden crust, and fetch once more her storm-trampled breath, and issue anew the genial green in the midrib of mouldy foliage. In a word, the summer which had failed the year, for want of a smile to lead it, was breaking out at this last moment, better late than never. Possessed as I was with my own troubles, and only a flickering sunshine, I could not resist a contagious lightness of cheerful faces all around. The workmen, who do, in spite of all British reserve and manly selfishness, take a deep interest in their employer's welfare, and stand up for him bravely when any one abuses him, except themselves. Every man of them laid heel to spade or hoisted ladder on shoulder with new briskness, because they could say to one another, "The old buffer who carries on this place has fought against long odds like a man, and now things look as if they was taking a little turn in his favour." On the Wednesday morning, glum, however, was my mind, and grim my face, and Uncle Corny made some jokes, which may have seemed very good to him. Our breakfast things were set as usual, and our breakfast cooked and served by Mrs. Tabby Tapscott, that sage widow from the village, whom we were often pleased to laugh at for her Devonshire dialect, also for her firm conviction that nothing in these outlandish parts and none of our biggest men were fit to compare with the products of the West. There was one point, however, on which we gladly confessed the truth that was in her. She could fry potatoes, not leathery chips, nor the cake of pulpy fatness, but the crisp yet melting paten of brown gold, so as none of the East may fry them. She turned them out of the frying-pan upon a willow-patterned plate, and the man deserved to wear the willow who could think of weeping near them. Now this good woman, who was a cure, as the slang boys of our village said, took, though I knew it not as yet, a tender interest in my affairs. For the last day or two I had observed that she glanced at me rather strangely, and once or twice, behind my uncle's back, she had put her finger on her lips, and then jerked her thumb over her shoulder as if to say, "Come and have a quiet word with me." But my frame of mind had appeared to me too noble and exalted to be shared with her, until it was come to such a pitch that any aid would be welcome. This morning, as half of her fine work remained on my plate neglected, she could no longer contain herself, but pinched my sleeve and whispered, while my uncle was going to the window, "Come out in the garden. I want to speak with you." "Speak away," I answered. "There is nothing to stop you, Mrs. Tapscott." But she looked at me and muttered that I was just a fool, and she had a mind to have naught to do with me. By the common law of nature, this made me long to hear what on earth she could have to say, and I gave her the chance while she washed up the things to see where I was, and come out if she pleased. She might do exactly as she pleased, for I did not intend to encourage her. She came out, and began without asking me. "I can't abide to see ye look so cruel waste and peaky. The torn of your nose ain't the same as her was, and you don't zim in home with your vittles, Measter Kit. Lor bless ye, I've been dhrough the same mysen, and I knows all about 'em." At first I was inclined to walk away, but it would have been shabby to be rude to her, and a look of goodwill and kindly pity was on her hard-worn face and eyes. "What can you have to say to me?" I asked. "You be young, and I be old." She took my coat to stop me. "You be pert and nimble, and I be almost crippled with rheumatics and rumbago. But the Lord hath made us all alike, though he hath given us different. I knows as well what ails ye now, as if it all come through my own heart. And what you be sayin' yourself is, how be I go on with it?" This was a wonderfully accurate description of my present state of mind. I looked at Mrs. Tapscott with the admiration she deserved, and said, "Well then, how be I to go on with it?" "I've a thought on out," she made answer bravely. "What you be bound to do, Maister Kit, is never let she go back to London without settling summat." Here was the whole of it in a nutshell, but how was I to settle anything? "Oh, Tabby, dear Tabby," I cried with some loss of dignity but much gain of truth. "How can I even get the chance of saying a word to her again? This is Wednesday, and she goes back on Friday, and perhaps she never comes again, and there are millions of people between us. Everybody knows what Miss Coldpepper is, as proud as punch and as stiff as starch. If I even dare to go near the house, she'd just tell the gamekeeper to shoot me. Well, a young man as have fallen in love must take his chance of shotguns. But if so be you lets her go away without so much as another word, you deserves to have no tongue in the head of ye." "How easy it is to talk," I replied, making ready to leave her and think by myself. "But how hard and impossible, Tabby, to find any chance of doing anything. I must make up my mind not to see her any more, but to think of her always as long as I live." "Puddledix!" cried Mrs. Tapscott, her favourite interjection of contempt. What it meant we knew not, and probably not she. "Puddledix, where be the brains of they men? I could tell thee what to do in half a second, lad. To fetch old Coldpepper, and the young lady too, and every mortal woman o' the thicker ooze, to harm her to the same as if they sighted a burnin' in the muck-pit, with their Sunday venery under the arm." I looked at Tabby Tapscott with some surprise. She was giving greater force to her description by using leg and arm as if she bore a share in all of it, and the vigour of her countenance made me smile. But the old woman laughed with a superior air. Taketh a bit of time for folks with slow brains to follow my mind up, don't her now? Go up to house, young man, and stale old Regulus." "Steal old Regulus?" I cried in amazement. "Why, what good on earth would that do me? And if it would do any good, how am I to manage it? I have not been brought up to that profession. I zeed a man to Barinbor, Vave, and 40 year agone. The most wonderful cliver chap I ever see. He come a-courting of me, the time as I were reckoned the purest maid in all the parish of Westdown. But I wadn't have none of 'un, because I were so tricksy. Howsomever, I didn't say no a once, for I war the most wonderful chap I ever see. The Lord had been and given ye a very sort of counsel. I could turn the house out of any field of linny. I could make the coos earn to 'un. When the calves was zucking, I could fetch a dog that took a fancy to atwine his owner's legs or from own supper, and it showed me a trick or two I hadn't forgotten yet. I could tell 'ee pretty smart how to fetch old Regulus, and kape 'un so long as you was minded." Now I might have paid little attention to this, indeed had begun to reject the suggestion of a stratagem far below the dignity of love, till suddenly a queer dream came to my remembrance, a dream of last Saturday night, the very night after the little adventure at the timber bridge. In that enchanting vision I had seen Miss Fairthorn smiling as she came to me through a lovely meadow enamelled with primrose and cowslip and bluebell, herself of course the fairest of all the flowers. And when I approached her, behold, she was led by this same dog, old Regulus, who conducted her gracefully to my longing arms, by means of the long gold chain which had reposed on the stately bosom of Mrs. Jenny Marker. I am not superstitious, as everybody vows when recounting his dreams, but still it did seem strange. "Leave it all to me," Mrs. Tapscott went on, as she saw my hesitation. "Naught for ye to do but gie me a shillin' for to buy the stuff, and nobody no wiser. Then go afore sunrise and fetch old Regulus. Put him in a bag and keep him snug and thick there as old Bruto's. My stars and garters, what a bit of fun will be." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. A Dog Violate. A great observer of these latter days has advised us to abstain from deep research into the origin of our own names. Otherwise we might become convinced of a lamentable want of lofty tone among those without whom we could not have been here to show our superiority. A vein of fine thought is at once set flowing, but for Regulus it would have flowed in vain, as dogs have no surname to dwell upon. His case was a strange one, and not without interest. Nobody in our parish had any knowledge of his ancestry, although he had won very high repute by biting many people who got over it. Any other dog would have become the victim of an injudicious outcry, but Regulus, by making some other good bites, established his legal right to do it, and was now considered a very wholesome dog, though he might have a temper of his own. But even if he had, who was to blame? Some 7, or it may have been 8 years since, Miss Coldpepper was rolling in her carriage down Feltham Hill, when the coachman pulled up very sharply, and just in time to save mishap. All the boys in the village were let loose from school, and with one accord had found a genial pastime, which they were pursuing with the vigor of our race. They had got a poor dog, with no father or mother or even policeman to defend him, and they had put him in a barrel near a garden gate, and tacked in the head so that no escape was left. This being done to their entire satisfaction, what remained except to roll him down the hill? And this they were doing with a lofty sense of pleasure and shouts that almost drowned the smothered howls from within, when the carriage came upon them, and very nearly served them right. "Let them have the whip," cried the lady with due feeling, when the footman had jumped down and reported all the facts. but the ringleaders had vanished, and the boys who tasted lash were some innocent little ones who had only helped in shouting. "Hand him to me," was her next order, and the poor trembling animal saw pity in her eyes, and gave her face a timid lick, which made his fortune. No claimant being found for him, the lady took him home, and aptly called him Regulus, which the servants promptly converted to Ragless, reasoning well that the Italian greyhound wore a coat, but this dog had none, save the bristles wherewith nature had endowed him. In the course of time he superseded every other dog, and probably every human being, in the affection of Miss Coldpepper. If the early portion of his life had been unhappy, fortune had now made him ample amends, and he should have been in enmity with all mankind. But whether from remembrance of his youthful woes, or cynical perception of our frailties and our frauds, Regulus never acquired that sweetness which we look for in dogs so much more than ourselves. His standard of action was strict duty beyond doubt, but a duty too strictly limited, and confined to two persons, himself and his mistress. With the rest of creation he was cheerfully at war, though tolerably neutral towards the cook, when she could bid high enough for his consideration. These things made him deeply respected. In person, however, he was not quite a dog to arouse any vast enthusiasm. He belonged to the order of the wiry-coated terriers, if he was a terrier at all, for in him all the elements were so dully mingled that nature could only proclaim him a dog. The color of ginger and that of cinnamon were blended together in his outward dog, and he went on 3 legs quite as often as on 4, as much from contempt of the earth, perhaps, as from feelings of physical economy. There was nothing base about him. He had fine white teeth, and he showed them, but never made insidious assault on anybody. When he meant to bite, he did it quickly, and expressed his satisfaction afterwards. To seduce such a sentry was an enterprise worthy of him, who, in sweet love's service and dispensing its mournful melodies, enchanted the son of Echidna, and it may have been this sense of difficulty and a sporting desire to conquer it, which led me to follow up the joke and try my hand at a job which had beaten the deepest dog-stealers of 7 dials. All day long I hoped to get at least a glimpse, or if bad luck would not allow that, to hear, at any rate, something of that young lady, without whom my life must grow old and barren, for this was no schoolboy affair of the fancy, nor even a light skit of early manhood, such as 50 young fellows have out of 51, and go their way quickly after some other girl. I had never been given to such fugitive sport, and I was now in the prime of my years almost, and though I might have looked at maidens, and thought what pretty things they are, none had ever touched my heart until now. And touched is by no means the proper word to use. It should be said plainly that all my heart was occupied and possessed to its deepest fibre by a being far better and sweeter and nobler than its outer and bodily owner, and that this must abide so to its very latest pulse, as you will truly find if you care to hear about it. Not a word came to me about those things which destroyed all my attention to any other, and the dusk had stopped work, which was my only comfort, and I sat all alone that Wednesday evening trying to get through a little bread and cheese, but glancing more often from our old window at the gloomy rush of the river, which was still in high flood, though some little abated. Uncle Corny was gone, to try and get some money from people who had thriven on his hard-won fruit, and Mrs. Tabby Tapscott had left the house early upon some business of her own. The house door was open, for we had not many rogues, till the railway came some years afterwards, and the evening was of those that smell of beehives and corn-stacks, and horses upon their way home. At last, when I had made up my mind to be forgotten by everyone, in came Tabby as bright as a bun. "Oh fie, she cried. "What air ye be doing of? Atting no supper, and zitting as if he was mazed a'most. Look at thee what the Lord hath sent thee. I was forced to go out of the way to Hampton for it, for year have they long tongues to Sunbury. If this wouldn't fetch Meester Ragless, I can say is her bain't a dog." put 'un down in the cellar, when I've learned ye how to use 'un." From beneath her shawl she produced a little box, which she opened in triumph, and the room was filled at once with a very peculiar odor, quite unknown to me. It was pungent rather than pleasant, and it made me sneeze as well as laugh. "You'll be up there by 5 o'clock when the daisy's eyes be opening, and go to the side door I told ye of." Mrs. Tapscott knew all the household ways at Coldpepper Hall, through a niece of hers who was kitchen maid, "and hang this by the cord out of the heeling without touching oven with thy fingers, and dragging athwart the grass and the pilm the backside of the shrubbery, and then you step out of sight in a look order. Old dog be put out at 6 o'clock regular, and 'tis liable he'll straight to thee. Then let 'un ate a hummock, and kitch him up vitally, and pop 'em in the barg, and car 'un home here, and I'll show ye what to do with 'em. But mind as her don't scammel thee. Her be turrible, it to me." She gave me many other minute directions, and made me laugh so that my spirits rose, with the hope of an interesting little farce to relieve the more tragic surroundings. I undertook briskly to play my part, looking on the matter as a harmless joke, though I came to think in course of time that the cruel theft I suffered from might partly be a just requital for this wicked robbery, and yet it was absurd and senseless to make such comparison. Without disturbing Uncle Corny, who slept very heavily, I was up before daylight on a Thursday morning, and set out with the box and bag on my felonious enterprise. Coldpepper Hall, or Manor, as it was called indifferently, stood back upon some rising ground at a distance from the river, and was sheltered well by growth of trees. There was nothing very grand about it, and it leaned on stucco more than stone, but there was plenty of room both within and without, and anyone getting inside the doors might say to himself, with some comfort flowing into him, "I am sure that I need never be in any hurry here." The sun meant to get up a little later on, when I jumped the palings of this old demesne, at a place where of right there should have been a footpath, but the owner of the manor had stopped it long ago, perceiving the superior claims of quietude. Nobody had cared to make a fuss about it, but enough of ancestral right remained to justify me in getting over. Every window of the house was still asleep, and I gazed at it with humble reverence, not as the citadel of the Coldpeppers, but as the shrine of my sacred love. Then I chose a place of ambush and a nest of hollies, and approaching the sally-port of Regulus, I drew a slow trail from it across the dewy grass to my lurking place, and there waited calmly. Sweet visions of love from the ivory gate now favored me with their attendance, partly perhaps because love had not allowed me to sleep out my sleep. Far as I am from any claim to the merits of a classical education, I had been for some years, off and on, as a day boy at Hampton Grammar School, and could do a bit of Virgil pretty well, and an ode or two of Horace. Whenever Uncle Corny came across a Latin name he would call for me, and take it all together. I had long been considered the most learned young man in Sunbury. Even now I remembered, though most of it was gone, the story of the nymph who placed her son in ambuscade for Proteus, and the noble description of Regulus on parole waving off the last kiss of his wife and babes. Grimly he set his manly visage on the ground, and my Regulus was doing the very same thing now. Fat Charles had opened the door with a yawn, and sent forth that animal of Roman type to snuff the morning air, and perform his toilet, and pay his orisons in general. Luxurious days had told their tale, and it was too plain that Capua had corrupted Sabine's simplicity. Regulus moved with a listless air, and his desire to find whom he might bite lay dormant, and no sense of iniquity pricked his ears or lifted the balance of his tail. "Let the world wag," was the expression of his eyes. "I get whatever I want in it, and would wag it also if I were not too fat." It appeared too certain that if I meant to catch him, I should have to go and bag him where he stood. But suddenly down went his nose, and his bristles flew up, and every line of his system grew stiff as wire. He had lit on my trail near a narrow flower border, and it presented itself with a double aspect. Was it the ever-fresh memory of a cat? Not a cat of everyday life, of course, but a civet cat, a musk cat, a cat of poetic or even fabulous perfume? Or was it the long-drawn sweetness of a new ambrosial food, Heaven sent to tempt this once lively but now vainly wept-for appetite? Whatever it might be, the line of my duty was marked and beyond evasion. Those of our race who have made a study of dogs, for the sake of example, declare that the best and most noble of them follow quest with their noses well up in the air. Regulus failed in this test of merit. He spread his nostrils affably within an inch of where the worms lay, pricked his hairy ears, which were of divers colors, and with the stump of his tail as the loftiest point of his person ran bee-line towards me. In accordance with his fame, I made ready for a bite, but to my surprise he paused when he came point-blank upon me and seemed taken aback, as with some wholly new emotion. Regardful of the teaching of my nymph, I offered him a portion of the magic sop, and while he was intent upon it, slipped a stout potato sack over his head, tumbled him in with the push on the rear, and shouldered him. Taking the path across the fields, I got home without meeting anyone, and found Tabby waiting for me near the root-house, which was simply the trunk of a grand old oak, with a slab of elm fitted as a door to it. No one was likely to visit this old storehouse at the present time of year, and the loudest wailing of the largest dog might be carried on in the strictest privacy. But I meant him to be happy there, and so he was, to some extent, for he seemed to resign himself as if recalling his early adventure in the barrel, and regarded his later prosperity as a dream, and probably the charm of the drug he had swallowed acted benignly upon his nerves. At any rate, he allowed himself to be secured by a chain and a fold pitcher, and even licked my hand instead of snarling and showing his teeth. Every arrangement was made for his comfort, and he lay down as happy as a lotus-eater. After breakfast I took a little turn in the village, and there had the pleasure of seeing fat Charles, the Coldpepper footman, nearly trying to run and looking sadly out of breath. He carried a leading strap, with no dog to it, and under his arm was a bundle of papers. As I approached him with kind inquiries, he drew forth his roll and requested me to read, while he was recovering his breath a little. My face must have turned as red as his, for this was the first theft I'd ever committed, except for some apples from a rival grower, a curmudgeon who would not tell us what they were, and I felt very queer as I read the following, written in round hand with many capitals. Reward of 1 guinea, lost, stolen, or strayed, a large brindled terrier known as Regulus, the property of Miss Coldpepper of Coldpepper Manor. He is very hard of hearing, and a little fond of snapping. Any person bringing him home will receive the above reward, and no questions asked. Anyone detaining him will be prosecuted with the utmost rigor of the law. Charles had a score, perhaps, of these placards written in sundry hands, and spelt in divers manners, as if all the household had been set to work. "Oh, Mr. Kit," he cried, for everyone called me that, "there's a devil to pay up to the all, and no mistake, and all of it blamed on me, as innocent as the babe unborn, and more so for only obeying of my orders. What did I do but just turn the brute out? For a brute he is, and no mistake, though wholesome in his bite, because it is his nature too, and no one round these parts would be tough enough on the legs to come forward with a view of making off with him. Then I shut the door too for his quarter-hour errand, as laid down in written orders issued every night, and my hair stood on end when he ne'er come back, the same as his does when he flies at you." "But surely, Charles, some of you must have some suspicion?" I asked with astonishment in my own voice, and wondering what I should come to, though not far enough gone as yet to look at him. Why should the dog go from such a good home? "Because he'd had enough of it, or we of him at any rate. He ain't been stolen, sir. The dog have that knowledge of the world, that all 7 Dials couldn't lay a tack to him, and everybody knows what our missus is. A guinea? Who'd steal a dog for a guinea, let alone a dog who'll make a pepper caster of you? No, I always said old Nick would come for un some blessed morning, and I'm jiggered if he hadn't. But, bless my soul, you mustn't keep me loitering like this, sir. Mother Cutham wouldn't have one to stick up in her dirty old window, Lord knows why. Do 'ee take one and stick on your uncle's wall, or a couple if you will. That's a dear young man. There'll be 30 more ready by 11 o'clock. It occurred to me that some of them perhaps had been written by a certain lovely warm hand, which had the most delicious way with it that could ever be imagined of stealing in and out of muff or glove, and of coming near another hand, as coarse as a crumpet, in a sort of way that seemed to say, "Now, wouldn't you like to touch me?" "Who on earth can have written all these?" I asked. "Mr. Charles, why, you must have done most of them yourself." "Never a blessed one, Lord save you. I've been on my poor legs all the morning. Every maid that could fist a few has ordered in, but the young lady fisted them 4 at the bottom." Making due allowance for his miscreant coarseness, I slipped away the lowest 4, and 2 others. Those 2 I stuck up in the outer face of Uncle Corny's red brick wall, but the other 4 never were exhibited to the public, or even to myself except as a very private view, and every one of them belongs to me at the present moment. The footman thanked me warmly for this lightening of his task, and hurried on towards Rasp the baker, and the linen draper. So far as my memory serves, Uncle Corny got very little work out of me that day. I was up and down the village till my conscience told me that my behavior might appear suspicious. I even beheld the great lady herself driving as fast as her fat steeds could travel, to get her placards displayed all around in the villages towards London. Although she was not very popular, and the public seemed well pleased with her distress, I felt more than half inclined to take her dear love back, and release him at his own door after dark. But Tabby Tapscott said, and she had a right to speak, "Don't ye be full now, Mr. Kit. Care the job true once we be about un." And just before dark I met Mrs. Marker, and somebody with her, who made my heart jump. They had clearly been sent as a forlorn hope, to go the round of shops where the bills had been posted. I contrived to ask tenderly whether the dog was found. "Not he, and never will be," replied the housekeeper. "There are so many people who owe the cur a grudge. Why, he even flies at me if I dare to look at him. Miss Kitty, tell Mr. Kit what your opinion is." "I fear indeed that somebody must have shot him with an air gun. I am very fond of dogs, when they are at all good dogs, but very few could praise poor Regulus, except as we praise Mustard, and I heard of a case very like it in London." Her voice was so silvery sweet, and she dropped it, as I thought, so sadly at that last word, that I could not help saying, although I was frightened at my tone while I said it, "Surely you're not going back tomorrow? Do say that you're not going to leave us all tomorrow." Before she could answer, the housekeeper said sharply, "She was to have gone back tomorrow, Mr. Orchardson, but now Miss Coldpepper has made up her mind to send for Captain Fairthorn the first thing tomorrow, unless she recovers the dog meanwhile. Not that he knows anything about dogs, but he is so scientific that he is sure to find out something. Good night, sir. Come, Kitty. How late we are." Is it needful to say that Regulus endued a tunic of oak that night? End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. An Upward Stroke. The character of Captain Fairthorn, better known to the public now as Sir Humphrey Fairthorn, but he had not as yet conferred dignity upon knighthood, will be understood easily by those who have the knowledge to understand it. But neither Uncle Corny nor myself, although we were getting very clever now at Sunbury, could manage at all to make him out at first, though it must have been a great deal easier then than when we came to dwell upon him afterwards. All that he said was so perfectly simple, and yet he was thinking of something else all the time, and everything he did was done as if he let someone else do it for him. I cannot make anyone understand him, for the plainest of all plain reasons. I could never be sure that I myself understood him, and this was not at all because he meant to be a mystery to anyone, for that was the last thing he would desire, or even believe himself able to be. The reason that kept him outside of our reason, so far as I can comprehend it, was that he looked at no one of the many things to be feared, to be desired, to to be praised or blamed from the point of view we were accustomed to. I had thought that my Uncle Cornelius, though he was sharp enough always, and sometimes too sharp upon me and my doings, was upon the whole the most deliberate and easy-going of mortals, but a mere glance at Professor Fairthorn showed how vastly the breadth of mankind was beyond me. To look at his face without thinking about him was enough to compose any ordinary mind, and charm away any trivial worries, but to listen to his voice and observe him well, and meet his great eyes thoughtfully, and to catch the tranquillity of his smile, this was sufficient to make one ashamed of paltry self-seeking and trumpery cares, and to lead one for the moment into larger ways. And yet he was not a man of lofty visions, poetic enthusiasm, or ardent faith in the grandeur of humanity. I never heard him utter one eloquent sentence, and I never saw him flush with any fervor of high purpose. He simply seemed to do his work because it was his nature, and to have no more perception of his influence over others than they had of the reason why he owned it. So far as we could judge, he was never thinking of himself, and that alone was quite enough to make him an enigma. Now many people suppose, and very naturally too, that my warm admiration of the daughter impelled me to take an over-lofty view of the father. People would be quite wrong, however, for in that view I was not alone. Everyone concurred, and even carried it still further, and certainly there was no personal resemblance to set me on that special track. Professor, or as I shall call him henceforth because he preferred it, Captain Fairthorn, was not of any striking comeliness. His face was very broad, and his mouth too large, and his nose might be said almost to want reblocking, and other faults might have been found by folk who desire to talk picturesquely. But even the hardest of mankind to please, in everything but self-examination, would have found no need, and small opportunity for improvement in his eyes and forehead. I know my own stupidity, or at least attempt to do so, when it is not altogether too big. Yet I dare to deny that it had anything to do with the charm I fell under in this man's presence, and this is more than proved by the fact that Uncle Corny, as dry an old grower as ever was frozen out, could resist the large quietude of our visitor, even less than I could. For the captain had been sent for, sure enough, about a little business so far below his thoughts, and when he came into our garden to thank us for all we had done towards the discovery of the thief, and especially to thank me for my valiant services to his daughter, it was no exaggeration at all to say that I wished the earth would hide me from his great grey eyes. Under their kindly and yet distant gaze I felt what a wretched little trickster I had been, and if he had looked at me for another moment, I must have told him everything, for the sake of his forgiveness. But he, unhappily for himself, if he could be unhappy about little things, measured his fellow men by his own nature, and suspected nothing until it had been proved, and at that very moment he caught sight of something which absorbed him in a scientific zeal we could not follow. "A young tree dead," he exclaimed, "and with all its foliage hanging, 3 other young trees round it injured on the sides towards it. When did you observe this? Had you that storm on Saturday?" "Yes, sir, it did rain cats and dogs," my uncle answered after thinking. "We said that it might break the long bad weather, and it seems to have done it at last, thank the Lord. There was a lot of lightning, but not so very nigh. And no trees were struck from above, not even that old oak which seems to have been struck some years ago. May I cross the border and examine that young tree? Thank you. Have you ever known a case like this before?" They passed very dangerously near the old oak, and I trembled, as that villain of a Regulus showed his base want of gratitude by a long howl, but luckily neither of them heard it. I went to the door and threatened him with instant death, and then followed to hear the discussion about the tree. "You have known it before," Captain Fairthorn was saying, "but not for some years, and if you remember right, not when the storms were particularly near. I have heard of several similar cases, but never had the fortune to see one until now. You perceive that the life is entirely gone. The leaves are quite black, but have a narrow yellow margin. Forgive me for troubling you, Mr. Orchardson, but when did you notice this condition of the tree?" "Well, sir, it kept on raining up until dark on Saturday, and I did not chance to come by here on Sunday, but on Monday morning it was as you see it now, gone off all of a heap, and no cause for it, as healthy a young tree as you would wish to look at. A kind of pear we call bourre deal, dead as a doornail, you can see. Get a spade and dig it up for Professor. Thank you, not yet. I was going home tonight, but this is a matter I must examine carefully. That is to say, with your kind permission. We use big words, Mr. Orchardson, that sound very learned, and we write very positively from other people's observation. But one case that we have seen with our own eyes and searched into the spot to the very utmost of our power is worth 50 we have only read of. You will think me very troublesome, I greatly fear, and of gardening matters I know less than nothing, but you will oblige me more than I can say if you will let me come again and try to learn some little. You know what has killed this tree, I presume? No, sir, we have not got any sense at all about it, my uncle answered stoutly. It is the will of the Lord when a tree goes off, or if it is the doing of any chap of mine, he goes off too, and there's an end of it. Something amiss with these roots, I take it. His boots were tipped with heavy iron, and he was starting for a good kick at the young tree when I ran between and said, Uncle, let it stay just as it is for a day or two. It can't draw anything out of the ground, and this gentleman would like to examine it as it is. Young gentleman, that is a very good point. Captain Fairthorn, as he spoke, looked kindly at me. If I could be permitted to have my own way, I would have a little straw shaken round it tonight, as lightly as may be, without any foot coming nearer than can be helped to it. That will keep the surface as it is, from heavy rain or any other accident. Then, if I may be indulged in my crotchets, I would bring my daughter, who draws correctly, to make a careful sketch and colour it, and after that is done, and I have used my treble lens at every point of divergence, I would ask as a very great favour to be allowed to open the ground myself, and trace the roots from their terminal fibres upwards. I would not dare to ask all this for my own sake, Mr. Orchardson, but because we may learn something from it of a thing as yet little understood, what is called the terrestrial discharge. We get more and more into big words, you see. You have known trees destroyed in this way before. It only happens on certain strata. It has happened here, sir, for generations, said my uncle, trying hard to look scientific. The thunderstorm blight is what we call it. We call anything a blight when the meaning is beyond us. Seems as if some trees was subject to it. I never knew an apple tree took this way, but pear trees have been so, times out of mind, though never none but the younger ones. A few years agone, I can't say how many, 17 young pear trees were killed outright, 10 in one part of the grounds and 7 in another, and not a mark to be found on one of 'em. All as dead as doornails when we come to look at them. A blight or a blast, that's what we call it, and there's nothing to do but to plant another. A truly British view of the question, Captain Fairthorn answered with his sweet smile, which threw me into a glow by its likeness to a smile yet lovelier. I wish I could tell you how I feel for the English fruit grower in his hard struggle with the climate, the dealers, and the foreign competition. It is a hard fight always, much worse than the farmers, and a season like this is like knocking a drowning man on the head, and yet you are so brave that you never complain. The truth of these words and the tone of goodwill made a deep impression upon both of us, especially upon my uncle, who had to find the money for everything. No, sir, we never complain, he replied. We stand up to the seasons like our own trees, and we keep on hoping for a better time next year. But there are very few that know our difficulties, and folk that can scarcely tell a pear from an apple go about the country, spouting and writing by the yard, concerning of our ignorance. Let them try it, is all I say. Let them try it, if they are fools enough. Why, bless my heart, there's a fellow preaching now about the sorting of apples. As if we had not done it before, he sucked his coral. But I won't go on maundering. Time will show. Glad to see you, sir, at any time, and if I should happen to be about the grounds, my nephew Kit will see to everything you want. What time shall we see you tomorrow, sir? We were walking to the gate by this time, and Captain Fairthorn pulled out his watch. I observed that he had a true sailor's walk, and a sailor's manner of gazing round, and the swing of his arms was nautical. "What a time I have kept you!" he exclaimed with simple wonder. and I have forgotten altogether my proper business. I was to have tried some special means for recovering the dog we were speaking of. Unless he is heard of tonight, I shall have little time to spare tomorrow. I am bound to do all I can for my good hostess, but to think that a dog, and a dog of no benevolence, according to my daughter, should stand in the way of this most interesting matter. However, I will do my best all the morning, and try to be with you by 11 o'clock. If I cannot come then, you will know what the cause is. But even for the best of dogs, I must not drop the subject. Now, I thank you most heartily. Good night." "What a wonderful man," was my uncle's reflection, "to know all about trees and thunderstorms and dogs and Covent Garden, and yet to let a woman twist him round her thumb and tread on his child and turn his pockets inside out. Come along, Kit, I am pretty nigh starved." And this wonderful man added yet another crown to his glory that very same night, as I heard, for to him and his wisdom was set down the credit of a joyful and extraordinary event. A young man slouching with a guilty conscience and a bag on his back might have been seen, if his bad luck had prevailed, approaching a fine old mansion craftily, when the shadow stole over the moon, if there was one. Then an accurate observer might have noticed a quadruped of somewhat downcast mien, issuing with much hesitation from a sack, and apparently reluctant to quit his guardian, who had evidently won his faithful heart. But receiving stern orders to make himself scarce, he might next be seen gliding to a gloomy door, uplifting wistfully one ancient paw, scraping at the paint where it had been scraped before, and then, throwing his head back and venting his long-pent emotions in a howl of inexpressible sadness. The door was opened, and the guardian vanished with suspicious promptitude. Lights were seen glancing in a long range of windows. An outbreak of feminine voices moved the air, and after a shrill and unnatural laugh came a sound of hugging and a cry of, "Run for your life, for his liver, Jane!" End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Fine Arts. When the butter that is truly buttering and the cheddar of the great republic are gracefully returned to our beloved grocer with a feeble prayer for amendment, what does he say? Why, the very same thing that he said upon the last occasion. Indeed, all our customers like it extremely. It is the very thing we have had the most praise for, and this is the very first complaint. In like manner I receive for answer, when I fain would have sent back to that storekeeper Love a few of the sensations I had to pay for, that everybody praised them and considered them ennobling, and was only eager once again to revel in their freshness. And, to tell the truth, when my own time came for looking calmly back at them, I became one of the larger public, and would have bought them back at any price, as an old man regards his first caning. However, I did not know that now, and could not stop to analyze my own feelings, which might for the moment perhaps be described as deep longings for a height never heard of. All the everyday cares and hide-bound pothers of the people round me were as paltry pebbles below my feet, and I longed to be alone, to think of one other presence, and only one. Uncle Corny, in his downright fashion, called me as mad as a March hare, but I was simply sorry for him, and kept out of his way and tried to work. Tabby Tapscott became a plague, by poking common jokes at me, and the family men on the premises seemed to have a grin among themselves when my back was turned. The only man I could bear to work with was the long one we called Selsey Bill, because he came from that part of Sussex, and resembled that endless projection. He was said to have 17 lawful children, enough to keep any man silent. Moreover, he was beyond all doubt the ugliest man in the parish, which may have added to my comfort in his mute society. As a proof of the facility of wedlock, the sharp click of his iron heel on the treadle of his spade, the gentle sigh that came sometimes, as he thought of how little he would find for supper, and the slow turn of his distorted eyes as he looked about for the wheelbarrow, All these, by some deep law of nature, soothed my dreamy discontent. But what was there fairly to grumble at? If I chose to cast my eyes above me and set my affections out of reach, reason could not be expected to undo unreason. And hitherto what luck had led me, what good fortune fed me with the snatches of warm rapture, even my own wickedness had prospered, and never had been found out. Surely the fates were on my side, and the powers of the air encouraged me. What a lovely morning it was now, for the fairest of beings to walk abroad, and for me to be walking in the same direction. Although the earth was sodden still, and the trees unripe with summer drip, and the autumnal roses hung their sprays with leathery balls instead of bloom, yet the air was fresh, and the sky bright blue, and the grass as green as in the May month, and many a plant that is spent and withered after a brilliant season was opening its raiment to tempt the sun, and budding into gems for him to polish. The spring that had forgotten tryst with earth this year, and been weeping for it ever since, was come at last, if only for one tender glance through the russet locks of autumn. Why should not man who suffers with distresses of the air and earth take heart again, and be cheerful with them, aye, and enjoy his best condition, that of loving and being loved? There was enough to tempt the gloomiest and most timid mortal to make his venture towards such bliss when Kitty Fairthorn, blushing softly and glancing as brightly as the sunshine twinkles through a bower of wild rose, came along to me alone, where I stood looking out for her father. Although I had been thinking bravely of all the things set down above, not one of them kept faith, or helped me to the courage of their reasoning. Instead of that, my heart fell low, and my eyes, which had been full of hope, would scarcely dare to render to it the picture of which it held so many, yet never could manage to hold enough. She saw my plight, and was sorry for it, and frightened perhaps both of that and herself. "It is so unlucky," she said, without looking any more than good manners demanded at me. "Last night I began to think that all was going to be quite nice again, for that very peculiar dog that my aunt is so strongly attached to just came back, as if he had only gone for a little airing on his own account, and so as to have all the road to himself. He was as fat as ever, but oh, so gentle, and his reputation is not quite that. Perhaps you have heard of him. He seems to be well known." "I think I have heard of him. Why, of course it must be the dog that was mentioned in the handbills. We had 2 of them upon our wall. Mrs. Marker was speaking of him when you passed on Thursday, only I could not attend to her." "Then you ought to have done so," she replied, as if without any idea of my inner thought, "for there has been the greatest excitement about it. But I suppose inside these walls, and among these trees and lovely flowers, you scarcely know what excitement is." "Don't I, then? Oh, I wish I didn't," I replied, with a deeply sad look at her. "It is you who are so much above all this, who can have no idea what real, a sort of despair, I mean, is like. But I beg your pardon, you mustn't notice me." "How can I help being sorry for you?" she asked very softly when our eyes had met. "You have been so good to me and saved my life, but of course I have no right to ask what it is, and I know that the crops are always failing, and now you have a dear little tree quite dead. My father has sent me to try and make a careful drawing of it, because it was struck by some extraordinary lightning, and the worst of it is that he has been called away and can hardly be back till the evening. He has invented a new conductor for ships of the Navy that are to have iron all over and under them, and therefore want protecting. He had a letter from the Admiralty this morning." "Oh, dear, what a pity! What a sad loss!" I replied. "I am afraid it will take us so much longer, without having him here to direct us, and I doubt if my Uncle Cornelius will be able to be with us half the time." "Oh, that is just what I was to say." Her tone was demure, but her glance quite bright. "On no account am I to interfere with the valuable time of Mr. Orchardson. Indeed, I shall not trouble anyone, if I may only be shown the poor tree, and then be allowed to fetch a chair or a stool or even a hassock, and then be told where to find some clear water, and perhaps be reminded when the time is 1 o'clock. I am sure I shall do beautifully." You are certain to do beautifully. There is no other way that you could do. No one shall be allowed to disturb you. I should like to see anyone dare to come near you except Mrs. Tapscott. You see, I have heard of her, and it is so kind of you to think of her. Then I shall be quite happy. Mrs. Tapscott, indeed! No, except me myself. I shall lock that chattering woman in the back kitchen, or how could you ever do a stroke? I am sure it will take you a very long time. There are 3 other trees that you ought to draw if you wish to show exactly what the lightning did. I hardly see how you can finish today. If you leave off at 1 o'clock, it will be utterly impossible, and my Uncle Cornelius will be in such a rage if you think of going back without anything to eat. How very kind everybody is down here. It is the very nicest place I have ever been in. I will be so miserable to go away. I am not at all accustomed to such kindness. Her lovely eyes glistened as she began to speak, and a tear was in each of them as she turned away. I felt as if I could have cried myself to see such an innocent angel so sad, but I durst not ask any questions, and was bound to go on as if I knew nothing. "What a little drawing block you have," I said. "You ought to have one at least twice that size. Do let me lend you one. I have 3 or 4, and you can choose which you like of them. And my pencils, too, and my colour box. There are none to be had in the village. If you will rest a moment in this little harbour, I will get them all and a chair for you." It did not take me long to let Tabby Tapscott know that if she dared even to look out of the window, she would mourn for it all the rest of her life. Moreover, that she must not let anybody know in what direction I was gone, even if his Grace of C.G. himself came down to grant us the best stall he had forever. Tabby winked with both eyes, and inquired if I took her for a vool or a zany or country hoosebird, and she said she would have zummet good information by 1 o'clock, and as I hurried back to the bower, there came almost into my very hand the loveliest souvenir d'un ami rose that ever lifted glossy pink to show the richer glow within. This rose I cut with the tender touch which a gardener uses boldly, and laid it on my drawing-block, so that each exquisite tinge and fringe and curve of radiant leaflet, as well as the swan-like bend of stalk and soft retirement of sepal, led up to the crowning beauty of the bloom above them. "I never saw anything equal to that," said one who might outvie the whole. "Who can have taught you, Mr. Kit, such knowledge of what is beautiful?" She had called me by my village name, and more than that, she had let me know that she looked upon me as a rustic. I saw my advantage, and was deeply hurt that she might make it up again. "You are right," I answered, turning back as if in sad abasement. "Miss Fairthorn, you are right indeed in supposing that I know nothing. However, I am able to carry a chair, and to wait upon you humbly. Let us go to the tree, and at 1 o'clock I will venture to come and tell the time." "Oh, I never meant it at all like that. I could never have imagined you would take me up so. I seem to say the wrong thing always, as I am told every day at home. I hope that it was not true, but now, I have given offence to you, you who have been so good to me. I could never attempt to draw today. I will tell my father that I was rude to you, and he will send somebody else to do it." I felt that this would have served me right, but I was not in love with justice. "I implore you not to do that," I said. "Really, that would be too hard upon me. Why should you wish to be hard upon me? I am trying to think what I have done to deserve it. You are worse than the ground lightning." "Then I suppose I killed your trees? I am not going now to be silly any more. Tell me what to do to show that you have quite forgiven me. You know that I never meant to vex you." She looked at me so sweetly that I could only meet her eyes. "I declare it will be 1 o'clock before I have done a thing. Oh, my father say, and I must be so careful. I am sure that you could do it better much than I can. Will you do it while I go and look for Mr. Orchardson? I like him very much, and his fruit is so delicious. No, you won't relieve me? Well, shake hands and be good friends again. May I have this lovely rose to give my father something beautiful when he comes back from London?" I saw that she was talking fast, that my prudence might come back to me. She knew as well from my long gaze that I loved her and must always love her, as I, to the bottom of my heart, knew it, and she did not seem offended at me, only blushed and trembled, just as if some important news were come, perhaps by telegraph, and she wondered while she opened it. For me this was enough, and more almost than I could hope for, to let her keep this knowledge in her mind and dwell upon it, until, if happy angels came, as they gladly would, to visit her, the sweetest of them all might fan it with his wings into her heart. "Ah, Kit, my lad!" cried Uncle Corny when he came to dinner and my darling was gone with her sketch half done, and I had only dared to hover near her. "Sweetheart been here, they tell me. What a leery chap you are. When I heard Captain was gone to town, I thought it was all over. I've been wanting you up at the packing shed for the last 3 hours. No more good work left in you. That's what come of sweethearting." "Uncle Corny, if you must be vulgar because you have no proper sense of things, the least you could do is not to holla as if you were driving a truck of rags and bones." "Hoity-toity, here does it go. One would think there had been no courting done since Adam and Eve to your time. Too hot to hold, that's my opinion. And as for rags and bones, young fellow, that's just about what it will come to. The girl won't have sixpence, by what I hear, though there's lots of tin in the family. I know a deal more than you do about them. Don't pop the question without my leave." "What a way to put it!" End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. An Empty Pile. Although no token had passed between us, and no currency been set up, of that universal interchange which my uncle and Tabby termed courting, I felt a very large hope now that the goods I had to offer, quiet as they were and solid, without any spangle, were on their way to be considered, and might be regarded kindly. For while I knew how poor I was, in all the more graceful attributes, and little gifted with showy powers of discourse, or the great world's glitter, void, moreover, of that noble cash which covers every other fault, yet my self-respect and manhood told me that I was above contempt. Haughty maidens might, according to their lights, look down upon me. Let them do so. It would never hurt me. I desired no haughtiness. That which had taken my heart, and led it, with no loss to its own value, was sweetness, gentleness, loving-kindness, tender sense of woman's nature, and the joy of finding strength in man. For though I am not the one to say it, I knew that I was no weakling, either in body or in mind. Slow of wit I had always been, and capable only of enjoying the greater gifts of others. But as I plodded on through life, I found it more and more the truth that this is the better part to have. I enjoy my laugh tenfold, because it is a thing I could never have made for myself. But for a long time yet to come there was not much laughter before me. One of the many griefs of love is, that it stops the pores of humor, and keeps a man clogged with earnestness. At the same time he becomes the guy, and but for all the old jokes that can be discharged by clumsy fellows below contempt, none of these hit him to any good purpose, because he is ever so far above them. But even the smell of their powder is nasty, as a whiff across his incense. For 48 hours it was my good fortune to believe myself happy, and thereby to be so, though I went to church twice on Sunday without seeing anyone except the parson, who was very pleasant. But suddenly on Monday a few words were uttered, and I became no better than a groan. "Her began," were the words of Mrs. Tapscott. "Tabby, what the devil do you mean?" I asked, though not at all accustomed to strong language. "I tell ye her began. Thee never see her no more. Stepmother a been down and fetched her. Tabby herself looked fit to cry, although there was a vile kind of triumph in her eyes, because she had prophesied it. "Do you mean to tell me," I asked slowly, as if I were preparing to destroy her, "that Miss Fairthorn has been taken away without even saying good-bye to me?" "I can't tell nort about no good-byes. Her might have left un for ye. Her be gone to Lunnon town, and no mistake. Seed that girt coach myself, with the maid a-crying in her." Without thinking properly what I was about, I clapped on a hat, and laid hold of a big stick, and set forth upon the London road, not the Hampton road, which runs along the river, but the upper road from Halliford, which takes a shorter course through Twickenham. Tabby ran after me, shouting, "Be mazed! If ye could fly, ye could never o'erget her. Be gone 3 hour or more, I tell ye." But in spite of that fearful news I strode on, and it might have gone steadily on till I got to London, for there was the track of the wheels quite plain, the wheels of Miss Coldpepper's heavy carriage. If I had not met our Selsey Bill, the Bill Tompkins, whom I may have mentioned, my uncle had sent him to Twickenham, I think, to see about some bushel baskets, and he was swinging home with a dozen on his head, which made his columnar height some 15 feet, for he was 6 3/4 without his hat. In reply to my fervid inquiries, he proceeded in a most leisurely yet impressive manner to explain that he had not met the carriage, because it had passed him on his way to Twickenham, and might be expected back by now, as Miss Coldpepper never allowed her horses to go beyond Notting Hill Gate, whence her guests must go on other wheels into London. I took half of his baskets, for he was too long to be strong, and so returned to my uncle's gate with 6 empties on my head, and a heart more empty than the whole of them. This was almost a trifle compared to the grief that befell me later on, which has left its mark on me till I die. For though cast down terribly, I was not crushed, and no miserable doubts came to rend me in twain. Though my darling was gone, I could tell where she was, or at any rate could find out in a day or two, and it was clear that she had been carried off against her will. Otherwise how could our Tabby see her crying? It is a shameful and cruel thing, and of the lowest depths of selfishness, to rejoice at the tears of an angel, and I did my very utmost to melt into softest sympathy. To be certain of the need for this, I examined Mrs. Tapscott most carefully as to the evidence. "I seed un with my own eyesight, girt big drops," she said, "the size of any hazelnuts. Reckon thee mouth be a-watering, Master Kit, for to kiss 'em away." This may have been true, but was not at all the proper way to express it. The only thing wrong on my part was, what a lovely thrill of selfish hope ran down the veins of sympathy. She wept. She wept. Why should she weep except at having left behind her someone whom she would most sadly miss? Could it be Miss Coldpepper? Happily that was most unlikely from the lady's character. Mrs. Marker? No, I think not. A very decent sort of woman, but not at all absorbing. Uncle Corny? Out of the question. A highly excellent and upright man, but a hero of nails and shreds and hammers and green baize aprons and gooseberry knives. But Uncle Corny has a nephew. Kit, I am sorry for you, my boy. He came up to me as I was thinking thus, even before he went to his tobacco jar. You are hard hit, my lad. I can see it in your face, and you shall have no more chaff from me. Very few girls, such as they are now, deserve that any straight and honest young chap like you should be down in the mouth about them. But your mother did, Kit, your mother did, and I am not sure but that this Miss Fairthorn does, though you can't judge a girl by her bonnet. But I am not going to be overcobbed like this. If you have set your heart upon the girl, and she on you, so be it. Amen. You shall be joined together. My uncle came up as he spoke, and looked with friendly intentions at me, and yet with a medical gaze and poise which inclined me to be indignant. It takes 2 parties to make an agreement, I said, neither gratefully nor graciously. Suppose I don't know that, after all the robberies taken out of me? But I know what I say, and I tell you that if your mind is set upon this matter, you shall have it in your own way. Only first of all be sure that you know your mind, Few people do in this age of invention, as they call it, without inventing much except lies. If you are sure that you know your mind, speak out and have done with it." I stood up and looked at him without a word. All my gratitude for his good will was lost in my wrath at his doubt of my steadfastness. "Very well," he said. "You need not stare as if you were thunder and lightning. When you think about it, you will see that I was right. For this is no easy business, Kit, and not to be gone into like a toss for sixpence. I have spoiled you ever since you were a child because you had no father or no mother. You have had your own way wonderfully, and that makes it difficult for you to know your mind. If that were the only obstacle, I ought to have the finest knowledge of my mind, for the times had been very far asunder when I had been allowed to follow my own way. But I knew that Uncle Corny took the other view, and he had this to bear him out, that he always managed that my way should be his way. It was not the time to argue out that question now, and one of my ways most sternly barred was that of going counter to him in opinion. So I only muttered that he had been very good to me. "I have," he continued, "and you are bound to feel it. 5 shillings a week you have been receiving ever since you could be trusted to lay in a tree, as well as your board and lodging, and your boots, and all except tailoring. Very well, if you set up a wife you will look back with sorrow on these days of affluence, but to warn you is waste of words in your present frame, only I wish you to hear both sides. I have no time now, but if you like to come to me when I have done up my books, I will tell you a little story." This promised very readily, not only to keep him on my side, but because I saw that he knew much, not generally known in Sunbury, of the family matters which concern my love, and therefore myself, even more than my own. And, while he was busy with his books, which he kept in a fashion known only to himself, I strolled down the village in the feeble hope of picking up some tidings. It was pleasant to find, without saying much, that our neighbours felt a very keen and kind interest in our doings. There was scarcely a woman who was not ready to tell me a great deal more than she knew, and certainly not one who did not consider me badly treated. Miss Fairthorn, by her sweet appearance and gentle manner, had made friends in every shop she entered, and the story of her sudden and compulsory departure became so unsatisfactory that deep discredit befell our 2 policemen. But the only new point I discovered bearing at all upon my case was gained from Widow Cuttham. This good lady was now in bitter feud with the house of Coldpepper, although she made it clear that the loss of her custom had nothing to do with it, being rather a benefit than otherwise. She told me with much dramatic force some anecdotes of Miss Monica, the younger daughter of Squire Nicholas, and a daughter by no means dutiful. She had married against her father's wish, the Honourable Tom Bullrag, a gambler and a drunkard, and, if reports were true, a forger. As this appears in my uncle's tale, it need not have been referred to, but to show that the lady's early records were not fair among us. After impressing upon me the stern necessity of silence as to these and other facts, Mrs. Cuttham ended with a practical exhortation, dependent upon the question whether I had a spark of manhood in me. I replied that I hoped so, but as yet had few opportunities for testing it. "Then, Mr. Kit," she proceeded, with her head thrown back and one fat hand clenched, "there is only one thing for you to do, to run away with the young lady. Don't stop me, if you please, Master Kit. You have no call to look as if I spoke treason. Better men than you has done it, and better young ladies has had to bear it. This is what the Lord has ordained whenever he has made 2 innocent young people, and the wicked hold counsel together against them. You go home and dwell upon it. Sure as I am talking to you now, you'll be sorry till your dying day if you don't behave a little spirity. Do you think I would ever give such advice to a wild young man with no principles? To a fellow, I mean, like Sam Henderson? But I know what you are well enough, and every girl in Sunbury knows. 'Tis not for me to praise you to your face, but you are that solid and thick-built, that a woman might trust you with her only daughter, and that makes you slow to look into women. If I may be so bold to ask, how do you take the meaning of it for that sweet Miss Kitty to be fetched home so promiscuous?" "Mrs. Cuttham," I answered, with a penetrating look to show her that she underrated me. "I fear it must be that some mischief-maker was written up to say that I— you know what I mean, Mrs. Cutham?" "Yes, sir, and you means well so far, and everything's straightforward. But you ain't got near the heart for it, Master Kit, nor your uncle neither, I'll be bound. Wants a woman's wits for that." "What on earth do you mean? It is bad enough. I don't see how even a woman can make it any worse than it is. Speak out what you mean, since you have begun." "Well, sir, it is no more than this. You mustn't be put out by it. Suppose there is another young gent in the case, a young gent in London they means her to marry." The good-natured woman looked so knowing that I thought she must have solid proof, and perhaps the deed was done already. I tried to laugh, but could only stare and wonder what was coming next. "Oh, Master Kit," she went on with her apron to her eyes, for she was kind of heart, "you used to come and play down here when your head wasn't up to the counter, and I had my Cutham then, and he gave you a penny because you was so natural. Don't you be stuck on a heap like that, or I'll come and think all women is wicked. It was only a bad thought of my own. I have nothing to go by if I were to die this minute, and the same thought might come across anyone. Don't think no more about it. There's a dear young man. Only keep your eyes open, and if you can manage to come across that stuck-up Jenny Marker, the least she can do, after saving her life, is to tell you all she knows, and to take your part. But don't you believe more than half she says. I never would say a single word against her. There's no call for that, being known as she is to every true woman in Sunbury. But if she's not a double-faced, gossiping hussy, as fancies that gold chain makes a lady of her, and very likely no gold after all, why, I should deserve to be taken up, and there's no one has ever said that of me." Here Mrs. Cutham began to cry at the thought of being taken to the station, and I saw that time alone would comfort her, yet ventured to say a few earnest words about her position and high character, and presently she was quite brisk again. "Why, bless my heart," she said, looking about for a box of matches on the onion shelf, "I ought to have stuck up my candle in the window pretty well half an hour agone. Not that no customer comes after dark, nor many by daylight for that matter. Ah, Master Kit, I am a poor lone widow, but you are the nicest young man in Sunbury, and I wish you well, with all my heart I do. And mind one thing, whatever you do, if you ever carries out what I was saying, here's the one as will help you do it, in a humble way and without much money. A nice front drawing-room over the shop, bedroom and chamber suit to match, only 12 shillings a week for it all, and the use of the kitchen fire for nothing, and the window on the landing looks on the River Thames, and the boats and the barges and the fishermen. Oh, Mr. Kit, with Mrs. Kitty now and then, it would be like the Garden of Eden." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. My Uncle Begins. That last suggestion was most delicious, but it came too late to relieve the pang of the horrible idea first presented. I could not help wondering at my own slow wit, which ought to have told me that such a treasure as my heart was set upon must have been coveted long ere now by many with higher claims to it. Was it likely that I, a mere stupid fellow, half a rustic, and of no position, birth, or property, should be preferred to the wealthy, accomplished, and brilliant men who were sure to be gathering round such a prize? Black depression overcame me, even as the smoke of London, when the air is muggy, falls upon some country village, wrapping in funeral gloom the church, the trees, the cattle by the pond, and the man at the window with his newspaper. I could not see my way to eat much supper, and my uncle was crusty with me. "I can't stand this much more," he said as he finished the beer that was meant for me. "A plague on all girls, and the muffs as well, that go spooning after them. Why, the Lord might just as well never have made a Williams pair, or a cat's head coddling. Suppose you don't even want to hear my story. You don't deserve it anyhow. Better put it off till you look brighter, for there isn't much to laugh at in it, unless it is the dunderhead folly of a very clever man." However, I begged him to begin at once, for he had hinted that his tale would throw some light on a subject most important in the world to me. So I filled him 5 pipes that he might not hunt about, and made his glass of rum and water rather strong, and put the black stool for his legs to rest on, and drew the red curtains behind his head, for the evening was chilly and the fire cheerful. "Like to do things for myself," he muttered while accepting these little duties. "Nobody else ever does them right, though meaning it naturally for the best. Well, you want to hear about those people, and you shall hear all I know, my lad, though I don't pretend to know half of it all. But what I know I do know, and don't talk at random like the old women here. We'll take them in branches, male and female, until they unite, or pretend to do it, but a very poor splice, the same as you see if you send for camellias to Portugal. A great clumsy stick out at the heel of the graft, and the bark grinning open all along. Ah, there's no gardeners like Englishmen, though we run 'em down for fear of boasting. Did you ever hear why Professor Fairthorn would ever so much rather be called Captain, though Professor sounds ever so much better? Perhaps he has a legal right to be called Captain, but not to the other title. I have heard that hundreds of people call themselves professors without any right to do it, and I am sure he would never like to be one of them." "That has got nothing to do with it. He has held some appointment that gave him the right to the title if he liked it. The reason is that his wife always calls him Professor, and so it reminds him of her. Don't you be in this outrageous hurry for a wife of your own, Master Kit, I say. For all I know, the captain may have been as wild for her some time as you are for your Kitty. What can you say to that, my lad?" "Why, simply that you don't know at all what you're talking about, Uncle Corny. Why, Miss Fairthorn is not that lady's daughter, and is not to be blamed for the whole of her sex, any more than you are for the whole of yours." "There is something in that, when one comes to see it," my uncle replied, for his mind was generally fair when it cost him nothing. "But you must not keep on breaking in like this, or you won't have heard half of it this side of Christmas. Well, I was going to take them according to their sexes, the same as the Lord made them, and first comes the lady, as she hath a right to do, being at the bottom of the mischief. When I was a young man, 30 year or more agone, there used to be a lot of talk about the 2 handsome Miss Coldpeppers of the Manor Hall down here. There used to be a lot also of coaches running, not so much through Sunbury, which lay to one side of the road, though some used to pass here on their way to Chertsey, and there was tootle-tootle along father's walls, 3 or 4 times a day, but the most of them went further back, along the Staines and Windsor road, where the noise was something wonderful, and it's my opinion that these railway things will never be able to compare with it. They may make as much noise for the time, but it seems to be over before the boys can holla. Lots of young sparks and bucks and dandies and Corinthians, and I forget what else, but all much finer than you can see now, used to come down by the coaches then, some of them driving, some blowing the horn, some upon the roof like Merry Andrews, making fools of themselves, as we should call it now, and not be far wrong either. They were much bigger men than I see now in their size and their way of going on, and their spirits and their strength of life, and likewise in their language, and the manners of the time were as different as can be, more frolicsome like, and free and jovial, and they talked about the ladies, and to them also, 10 times as much as they do now, and things were altogether merrier for them that had the money, and no worse for them that hadn't got it, so far as I can see. There was something to be done in growing then. Pineapples ordered at guinea a pound, and grapes at 15 shillings, though, of course, you didn't always get your money. I'm blessed if I won't have another glass of rum and water. Well, old Squire Nicholas, as they call him now, was proud as punch of his 2 fine daughters, and expected them to marry at least an earl apiece, by their faces and fine figures. And they went about with great folk in town, and to court and all that sort of thing, looking fit to marry the king almost, in their velvets and their satin furbelows. The eldest daughter was Arabella, our Miss Coldpepper to this day, and the other was Miss Monica, as fine a pair of women as the Lord ever made. But for all that, see what they come to. There was no love lost between them even then, jealous of one another no doubt, like two cats over a fishbone. Some said that one was the handsomer of them, and some said the other. There was a good bit of difference between them too, though any fool could tell they were sisters. Such eyes and noses as you won't see now, and hair that would fall to their knees, I've been told, and complexions as clear as a white heart cherry, and a cock of the chin, and a lordly walk. They deserved the name they went by in London, the two bright sons of Sunbury. But after all, what good came of it? One is an old maid, and the other, well, not very likely to go to heaven, though she hasn't had much of that yet on earth. Kit, I've seen a deal of women, as much as is good for any mortal man, and I tell you the first thing, and the second, and the third, and the whole to the end of the chapter of them depends upon their tempers. Ah, those two beauties were beauties at that, but Miss Monica ever so much the worse. It seems that they both might have married very well, if it had not been for that stumbling block. Many young women go on so soft, and eye you so pleasant, and blush so sweet, that you'd fancy almost there was no such thing as a cross word, or a spitfire look, or a puckered forehead in their constitution, and angels is the name for them until it is too late to fly away. But these two misses had never learned how to keep their tempers under for a week together, and it seems that they never cared enough for anyone to try to do it, till there came a man with a temper 10 times as bad as both of theirs put together, and then they fell in love with him hot and hearty. This was a younger son of Lord Rormore, a nobleman living in North Wales or Ireland, I won't be certain which, and he was known to be the Honourable Tom Bullrag. He used to drive the Windsor coach from London down to Hounslow, for the passengers could stand him, while the stones and air were noisy, but there he was forced to get down from the box, for nothing that lived, neither man, nor horse, nor cow in the ditch, could endure this gentleman's language, when there was too much silence to hear it in. I suppose he was quiet among the ladies, as many men are, who can speak no good, and perhaps our two ladies fell in love with him because he was a bigger sample of themselves. Not that they ever used swearing words, only thought them, as it were, and let other people know it. Anyway, both of them took a fancy to him, though their father would not hear of it, for the gentleman was not wealthy enough to have any right to such wickedness. Perhaps that made them like him all the more, for they always flew in the face of Providence, and for doing of that they both paid out, as generally happens here, that we may see it. So far as I can tell, and I had better chances of knowing than anyone else outside the house, everything was settled for the Honourable Tom to run away to Bath with Miss Arabella, with special license, and everything square. For whether she was touched in the heart about her father, whose favourite she had always been, or whether her lover came out too strong in his usual style, or whether her sister Monica had egged her on to it, sure enough, she blazed out into such a fury just when they were starting, and carried on so reckless, that the Honourable Tom, who had never quite made up his mind, was frightened of what she would be by and by, and locked her in a tool-house at the bottom of the grounds, and set off with Miss Monica that same hour, changing the name and the license, and married her. Without being too particular, you might fairly suppose that a job of this kind was not likely to end well. Miss Monica had taken with her one, what shall I say, certainly not servant, or attendant, or inferior in any way. My uncle here seemed to feel a certain want of power to express himself, and I knew that he was beating about the bush of the one and only romance of his dry and steady life. He turned away so that I could not see his eyes, and I did not wish to look at them. "Well, that is neither here nor there," he continued, after pushing more tobacco into a pipe too full already. But she took away a young lady of this neighborhood, to whom she appeared to be much attached, and who alone had any power to control her furious outbreaks, just because she always smiled at them as soon as they were over. The sweet-tempered girl could never quite believe that the fury was in earnest, because it was so far beyond her own possibilities. And the woman of fury did a far worse thing than the wrecking of her own stormy life. She also wrecked a sweet and gentle, loving, and reasonable heart. Never mind that. It often happens. And what does the selfish fury care? Miss Monica became, as I have said, the Honorable Mrs. Bulrag, and then she reaped the harvest she had sown. For the first place, Viscount Roermore, being a hot-headed man likewise, stopped every farthing of his son's allowance, and said, "Go to your new father. Your pretty cousin Rose, with £5,000 a year, was ready to marry you, in spite of all your sins, and you promised to marry her. You have taken one of those two girls who were called the bright sons of Sunbury, till people found out what they were, and called them the two raging sons. Now rage her down if you can, and you ought to be more than a match for a woman. In any case, expect no more from me." Then the young man came to Squire Nicholas, and screwed himself down to eat humble pie. But the squire said, "Sir, you have married my daughter without asking my leave, and against it, and still I have a dutiful daughter left. She is my only one henceforth." Then the young man broke into the strongest language ever yet heard at Coldpepper Hall, although it had never been weak on that line. He was very soon shown the outside of the door, and got drunk for the night at the Bell and Dragon. Then began the rough and tumble work between those two, the hugging and the hating, and the billying and the bullying, the kissing and the kicking, all and every up and down of laughing, sobbing, scratching, screeching, that might be in a wild hyena's den. How they contrived to hold together so long as they did, heaven only knows, or perhaps the opposite place to heaven. There must have been some fierce love between them, some strange suitability, as if each perceived the worst part of himself or herself in the other, and flew to it, as well as flew at it. What kept them together was a mystery, but what kept them alive was a darker one. Without friends, or money, or credit, or visible robbery, they fought on together for 5 or even 6 years. Now here, and now there. 3 children they had, and fought over them, of course, and perhaps began to teach them to fight each other, at least so far as example goes. But suddenly this queer union was broken up forever. Mr. Bulrag did something which risked his neck. He believed that Squire Nicholas was bound to contribute to the support of his grandchildren, and he made him do his duty without knowing it. Then, having arranged for a 3 days' start, he was well upon his voyage before pursuit began. It is not very easy to catch a man now, when he has a good start and knows the world. But 25 years ago, it was generally given up as a bad job, unless the reward was astounding. No reward was offered, and the Honorable Tom was next heard of from South America, where there seemed to be a lot of little states, which never allow their civil wars to abate their wars with one another. This condition of things was exactly to his taste. His courage and strong language made their way. He commanded the forces of one great republic, with the title of Marshal Torobel, and he promised to send some money home in the last letter ever received from him. His deserted wife said after that she truly would believe in everything if she ever saw a £10 note from her beloved husband, but she never was put to the trial, for the next news was that he was dead. He had found it much to his advantage to learn to swear in Spanish, and being proud of this, because he had little other gift of lingo, he tried it upon a young Spanish officer, who did not take it cordially. After parade they had a private fight, and Marshal Torobel could swear no more, even in his native language. His friends, for he seemed to have been liked out there, wrote a very kind letter in bad French, telling how grand he had been, and how faithful, but grieving that he had left no affairs to place them in a state to remember him. Then the marshal's widow bought expensive mourning, for he had left with her £1,000 of the proceeds of his forgery, and wrote to his father, Lord Roarmore, Kit, I have found that one can generally tell what a man will do in certain cases from a rough outline of his character. What a woman will do no man can tell, though he fancies he knows her thoroughly. My Lord Roarmore was a violent man, and hot more than hard in his resolution, and he took it very kindly that his son, when driven hard, had forged the name of the father-in-law and not of the father, as he might have done. He was beginning to relent already, and finding it too late, naturally relented altogether. He talked of his noble and gallant son, and although himself in difficulties, bravely settled £500 a year upon the widow and the little ones. I dare say you are surprised, my lad, that I should have come to know so much of this unhappy story. More, I believe, than is even known by the lady's own sister, our Miss Coldpepper. Women are slower to forgive than men, and slower in beginning to be forgiven. Arabella has never forgiven her sister for running away with her lover, and Monica has never forgiven her sister for making such a fuss about it. They may try to pull together, when it suits their purpose, but the less they see of one another, the greater the chance of their reconciliation. But I am not come to the poor captain yet, and, bless my heart, it's 10 o'clock. What a time to stay up about other people's business! If you want to hear the rest, you must have it tomorrow. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, and ends with a moral. All through the following day we were forced to be hard at work, whether we liked it or not, gathering a large lot of early apples, such as Keswick, Sugarloaf, and Julian, which would have been under the trees by this time in an early season, but this, through the chill and continual rain of the time that should have been summer, was the latest season within human memory, which, like its owners, is not very long. And now a break-up of the weather was threatened, at which we could not grumble, having now enjoyed 10 days without any rain, a remarkable thing in much better years than this. And in this year it truly was a godsend, helping us to make some little push before the winter closed over us, and comforting us to look up to heaven without being almost beaten down. The people who live in great cities, where they need only go a few yards all day long, and can get beneath an awning or an archway, if a drop of rain disturbs their hats, give the weather 10 bad words for every one we give it, though we are bound to work in it, and worse than that, have our livelihood hanging upon it. Not that we are better pleased than they, only that our more wholesome life and the strength of the trees and the unexhausted air put us into a kinder spirit to make the best of things that are ordered from above. Few things in the manner of ordinary work become more wearisome after a while than the long-continued gathering of fruit. The scent, which is delightful to those who catch a mere whiff of it in going by, becomes most cloying and even irksome to those who have it all day in their nostrils. And the beauty of the form and color, too, and the sleek gloss of each fine sample lose all their delight in the crowd of their coming, and make us even long to see the last of them. Every man of us, even Uncle Corny, to whom every basket was grist for the mill, felt heartily glad when the streaky sunset faded softly into dusk, when flat leaf looked as round as fruit, and apples knocked our heads instead of gliding into the ready hand. "Oh, mind one thing," said my uncle with a yawn, when after a supper of liver and bacon knowingly fried by Mrs. Tabby, his pipe was between his teeth and all his other needs were toward. "If I go on with my tale tonight, I am likely enough to leave out something which may be the gist of it. for I feel that sleepy after all this job that I can scarcely keep my pipe alight. However, you have worked well today, and shown no white feather for your sweetheart's sake, and of course you want to know most about her, and how she comes into this queer tale. Poor young thing, she smiles as sweetly as if she trod a path of roses instead of nettles and briars and flint. Oh, I suppose she forgets her troubles whenever she looks at you, my lad." This made my heart beat faster than any words of his tale I had heard till now. As if she cared for me, as if it were possible for anyone to imagine that she would ever look twice at me. Uncle Corny, I thought you were a wiser man. I hoped that this might lead him on. "To be sure, I was making a mistake," he answered, looking as if it were just the same thing. "When I said you, I meant, of course, Sam Henderson, the racing man. That's the young fellow that has her heart. How beautifully she smiled when I mentioned him, and blushed when I said he was the finest fellow anywhere round Sunbury, and the steadiest and the cleverest. No, no, kid, it's all my fun. You needn't be looking at the carving knife. You know how I hate Sam Henderson, a stuck-up puppy, and a blackleg, too, according to my ideas. A girl who respects herself as your Kitty does would have nothing to say to him, but she might to a fine young gardener, perhaps. Well, I have told you all about the first marriage and the widowhood of that precious Monica Coldpepper. What fools men are! What wondrous fools! Here was a widow, not over young, with a notorious temper and no money, or none of her own at any rate, and hampered with 3 children. Let me tell you their names while I think of it. Euphrasia, Donovan, and Geraldine. There's no duty to pay on a name, you know. Now, would not anyone have sworn that a woman like that might wear the weeds until she had stormed herself to death? Not a bit of it, my lad. She married again, and she married the cleverest man in London, and more than that, she got every farthing of his property settled upon her, although the poor man had a child of his own, and I'm told that she might have a dozen other men. She was still a fine woman, certainly, for it must have been some 12 years ago, and she is a fine woman to this day, according to those who have seen her, which I hope I may never do, for reasons I will not go into. But beside her appearance, what one thing was there to lead a sane man to marry her? And a man who had lost a sweet-tempered wife, a beautiful, loving, and modest woman, as like your Kitty as 2 peas. Sometimes I feel sorry for him when I think of his former luck, and sometimes I am glad that he is served out for making such a horrible fool of himself. Nearly any other man would have hung himself, for the lady has gone from bad to worse, and is now a thorough termagant. But this man endures her as if she were his fate. You know who he is? You must know now. Yes, I have known it since you began, and from what other people said, I suspected it before. As I answered thus, I was thinking how this condition of things would affect my chance. You don't seem at all astonished, Kit, my uncle went on with some disappointment at losing his sensation. You young folk have so little sense that you make it a point of honor never to be surprised by anything. If anybody had told me, without my knowing it already, that a man of great intellect like Professor Fairthorn would make such a fool of himself, and then submit to have no life of his own, I should have said it was a crazy lie. But there is the truth, my boy, not to be got over, and far worse than at first sight appears. A man who robs himself may be forgiven, but not a man who robs his children. It is the difference between suicide and murder. Very likely you are surprised that I, who have not a sixpence at stake, and not even a friend involved in the matter, should get so hot about it, as I can't help being. There are plenty of viragos in the world. There are plenty of good men who cower before them for the sake of their own coward peace. Also, there are robberies in abundance. of children who cannot defend themselves, and of people who can, so far as that goes, and 99 men in 100 would say, well, this is no concern of mine. It is a very sad and shameful thing, but it does not touch my bread and cheese. Great is truth, and it will prevail, and I hope I may live to see it. But, Kit, my boy, the worst wrong of all was mine. A deadlier wrong has been done to me than of money or lands, or household peace. My life has been wrecked by that devil of a woman, as if it were a toy boat she sunk with her slipper. I did not mean to tell you. An old man cannot bear to talk of such things to young people. Is your whole heart set upon your Kitty? I had never seen my uncle so disturbed before, and, to tell the plain truth, I was frightened by it. Sometimes I had seen him in a little passion, when he found a man he trusted robbing him, or the dealers cheated him beyond the right margin, or some favorite plant was kicked over, but he never lost his power then of ending with a smile, and a little turn of words would change his temper. But this was no question of temper now. His solid face was hardened, as if cast in stone. Not a feature of it moved, but his gray curls trembled in a draught, and his hand upon the table quivered. I answered that my whole heart was set upon my Kitty, but I knew that I should never win her. If she is true to you, you shall. That is, if you behave as a man should do. He spoke very slowly, and with a low voice, almost as if talking to himself. If you are wise enough to let no lies, or doubts, or false pride come between you, there is no power but the will of God that can keep asunder a man and woman who have given their lives to each other. All the craft and falsehood and violence of the world melt away like a mist if they stand firm and faithful and abide their time. But it must hold good on both sides alike. Both must disdain every word that comes from lying lips, from the lips of all, whether true or false, except one another. Remember that as a rule, my lad, if rogues and scoundrels, male or female, come between you and the one you love. It has been a black streak in my life. It has kept me lonely in the world. Sometimes it seems to knock me over still. I have not spoken of it for years, and I cannot speak of it even now, any more. Not any more. He rose from his chair and went about the room as if it were his life, in which he was searching for something he should never find. To turn his thoughts and relieve my own, I took a clean pipe and filled it, and began to puff as if I liked it, although in those days I seldom smoked. This had been always a reproach against me, for a smoker seems to love a contribution to his cloud. "Well done, Kit. You are a sensible fellow," said my uncle, returning to his usual mood. "Tobacco is the true counterblast to care. You take up your pipe, and I will take up my parable without going into my own affairs. I never told you how that confounded woman, the Lord forgive me if I bear malice, for I trust that he shares it with me, how she contrived to hook the poor professor and, what is still worse, every farthing of his money. Not that I believe, to give the devil his due, that she sought him first for the sake of his money. He had not very much of that, for it seldom goes with brains that stamp their own coinage, but through his first wife, a beautiful and loving woman, he owned a nice house with large premises, in a rich part of London, or rather of the outskirts, where the values were doubling every year, as the builders began to rage round it. Also, he had about 5,000 pounds of hers, which was not under settlement, and perhaps about the same amount of his own, not made by himself, for he had no gift of saving, but coming from his own family. Altogether he was worth about 20,000 pounds, which he justly intended for his only child. This was pretty handsome, as you would say, and he took care not to imperil it by any of his patents or other wasteful ways. He had been for many years in the Royal Navy, and commanded at one time a new-fangled ship with iron sheathings, or whatever they're called, which are now superseding the old man-of-war. Here he had seemed to be in his proper element, for he knew the machinery and all that as well as the makers did, and much better than any of the engineers on board, and he might have been promoted to almost anything, except for his easy-going nature. He had not the sternness and strength of will which were needful in his position, and though everybody loved and respected him, the discipline of the ship in minor matters fell abroad, and he was superseded. This cut him to the quick, as you might suppose, for he still was brooding over the loss of his first dear wife, which had befallen him while he was away on some experimental cruise. Between the two blows he was terribly out of heart, and came back to his lonely London house in the state of mind which is apt to lay a man at the mercy of a crafty and designing woman. Unhappily, he was introduced just then to Mrs. Bullrag, and she fell in love with him, I do believe, as far as she is capable of doing it, though she might have flown, and had been flying at higher game in a certain sense. She abandoned all others, and set the whole strength of her will, which was great, upon conquering him. She displayed the most tender and motherly interest in his little darling daughter. She was breathless with delight at his vast scientific attainments and noble discoveries. She became the one woman in all the world who could enter into his mind and second his lofty ideas for the grandeur of humanity. Unluckily, they were so far apart in their natures that no collision yet ensued which might have laid bare her true character and enforced the warnings of his many friends. Not to make too long a story of it, she led him to the matrimonial altar, as the papers call it, without any solicitor for his best man, but a very sharp one behind her. With the carelessness of a man of genius added to his own noble faith in woman, he had signed a marriage settlement which gave her not only a life interest in all his property, but a separate power of disposal by assignment, which might be exercised at any time. And the trustees were old allies of hers, who were not beyond suspicion of having been something even more than that. However, she loved her dear professor, as she insisted on calling him, for a certain time, with the fervor of youth, though she must have been going on for 40, and she led him about in high triumph, and your Kitty was sent to a poor boarding school. The Honourable Mrs. Bullrag Fairthorn, as, in defiance of custom, she engraved herself, became quite the fashion among a certain lot, and aspired to climb yet higher. For if she has a weakness, it is to be among great people and in high society. She changed the name of the poor professor's house at South Kensington to Bullrag Park. She thought nothing of paying £30 for a dress, and she gave large parties all the night long. Meanwhile, he went about his work, and she took possession of every halfpenny he earned, and spent it on herself and her children. Her boy and 2 girls were pampered and indulged, while Kitty was starved and threadbare. You have seen the sort of man he is, simple, quiet, and unpretending, full of his own ideas and fancies, observing everything in the way of nature, but caring very little for the ways of men. He kept himself out of the world she lived in, and tried to believe that she was a good, though rather noisy woman. But suddenly all his good will was shattered, and he nearly shared the same fate himself. He was sitting up very late one night in the little room allowed to him for the various tools and instruments and appliances and specimens and all that sort of thing, which were the apple of his eye, and by a special light of his own devising he was working up the finish of some grand experiment, from which he expected great wonders, no doubt. I don't know how many kinds of acid he had got in little bottles, and how many, I don't know what their names are, but something of a chyle, like Ragged Jack, and how many other itemies, as Tabby Tapscott calls them, the Lord only knoweth who made them, and perhaps the men have got beyond even him. At any rate, there he was in all his glory, and he would have given 10 years of his life to be let alone for an hour or two. But suddenly the door flew open as if with a strong kick, and the shake and the draught set his flames and waters quivering. He looked up with his mild eyes and beheld a fury. "What do you mean by this?" she cried. "Here I come from Lord Oglequince's, whence you left me to go by myself as usual, and on my red Davenport I find this. A fine piece of extravagance. Whose money is it?" "Well, Monica, it was not meant to go to you," the professor replied, for he saw what it was, a bill of about £3, for a cloak and a skirt and a hat, or some such things which his daughter's school mistress had written for because the poor girl was unfit to be seen with the rest. "My dear, I will pay for it, of course. You have nothing to do with it. It was put on your desk by mistake altogether." "Oh, then you mean to do it on the sly, to spend on this little upstart of yours the money that belongs to my poor children. Whose house is this? Whose chair are you sitting on? For of course you never have the manners to rise when a lady comes to speak to you. Do you think you will ever make a penny by all your trumpery dibbles and dabbles? I hate the sight of them, and I will not allow them. Hand me that cane with the sponge at the end." The captain arose under her rebuke, and looked at her with calm curiosity, as if she were part of his experiment. He had never seen a case of such groundless fury, and could scarcely believe it was real. Her blazing eyes were fixed on his, and her figure seemed to tower in her towering rage. Such folly, however, could not frighten him, and he smiled, as if looking at a baby, while he handed her the cane. "You laugh at me, do you? You think I am your slave?" she cried as she swung the cane round her head, and he fully expected the benefit. "Because I am a poor weak woman, I am to be trampled on in my own house, and come on my knees at these shameful hours, to hold all your gollipots and phials for you? Look, this is the way I serve your grand science. There go a few of them, and there, and there. How do you like that, Professor? Oh, oh, oh!" At the third sweep of the cane among his chemical treasures, she had dashed on the floor, among many other things, a small stoppered bottle full of caustic liquid, and a fair dose had fallen on her instep, which was protected by nothing but a thin silk stocking. Screeching with pain, she danced around the room, and then fell upon a chair and began to tear her hair in a violent fit of hysterics. "It is painful for the moment, but there is no serious harm," said the captain as he rang the bell for her own attendant. "Fortunately, the contents of that bottle were diluted, or she might never have walked again, if indeed such a style of progress is to be called walking. It is most unwise of any tyro to interfere with these little inquiries. I was very near a fine result, and now, I fear, it is all scattered." The next day he did what he should have done some months ago. He took the copy of his marriage settlement to a good solicitor, and found, to his sad astonishment, that the boasts of the termagant were true. Under the provisions of that document, as atrocious a swindle as was ever perpetrated, he could be turned out of his own house, and the property he intended for his own child was at the mercy of her stepmother. From the lawyer he got not a crumb of comfort. The settlement was his own act and deed. There was no escaping from it. It had been prepared by the lady's solicitors, and he had signed it without consideration. All very true, but he should have considered, and marriage was a consideration, in the eye of the law, and a binding one. If the professor wished, the solicitor would take counsel's opinion, whether there might be any chance of obtaining redress from equity. But he felt sure that to do so would only be a waste of money. It was a most irregular thing that in such an arrangement one side should be represented, but that was the fault of the other side, which surrendered its own interests. In fact, it was a very fine instance of confidence in human nature, and human nature had been grateful enough to make the most of the confidence offered. If you did not know what the professor is, you might suppose, Kit, that he was overcome and overwhelmed with the result of his own neglect and softness. Not a bit of it. In a week's time he had mended all his broken apparatus, and the only difference to be noticed was that he never began work without locking the door. His treatment of his wife was the same as ever. He bore no ill will, or at any rate showed none, on account of that strong explosion, and he took thenceforth all her fits of fury as gusts of wind that had got in by mistake. It is impossible for any woman to make a man of that nature unhappy. He would have been happier, I dare say, and have done much more for the good of the world, if he had married a peaceful woman. But I know very little of those matters. Only, as you have an ordinary mind, be sure that you marry a sweet-tempered woman. To bed, my boy, to bed. We must be up right early. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Moral Support. In spite of all said to the contrary, I believe that young people upon the whole are more apt to ponder than the old folk are, at least, if to ponder means, as it should, to weigh in the balance of pros and cons the probable results of their own doings. The old man remembers the time he has lost in thinking thoughts that came to naught, and he sees that if they had come to much, that much would have been very little now. The young man has plenty of time on his hands and believes he is going to do wonders with it, and makes a bright map of his mighty course in life. And this is the wisest thing that he can do. But when he falls in love, alas, his ripe wisdom is seldom applied to himself. Like a roguish grocer with a magnet in his counter, he brings the scale down to his own liking. But he differs from him in that he cheats himself. Being very wise in my own eyes, I pondered very carefully my next step, not with any thought of retiring, but with a firm resolve to advance in the strongest and most effective manner. My uncle's long story, instead of damping, had added hot fuel to my ardor, and compassion had lent a deeper tone to passion. Tender pictures arose before me of my angelic Kitty, starved and tortured and snubbed and trampled and, worst of all perhaps to a female body, shabbily and grotesquely dressed. Such a woman as my uncle had described was enough to drive the largest-minded man to fury, and to grind the sweetest of her own sex into fragments of misery and despair. The one crumb of comfort I could pick up was that such cruelty must make my darling pine all the more for tender love, and long perpetually for some refuge, however humble it might be. But the point of all points was, how should I get at her? All these things were passing through my mind for about the 1000th time, yet all in vain. As I came back from Chertsey on old Spanker's back a day or two later in that same week. Old Spanker was as good a horse as ever tasted corn, and when we got together we always seemed to fall into very much the same vein of thought. Not that Spanker had any love troubles, but plenty of other cares and considerations, which brought him into tune with me as we jogged along. If anything went amiss in our premises, Spanker seemed to find it out. Not one of us knew how, and to feel a friendly sadness for us, though it never affected his appetite. So warm was his interest in our affairs that whenever he took a load to Covent Garden, the proper thing always was to let him know how it had been disposed of, and Selsey Bill declared that he came home with his ears pricked forward, or laid back, according as the prices had been up or down. But Selsey Bill, with 17 hungry children, was himself as sympathetic as almost any horse. It was very nigh dark, for the days were drawing in, being nearly come to the equinox, and the weather breaking up as we had foreseen. Indeed, but for that I should not have been here, for my uncle would never have sent me to Chertsey if the fruit had been fit to be gathered today. "Never gather any fruit when it is wet, except a horse-chestnut," he used to say, "and you may find the flavor of that improved." But the rain had not been so very heavy, only just enough to hang on things and make them sticky. And now there was a strong wind getting up, which was likely to fetch down 100 bushels. The river was no longer in high flood, though still over its banks and turbulent, and I had not to ride through great stretches of water as our roads require one to do, even if they let him pass at all, when the Thames comes down at its utmost. When I was a lad in 1852, we could scarcely go anywhere without swimming, and now, without floods, I very nearly had to swim, for old Spanker stopped as suddenly as if he had been shot in a dark place where there was a ditch beside the road, and I, riding carelessly and mooning on my grievances, was as loose on his back as my hat on my head. I just saved myself from flying over his ears, and then flourished my whipstock, for I thought it was a footpad. "Don't be a fool, Kit. You have done a little too much of that to me already." The voice was well known to me, and the glimmering light showed the figure of Sam Henderson. He had a contemptuous manner of putting his heels on the earth with his toes turned up and out, as if the world were not worth riding, except with a reckless attitude. But I was vexed to be pulled up like this and nearly cast out of the saddle. Therefore I said something of his own sort. "Young man, you don't value my good intentions, and you're not all charmed with a new dodge for fetching a horse up before he can think. You saw I never touched your bridle. Well, never mind that. I'm not going to teach you. How are things getting on at your crib, my boy?" "Famously," I answered, for it was not likely that I should discourse of my troubles to him. "Nothing could be better, Mr. Henderson, and since you have proved your new dodge satisfactory, I will say good night and beg you not to do it to me again." "What a confounded muff you are," he continued in his slangly drawl, which he had picked up perhaps at Tattersall's. "Do you think that I would have come down this beastly lane on a dirty night like this without I had something important to say? How about your Kitty?" This was a little too familiar and put me on my dignity. At the same time it gave me a thrill of pleasure, as a proof of the public conclusion upon a point of deep private interest. "If you happen to mean, in your cheeky style, a young lady known as Miss Fairthorn, and the niece of Miss Coldpepper of the Hall, I can only tell you that she is in London with her father, the celebrated Captain Fairthorn. A pinch for stale news, as we used to say at school. Perhaps I could give you a fresher tip, my boy, but I dare say you don't care to hear it. Perhaps you have put your money on another filly. So have I, and this time it is a ripper." Little as I liked his low manner of describing things too lofty for his comprehension, I could not let him depart like this. He lit a cigar under Spanker's nose as if he had been nobody, and whistling to his bull-terrier Bob, turned away as if everything was settled. But I called him back sternly, and he said, "Oh, well, if you want to hear more, you must turn into my little den down there." I followed him through a white gate, which he opened in the high paling that fenced his paddocks, and presently we came to a long, low building, more like a shed than a dwelling-house, but having a snug room or two at one end. "This is my doctor's shop," he said, "and it serves for 1,000 other uses. No patients at present. Will be plenty by and by. Come into my snuggery and have something hot. I will send a fellow home with your old screw, and tell the governor not to expect you to supper. Rump steak and onions in 10 minutes, Tom, and a knife and fork for this gentleman. Now, Kit, put your trotters on the hob, but have a pull first at this pewter." This was heaping hot coals of fire on my head, after all that I had done to him, and I said something clumsy to that effect. He treated it as if it were hardly worth a word, and much as I love to be forgiven, I like to have done it to others much better. "I never think twice of a thing like that," he replied without turning to look at me. "A fellow like you, who never sees a bit of life, gets waxy over nothing, and makes a fool of himself. You hit straight, and I deserved it. I live among horses a deal too much to bear ill will, as the humans do. Let us have our corn, my boy, and then I'll tell you what I heard in town today, and you can grind it between your wisdom teeth." In spite of all anxiety, I did well with the victuals set before me, and Sam was right hospitable in every way, and made me laugh freely at his short, crisp stories, with a horse for the hero, and a man for the rogue, or even a woman in some cases. I endeavored to match some of them with tales of our own nags, but those he swept by disdainfully. No horse was worth talking of below the rank of thoroughbred, as the story has no interest until we come to the earls and the dukes and the marquises. "Now," said Sam Henderson, when the plates were gone and the glasses had succeeded them, "Kit Orchardson, you are a very pleasant fellow, considering how little you know of the world. I never thought there was so much in you. Why, if you could get over your shyness, Kit, you would be fit for very good society. But it is a mistake on the right side, my boy. I would much rather see a young chap like that than one of your bumptious clodhoppers. I suppose I am the only man in Sunbury who ever goes into high society, and I take good care that it never spoils me. There is not a lord on the turf that won't shake hands with me when he thinks I can put him up to anything, but you can't say I am stuck up, can you now?" "Certainly not," I declared with warmth, for his hospitality was cordial. "You keep to your nature through the whole of it. It would spoil most of us to have so much to do with noblemen." "You and I should see more of one another," Sam answered, with gratification beaming in his very keen and lively eyes. "And if ever you would put a bit of Uncle Corny's tin upon any tit at long odds, come to me. The finest tip in England free, gratis, and for nothing. But I called you in for a different sort of tip. When I was at the corner this afternoon, who should I see but Sir Cumberleigh Hotspot? I dare say you may have heard of him. No? Very well, that proves just what I was saying. You are as green as a grasshopper looking at a cuckoo. Pot, as we call him, and it fits him well, for his figure is that, and his habits are black. Is one of the best-known men in London, and one of the worst to have much to do with. 'Hoa, Sam,' he says, 'glad to see you. What'll you take for your old sinner now?' Sinner, you must know, is my old mare, Cinnaminta, the dam of more winners than any other mare alive, and the old rogue knows well enough that I would sooner sell my shadow, even if he had 6pence to put on it. He gives himself out to be rolling in money, but all he ever rolls is in the gutter. Well, sir, we got on from one thing to another, and by I gave him just a little rub about a hatful of money I had won of him at Chester, and never seen the color of. 'All right,' he says, 'down upon the nail next week. Haven't you heard what's up with me?' So I told him no, and he falls to laughing, enough to shake the dye out of his grizzly whiskers. 'Going to buckle too, by gosh, I mean it,' says he, 'and the sweetest young filly as ever looked through a ribband. Rejoices in the name of Kitty Fairthorn, just the very name for the winner of the Oaks. Ha ha, wish me joy, old chap. She was down your way, I'm told, last week, but I had spotted her before that, Sam. I was thrown upon my haunches, as you may fancy, Kit, but I did not let him see it, though to think of old Crumbly Pot going in for such a stunner. Rhino, no doubt, I says, and he says, by the bucketful. Her dad is a buffer who can sit down and coin it in batteries, and only this kid to put it on. The others belong to a different stable. Think of coming for the honeymoon down to your place. They tell me you keep the big crib empty. Well, I only shook my head at that, for the old rogue never pays his rent, and I asked him when it was to be pulled off. Pretty smart, he said, but the day not named, and he must go first to Lincolnshire to see about his property there, which I happen to know is up the spout to its outside value, although he always talks big on the strength of it, and no doubt he has got over your grand professor, with his baronetcy and his flourishing estates. That's about the tune of it, you may swear, Kit. Well, how do you like my yarn, my boy?" "Sam, it shall never come off," I cried with a stamp which made the glasses jingle, and the stirrup-irons that hung on the wall rattled as if a mad horse were between them. "I would rather see that innocent young creature in her coffin than married to such a low brute. Why, even if she married you, Sam, although it would be a terrible fall, she would have a man, and an honest one, comparatively to deal with. But as to the Crumbly Pot, as you call him—" "Well, old fellow, you mean well," replied Henderson with tranquillity, "though your compliments are rather left-handed. But you may look upon me, kid, as out of the running. I was taken with the girl, I won't deny it, but she didn't take to me, and she took to you. And between you and me, I'm as sure as eggs she hasn't got 6pence to bless herself. That wouldn't suit my book, and I'm no plunger." "She wants no 6pence to bless herself. She is the best without a halfpenny, and a blessing she will be to any man who deserves her, although there is none on the face of this earth. Very well, stow all that. A woman's a dark horse, even to her own trainer. But I've met with just a fine bit of stuff, a lovely young filly down in Lodred. She's the only daughter of an old man there, and if ever I spotted Derby nag, he has got the next one in his string this moment. I have not quite made up my mind yet, but I think I shall go in for her. At any rate, I'm off with the Fairthorn lady. Why, there's a cuss of a woman to deal with there, who'd frighten a dromedary into fits, they say. I wonder if old Pot knows about it. But Pot shan't have her if I can help it, and you may trust me for knowing a thing or two. Come, let's strike a bargain, Kit, and stick to it like men. Will you help me with the Ludred job, if I do all I can for you in the Fairthorn affair? Give me your hand on it, and I am your man." I told him that I did not see how I could be of any service to him in his scheme of the young lady he was thinking of, but he said that I could help him as much as I liked, for a relative of mine lived in that village, an elderly lady, and highly respected, as she occupied one of the best houses in the place, and more than that, it belonged to her. It was some years now since I had seen her, but she had been kind to me when I was at school, and Sam proposed that I should look her up and give a bright account of him, and perhaps do more than that, for the young lady visited at that house, and valued her opinion highly. I now perceived why Henderson had become so friendly, and was able to trust him, as he had a good motive. Moreover, I had heard of his lovely filly, and even seen her when she was a child, and I knew that her father, the well-known Mr. Chalker, had made a good fortune in the racing business, and perhaps would be apt to look down upon Sam, from the point of higher standing and better breeding. Being interested now in all true love, I readily promised to do all I could, and then begged for Sam's counsel in my own case. "Take the bull by the horns," he said with his usual briskness. "Never beat about the bush. That's my plan, Kit. Go up and see the governor, and say, 'I love your daughter. I hear she is awfully sat upon at home, and doesn't even get her corn regular. She has taken a great liking to me, I know that, and although I am not a great gun, and am terribly green, my Uncle Corny is a warm old chap, and I shall have all his land and money when he croaks. You see, Governor, you might do worse. And as for old Pot, if you knew the old scamp, you'd sooner kill your girl than let him have her. Why, he can't even square his bets, and all his land in Lincolnshire is collared by the Moseys. Hand her to me, and I'll make her a good husband, and you shall come to our place and live jolly when you can't stand your devil wife no longer. Kid, I'll write it down for you if you like. You say all that to him exactly as I said it, and if you don't fetch him, turn me out to grass in January." I was much amused that Henderson should call me green, and yet be in earnest with such absurdity as this, which I recommended him, since he had such faith in it, to learn by heart, and then repeat, with the needful alterations, to the gentleman whose daughter he was anxious now to win. However, though indignant and frightened sadly at the news about that vile baronet, I was pleased in the whole with Sam's behaviour, though not with his last words, which were these, as he left me at the top of the village, and he uttered them with much solemnity. "I say, who stole the dog? Talk of angels after that." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. True Love. If anyone had told me so lately as last week that Sam and myself would be sworn allies upon matters of the deepest interest, within 50 years of such a prophecy, I should have considered him as great a liar as the greatest statesmen in the present period prove themselves daily out of their own mouths. Although I had not then the benefit of knowing how the most righteous of mankind deceives us, I knew well enough that the world is full of rogues, for no man can visit Covent Garden twice without having that conviction forced upon him, and Sam Henderson's quiet grins at my greenness naturally led me to ponder such a little upon the possibility of his trafficking upon it. However, I'm glad to say, and still hold to it, that neither then, nor even in my later troubles, which were infinitely deeper than any yet recounted, did I ever pass into the bitter shadow through which all men are beheld as liars. The difficulty was to know what to do next. If I did nothing, which was the easiest thing to do, and a course to which my bashfulness and ignorance inclined me, the foulest of all foul wrongs might triumph. The sweetest and most lovable of all the fair beings who are sent among the coarser lot to renew their faith in goodness might even by virtue of her own excellence become a sacrifice to villainy. I knew that my darling had that strong sense of justice without which pure gentleness is a broken reed, and I felt that she also had a keen perception of the good and the bad, as they appear in men. But alas, I knew also that she loved her father before any one on earth, and almost worshipped him, which he deserved for his character at large, but not so entirely for his conduct to herself. He was always kind and loving to her when the state of things permitted it, but the bent of his nature was towards peace, and in the strange home which had swallowed him there was no peace, either by day or night, if he even dared to show that he loved his own child. The blackest falsehoods were told about her, and the lowest devices perpetually plied, as I discovered later on, to estrange the father from the daughter, and rob them of their faith in one another. But this part of her story I mean to pass over with as light a step as possible, for to dwell on such matters stirs the lower part of nature, and angers us without the enlargement of good wrath. We must try to forgive when we cannot forget, and endeavor not to hope, whenever faith allows us, that the cruel and inhuman may be basted with red pepper for more than a millennium of the time to come. But as yet I had none of this clemency in me. Youth has a stronger and far more militant sense of justice than middle age. I was fired continually with indignation, and often clenched my fists, and was eager to rush at a wall with no door in it, when my uncle's tale and Sam's confirmation came into my head like a whirlwind. "What a fool I am! What a helpless idiot!" I kept on muttering to myself. "The murder will be done before I move." I could see no pretext, no prospect whatever, no possibility of interference, and my uncle, to whom I confided my misery, could only shake his head and say, "Very bad job, my boy. You must try to make the best of it." Probably it would have made the worst of me and left me to die an old bachelor if it had not been for a little chance, such as no one would think much of. Time was drawing on without a sign of sunshine in it, when to pick up a very small crumb of comfort and recall the happiest day I had ever known yet, I went to my cupboard and pulled out a simple sketch in water-colors, which I had made of the stricken pear-tree after someone had made of it the luckiest tree that ever died. She had not finished her work of art, partly through sweet talk with me, and I hoped to surprise her and compare our portraits, when she should come to complete her drawing. Now as I glanced and sighed and gazed and put in a little touch with listless hands, my good genius stood behind me, in the form of a little old woman, holding in one hand a bucket, and in the other a scrubbing-brush. "Lord, how beautiful ye have dood'n!" Tabby Tapscott cried, as if she would like to have a turn at it with her reeking brush. "I can see every crinkle crankum of they leaveses, and a girt bumbledum good to sniff on. Her couldn't do half'n so natural as thisy, if her was to come a dozen times for kissy talk like. Think I didn't clap eyes upon ye both, good as a ply it were, and the both of ye fancying nobody nigh. Lord, I never see nor to more moozin'." "Then all I can say is, you ought to have that bucket of slops thrown over you. What business of yours, you inquisitive old creature?" "That be vain matters, after all as I dood, to vetch here for you to car on with. Oh, I could tell ye summat now, if so be I was minded to, but I reckon ye would go to drow bucket over Tabby." This renewed my courtesy at once, for I had great faith in Tabby's devices, and after some coying and the touch of a crooked sixpence, she told me her plan, which was simplicity itself, so that I wondered at my own dullness. I was to find out where Captain Fairthorn lived, which could be done with the greatest ease, and then to call and make a point of seeing him on the plea of presenting him with a perfect copy, such as his daughter had no time to finish. Who could tell that good luck might not afford me a glimpse at, or even a few words with, the one who was never absent from my mind. And, supposing that there were no such bliss as that, at least I could get some tidings of her, and possibly find a chance of doing something more. Be it as it might, I could make things no worse, and anything was better than this horrible suspense. I consulted my uncle about this little scheme, and he readily fell in with it, for he could not bear to see me going about my work as if my heart were not in it, and searching the papers in dread of bad news every morning. He proposed that I should go that very night in the fruit van with Selsey Bill and the thief boy, that is to say, the boy who kept watch against thieves, of whom there are scores in the market. When I found my way towards the middle of the day to that wild weald, as it then was, of London, which is now a camp of Punch and Judy boxes strung with balconies, it took me some minutes to become convinced that I was not in a hop ground turned upside down. Some mighty contractor was at work in the breadth and depth of chaos, and countless volcanoes of plied clay, which none but a demon could have made to burn, were uttering horizontal fumes, not at all like honest smoke in texture, but tenfold worse to cope with, some thousands of brawny navies running on planks, at the head pirate's order, with skeleton barrows before them, and contrived, with the aid of 10,000 tin pots, to keep their throats clear and their insides going. Not one of them would stop to tell me where I was. All gave a nod and went on barrowing. Perhaps they were under conditions, such as occur to most of us in the barrow drive of life, when to pause for a moment is to topple over. After shouting in vain to these night-capped fellows, I saw, through the blue mist of drifting poison, a young fellow, perhaps about 21, who seemed to be the clerk of the works, or something, and I felt myself fit to patronize him, being 4 or 5 years his elder, and at least to that amount his bigger. But for his better he would not have me, and snapped in such a style that I seemed to belong almost to a past generation. "Fairthorn," he said. "Yes, I may have heard of him. Elderly gent, wears goggles and goes in for thunderbolts. Don't hang out here, stops business. 3 turns to the left, and ask the old apple woman." I was much inclined to increase his acquaintance with apples by giving him one to his eye, external and not a treasure, but before I could even return his contempt he was gone, and left me in the wilderness. At last I found a boy who was looking after pots, and for 2 pence he not only led me truly, but enlightened me largely as to this part of the world. He showed me where the great Shebason was to be, and how all the roads were to be laid out, and even shook his head, now 12 years old, as to the solvency of this rum gig. He dismissed me kindly with his salary doubled, at the gate of the great philosopher, and with his finger to his nose gave a parting counsel. "Best not go in, young man. The old codger can blow you to bits by turning a handle, and the old cat'll scratch your wig off. But there's a stunning gal, that's what you're after. I say, young covey, if you're game for a bit of sweetheartin' on the sly, I'll show you the very nick for it." He pointed to a gate between 2 old trees, and overhung with ivy. "How does I know?" he said, anticipating briskly any doubt on my part. "So help me taters, it's the only place round here as I never took a pot of beer to." Anxious as I was, I smiled a little at this criterion for a trysting place, and then did my utmost to fix in mind the bearings of this strange neighborhood. Although I knew the busy parts of London well enough, on the vast spread of outskirts I knew little, except the ups and downs of the great roads through them, and here and there a long lookout from the top of Notting Hill, or any other little eminence. Even so, I had only lost my eyes in a mighty maze of things to come, and felt a deep wonder of pity for the builders, who were running up houses they could never fill. The part I was now exploring lay between 2 great western roads, and was therefore to me an unknown land. But I felt pretty sure that the house now before me had been quite lately a mere country mansion, with grounds not overlooked, and even meadows of its own, where cows might find it needful to low to one another, and a horse might go a long way to find a gate to scratch against. Even now there was a cattle pond, the dregs of better days, near the gate that led up from the brickfields, and half a dozen ancient Scotch firs leaned in a whispering attitude towards one another. Perhaps they alone were left of a goodly group, trembling at every axe that passed. The house itself was long, low, and red, and full of little windows, upon whose sills a straggling ilex leaned its elbows here and there, and sparrows held a lively chivy. There was not a flower in the beds in front, and the box edging of the walks was as high and broad as a wheelbarrow. 2 large cedars, one at either corner of the sodden grass plot, looked like mighty pencils placed to mark the extent of the building. Descrying no one, except an ancient dog of mighty stature, and of some race unknown to me, who came up in a friendly manner, I summoned all my courage, with good manners at the back of it, and pulled a great bell handle hanging, like a butcher's steelyard, between 2 mossy piers of stone. There was no sound of any bell inside, and I was counting the time for another pull, when the door was opened some few inches, and sharp black eyes peered out at me. "Subscription Bible? No, thank you, young man. Cook was put into county court last time." I did not know what she meant until I saw that she was glancing at the poor portfolio of my own make, which held my unpretentious drawing. "I am not come for any subscription," I said, drawing back from the door as she seemed to suspect that I would try to push it open. "I have the pleasure of knowing Captain Fairthorn, and I wish to see him." "Don't think you can," she answered sharply. "But if you will tell me what your business is, I will ask the mistress about it. You may come in and wait here while I go to her. Scrape your boots first, and don't bring in any clay." This did not sound very gracious, but I obeyed her orders with my best smile, and producing 2 very fine pears, I laid them on the black marble chimney-piece of the hall. Her sallow face almost relaxed to a smile. "Young man from the country? Well, take a chair a minute while I go and ask for orders about you." With these words she hastened up an old oak staircase, and left me at leisure to look about. The hall was a large but not lofty chamber, panelled with some dark wood, and hung with several grimy paintings. 2 doors at either end from it, as well as the main staircase in the middle, and a narrow stone passage at one corner. The fireplace was large, but looked as if it had more to do with frost than fire, and the day being chilly and very damp, with an east wind crawling along the ground, I began to shiver, for my feet were wet from the wilderness of clay I had waded through. But presently the sound of loud voices caught my ear, and filled me with hot interest. One of the doors at the further end was not quite closed, and the room beyond resounded with some contention. "What a fool you are to make such a fuss!" one feminine voice was exclaiming. "Oh, don't reason with her," cried another. "The poor stoop isn't worth it. The thing is settled, and so what is the use of talking? How glad I shall be to see the last of her wicked temper and perpetual sulks. And I am sure you will be the same, Jerry. Nothing surprises me so much as Mamma's wonderful patience with her. Why, she hasn't boxed her ears since Saturday." "It isn't only that," replied the first, "but, Frizzy, consider the indulgences she has had. A candle to go to bed with almost every night, and a sardine, positively one of our sardines, for her dinner, the day before yesterday. Why, she'll want to be dining with us next thing. The more she is petted, the worse she gets. Now don't you aspire to dine with us, you dear, you darling, don't you now?" "I'm sure I never do," replied a gentle voice, silvery even now, though quivering with tears. "I would rather have bread and water by myself in peace than be scolded and sneered at and grudged every mouthful. What have I done to deserve it all?" "I told you what would come of reasoning with her," said the one who had been called Frizzy, probably Miss Euphrasia Bullrag. "It simply makes her outrageous, Jerry. Ever since she came back from Sunbury, there has simply been no living with her, and she looks upon us as her enemies, because we are resolved that she shall do what is best for her. Lady Hotchpot, what can sound better? And then she can eat and drink all day long, which seems to be all she cares for." "That's a little mistake of yours," answered Miss Jerry or Geraldine. "I know her tricks even better than you do. She cares for something or somebody, some clodhopper or chawbacon, down in that delightful village. Why, you can't say Sunbury in the most innocent manner without her blushing furiously. but she's so cunning, I can't get out of her who the beloved Chawbacon is. Come now, Kitty, make a clean breast of it. I believe it's the fellow that bets down there, and lives by having families of horses. Sir Cumberleigh told me all about him, and had a rare laugh. You should have seen him laugh when I said that our Kitty was smitten. Well, I hope she had a little more principle than that, and you'd think the butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. Butter never gets a chance, I heard my darling say, and knew by her voice that the sweetest temper in the world was roused at last. Your mother never lets it go into my mouth, while you have it thicker than your bread almost. But I'll thank you to enjoy among yourselves, or with any old rake you may fawn upon, your low and most ignorant gossip about me. You had better not strike me. Your mother may, but I will not take it from either of you, nor from both together. I could scarcely contain myself, I assure you, and if the young tyrants had fallen upon her, I must have got into a nice position, in the old but not the new sense of nice, that of bodily conflict with women. Luckily, however, these were cowards, as behoved such creatures, and I verily believe that my angel, if driven, as no angel should be, into a free fight, would have made a bad record of both of them. I was hovering, as it were, upon my legs, burning to dash into the room, yet shuddering at the strange intrusion, when Miss Fairthorn came out very quietly, and holding her handkerchief to her streaming eyes. The door was banged behind her, as if by a kick, and a loud contemptuous laugh came through it. What I did is a great deal more than I can tell, for I must have been carried far beyond myself by pity, indignation, and ardent love. "Oh, don't," said Kitty, as I stood before her, almost before she could have used her eyes, being overcome with weeping, but the glance she gave me had told the thing that I cared for most on earth or heaven. And the strangest point was that we felt no surprise at being together in this wondrous way. To me it seemed right that she should fall into my arms, and to her it seemed natural that I should drop from heaven. "Oh, don't," said Kitty, but she let me do it. I kissed away her tears, and I cannot tell you whether they gave me more bliss or pain. I stroked her softly nestling hair, as if it all belonged to me, and I played with her pretty fingers, putting them one by one between my great things, to make the thrilling process last. Then I looked once more into her lovely eyes, the wells of all my life springs now, and lo, their tears were flown, and hope, and woman's faith, and heaven's own love were beaming from their lustrous depth, as the light that proves the jewel true. "Darling of my life," was all I said, and she only answered, "Yes, dear." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, True Father. Now anybody may suppose, who looks at things too sensibly, that true love never yet has chosen time and place more foolishly, for coming to grand issue and obtaining pledge forever. The sour-faced woman might have returned in the crisis of our doings, or the two young tyrants might have broken forth and made sport of us from the parlor. Whether we knew these things or not, we never gave a thought to them. All we thought of was one another, and the rest might think what they liked of us. This is not a large way to look at things, and yet once in a life the largest. My Kitty, as I called her now, and have never since wanted any other name, was the first, as behoved the more sensitive one, to bring common sense to bear on us. "You must come and see my father, dear," she whispered with her hands in mine. "I am sure that he loves me all he can, and if you have quite made up your mind that you cannot do without me, we may trust him to make the best of it, for he always makes the best of things." "Show me where he is," I answered, scarcely yet believing that my fortune was so glorious, while she looked at me as only one in the world can ever look at us. "I fear that he will be sadly vexed, but he is kind to everyone." "He will not be vexed on his own account, nor yet on mine," she answered very quietly. "But nobody knows what he has to bear. Let us go to him while he is by himself. There is someone coming, we must be quick." We hastened down the long stone passage just in time to escape the servant, who had found her mistress, and after passing several doors we came to one with an iron bar and iron rails in front of it. "See how he has to protect himself. If somebody knew that I have this key, it would very soon be torn from me. I dare say you are surprised. Such things are not done down at Sunbury. How I love that quiet place." "And you shall live there all your life," I answered as we passed the barrier. "No one shall dare to insult you there. You shall be the queen of all, and you know who will be your slave of slaves." "That is all very fine talk," she said. "I believe it is the usual style at first, and then we come to Brahma locks and cold iron." But her smile as she put her hand on my shoulder proved that her own heart taught her better. "Let me go in first and see what he is doing. Oh, Kit, you have taken advantage enough. What right have you to say that it is your last chance? I am sure I hope not." "Oh, how mean of you to turn my own words against me. Now have a little reason." Yes, for the 50th time at least in 5 minutes. I love you and never will have anybody else. Now let me go in first. Sometimes he is too busy for even me to interrupt him." Much against my will I let her go, for half an hour later would have done as well according to my judgment, and after securing the fence behind us, which had wholly escaped my attention, she knocked at the door of the inner room, and without being answered opened it. Her father was sitting with his back to us, so intent upon some small object that he did not hear our footsteps, some instrument made of brass and glass, but quite unlike a microscope, was in his left hand, and with the other he was slowly revolving something. The appearance of the room amazed me, with its vast multitude of things unknown to me by the name or shape, but all looking full of polished mischief and poisonous intelligence. "This is why my Kitty weeps and is starved and crushed by female dragons," I said to myself in bitter mood, and even the professor's grand calm head and sweet scientific attitude did not arouse the reverence which a stranger would have felt for him. His daughter touched, as lightly as a frond of fern might touch it, one of his wavering silver locks, and waited with a smile for him to turn. But I saw that her bosom trembled with a sigh of deeper birth than smiles. Then he turned and looked at her, and knew from the eyes that were so like his own, and yet so deeply different, that she had something he must hear. "You have been crying again, my child," he said as he kissed her forehead. "They promised me you should be happy now." "Yes, if I let them do what they like. Father, you have no idea what it is. I am never allowed to see you alone except by stealth, and at fearful risk. Father, come out of philosophy and science and attend to your own child." "But, my dear, I do. It is the very thing that is in my mind continually. I spoke very strongly not a week ago, and received a solemn promise that you should have new clothes, and diet the same as the rest, and everything I could think of for your good." "How many times have they promised it, Father? Then I am beaten and put on bread and water for having dared to complain to you. But all that is a trifle, a thing soon over. I must expect that sort of thing because I have no mother. But, Father, what they are trying to do to me is 10 times worse than ragged clothes or starvation or bodily punishment. They want me to marry a man I detest, an old man and a bad one." "My dear, I have promised you, and you know that you can rely on my promises, that you shall not even be allowed to marry a man of doubtful character. I have not been able, my darling Kitty, to do everything I should have liked for you. But one thing is certain. If inquiries prove that this gentleman, I forget his name, is a man of bad life and unkind nature, you shall have nothing to do with him. You know how little I am able to go into what is called society, and most of my friends are men of my own tastes. But I have taken particular trouble at the loss of much important time to ascertain whether your opinion of this person is correct. He is wealthy and of good family, I am told, though that is merely a secondary point. He is likely to have outlived youthful follies, and the difference of age is in your favor." "But not in his," interrupted Kitty with a smile for which I could have kissed her 50 times. It was so natural and simple, yet sagacious. You are flippant, my dear, in spite of all your troubles, continued her father, smiling also. No length of discipline has entirely tamed you, and now I will tell you why I am so anxious that you should have a settled home, and someone to take care of you, as soon as can be suitably arranged. I am likely to leave England on a roving expedition. For how long a time is as yet uncertain. It may be for a 12-month, or even more, possibly for 2 years, and all that time where will you be, my darling child? I know that you are not happy now, though my object in making this second arrangement was mainly to have you protected and cared for. But things have not turned out exactly as I hoped, and I fear that in my absence they may grow still worse. When I heard that this gentleman was strongly attached to you and wished you to become his wife this winter, I hoped that I might be of some little service to the cause of knowledge, without any neglect of my duty to you. And I may tell you, my child, that through a long course of rather extravagant habits, which I have failed to check, it has become of great importance to me, so far as mere money goes, which is not much, to accept the appointment which was offered me. I am often deeply grieved at your condition, and do my very utmost to improve it, but I am not always allowed, as you know, my dear, and are very sweet and patient with me, I am not always allowed to have my own way. Don't put it so, papa. That is not half the truth. Say that you never have been allowed, never are, and never will be, to have so much as a barleycorn of your own way. Young people put things in too strong a light, the man of science answered gently. But we will not go into that question now. Only you will see, my dear, from what I have said, why I am so anxious that you should be settled in a happy and peaceful home of your own, far away from all those who worry you. This gentleman offers you a wealthy home, but knowing your nature, I do not insist on that. Indeed, I should be quite satisfied with a very humble home for my darling, if it were a happy one. Very well, papa, nothing could be nicer. Can I please you now exactly, and meet all your wishes, though I cannot bear to hear of your leaving me so long, but you will not leave me to the tender mercies. Here my Kitty beckoned to me to come forward, which I had been long most eager to do, but in obedience to her signals had remained by the door and behind a tall case of some wheel within wheelwork, almost as complex as human motives. Father, you see that you need not leave me to tender mercies of anybody except this gentleman, who saved my life at Sunbury, as you know, and wishes to make it a part of his own for the rest of it. Captain Fairthorn looked at me with extreme surprise. My idea of his character was that nothing upon or below the earth could surprise him, but he had his glasses on, and these always seemed to me to treble the marks of astonishment in the eyes that stand behind them. In deference to his large intellect and frame and great, though inactive, nobility of nature, I waited for him to begin, though I am sure, now I come to think of it, that he would have been glad for me to take the move. "Kitty," he said at last, with some relief at not having to fall upon me yet, "I should like to know a little more of this story. I remember this young man very well, but his name has escaped me for the moment. You will not think me rude. It is one of the many penalties we pay for undue devotion to our own little subjects. If he had been a zoophyte, or a proboscidean, or even one of the constituents—" "If he had been a zoophyte, papa, or anything else with a very big name and a very little meaning," Miss Fairthorn exclaimed in reproachful tones, "where should I be now? At the bottom of the Thames, and perhaps you would enjoy dredging for me." "In spite of all training she has a temper," the father addressed this remark to me. "Also she has a deep sense of gratitude, a feeling we find the more largely developed the further we travel from the human order. But, my dear, you allow yourself vague discursions. In a matter like this you have brought before me, my desire is always to be practical. That great and original investigator, to whom we owe not only knowledge, but what is even more important, the only true course by which to arrive—" "My dear father, if you once begin on that, the knowledge we want and a quick course to it, is whether you will be so good and so kind as to make us both happy by your consent. This gentleman loves me, and I love him. He is not wealthy, but he is good. You may leave me in his care without a doubt. I have not known him long, but I know him as truly as if we had been brought up together. The only fault he has is that he cannot praise himself, and his reverence for you is so strong and deep that it makes him more diffident than ever. You are dreadfully diffident yourself, Papa. You know you are, and it makes me so desperate of all boastful people. Now fully understand that I won't have that horrible old Sir Cumbrous Hotchpot, and I will have this Kit Orchardson, that is to say, with your leave, Father. And you owe me something, I should think, after all, but I have no right to speak of that. Only, if you don't give it, mind, I'll... As a sample of what she would do, she began to sob deeply, and I caught her in my arms. "You see, sir," I said. "Oh, don't, my darling. Your father is the kindest man in the world, and he would never have the heart to make you unhappy. You see, sir, how good she is, and how simple, and ready to be satisfied even with me. I am a poor man, and I have my way to make, but with her I could make it to I was going to say to heaven, but substituted, the top of the tree, and we have a pretty place, where she would be happy as the day is long. And if I don't protect her and cherish her and worship her and keep her as the apple of my eye, I hope you will take me by the neck, Captain Fairthorn, and put me under this air-pump." "How do you know that is an air-pump?" he asked with admiration of my cleverness. "By the looks, sir," I replied. "I have seen them before." "Well, then, it isn't. Neither does it much resemble one. Kitty, you see what his diffidence is, and another proof, I suppose, is that he has fallen in love with you." "Yes," said my darling, with a smile so humble and loving and confiding that my eyes grew moist, and her father could not see through his spectacles. "It is sure proof of his diffidence, for he deserves to have a better wife than I shall ever be, although I will do my best to please him." "Well, after that," replied Captain Fairthorn, "it seems to me that my opinion matters very little. You appear to have made up your minds, and your minds appear to have been made for one another. I am wholly unable to withstand such facts. Of course I shall make my inquiries, Master Kit, but so far as I can see at present, I will not deny you what you have won. If she is half as good to her husband as she always has been to her father, you'll be a happy man, God willing. There, kiss me, my pretty dear, and don't cry any more till he makes you." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. False Mother. Such is the balance of human events, if the phrase be held admissible, that the moment any member of our race is likely to strike the stars with his head sublime, he receives a hard thump upon that protuberance, and comes down with a crown, but a cracked one. As for myself, an unpretentious fellow, and a very simple intellect, though not quite such a fool as the world considered me in my later troubles, desiring always to tell the truth, I will not deny that I walked on air when I found myself gifted with my Kitty's love and her large-hearted father's assent to it. It had been arranged that I must wait and keep my bliss inside my waistcoat, until such time as slower prudence and clearer foresight might prescribe, but all I thought of were the glorious facts that Kitty loved me as I loved her, and that her father, who alone could enter sound denial, would not deny. "What do I care for that old stepmother?" I said to myself as I buttoned my coat. That coat was henceforth sacred to me. There may have been smarter and grander coats with more tone of high art about them, and of sleeker and richer substance, but this coat was enriched forever, with at least 3 tears from Kitty's eyes. Kitty's lovely hair had fallen like a vernal shower upon it, and her true heart had quivered to it when she owned whose heart it was. I knew that it might be my duty now to start a new coat of loftier order, to keep me abreast of my rise in the world, as the son of a celebrated man. Nevertheless, this would be the coat to look back upon and look up to, as it hung upon a holy peg, with the pockets full of lavender. I had said farewell to my dear love, and was just beginning to think how I would come it over Uncle Corny, telling him a bit, and then another bit, and then leading him on to laugh at me, until I should come out with the news, which would make him snap his favourite pipe, when suddenly, near the captain's gate, I felt a sharp tug from behind. The dusk was gathering, and I meant to put my best foot foremost and walk all the way to Sunbury, scarcely feeling the road beneath my feet. "What do you want, little chap?" I asked, for it was not in my power then to speak rudely to any living creature, although I was vexed at losing time. "If you please, young man, my lady says that you are to come back and speak to her. You are to come with me to the door over there, and you must be careful how you scrape your boots." I looked at the boy and felt inclined to laugh. He was dressed in green from head to foot, and 2 or 3 dozen gilt buttons shone in a double row down the front of him. For the moment I doubted about obeying, until it occurred to me that if I refused, my sin might be visited upon another. So I turned and followed the page, who seemed to think disobedience impossible. He led me to a door at the west end of the house, and then up a little staircase to a fine broad passage, with statues and pictures looking very grand indeed. Before I could take half of it into my mind, he opened the door with carved work upon it, and showed me into the grandest room I had ever entered, except in show places, such as Hampton Court or Windsor Castle. All this part of the house was so different from the other end that I was amazed when I came to think of it. But I could not think now of floors and ceilings, or even chairs and tables, as I walked with my best hat in my hand, towards a tall lady very richly dressed, who stood by the mantelpiece, almost like a figure carved upon it. Her thick and strong hair seemed as black as coal, until one came to look at it, and then it showed the undercast of red, such as I never saw in any other person. Her form was large and robust and full, and as powerful as that of any ordinary man. But the chief thing to notice was her face and her eyes. Her face was like those we see cut in shell to represent some ancient goddess, such as I read of at Hampton School, Juno or Pallas, or it may have been Proserpine. My memory is not clear upon those little points. But although I remember a god with 2 faces and a dog with 3 heads, I cannot call to mind any goddess among them endowed with 3 chins. My lady, as the boy in green had called her, certainly did own 3 fine chins, as well as a mouth which was too large for the shells, and contemptuous nostrils that seemed to sift the air, and bright eyes with very thick lids for their sheath, and they wanted a sheath, I can tell you, and a forehead which looked as if it could roll, instead of only wrinkling, when the storm of passion swept it. As yet I was too young to understand that justice and kindness are the only qualities entitling our poor fellow mortals to respect. I had passed through no tribulation yet, and coped with none of the sorrows, which enlarge, when they do not embitter, the heart. Therefore I was much impressed by this lady's grandeur and fine presence, and made her a clumsy bow, as if I had scarcely the right to exist before her. She saw it, and scorned me, and took the wrong course, as we mostly do when we despise another. "Do I know your name, young man?" she asked, as if it were very doubtful whether I possessed any name at all. "I seem to have heard of you, but cannot say where." "In that case," I said, with my spirit returning at the insolent disdain of her eyes and voice, "the boy who came to fetch me has made some mistake. No doubt you wish to see some other person. I beg you to make no apologies." With another low bow I began my retreat, and was very near securing it, for she became too furious to condescend to speak. But 2 young ladies whom I had scarcely noticed jumped up from their chairs and intercepted me. "Mamma forgets names so," said one of them, a little plain thing with a mass of curly hair. "But you are Mr. Orchardson, I think, of Sunbury. If so, it is you that Mamma wants to speak to." "I am not Mr. Orchardson of Sunbury," I answered. "My Uncle Cornelius is the gentleman so known. I am Christopher Orchardson, who only helps him in his business." "Then, Christopher Orchardson," resumed their mother as I came back and looked at her quietly, "you seem to have very little knowledge of good manners. Allow me to ask you what you are doing in this house?" "I understood that I was sent for, ma'am, and I am waiting to know what your pleasure is." I saw the girls giggle and glance at one another as I delivered this statement. "None of your trifling with me, young man. What I insist upon knowing is this. What right had you to enter my house some hours ago without my knowledge and to remain in it without my permission? Don't fence with the question, but answer it." "That is easy enough," I replied with my eyes full on hers, which vainly strove to look down mine. "I came to this house without asking whose it was, to see Captain Fairthorn, with a little sketch of something in which he had taken interest. The servant or housekeeper told me to wait while she went to look for her mistress. Then I met Miss Fairthorn, whom I have had the pleasure of meeting several times before, and she most kindly showed me to her father's room, and I was very glad to find him in good health. After a very pleasant time with him, I was leaving the garden on my way home, when I was told that you wished to see me. I was not rude enough to refuse, and that is why I am in this house again." "You have made a fine tale of it, but not told the truth. Did you come to my house to see the professor, or did you come rather to see his daughter?" "I came to this house to see Captain Fairthorn, but I hoped that I might perhaps have the pleasure of seeing Miss Fairthorn also." "And what was your motive in wishing to see her? I have a right to ask, as she is in my charge. I stand in the place of a mother to her, whether she is grateful or whether she is otherwise. What did you wish to see her for?" I was greatly at a loss to answer this, not from any shame at the affection which was the honor and glory of my being, but from dread of the consequences to my precious darling. She saw my hesitation and burst forth. "Do you think that I do not know all about it? You have had the gross insolence to lift your eyes to a young lady far above you in every way. You fancy that because she has no mother, and her father is a man of no worldly wisdom and of extravagant sentiments, a kind of philosopher, in short, you will be permitted to reduce her to your inferior rank in life. What are you, a small market gardener, or something of that kind, I believe?" "You were kind enough to say just now," I answered, "that you did not know anything about me. Even my name was strange to you. I am not ashamed of my business, and I lay no traps for anyone." "Have you the insolence to refer to me?" Her guilty conscience caught her here, and under its sting she grew so wild that I thought she would have flown at me, though no thought of her had been in my words. "But you are below my contempt, and I wonder that I even deign to speak to you. And I will make short work of it. Go back to your spade, or your heap of manure, or whatever it is you live in, and never dare to think again of Miss Kitty Fairthorn. She is engaged to a gentleman of family and title and large property, and I mean to have her married to him very shortly. Go back to your manure heap. I have done with you." "Not quite so easily as you think." To her great amazement I approached her, not only without terror, but with calm contempt. "You have a foul scheme in hand, as is widely known, for selling a poor girl, whom you have vilely misused and starved for some years, and made her life a misery, and you think you will be allowed to sell her to a reproachable old man, who has not even gold enough to cover the blackness of his character. As a girl she has borne your blows. As a woman she would have to bear those of a cowardly and godless scoundrel. You like plain speaking, and there it is for you. Do you think that God will allow such crimes? I tell you, poor tyrant, that the right will conquer. Miss Fairthorn shall have a happy home, with the affection and kindness of which you have robbed her, and you shall suffer the misery you have inflicted." Now I had not meant to say a single word of this, and was thoroughly astonished at my own strong language, bitterly angry with myself as well for what I felt to be unmanly conduct, even under fiercest provocation, when I saw the effect upon this haughty lady. It must have been many years now since anyone had dared to show her thus what she was like, for her strong will had swept black and white into one, the one she chose to make them. Weak indolence and cowardice, 1,000-fold more common than the resolute will, had got out of her way, until her way turned to a resistless rush. She looked at me now as if utterly unable to believe that her ears could be true to her. Then, glancing at one of her daughters, she said, "Geraldine, this young man does not mean it. He has no idea what he is talking about. Take him away, my dear. I feel unwell. I shall be able to think of things by and by. Euphrasia, run for the sal volatile, or the cognac in a square decanter, and then he may come back and tell me what he means." This strange turn of mind puzzled me, as much as my straightforward speech had puzzled her. Dr. Sippets, our great man at Sunbury, said, when I spoke of it many years afterwards, that he quite understood and could easily explain it, to wit, that with people of choleric habit, the vessels of the brain become so charged up to a certain tension that if anything more— but I had better not try to put his 100-ton words into my tint-pot. He is a choleric man himself, and his vessels might become so charged as to vent themselves in a heavy charge to me. It is enough to say that when the lady sank, with a face as white as death, upon the sofa, proper feeling told me to depart. This I was doing, in a sad haze of mind, doubting whether duty did not require that I should halt on the premises, until I had learned how the sufferer passed through her trial. But now another strange thing happened to me, and perhaps the very last I should have dreamed of. I was lingering uneasily near the door, with many pricks of self-reproach and even shame, when a slim figure glided out and came to me. Although the night had quite fallen now, I could see that it was not my Kitty who came out, but someone much shorter and smaller altogether. With great anxiety I went to meet her, fearing almost to hear fatal tidings, for who can tell in such a case what may be the end of it? "You need not be alarmed, Mr. Orchardson," said a voice which I recognized as that of Miss Jerry. "My mother is all right again, and quite ready to have another turn at you, if you are anxious to come back." "The Lord forbid," I replied devoutly. "I would run into the hottest of the brick kilns yonder, rather than meet the good lady again, but I am delighted that it is no worse. It was very kind of you to come and tell me. My best thanks to you, Miss Geraldine." "It was not that at all," she said with some hesitation. "I did not come to set your mind at ease, though I thought that possibly you might be waiting here, which is very good of you. But I came to say how grateful I am for your behavior. You have done a lot of good. I cannot tell you half of it. Nobody ever dares to contradict Mamma. That is what makes her so much what she is. She is very kind and pleasant at the bottom, I am sure, but she has such a very strong will of her own, as a clever man said when he tried to comfort my dear father many years ago, such a very powerful identity, that everyone has always given way before her, until she thinks all the world is bound to do it. You spoke very harshly to her, I know. Perhaps a real gentleman would not have done it, and for the moment I hated you. But she is so delightful to us ever since. We shall have a sweet time of it for at least 1 week. But won't Miss Kitty catch it?" Those last words gave me a bitter pang. This odd girl, who seemed to have some good in her, spoke them, as I thought, with exultation, or at any rate without any sign of sorrow. Her justice, like her mother's, stopped at home. "If I have done you any good," I said, with faint hopes of getting some little myself, "do promise me one thing. I am sure you will. Try to be kind to Miss Fairthorn, and lighten some of the little burden she has to bear." "Oh, you don't know her," she answered with a laugh. "You think she is wonderful, I dare say. I can tell you Miss Kitty has a temper of her own. She is awfully provoking, and she won't be pitied. I believe she hates Frizzy and me, just because we are her mother's daughters. If you ever marry her, you had better look out. However, I will bear with her, as far as human nature can, and now I will say good night." She gave me her hand, which I did not expect. I saw that she was rather a pretty girl, which I had not noticed in the room. She had fine dark eyes, and her voice was much softer than that of her sister. It seemed to me that she might come to good, if she got among good people, and away from her terrible mother. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Doe Dem Roe. When I gave Uncle Corny, as I was bound to do, a full account of that day's work, he was mightily pleased and clapped me on the back for having spoken so plainly to that haughty woman. "But now you must make up your mind," he said, "to have the door slammed in your face if ever you attempt to get a glimpse of your sweetheart there. Poor thing, what a time of it she will have. What puts my back up is to think that her own father lets her be knocked about like that. She never tells him, you think, because it would only get him into trouble, and do her no good. Well, she is a noble girl, if that is the case, but he must know how she is treated, as I told you, in 50 other ways. Badly dressed, half-starved, or at any rate fed on rice and suet pudding, and kept in the schoolroom away from the others. How was she dressed now? What clothes had she on?" I answered that I really did not know, and this was the truth, though I blame myself for it. When first she began to be so much to me, I had noticed how neat and becoming her cloak was, and her hat, and her little tender muff, which held a still tenderer pair of hands. But now that she was all the world to me and more, I seemed to have no sense of her apparel, but to be filled with herself alone, as if her existence came into mine. I did not tell him that because he would have cried "stuff," but he understood my meaning so far as to tell me of a case he had known some years ago. A friend of his had married a lovely girl, who had not a penny to bless herself with, and he was most deeply attached to her. But although he was very well off for money, and not at all of a stingy turn, for a long time it never came into his head that his wife had only 2 gowns, 2 bonnets, and 1 cloak. She was too proud to ask him for money, and instead of doing that, went on, wearing out all her poor things, until they were scarcely fit to be looked at. And many bitter tears she shed, as she darned and patched and let pieces in, convinced more and more as the light shone through that her husband must hate her to keep her like that. And perhaps it would have ended in the ruin of them both, for some villain was making love to her when, luckily, a sister of his came to see them and scolded him roundly for his blind neglect. "Why, bless her heart," he cried, opening his eyes, "I never see Mary's clothes. I see Mary. Now mind you're not such a jackanapes as that." My uncle drew the moral as he rubbed his hands, for he loved to have his stories laughed at. "When you have got your Kitty, and I don't see why you should not, be sure that you praise her dresses and bonnets, not quite so much, perhaps, as you praise herself, but still every time you can think of it. Women like that sort of thing, somehow. I can hardly tell you why, for if any man praised my coat or my hat, I should be vexed with him, unless it was to say that I had got them dirt cheap. But perhaps the reason is that a woman's clothes are a part of her mind and her body, too, a sort of another self to her." "How on earth do you know such a lot about women?" I asked, though I thought that he did not know much. "One would think that you had been married for 40 years. What woman could have taught you all these things?" "Mind your own business," my uncle answered sharply. "You will have quite enough to do with that as things appear at present. You have made play with this pretty girl, and you have booked your place with her father. Also you have got over me, who have meant to have nothing to do with it, and you have given that hateful woman a Roland for her Oliver. But I will go bail that you have no idea whose shoulders will bear the brunt of it. Who should you say was the trump card now?" "The learned professor," I replied. "The man who could kill that woman with a wire, if he were not so magnanimous. The man who knows everything in this world except how to manage his own household. He will stand up for me, and I shall win." "So you shall, my boy. You are quite right there. But it won't be done through him, I can tell you, or you would have a precious time to wait. It shall be done through a small market gardener, as she had the cheek to call me, and she may grind her teeth and slap her husband. Very few people know what I am, because I don't care what they think of me. But I see the proper thing to do, and I mean to begin tomorrow. Now go to bed and dream as you do all day. You'll be no good to me till you've had too much of Kitty." Being weary in body and mind, I slept until Tabby called out that the breakfast was ready. For this I expected to be well upbraided, as my uncle was always afoot with the sun. But to my surprise he was not come home, and I kept his rasher hot for him. At last he came in, and sat down without a word beyond his short "Good morning, Kit," and his appetite was fine and his face almost cheerful, though his grey curls appeared a little grimy, and his coat had a smell more peculiar than pleasant. "Shall have to go under the pump again," he said as he pushed away his plate. "But that won't matter now until dinner-time. That twitch does make such a sticky smoke, with the sow thistles whelmed down over it. But the wind was the right way, and took it very level. Bless my soul, how he did cough, and how he ran from one room to another. 'Twas enough to kill American blight almost, let alone what they call a human. But it's high time to rouse him up again, my lad. Bring one of them runner sticks and lend a hand. If he don't bolt by dinner-time, we'll try a little sulphur. I would have done it sooner, if it had not been for the Dutch honeysuckle and blue creeper." Wondering what this device could be, I took a kidney-bean stick and followed him. He marched a great pace, with a pitchfork on his shoulder, down a long alley of pears and apples, on which, though the leaves hung very late from the wetness of the season, the chill air of some frosty mornings had breathed divers colours. Then we came into an open brake, which I had helped to plant with potatoes in the spring, and here were a score of bonfires burning, or rather smoking furiously. Beyond them was Honeysuckle Cottage, belonging to my uncle, and standing at the north end of his grounds against a lane which led to Hanworth. This cottage had 5 windows facing us, and receiving the volleys of foul grey smoke as a smart southwest wind drove it, and the fires being piled with diseased potato haulm, of which there was abundance in that bad year, as well as bottomed with twitchgrass, pethwine, cat's tail, and 50 other kinds of weed, and still more noxious refuse. The reek was more than any nose could stand, when even a mild puff strayed towards us. But the main and solid mass was rushing, in a flood of embodied stench, straight into the windows of that peaceful cot, penetrating sash and frame and lining. Once or twice, as the cloud whisked before the wind, we seemed to catch a brief glimpse of some agitated mortal, holding up his hands in supplication, or wringing them and applying them in anguish to his nose. "Pile on some more, Bill, and stir them up again," shouted Uncle Corny, with his pitchfork swinging in the thick of it. "Agricultural operations must not be suspended to suit the caprice of individuals, as the county court judge said, when Noakes tried to stop me from carting manure near his parlor window. If old Harker won't hearken, well, make 'em sniff, eh? See the joke, Selsey Bill?" Selsey Bill saw it, after deep reflection, and shook his long sides with a longer guffaw. "If I don't sniff at this, I must have square nostrils." He was wheezing himself as he chopped in another great dollop of rottenness and stirred it. "I could never have bided it 2 minutes, though the Lord hasn't made me too particular. Sure us'll vetch 'em out this time, master. Here a cometh, here a cometh, look-ye see." Following his point, we descried a little man timidly opening the cottage door and apparently testing the smells outside, to compare them with those he was quitting. He glanced at the bonfires and shook his fist wildly, then threw his skirt over his head and made off, as if he smelled quite enough of this world. "Run and get the key, Bill," my uncle cried as soon as he could speak for laughing. "Lock the door and bring the key to me. We'll send for the fire engine by and wash down the front. And then put your wife in, and scrub the whole place out. Beat abroad the fires, men, and throw some earth on them. That's what I call something like ejectment. The old rogue has paid no rent since Lady Day, though he had it dirt cheap at 3 and 6 a week, and me to pay the rates and taxes. Come, you shall have a pint of beer all round, and I'm sure you want something to take the taste out." As we went home to have a good wash and change our coats, I learned all the meaning of this strong measure, and felt no more pity for the tenant evicted. He had occupied this cottage for some 7 years now, and although he lived so close to us and on our land, scarcely any one had exchanged 10 words with him. He was of a morose and silent nature, living all alone though he had some money, and never going out of doors when he could help it. His name was Ben Harker, and throughout the village his nickname was Old Arkerate, for when anything was said to him that he could pick a hole in, if it were only a remark about the weather, he would always say, "No, that isn't Arkerate." It was said that he had lost a considerable fortune before he came to Sunbury, by some inaccuracy in the will or title deeds, and thence he had taken to challenge the correctness of even the most trivial statement. My uncle had been longing for months to recover possession of his own premises, but old Harker took advantage of the obstacles richly provided by English law in such a case, and swore he would never go out without a lawsuit. But he had never spent a halfpenny on repairs, though he had it so cheap through his promises, and by his own default he was thus smoked out, and the key was in the landlord's pocket. Mrs. Selsey Bill, a mother of 17 living children, was very fat and stumpy, as behooves a giant's wife, and was blessed with a cold in her head just now which redeemed all her system from prejudice. The greatest philosophers assure us that all things, if there be anything, are good or bad, simply as we color them in our own minds, that is to say, if we have minds. And to Mrs. Bill Tompkins the stench of that house was as sweet as the perfumes of Araby. She flung up the windows from the force of habit and not from the aesthetic preference, and she scrubbed away with soda and fuller's earth, and soft soap and bristle and cocoa fibre. And the next day, as soon as we had finished dinner, which we never left for nightfall, as if it were a burglary, my uncle said, "Let us go and see how that place looks after old Arkerate has cut and run." When we got there, fat little Mrs. Tompkins was scrubbing almost as hard as ever. It is quite wrong to talk as if fat people cannot work. Many of them can, and can even carry on, by drawing on their own resources when a lean person having hollow places down her begins to pant and has no stuff to fill them out. She drew her breath a little as she got up from the bucket, but neither of her hands went to her waist, because there was no such place to go. She had 3 of the young ones strapped down on the floor of the room she had not yet grappled with, for her husband was of an ingenious mind, and necessity had taught him invention. Mrs. Selsey Bill stood up and faced us. She thought that we were come to say she had not done enough. "Honourable gents," she began with the lead, as women love to do, "it don't look much, and you might think you got the worst of 1 and 9 for a day, with the days going on for dusk at 5 o'clock. But when you has to find your own soap and flannels—" "I think you have done wonders, Mrs. Tompkins," my uncle made answer with his pleasant smile. "If I only got the best of every bargain like this, I need never be out of elbows, ma'am. Why, the stairs are as white as a scraped horseradish. May we go up and see the view from the best bedroom? Not if it will upset any of your clever doings. You are the mistress now, and we take your orders." With a laugh which challenged our criticism, for no man except a sailor knows the rudiments of scrubbing, she loosed for us a cord which she had tied across, lest any Selsey baby might break bonds and crawl upstairs, and presently we stood in a pretty little bedroom, with an ample but rickety window facing southwards. The room was not too lofty, and I might have knocked my hat against the ceiling if I had not doffed it, but Uncle Corny, being not so tall though wider, had plenty of headroom, and asked what man could want more, and when I looked out of the window I agreed that a man deserved less who could not be pleased with this. For Honeysuckle Cottage stood at the very highest corner of all his pleasant fruit grounds, and I was much surprised, having never been inside this house before, at the rich view of gardening ever varied, and the fair land and water beyond the fruit alleys which shone in the soft spread of sunshine far away, over the heads of countless trees and betwixt their coats of many colours, matched by the motherly hands of autumn, the broad reaches of the flooded Thames, with many a bend of sheen and shadow, led the eye to dwell with pleasure and the heart with wonder, and across the wide water sloping meadows, streaked and rounded with hedge and breastland, spread a green footing for the dark and distant hills. Let me see, today is Friday, an unlucky day, Kit, for you to come first to the house. If I had thought of that, we might have waited for tomorrow, but it can't be helped now, and I am not superstitious. On Monday I'll have Joe and Jimmy Andrews in and put all these window frames and doors to rights, and then we'll have Tilbury from the Hampton to see to the papering and painting and all that. By the end of the week we'll have it snug and tidy. I have sent old Harker's traps after him today. They'll tell me he has taken that tumble-down barn of Osborne's over by Halliford. I suppose I may whistle for my back rents. I ought to have distrained upon his sticks, but I laughed so when I saw how he bolted that I couldn't do it. But you'll have to pay an improved rent, my lad. You can't have it under 5 shillings a week, and cheap enough at that, I can tell you. Why, what do you mean? I asked. I don't want a house, and if I did, how am I to keep it up? I haven't got a sixpence to call my own. Then a pretty fellow you are to make up to Captain Fairthorn's daughter. Where did you intend to put her, I should like to know? But we'll make that all right between you and me and the bedpost. I've got a little nest egg of your mother's money for you, and a heel tap of your father's. Didn't you know why I smoked that old rogue out? Why, that this might be a little home for Kit and Kitty. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Aunt Parslow. It is a bad thing for any man to be always beating his own bounds and treading the track of his own grounds and pursuing the twist of his own affairs, though they be even love affairs, as a dog spins round to catch his own tail. Under the hammer of innocent thought and in the hot pincers of perpetual yearning, I was getting as flat as a horseshoe twice removed, when Sam Henderson gave a boy 2 pence to slip into our grounds, when my uncle's back was turned, and put into my hand an envelope addressed to Samuel Henderson, Esquire, the Paddocks, Halliford, Middlesex. At first I thought in my slow way that his object was to let me see what deference he had won in racing circles, and I smiled at the littleness of the man. But the boy, who was shaking in his ventilated shoes with dread of Uncle Corny, said, "'Tain't that side. Turn it over." I obeyed his instructions and beheld in pencil, "Come down the lane a bit. I have news for you, important." What mortal dwelling wholly on his own affairs would not have concluded that this concerned him, on his own account and unselfishly? I hurried on my coat, which had been thrown off for a job of winter pruning, and in less than 2 minutes I had turned the corner and was face to face with the mighty Sam. "All right, old fellow," he said as coolly as if I had come to recover alone. "You needn't turn a hair. It is not about your Kitty, but my skittish little Sally Chalker. You know I told you all about her, the daughter of the old bloke down at Ludred." "Oh, I remember now," I answered with a sudden chill of disappointment. "I might have known that it was not for me that you were in such a precious hurry. You were very wise not to come into our place. My uncle is a man of short measures." "A man of uncommonly short measures. He will get fined some day, I'm afraid." Sam laughed wonderingly at his own wit. "But I know he don't want me to see his little tricks. Don't bluster, beloved Kit. We all do it, and we respect one another all the more for it. Free trade has turned John Bull into Charlie Fox. I can feel for you, my boy, for now there's a foreign rogue come poaching on my preserves at Ludred, and he doesn't know how many legs make a horse." Sam tapped his own dapper and well-curved legs with a light gold-headed riding-whip, and his favourite mare, who was under the charge of a lad down the lane, gave a whinny to him. "There's nothing she don't know," said Sam, "and her name is Sally." I was not sure which of the 2 fillies, for I knew that he called his sweetheart one, and her name too was Sally, my friend was thus commending. But I rose to the situation and said, "Let us go and rout the fellow out." "I was sure you would stand by our brother Britain," cried Sam, shaking his hands very heartily. "And you won't find me forget it, Kit, when old Crumbly Pot comes back again. I am keeping a lookout for you there, as I gave you my word to do. It has been kettles to mend, I am told, in Fenland, where he hails from. I know a Jew fellow who brought him to book, and was very nearly quaddling him. He won't be back this side of Christmas, unless my friend is a liar, and then I shall do you as good a turn as you are going to do me now. Can you make it fit to come tomorrow? I'll put my Sally in the Spider and call for you about 10 o'clock. You can tell old punnets that you want to see your Aunt Parslow about some important business, for important it is, and no mistake. Think of a dirty Frenchman nobbling sweet Sally Chalker and all her cash. Old Punnets, as he instantly called my uncle, was glad enough that I should pay a visit to my aunt, or rather my mother's aunt, Miss Parslow, who is said to be worth at least £10,000, as well as a very nice house, a large garden, and 3 or 4 meadows by River Mole. You should never neglect such folk, he said. You have no proper sense of the plainest duty. She has only one relation as near as you are, and he has got plenty of tin of his own. You might cut him out easy enough if you tried, and now is the nick of time for it. Anna Parslow is as proud as Punch, I know, and if you can only put it to her, with a little of the proper grease, of course, that your mother's son is considered unfit to marry a young lady, because he cannot cut a shine, who can tell what she might do for you? She doesn't spend half of her income, I know. I was thinking of it only the other night, and she might allow you 200 a year without stinting a pinch of Keating's powder. You love dogs, and dogs love you. Half the dogs in the village come to see you home. Make up to Jupiter and Juno and the other bow-wows she has taken to her bosom, and you'll never want my 30 shillings a week, nor yet the little balance of your father and mother's money. You go and see her, Kit. Don't lose a day. You may accept a lift from that fast Sam Henderson, but throw him over as soon as you've got it. Now this little speech was as like 2 peas to Uncle Corny's nature. He had never said a word about meaning to give me any £1.10 a week, though heaven knows that I was worth it. For let the weather be what it would, there was I making the best of it. On the contrary, I had very seldom put into the purse, which I carried more for the husk than kernel, so much as 5 shillings on a Sunday morning, which was my uncle's particular time for easing his conscience about me. Of course I had my victuals and my clothes to a certain extent, and the power to pay his bills, which made people offer me something sometimes. Also, I could talk as if the place belonged to me, but people knew better for at least 3 miles away, so that his talking of 30 shillings proved without another word on his part his high and holy views of marriage. And again it was like him to try to put me up to get something good out of good Aunt Parslow. Whatever I could get from her would mean so much relief for the Orchardson firm, as he often called us in his prouder times, though if I had asked for a penny of the proceeds he would have banged his big desk upon my knuckles. But do not let me seem to say a word against him, for a better uncle never lived, and I felt his generosity very deeply until I began to think of it. Few things have been more successful yet, and very few have been better managed, than that drive of ours to Leatherhead. Possibly Sam was a luckier fellow than myself, and I think it likely because he was less deserving. Not that there was much harm about him, except a kind of laxity in talk, and a strained desire to be accounted sharp, and a strong ambition to rise in the world, without cleaning the steps ere he mounted them. But he showed a fine heart by his words just now, although he was much ashamed of it, and the pace we were going at brought it out, for a brisk air stirs up the best part of us. "Ain't she a stepper?" he said as we crossed Walton Bridge and dashed through the flood water, for the high road was not made up then. "Wet or dry is all alike to Sally. That's the way to go through the world, my boy. Julius Caesar crossed the river here, and I have got a yearling named after him. What makes it all the kinder on my part is he hasn't got a Latin in his family. How proud the old chap would have been for me to go out of the customs so. It'll set a whole lot of emperors going, if the colt gets the shine I expect of him." Knowing nothing about the turf and caring very little, I let him rattle on about pedigrees and strains of double blood and waxy and whalebone and I know not what, as bad as the multiplication table, and I wondered that such stuff should form his discourse, when he should have been full of young ladies. Even the beauty of the country, which was more than enough to delight the eyes and hold the mind still with pleasure, seemed nothing to Sam beyond. "Yes, very pretty. Nice bit of training ground up there. That's the sort of grass that suits Milk-Teeth." At last we came within a mile of our mark, and followed the fair valley of the river. I brought him to the business of the day, having heard enough of spider-wheels and flyers and so forth, and requiring to know what he expected of me. We had gone at such a pace up hill and down, scarcely ever varying from one long stride, which left every other trap far in the lurch, that but for my boyish remembrance of the place I could scarcely have believed that we were almost in the village. 15 or 5, he said. "That's her pace. There's no half-way house for Sally. She walks a good 5. Walk is the word, old gal. Well, all you have got to do, Kit, is just this. I put up at the Dolphin, and you make a call, with your best gloves on and your hat brushed up, at Valley View House, where your good aunt lives. You have not seen her for years, so much the better. Tell her that a distinguished friend of yours, especially esteemed by your uncle, and well known in the best London circles, has important business in the town, and that you took occasion to pay your respects where they have been due so long. Admire her dogs and all that sort of thing, and when she insists on your staying to lunch, regret very deeply that you cannot leave your distinguished friend, etc. Then, if she is any good, she'll say, 'Do you think he would waive formality?' and so on, and you say, 'If he is not engaged at Lord Nethersole's, I will endeavour to fetch him. I shall happen to be lounging up the hill, and shall pull out my watch and be doubtful, but the attractions of the spot are too many for me. I throw over his lordship and get over the old lady.' I promised to do my best towards this, but without any fictions concerning him, for his best chance lay, as I told him, in moderation and simplicity. For my aunt, according to my remembrance, was rather a shrewd old lady, and Sam had shown some little sense of this in the choice of what he called his toggery. All rich adornments and gorgeous hues had been for once discarded. His clothes were all of quiet grey, and his tone had subsided from the solar to the lunar rainbow. In short, he looked more like a gentleman than I had ever known him look before, and seeing what a fine young man he was, I felt heartily glad that he had fixed his affections where they could not imperil mine. When he entered the gate of Valley View, 9 or 10 small dogs came scampering out, all giving tongue, all making believe to be born for one end, namely my end. They were pugs and Skye terriers and Blenheim spaniels and wiry-coated terriers and Italian greyhounds and little ridiculous toy dogs fit for a child's Noah's Ark, and I know not what else, but no dog of the name of Silence. "What a pack of curs!" I said rather gruffly and with a gesture of contempt, for I never did hear such a medley of barks. As dogs are the most humorous creatures in the world, and they immediately looked at one another and laughed, each applying my remark to his neighbours. If they had been curs, they would have felt it more. Being all of fine breeding, they took it lightly, as I said it, for I had no real meaning to offend them. Then, a great deal more quickly than we settle matters, they referred the whole question to a grand old pug, with his face pulled up short, like a plaited blind, by the cords of disgust at the tricks of mankind, and lots of little pimples, like a turbot's moles, upon it. As a chairman of committee he came up to me, reserving his stump in a very strict line, till my character passed through the test of his nose. Then he gave a little doubtful trepidation to his tail, and after another sniff and a very hearty wag, and with one accord all the doggies set off to the house to announce that an honest dog was coming. Miss Parslow was inclined, as appeared thereafter, to attach more importance to the verdict of her dogs, even as a Roman admiral should have consulted his holy chickens. When the dogs came to say that they believed me to be safe, their mistress put them all into their own room and came out to the porch to meet me. She knew me at once, though I might have forgotten her except for a great event in my life, when she gave me the first sovereign I ever possessed. Being a small and slim lady, she rested her head upon the upper pocket of my waistcoat, which seemed to be an excellent omen. "Oh, how you do take after your mother!" she exclaimed with a genial tear or two. "You are not like an Orchardson, my dear boy, but a Parslow all over. Why have you kept away from Valley View till now?" This was a difficult question to answer, and therefore I naturally asked another. "How are you getting on, my dear aunt? And will it put you out that I should come like this? I wrote last night, but it may have been too late." "Oh, the posts are always wrong. Come and sit here by the fire. We shall have a sharp winter, I'm sure of that. Jupiter knows the weather as well as if he made it. Now, come and tell me about your own affairs." At first I was not inclined to do that, preferring to talk about hers and desiring some knowledge of her character and opinions before I began to spread forth my own. But she took the lead of me and contrived to get out of me all about Uncle Corny and everybody else I had to do with, and even the whole of my hopes and fears concerning the main object of my life, for the old can always pump the young when they know the right way to hold the handle. "I cannot see where presumption is," she said as she took my hand and placed it in one of hers and patted it. "Your mother was Annie Parslow, as sweet a young lady as any Miss Fairthorn. Her father would have been Lord Mayor of London if he had only lived long enough. The Parslows were in the tea line, which is equal to almost any. It is true that she dropped several grades in life by marrying George Orchardson, and Miss Fairthorn's friends, if she ever does it, will say that she dropped several grades in life by marrying Kit Orchardson." I felt I had her there, but she would not see it. "Don't talk nonsense, Kit. The case is wholly different. You may be counted as half a Parslow while nobody knows what she is. And you must not consider what her friends will say, but your own, who are sensible people. You have acted very wisely in coming over to tell me about this affair. I am sorry that the girl is so poor through her father's stupid carelessness. You know that I like your Uncle Cornelius, although he is such a queer character. One of the most obstinate men on earth, and nearly all men are obstinate. But he is apt to put things off. He is always waiting for something else to be ready. I shall pay him a visit soon, as Mr. Parker's fly has got its new cushions in, and his bay horse recovered from his lameness. Then we will settle something about you. I never let the grass grow below my feet. I shall make your Uncle Corny come to a book. I am quite convinced in my own mind that he has been keeping all these years a nice little lump of your father's money, as well as your dear mother's property. No Parslow was ever a beggar yet. There was none of them but had a silver teapot, as was only decent in the business, and most of them could fill it with bank-notes, though I'm not saying that your mother could. Dear me, what a dreadful to-do there was when she ran away with George Orchardson. My dear brother vowed he would never forgive her, although she was his favourite child. So upright and fair, and so ladylike, and cheeks like damask roses. You never see such a sweet face now. All their education is to learn to stare, and their polish is like a brass knocker's. What they all want is a good stepmother to starve and to slap their ears out of them. That may have made your Kitty nicer than you can expect to find them now. If I were a young man, I wouldn't marry any girl who had not been 10 years under a strong stepmother. Why, how many more times is that young man to lounge up and down the road over there? He is very like the one who comes from somewhere near you, and has taken a fancy to Sally Chalker." "My dear aunt," I said, "your delightful conversation has driven him out of my head altogether. It must be Mr. Henderson who drove me over, a sporting man, but a landlord, and a very fashionable fellow. He is waiting for me to go back with him, no doubt, and he will not take the liberty of ringing your bell. I must not keep him any more. Good-bye, my dear aunt." "Do you think that I would let you go without a morsel? We shall have luncheon in about 5 minutes. Ask your friend to join us if he will oblige me. Oh, I do like a shy man. He is getting so scarce." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. A Tulip Bloom. All other Hedians used to admit, and could show good reason for doing so, that my great-aunt Parslow was the cleverest woman, as well as the most respectable in the place. But even her abilities were hardly taxed to find in my friend Sam Henderson any large amount of that element of shyness with which she had endowed him through the window. His merits were rather inclined to dispense with any bridal veil of modesty, and his charms never mantled themselves in moss, as the coy rose attracts by retiring. But I was pleased to find that he behaved much better than any of his best friends could have hoped, for he dropped all slang and soared into lofty places among much more nobility than I had ever heard of, and I wondered a little at my aunt's familiarity with all the great names he was so friendly with, for she never said no, but nodded intimately whenever he presumed that she knew the Earl of something, or even the Duke of anything. I could not resist the conclusion that the Parslows had been in the peerage and lost it, probably through excess of greatness and consequent peril to the throne itself. When Sam had told scandals enough of great people to keep all Ludred in a firmament for a month, though I noticed with surprise his delicacy and deference to the fact, if to no other, that he was speaking in the presence of a maiden lady, he played another card even more effective. He asked, as the very greatest favor he could think of, the honor of an introduction to the noblest circle of dogs now existing in the kingdom. "Perhaps you will regret it, Mr. Henderson," Aunt Parslow replied with a smile and a blush, for she had a very pretty color still, which had varied with some of his narratives. "My dogs are perfect little wizards and witches. They took to my nephew because he is a Parslow, and perhaps because he is so innocent. But you have seen so much of the world, yet kept myself quite untainted by it." He spoke with such gravity that I was obliged to turn away. "Next to the society of accomplished ladies, I enjoy that of horses, and of thoroughbred dogs, with a very long interval between, of course, but I scarcely ever met an accomplished lady. What a lucky mark I must have put to this day! Oh, if I could only show you my little Tim! He can stand on his tail and sing Rule Britannia, and beat time with all his 4 legs in the air. But compared to your dogs, he is nothing but a cur. What beauties! Why, Miss Parslow, I will never trust my eyes again." "Yes, they are very pretty, as good as any children, or a great deal better, I might say." "Jupiter, don't growl, sir." "Cleopatra, take your teeth out of Mr. Henderson's boot. Vulcan and Venus and Mercury, oh dear!" At a signal from Jupiter, the ancient pug, all the pets had made a rush at the bewildered Sam, and a chorus of yells arose as he was obliged, in self-defense, to kick at them. Then they rallied in a body round the corner of a sideboard, snarling and showing their little white teeth, with their bristles erect and their eyes full of fire, bravely encouraging one another for a still fiercer charge at the stranger. And he would have had the worst of it, or killed some of the tiny ones, if I had not spied a light whip in the lobby, and given Master Jupiter a crack on his fat sides which made him bolt with a howl, and all his army followed suit. "Oh, how shall I punish them? Do forgive me. I never knew them to do such a thing before, and I thought them such excellent judges of character. How could I imagine that they would ever fly at you? They had pulled down the cloth and broken 2 decanters that belonged to my dear mother. But that is nothing, Mr. Henderson, compared with the shocking fright they have given you. How can I ever thank you for not killing them?" Then Henderson, with the skill of Hannibal, turned his defeat into victory. "What plucky little chaps they are," he said. "I did all I could to put them in a rage on purpose to test their breeding. Perhaps you saw me flash this pin at them. If anything drives a small dog wild, it is to catch him in the eyes with a large carbuncle. But I got the worst of it, and served me right. I only hope I may not have hurt any of the darlings." "You are magnanimity itself, my dear sir." Aunt Parslow glanced shyly at his very good trousers, which would never be quite so good again. "The main point is whether you are hurt. Even a very little dog, you know, Miss Parslow. A dog, unless really rabid, is not a quarter so venomous as a cat. If I had been attacked like that by cats, I could not have dared to show a bit of mercy, even if they had been prime favorites of yours. Oh, I cannot bear cats. I am so glad you draw that most just distinction.
Dogs are so noble and generous, so candid and loving and chivalrous. They showed that, even when they did their best to bite you. But a cat is so stealthy and crawling and crafty, and I might even say bloodthirsty. Next to my dogs, I love my birds, the dear little things that come and sing, even in the, not by any means an elegant expression, of winter. Not a robin could live here, until I had my doggies. But that sounds like the front door bell. Kit, would you oblige me by just seeing who it is? Jenny and Biddy are engaged, I know. What a very strange thing, if it should be Miss Chalker. Of course, you never heard of our belle Chalker, Mr. Henderson? Madam, it appears to me that you are all belles here. Sam bowed as he spoke, and contrived to convey me a wink as I left the room, which told me that the very strange thing had been brought to pass by post, or possibly by telegram. When I opened the door, I saw a very pretty girl, but no more to be compared with my darling Kitty than a tulip with a lily of the valley. Although it was close upon winter now, she had a striped parasol, which I detest, and her velvet hat, turned down over one ear and turned up at the other, and 2 kingfisher's wings stuck crosswise, and between them a gorgeous topaz hummingbird. You might look at my Kitty 50 times, and if anyone asked you how she was dressed, you would have to say, I have not the least idea, if you happen not to be a woman. But this young lady's attire compelled attention, and perhaps deserved it. Oh, I beg your pardon, she said very nicely, and giving me a smile which made 2 dimples. But I thought Miss Parslow might be disengaged. I thought I would look in, as I was going down the town, but I will not intrude if she has visitors. She made some difficulty about coming in, as if she were not bent upon doing so, but I told her with a look, which she feigned not to understand, that I should never be forgiven if I allowed her to depart. Then the lady of the house came out and brought her in, and introduced her to both visitors. Oh, I know Mr. Henderson, a great friend of my father's. I am so glad that he knows you, Aunt Parslow. I am sure he admires your lovely view. Now this was not exactly to my liking. What right had she to call my Aunt Parslow hers? If I ever met any one free from petty jealousy, I believe it is the one I see while shaving. But ever since Sam Henderson came in at my aunt's door, I, who had been getting on so well till then, seemed to be no better than a nobody. He had made himself the hero of the hour, and played first fiddle, and forced his way into her best graces, by working on her vanity and social yearnings and family pride, till I quite expected that he would declare himself to be a Parslow, and entitled to the silver teapot. And now here was this girl, who had made up her mind, as I could see plainly, to be Mrs. Sam ere long, daring to address my wealthy relative as her own Aunt Parslow. "Kit, you don't look very well," said the lady of the house, after much chatter had been indulged in. "A little change will do you good, perhaps. I suppose you are always up an apple tree at home. Would you like to come with me through my long garden, and give me your advice about 1 or 2 things? The view up the valley is very lovely, and so perfectly rustic. Jenny will have tea ready when we come back." To this we all agreed with great pleasure, and my aunt contrived to let Sam and his Sally fall behind, quite out of sight among the trees and shrubs, while she took my arm, and let me carry her camp-stool. Jupiter alone of the dogs came with us, for she scarcely went even to church without him, and he certainly was a clever and amusing fellow, full of information, and yet always adding to it. He looked at me with great respect, and not a shadow of resentment for the very solid whack I had bestowed upon him. His black muzzle, big forehead, large deep eyes, crow's feet of experience, and furrows of philosophy were relieved of their austerity every now and then by the gentle waggery of his corkscrew tail. "Now, I will show you as lovely a piece of rich English landscape as ever you saw," the old lady said, as we turned a grassy corner. "I have often thought of having a bower made here, but perhaps that would tend to cockneyfy it. Let me have the stool, Kit, and you sit on that stump. The view from the house is very beautiful, but this beats it, because it shows another bend, and perhaps the very prettiest bend of all the valley. You ought to be here in May, Kit, when the lilacs and laburnums, and the wild broom, and the apple blossom and the soft green of the trees along the winding river. Don't talk to me of Devonshire after that. I have never been there, but I won't believe it. I admired the view, which was very nice indeed, and very prettily varied on its way. At the same time I could not help thinking that some of the broad reaches of the Thames, and the long spread of meadows with the slanting sun, and the cattle too sleek to care a flip for flies, and the trees, and the islands, and the glassy quiet, such as we have round our way, were much more likely to do a man good, which must be the thing they were made for, than all the sharp turns of a pretty little stream which our river receives without knowing it. "You are right, my dear nephew," replied my dear aunt, when I had expressed opinions not exactly as above. "It is indeed a large and noble sight, but I fear that those two young people behind us will be looking all the time at one another, and perhaps never know that they are in a valley. Mr. Henderson is a very pleasant young man, so far as I can judge, and a clever one, likely to make his own way in the world, with the help of all the very great friends he has. But is he to be thoroughly depended on? Has he the strict principle and downright honesty and love of domestic life, without which no marriage can be truly happy? I have a great regard for young Miss Chalker, and though her father belongs to another grade of life, and one with which I have had but little sympathy, I believe him to be a very upright man, and his heart is bound up with his only child. She has no mother, you must understand, and I will not lend myself to anything for which I could not answer to her father and myself." My aunt fixed her keen grey eyes upon me, and her white hair added to their force and truth. For the first time I felt that I had acted rashly, and by no means rightly in the matter as she put it, and that she put it sensibly, and honestly, and kindly, was too evident for my self-content. I should not have yielded to Sam's overtures, or at any rate I should not have involved her in the case, without being far more sure than I was at present of his good qualities. I answered as truthfully as I could, which is the only right thing to do, however it may end, and I felt that the end might be my disgrace with her. "Aunt Parslow, I know very little of Sam Henderson. That is to say, I have known him from a boy, but never been intimate with him. In our village he is considered rather fast, but we are a very steady-going lot, and anyone who deals at all with racing matters is sure to get that reputation with us. I have never heard anything against his honesty. If I had, I should not be with him until it was disproved. I think that he is really attached to Miss Chalker, and whether he would be a good husband for her is a great deal more than I can say. You ladies are the best judges of such matters. If you can give him a good word, do, but it must depend entirely upon your own judgment, for as I said before, I do not know him at all thoroughly." "I am not very sanguine about it," said my aunt, whose eyes had never left mine while I spoke, "and I shall take good care that, if they meet again here, it shall be with her father's knowledge. There is one thing to be said, that they both belong to the same class in life, and are likely therefore to understand one another's ways. The same cannot be said of you, my dear, and your love is a much more romantic affair, and likely, I fear, to run no smooth course. There I will help you all I can, and my advice will be of great service to you. Also, if you want a little money, you know where to come for it, and that reminds me that you may want some now. Your Uncle Orchardson is a man, I believe, of great integrity and fine principle, but I know that he objects very strongly to parting with any of the means God has given him. If you are obliged to run away with your Kitty to save her from an old reprobate, and it may come to that, though I dislike such things, what does your uncle propose to do for you? He ought to do something handsome." "And so he will, something very handsome. He has promised to pay me 30 shillings a week for my services in his business, and to let us a cottage at 5 shillings a week, which must be worth 7 and 6pence. Exactly like him, the old curmudgeon. Well, I won't say yet what I will do, because I have not even seen your Kitty, and I have, of course, so many claims upon me. But here is a £10 note, to save you from making your uncle unhappy, by asking him to advance you a trifle, and if you want another, you can have it any day. I am pleased with you, Christopher, because I think you have told me the truth about all these affairs, as well as about Mr. Henderson, and Jupiter, who is the greatest of all judges, has pronounced most strongly in your favor. Now let us go and look for that sporting pair. Quite enough of such proceedings in my garden.
End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Coldpepper Hall. Although there was a little help of moonlight, Sam drove home very carefully, for the more a man has to do with horses, the better he knows where his risk is, and I saw that his speech about Sally's speed, as a power that could not be modified, was a speech and nothing more. He set me down at my uncle's door with many warm thanks for my kindness, and a strong assurance that he should now go in and win. But my uncle was not so well pleased, for he had very little love for Sam, and much hatred at being kept out of his bed. "I suppose you don't want any supper," he grumbled. "If you do, you must go and get what you can find. Your Aunt Parslow is a wealthy woman, but not the one to feed you as I do. I'll be bound she has sent you quite empty away. There's a bit of cold hock of bacon in the cupboard." I told him that I had been fed like a prince, which only increased his ill humor. "She wants you to go and do her trees for nothing. I understand that old woman," he said as he gave me an inch of tallow candle. "But after real turtle and champagne, you will be able to make nothing out of this. It came by the girl who was old Tabby's niece, or cousin, or grandmother, or something. The footman, no doubt, was too grand to come down here. Don't bother me with it, I want my nightcap." He gave me the letter, which he had opened, and which is addressed in a crabbed hand to Mr. Cornelius Orchardson, market gardener, Sunbury, and when he was gone, I read as follows: "Miss Coldpepper presents her compliments to Mr. Orchardson, and will be much obliged if he shall send his nephew Christopher to the Hall at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, as Miss Coldpepper has something to say to him." My conscience being in a dreadful state of nervousness and discomfort, without anybody to relieve it so, or any one to put it on, I wondered and wondered what this could mean, till my dreams, like a thatcher's pole, twisted it into 1,000 ropes of many-colored stuff and stream, and when the morning came at last, I could not set about my work until I had learned what Tabby Tapscott thought about this new surprise. She, in her provoking ways, pretended to know everything, but would only shake her head and mutter, and tell me to ensure my life. At last I saw that she knew nothing, and the only comfort I could find was to tell her that she should never know, because she was an old humbug. It was a dull and foggy morning, with a grey rime on the grass, and dead leaves hanging tipped with wet and dribbles of puddles along the walk, doubting whether to freeze or flow, and the whole air reeking with that Job's comfort, which means that there is much worse to come. I buttoned my coat and strode more briskly, though going upon a loath errand, you may know. When they showed me in at the tradesman's door, for I then looked up to dignities which exist by being looked up to, a strange and unaccustomed thing upset all the rally of my conscience. Regulus, the foremost of all beings in a well-regulated household, came down the passage, at a pace which spoke 9 volumes for his digestion, though his lips were clouded with fine cream, and instead of taking a nip at me, he threw up his head as if he would have taken his hat off, if he wore one, and indulged in a bark of welcome, which went ringing back to the hall itself. Then he cut a caper round my feet, and with the innumerable laughter of his tail fell fawning, and begged but a word from me. I have often seen men of small self-respect do that sort of thing to great personages, but I knew that this dog was full of self-respect, and had little for other people. What was passing in his mind I cannot say, but simply record his actions. "Well, I never see the like," said Charles, who had condescended to let me in. "Why, he snappeth worse than ever at me, though the Lord knows I sweated to get him back. Come along this way, Master Kit. My lady will see you in the justice room." He showed me into a square panelled chamber where old Squire Nicholas used to rule over poachers and little thieves brought before him by the parish constable, and with Regulus still at my heels, I stood waiting anxiously for the lady. At length there came a rustle of silk moving slowly, watered silk such as we seldom see now, and can scarcely find time to think of. And as fine as the silk, and as able to stand alone, was the lady inside it. Although she lived so near to us and drove by in her carriage so often, I knew her rather by sight than speech, and better by report than either. She was tall and straight and of goodly presence, with fine large features and a steadfast look, which expressed clear perception and strong resolve, but less violence of nature than her sister showed. Her abundant hair, drawn back from her ample forehead and coiled at the back of her head, would have been jet black but for a few lines of silver and an undercast of a tint like that of an American oak leaf. To me she appeared more imposing and handsome than her sister Monica, but I may have thought more highly of her because she lived at Sunbury. This lady made me a graceful bow, a very slight one, but still it was a bow, and proved that her nature was better than that of the Honourable Mrs. Bulrag. I replied with a low bend and scrape of my foot, which I always understand to be the proper thing in such a case, and the guilt of my heart as I thought of her dog was enough to account for the deep blush I felt. "Are you the young Mr. Orchardson?" she asked, "the nephew of that Mr. Orchardson who owns the large garden and long walls at Sunbury? Then I have a little matter to discuss with you. But how strongly my dog seems to take to you! It is not at all his general character. He is not at all devoted to mankind, but he has a remarkable memory. Perhaps you were kind to him when he was quite young, or perhaps you were even his master." "No, ma'am, I know him only as your dog, but most dogs are fond of me. An aunt of mine has 9, and I was with them yesterday." "Oh, that explains it." She spoke with a smile which made her face quite beautiful, and I wondered at the taste of the Honourable Tom in exchanging her for her sister. "Now I dare say you know why I sent for you. For some years I have not seen very much of my sister, now the wife of Professor Fairthorn, a man well known in the scientific world. But a few weeks ago Captain Fairthorn asked me to allow his daughter by a previous marriage to spend a few days with me here, and I consented, for I knew him long before he married my sister, and have always felt a great regard for him. There is no reason why I should enter into that. Miss Fairthorn was here for about 10 days, and she might have been longer but for you. Who are you that you should dare to fall in love with her?" Now these words look very harsh as written, and would sound so too if harshly spoken, but Miss Coldpepper scarcely seemed to mean them thus, for there was no contempt in her voice, and I thought that her glance was kind, though her face was very grave. Perhaps she was thinking of her own love-time, which would rouse at once pity for me and ill will towards the sister, who then had wronged her so. It was difficult for me to answer her, and I was in no hurry to do so, knowing from dialogues with Tabby Tapscott that women are ready to go on again, and perhaps answer themselves when provoked to do it. Not that I compared Miss Coldpepper with our poor Tabby for a moment, only that much the same rule applies to all women when they grow unruly. Their main object is to say something striking, being forbidden by nature to strike otherwise. "You have nothing to say, then?" continued the lady, without giving me time to know how much I had. "Very well, I think that it is better so. I have tried to make every allowance for you, and I am glad not to find you at all defiant. Miss Fairthorn, of course, has no particular claims of birth to stand upon, for you know, and perhaps you have thought about it, that she has none of the Coldpepper blood in her system. I suppose, if she had, you would scarcely have dared to behave in this way, Mr. Orchardson?" "Certainly not, madam," I replied with genuine truth, for I must have been frightened at the fearful temper of the family, and if Kitty had been a Coldpepper, she could not have owned the sweet face which had won me. "Really, I do not perceive in you,"
her ladyship, as our people called her, went on in a gentler tone, any signs of that audacity with which my sister charges you? To me you seem to be a well-meaning and fairly educated young man, and it may be your misfortune, more than fault, that you have given this offence. You certainly were of the greatest service to my niece, as I allow her to call herself, although she is no niece of mine, when that excessively stupid marker led her into needless danger. I do not know what I could have said to Professor Fairthorn if his daughter had been swept away through the folly of my housekeeper, and more than that, I was beginning to grow rather fond of that young girl. I found her so ready and clever and obliging and free from conceit the young people show now. When she was taken away like that, I missed her very sadly, and felt for her deeply at having to go back to so very dull a house. But I wish you to understand, young man, that though I am not in a position to forbid, I cannot in any way sanction or even approve of your suit to her, and I trust that your own common sense will induce you to withdraw it and try to forget her. You may think it hard, but it must be so. Will you promise to think no more of her? No, I cannot do that, I answered in a low voice which grew stronger as my heart warmed with my words. I will tell you no falsehood, Miss Coldpepper. As long as I live, I must think of her, and no one else in all this world. She is more to me than my life, my soul, or even my hope of another life. From the moment I first set eyes upon her, there was nothing else worth living for. The Lord, who governs all our ways and knows what is best for us, has been pleased to give me her pure love, a greater gift than the life he gave, and with his aid I will hold it fast. And he alone shall ever part us. I am not accustomed to strong words, but these are weak to what my meaning is. Well, I think they are pretty strong, but I will not blame you for them. She turned from my eyes, which were bright with deep passion, as behooved a well-bred lady. When things have come to such a pass, there is little more to be said or done. Only it occurs to me, who have seen a good deal of men and women, that these brave words are often said, and for the moment felt, no doubt. But in a few years, or even one, or perhaps a month, where are they? A new love, equally the gift of heaven, comes in with still hotter fervor, and the old one is whistled down the wind, and why should it not be so with you? I knew in the heat of the moment she was referring to her own case, and my place was to be silent. Christopher Orchardson, she said at last, recovering her business tone, I have delivered my message to you, and it has not made much impression. To me the matter is of little moment, except that I like Miss Fairthorn more than I ever expected to like a girl again, and I am not pleased, as you may suppose, that she, with her youth and abilities and beauty, should make so poor a marriage. Have you thought of this? Have you considered whether you have any right to take her from a rank in life, or at least from a social position above your own, and keep her in a cottage among working men, with a scanty and perhaps doubtful income? You are a man of spirit. Do you think this fair? This was the point of all points which perplexed me more than I could settle. She saw how deeply her words had moved me, and waited with a grim smile for my reply. Yes, I have fully considered that, and it is the one matter I doubt about. You have put it more clearly, madam, than I could put it, and entirely without exaggeration, and I scarcely know how to answer, without referring to things that may pain you. But you may be aware that Miss Fairthorn at present leads a most unhappy life, and even worse than that, everything is being done to force her into a miserable marriage with a man of more than twice her age, and of anything but good character. He is supposed to be rich, but is poorer than myself, because he owes more than he can pay. She had better go to her grave than become the wife of such a person. From this she has no escape except to the quiet home I can give her, and to live among working men who would respect and look up to and admire her is surely less of a degradation than to be brought into a wild and rough company, as in the other case she must be. It will be known here that she has had the honor of your acquaintance and liking, and though you may not think fit to continue it under the change of circumstances, people will value her by what has been. And as for being happy, what is there to prevent it? She will live in a beautiful place in fine gardens, where there is always plenty to look at and enjoy, according to the time of year, abundance of flowers and fruit and good living, my uncle to make much of her, and myself to worship her, and nobody ever to say a cross word. It is not surprising that you have won her consent, Miss Coldpepper answered gravely, if you have put your proposals thus. How could a poor London girl resist such a programme? And Kitty loves the country, as a lark or wood-quoit does. Well, you must understand that I will have nothing more to say about it. I have been asked to tell you what I think. I have done so, and there is an end of it. With these words she rang the bell for someone to show me the way out. But having found her much less awful than I had expected, I was not content to let well alone, but must needs try to get further. "Madam," I said, "you have listened so kindly to all I have ventured to tell you, that I hope you will let me ask one question without being thought impertinent. It is only that I should like to know who it is that has begged you to speak to me, and whether Captain Fairthorn is aware of it." At once her demeanour was changed to me. Her lofty indifference was gone. Her eyebrows rose, and her eyelids quivered, and her face flushed with wrath like a storm cloud with the sun. "I think that I have listened too kindly to you, and the things you have dared to tell me. It will teach me to have less to say to underbred young men henceforth. Charles, show this man where the front door is." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. At Bay and in the Bay. Every one who can call to mind that year of bad weather, 1860, will bear me out in saying that it showed no weakness, no lack of consistency to the last. Rain and chill were the rule of the summer, snow and severe cold the order of the winter. In the beginning of December the earth was sodden, and the rivers thick with flood. Then the sky was amassed with fog, and the trees hung low with the trembling drip, and even the humble weeds and grass were bearded with a glaucous reek, not crisp or bright as of rime or frost, but limp and dull and bleary. Having never seen such a thing till now, I could not tell what to make of it. But Uncle Corny, who had been compelled for years to watch the weather, said, "Up with all the winter apples, and the glow morcow, and the bury rants, up with them all to Covent Garden, or we shall have them frozen on the shelves, or even if we can keep the frost out, we shall have the vans snowed up. Things look just as they do now in December 1837, only the ground was not so wet. Go down to the barges and order 10 tons of coal. We shall want it all, and 20 cauldrons of gas coke. The frost will last till February, and the fuel will cost a rare price then." I was inclined to laugh at this as a bold and rash prediction, but it was more than verified by the weather that set in upon the 18th of December, not with any sudden change, but the cold growing more decided. By this time Honeysuckle Cottage was thoroughly cleansed, and in good trim, painted and papered, and neatly furnished, with tabby put in to keep it warm, but only permitted to use one room. And I used to go there every day, and sit in the little parlor, reading the only letter I had yet received from the one who was more to me than words. It was written in a small, clear hand, and dated on the very day after my visit to her, and the purport of it was to comfort me and persuade me to wait with all endurance until I should have leave to come again. And long as the time had seemed, and dreary and empty of all except distant hope, I had done my best to get through it, with the courage of a man and the faith of love. "It is for my dear father's sake," she wrote, "that I am compelled to ask you this, There has been a fearful scene which even his sweet endurance and wonderful temper could scarcely carry him through, without sad injury to his health and work. His heart is not very strong, and though he tries to laugh these troubles off or despise them as below his notice, to me it is plain that they worry and wear him a great deal more than he deigns to show, and I know that he bitterly reproaches himself, although he so rarely speaks of it, for having been so deluded as to place nearly all his property in the power of those who should only have a part. When he looks at me and sighs, I know exactly what he is thinking of, and it is my place to save him from all that can be avoided of strife and ill treatment. A more placid and peaceful man never lived, yet comfort and peace are denied him. In a few weeks he will leave home again, if this house can be called a home, and then I should like to see you, dear, with his permission before he goes, because I am not afraid for myself, and I may have to settle what is to be done if a certain gentleman should come back and try to force his visits upon me while my father is away. If this should happen, you shall hear at once unless I am locked up, as I used to be sometimes. Do not write, she takes every letter, and it would only cause more misery. We must trust in heaven, and in one another, for I know that you love me as I love you. This very faithful and sensible letter was beginning to grow threadbare now, or rather was returning to its original state of thread with my constant handling, and it left me in a sore predicament, which became sorer as time went on, and no other tidings reached me. It was grievous to reflect that with better policy and judicious flattery I might perhaps have contrived to get a scrap or two of information even from the stately lady of the hall, or at any rate through Mrs. Marker, but that good housekeeper shunned me now, probably under strict orders, or if ever I managed to bring her to bay, she declared that she knew nothing, and perhaps this was true, for the choleric sisters held little communication. As a last resource, I got Mrs. Tapscott to promise her niece the most amiable tips for every bit of tidings she could bring. But nothing came of that, and by this time verily my condition of mind was feverish. In vain I consulted that oracle of the neighborhood, Uncle Corny, for an oracle he was now become, partly through making good figures of his fruit, partly through holding tongue and shaking head, and partly, no doubt, by defeating the lawyers and smoking out old Accorate. But all I could win from this oracle was, "Go up and get in at the window." I was ready to get in at any window, big enough for my head to pass, if only I could have found Kitty inside and quick to forgive me for coming. But to talk is all very fine, and old men make it do for everything. To act is the province of the young, who have not found out how vain it is. Being touched up, therefore, on every side, for even old Tabby made sniffs at me, and Celsey Bill winked in a manner that meant, "Would there ever have been 17 young Celseys if I had hung fire as you do?" And my uncle said quietly between two puffs, "In for a penny, in for a pound. That used to be the way when I was young." Being stirred up more deeply by my own heart, which was sadly unquiet within me, I set off at last, without a word, and not even a horse to help me. The frost had set in, that mighty frost which froze the Thames down to Kingston Bridge, and would have frozen at the London Bridge except for one pause at the end of the year, and the rush of so much land water. The ground was already as hard as iron, but no snow had fallen to smother it up. The walking was good, and the legs kept going to keep one another and the whole affair alive. There must have been a deal of ground soon overcome between them, for they were not out of Uncle Corny's gate till Sunbury clock struck 3, and they knocked against the gate of Bullrag Park when the twilight still hung in the sky. And this had been done against a bitter east wind, with a low scud of snow flying into the teeth and scurfing the darkening road with grey. Here it was needful to reflect a little, for to think against the drift of air is worthless for anything weaker than a 6-wheeled engine. I found a little shelter from the old Scotch firs, and halted in their darkness and considered what to do, The house about 100 yards away looked cold and grim and repellent and abhorrent, except for one sweet warmth inside. The dark shrubs before it were already powdered with a gathering crust of snow, and the restless wind was driving cloudy swirls of white along and in under the laps of blue slate. So far as I could see, one chimney only was issuing token of some warmth inside. I had scarcely shivered yet in fierce cold of the road, and the open tracks where no road was, but I shuddered with a deep thrill of anguish and dismay as I watched that bleak house, with the snow flitting round it, the bitter frost howling in every wind-blast, and not a scrap of fire to keep my sweet love's body warm. "If they have not quite starved her since her father left," I asked to myself, being sure that he was gone, "they will not lose this chance of freezing her to death. I have heard what they do in such weather. They keep her where the water jugs burst, and the ice is on the pillow, while they roast themselves by a roaring fire. May they roast forever." Slow as I am in imagination, this picture had such an effect upon me that I caught up my stick, which had stood against the tree, and determined to knock the front door in if they would not admit me decently. But glancing back first to be sure of having the place to myself, I beheld through the wind-hurried flakes an advancing figure. 2 looks were enough. It was my darling, bending to the wind but walking bravely, and carrying a basket in her ungloved hand. Her little thin cloak and summer hat, for they had given her no other, were as white as the ground itself with snow, and so were the clusters of her rich brown hair, which time shall whiten by the side of mine. But her large blue eyes and soft rosy cheeks were glistening bravely through the fleecy veil, and a smile of resolve to make the best of all things showed little teeth whiter than any snowflake. Through the brunt of the storm she had not descried me, until she was suddenly inside my arms. Then she dropped her basket in the snow and looked up at me, and tried hard to be vexed. But nature and youth were too many for her, and she threw her glad arms round my neck and patiently permitted me to leave no snow either on her face or in her curls. "Oh, Kit, if they should see us from the house," she whispered, and I said, "They had better not, or they shall have this stick." However, for fear of any rashness about that, I held her with a smooth and easy pace, for she could move beautifully with my arm round her, which no clumsy girl could do, to a snug little nook, where a large bay tree broke the power of the wind and screened the snow. Here we found a low branch upon which we could sit, with the fragrant leaves to shelter us, and ever since that, when I smelled a bay leaf, I can never help thinking of my love, even when it is in pickled mackerel. When I had told her 1,000 times of my delight at finding her, and she, with 100 blushes perhaps, had begged me to show it judiciously, I asked her where she had been in such dreadful weather, and what she had got in the basket. 2 bottles of brandy, she answered as coolly as if it had been a cowslip ball. From the bricklayer's arms I had to fetch them, because nobody else would go out in the storm. "What?" I cried, looking at her pure and bashful eyes. "Do you mean to say that you are sent alone to a common public-house where the navvies go?" "Oh, they never say anything to me, dear Kit, but I cannot bear to go, when there are noisy people there, and I believe that my father would be angry if he knew it. It has only happened once or twice when the weather was very bad." "Does she ever send her own daughters there?" I asked as mildly as I could, for Kitty was trembling at my natural wrath and stern manner. "Oh, no, she would not like to send them at all, even if they would go, which is very doubtful. But she says that my place is to be useful, and she never can do without brandy long. She gets tired of wine in the evening." "The case is just this," I said, wishing to let off my wrath that I might speak of more pleasant things. "She revels upon your father's money and squanders it on her children's whims. She locks him up in a corner of his own house and makes a slave of his only child, starves and beats her, and degrades her by sending her for drink to a pot-house. a young lady, the best and sweetest and noblest—" I was obliged to stop in fear of violence, but my dear one became all the dearer to me, as I thought of her misery and patience. If my Uncle Cornelius tried to put upon me, was I ever known to put up with it? And consider the difference betwixt an uncle who fed me and kept me and allowed me money, or at any rate promised to do so, and a vile stepmother who ruined the father, and starved and bullied and disgraced the child. Truly we learn to forget right and wrong, as our country has learned in these latter days. "No one can degrade me but myself," Miss Fairthorn answered gently, and without any thought of argument. "But I will not go again if you think it wrong. I have been so accustomed to run errands for her that I never gave a thought to the difference at first, and having done it once I could not say no the next time. But I know it is not nice, and I will never go again, now that I know that you object to it, dear. You won't be angry when I have given you my promise to send an angel to a public house." But I said no more about it, for the angel sighed and put her hand into mine to be forgiven. Then I asked her, with my wrath turning into jealous pangs about that old villain, who dared to imagine that his wealth, if he had any, or at any rate his position, could bridge over the gulf between virtue and vice, loveliness and ugliness, sweet maidenhood and sour decrepitude of bad living. Of these things I could not speak to her, but her modesty shrank, without knowing why. "That poor old gentleman has been very ill," she answered in her clear and silvery voice, which made me thrill like music. "He went to sea to some business in Lincolnshire, and was laid up for weeks with ague. But he is to come back when the weather permits. If he had appeared I would have let you know, for I should have been frightened, with my father not at home. But I am sorry to say there is some one coming more formidable to me than Sir Cumberleigh is. You will think I am full of dislikes, dear Kit, but I do dislike that Downy so. He is her son Donovan, her only son, and she worships him, if she worships anything." I had heard of this Donovan Bullrag more than once, but knew very little about him, except that, unless he was much belied, he combined the vices of both his parents. But my duty was now to reassure my Kitty and leave her in good spirits, so far as that was possible, though every minute of her company was as precious as a year of life to me. I was fearful of keeping her longer in the cold and ensuring a very hot reception from her foes. Of the latter, however, she had not much dread, being so inured to ill usage that a little more or less was not much consideration. But her cloak was threadbare, and her teeth began to chatter, as the keen wind shook the tree above us and scattered the snow upon our shoulders. In a few words we arranged to be no longer without frequent news of one another, for I told her very truly that without this luck I must have gone home in utter misery, unless I had forced my way to her, and with equal sincerity she replied that she did not know what she could have done, for the time had been dreary and desolate. Then she promised to write me every week, not long love letters, for of those there was no need, with our pure faith in one another, and her opportunities would be but brief, yet so as to let me know that she was safe, and not persecuted more than usual. These letters she must post with her own hand, and my answers she must call for at a little shop kept by an old servant of the captain's, who would not betray her. If possible, she would write on Saturdays, so that I might get the letter on a Sunday morning, and if anything were added to her troubles I might come, and try to let her know of it through Mrs. Wilcox, who kept the little shop she had spoken of. With this I was obliged to be content for the present, much as I longed for a bolder course. She would not leave her father without his full consent. "But you shall have something to remember me by, and something, too, that came from him," she whispered as her fears began to grow again. "He gave me a watch on my last birthday, a beautiful watch with a blue enamel back, and Kitty done in little diamonds. She said it was much too good for me, and she gave it to Geraldine, her youngest girl. But oh, I cheated them out of something, because I felt that they were cheating me. They never knew that he had given me a gold key for it, a lovely little key with a star in the center. Here it is. See how it sparkles in the dusk. Take it, my dear, and wear it always, and you will think it is the key of my heart, Kit, which you managed to steal down at Sunbury so. You must not give me anything in return, not now at least. Perhaps some day you may. It was now so dark that I ventured to lead her and carry her basket to the little side door, for that part of the house was dark and empty. Then she gave me a sweet farewell, with one little sob to strengthen it, and the snow whirled into her glistening eyes, and a shiver ran through me when she was gone. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Haro. A strange thing befell me on my way home, which I would have avoided describing if I could, for my adventures have but little interest, except so far as they are concerned with Kitty. But this one unluckily did concern her deeply, inasmuch as it brought great affliction on her, and left her without my assistance at a time when she stood in special need of it. She had made me promise that I would not attempt to walk all the way to Sunbury in such a bitter night, and with the storm increasing, till no one could tell what might come of it. Accordingly I made my way to Notting Hill, intending to get an omnibus there, which would take me at least as far as Richmond. There I meant to have a mutton chop or two, and perhaps a pint of mortlake ale, which is generally of good substance, and thus be set up for the cold walk home. And if this had been done as was really intended, probably I might have been at home in good time to tell my uncle all about it before he had finished his go-to-bed pipe. But as it happened, when I came out at last from all this brick-and-mortar skittle-ground into the broad western road, and knew pretty well where I was and how the land lay, not an omnibus was to be found anywhere except those that had travelled out before the storm began, and were bound to get home again somehow, and these had some trouble getting along, with the snow clouding up the horses' faces and forming great balls on their feet and clogging the dumb, heavy roll of frozen wheels. All the busses that should have been ploughing and rolling towards Shepherd's Bush and Turnham Green had resolved to remain in their yards for the night. Let other horses tug and wallow and smoke like beds of mortar, let other coachmen flap their breasts and scowl instead of answering, and let other threepenny fares look blue and stamp in the straw to thaw their toes. It was worth much more than the money would fetch to cross their legs by the tap-room fire or whisk their tails in stable. At first I took it as a wholesome joke that the 14 miles of road before me must be overcome by toe and heel. As for a cab, I had never been inside any feminine bandbox of that name, and if I would have condescended to it, there was no such thing to be got tonight. I was young and strong and full of spirit, with the sweet words kindling in my heart as memory stirred it from time to time, and if anyone had bidden me look out for danger, I should have said, "Let me see it first," and in this humour I strode on, without even turning my collar up. But the world became wrapped up more and more in deep white darkness as I trudged on. As the houses along the road grew scarcer, they seemed to go by me more heavily and slowly, and with less and less power of companionship. There was scarcely a man to say good night to, and the one or two that I met would not open mouth to answer. And when I came through a great open space with a white spire standing like a giant's ghost, I could hardly be sure that it was Turnham Green, so entirely was distance huddled up with snow. But I ran into a white thing in the middle of the road, and the gleam of an ostler's lantern showed me that it was a brewer's dray, with the horses taken out and standing with their heads between their legs close by a signpost. "You better turn in, mate," the ostler shouted. You're a fool if you go further such a night as this." I saw a red steam in the bar and knew that this must be the old Pack-Horse Inn, whose landlord had raised a famous apple, and my better sense told me to follow advice. But the pride of fool's strength drove me on, and without slacking a foot I lost sight of it in the solid days. There was nothing to be afraid of yet, and I felt no kind of misgiving, but began to let my legs go on instead of walking consciously. At one time I began to count as if they were a machine, of which I was no longer master. I counted up to 1,000, and thought, about 7,000 more will do it, and that they can manage without much trouble. And then I gave up counting, and I must have passed through Brentford as in a dream, and so to Twickenham, and through that again. There were nearer ways in better weather, but although I could not think clearly now, through cold and clogging feet and constant drizzle of white fall around me, I had sense enough to stick to highways as long as they would stick to me. At Twickenham I had a mind to stop and get something to eat, being faint with hunger, for I had 7 and 6pence in my waistcoat pocket. I cannot tell why I did not stop, and only know that I went on. The snow must have been 10 inches deep on the level, and as many feet in the drifts, for a strong wind urged it fiercely, when I came at last to the Bear at Hanworth, an old established and good hotel. The principal entrance was snowed up from the sweep of the roads that met there, for every road running east and west was like a cannon exploding snow. But I went in by the little door round the corner, and finding only the barman there, for all neighbours had been glad to get home while they could, I contrived with some trouble to ask for a glass of hot brandy and water. So great was the change from the storm and the whirl that my brain seemed to beat like a flail in a barn, and the chairs were all standing on the ceiling. "Don't you go no further, sir. You stop here," said the man who seemed to know me, though I did not know him. "It would take a male elephant to get to Sunbury tonight. There's been no such snow for 46 year. Old Jim the ostler can call it to mind, and then it was over the roof, he saith. You look uncommon queer already, seem to be standing on your head almost. Why, bless me, you be drinking from the empty glass." But I found the right glass with his help, and swallowed the hot brown draught without knowing it. Then I asked him the time, and he said, "Nigh on 10 o'clock. You take my advice and have a bed here." Well, wilful will and woeful won't when it's too late to mend it. He cast this at me as I said good night, and without sitting down, staggered out again. I believe that even now I should have reached home safely, not having so very much further to go, if the roads had been wide and straight as they were thus far. But 2 things were very much against me now, and both of them made a great difference. I had turned from the main road into twisting narrow lanes, and my course was across the wind instead of right before it. Without that strong wind at my back I could scarcely have reached Hanworth by that time, though it seemed a very long time to take from Notting Hill compared with the usual rate of walking. But now the fierce wind was on my left side quite as often as behind me, and it drove me from my lane as I grew more feeble, and knocked my weary legs into one another. Moreover, it seemed to go through me twice as much, and to rattle me like splinters shaken up, and to drive the spikes of snow into my heart almost. If I had walked as in a dream before, I was moving as in a deep sleep now. I had some sort of sense of going on forever, as a man has a knowledge of his own snoring, and I have some weak remembrance of beating with my hands, for my stick must have gone away long ago, to keep off a blanket that was smothering me. Then I seemed to be lifted and set down somewhere, and it did not matter where it was, and what happened after that was not to me, but to people who told me of it afterwards. For my Uncle Corny went to bed that night in a very bad worry of mind, and fitter to grumble at the Lord than to say his prayers. Not from anxiety about his nephew, who was sure to turn up somehow, but because he had frightful misgivings about his glass, and his trees, and his premises at large. The roof of his long vinery was buckled in already, when he went with a lantern to look at it, and many of his favorite apple trees, which he loved to go and gaze at on a Sunday, were bowed with the wind and the snow, and hanging in draggles like so much mistletoe. He never swore much at the weather, because it seemed like swearing at heaven, and he had found it grow worse under that sort of treatment. But our Tabby Tapscott, who feared to go home and tried to sleep on 2 chairs in the kitchen, declared that he used some expressions that night, which were quite enough to account for anything. In the morning, however, there was no fault to find with him. As soon as he had done a good hour's work in the deep snow and the nipping wind, and improved his circulation by convincing everybody that he was still as young as he ever was, he relieved the laden trees, wherever it was wise to do so, and with the back of a hay-rake fetched the white encumbrance from the glass, and stamped his feet and shook his coat, and had a path swept here and there, and told himself and Selsey Bill that a good old-fashioned winter was the thing to send all prices up. But when he sat down to breakfast he kept looking at the door, as if for me, and at last he said to Mrs. Tapscott, who was shaking in her apron, "Why, where's that lazy Kit again? Is he frozen to his pillow? Go and give him a good rattle up. He deserves cold victuals, and he shall have nothing else." "It bain't come home," replied Tabby, looking as crossly as she dared at him. "Much you care for the poor boy, master. I reckon the snow be his winding sheet. No more courting for he this side of kingdom come, I'd lay a penny."
"Kit not come home? Kit out all night, and you let me go on with my trees and roofs. But you know where he is, or you would not take it so. And you snoring away by the kitchen fire. None of your secrets about him. Where is Kit?"
"The Lord Almighty knoweth where he be." Poor Tabby began to whine and cry. "The secret be with him, not me. I were to come home, but I never did it. A vain job for he to take for un. Faint and dead as a stone, I reckon."
"Nonsense. Kit can take care of himself. He is the strongest young fellow for miles and miles, and accustomed to all sorts of weather. What's a bit of snow to a young man like Kit? You women always make the worst of everything."
"But I bain't come home," answered Tabby with all reason. "I would have come home, and so, be here one drowned in the snow, I tell ye, sir. No more courting for Master Kit in this life. I may do what I will when kingdom come."
"Stuff!"
cried my uncle, not caring to discuss this extreme test of my constancy.
"He has stopped at some house on the road or up there. Perhaps the professor would not let him go when he saw how bad the weather was. There's nothing to be done till the post comes in, though I am not sure that the post will be able to get in. If the letters are not here by 10 o'clock, I shall go to Hampton to look for them. They are pretty sure to get that far."
The morning was fine, though bitterly cold after that very heavy fall, and people began to get about again, though the drifts were too deep in many places for a carriage to pass till they had been cleared. My uncle set out on foot for Hampton, and there found the mail cart just come in. The postmaster was in a state of flurry, and would not open the Sunbury bag, but sent it on by special messenger, as the cart could get no further. My uncle had the pleasure of walking with it as far as our post office, and after all that there was nothing for him.
"Well, a man must eat," was his sound reflection. "I shall have a bit of dinner, and consider what to do."
It was getting on for 2 o'clock, as he told me, when a man who had come from the Bear at Hanworth upon some particular business in our village knocked at my uncle's door on his return, to say that I had forgotten, which was the truth, to pay for what I had the night before. He was also to ask how I got home, because I had looked uncommon dicky, as he beautifully expressed it. In half an hour every man in Sunbury, owning a good pair of legs, and even a number of women and boys, set forth to search the roads and fields, for it was hard sometimes to tell which was which in the direction of Hanworth. This was no small proof of the goodwill and brave humanity of our neighborhood, for any of these people might have lost themselves in the numb frost and the depth of drift, and there were signs of another storm in the northeast. My uncle, with a big shovel on his shoulder and a bottle of brandy in his pocket, put a guinea upon me at first, and then 2, and then jumped to 5 pounds, and even 10, as the hope of discovery waned. And at last, when some had abandoned the search and others were muffling themselves against the new snowstorm, he mounted a gate and with both hands to his mouth shouted, 25 pounds for my nephew Kit, dead or alive. 25 pounds reward to anyone who finds Christopher Orchardson. This may appear a great deal of money for anybody to put me at, except my own mother if I had one, and the people who heard it were of that opinion, none of them being aware, perhaps, that the reward would come out of my mother's property, which had no trustees to prevent it. And for many years afterwards, if I dared to think anything said or done by my uncle was anything short of perfection, the women and the men would ask, as if I were made of ingratitude, "Who offered 25 pounds for you?" And they felt the effect of it now so strongly that a loud hurrah went along the white plain, and several stout fellows who were turning home turned back again and flapped themselves, saying, "Never say die." With one accord a fresh pursuit began, though perhaps of a ghost whiter than the snow, and taking care to keep in sight for one another, they began to poke more holes, wherever they could poke them, for some had kidney bean sticks, and some had garden forks, and some had sharp pitchforks from the stable. And if they had found me, I had surely been riddled, and perhaps had both my eyes poked out. But the Lord was good to me once more, and I escaped being trussed as I might have been. For just when it was growing dark, and another bitter night was setting in, with spangles of hard snow driving, as they said, like a glazier's diamond into their eyes, and even the hardiest man was saying that nothing more could be done for it. Through the drifting of the white and the lowering of the gray, a high-mettled horse came churning. It was beautiful, everybody thought, to see him scattering the snow like highway dust, flinging from his nostrils scornful volumes. With his great eyes flashing like a lighthouse in the foam, men huddled aside, lest he should spurn them like a drift, for his courage was roused, and he knew no fear, but gloried in the power of his leap and plunge. "Giving it over, are you all?" Sam Henderson shouted as he drew the rein, and his favorite stallion Haro stood and looked with the like contempt at them. "Then a horse and dog shall shame your pluck." From beneath the short rough cloak he wore, a pair of sharp eyes shone like jewels, and 2 little ears pricked up the thorns. "Spike is the best man here," said Sam, as the Whiteacres crowded round him. "All you have done is to spoil the track. Keep behind me, and let me see things for myself." My uncle, who had never been fond of Sam, said something disdainful and turned away, but Henderson, without even looking at him, rode on, and the best men followed him. He took them almost to the Bear Hotel, watching both sides of the road as he went, and still keeping his dog before him. Then he turned back and said, "Keep you all on my left. None of you tread any gap on the right. I saw the place as I came along. When the moon gets clear, we shall find him." The snow cloud in the east began to lift, and the moon came out with a bronzy flush, as my uncle told me afterwards, and the broad expanse of snow was flickered with wan light and with gliding shades. Then all came back to the place where Sam, being mounted and able to command the slope, had discovered certain dimples, for they were nothing more, which might have been the trace of footsteps snowed over. Here he gave his horse to be held, and leaving the road with his little Scotch terrier Spike, scooped the light surface from one of the marks, and found a hard clot beneath it. He put the dog's nose in and patted them, and Spike gave a yelp, as if a rat were in prospect. "Let him alone. Don't say a word to him," cried Sam, as our people grew eager. "He don't want you to teach him his business. If you know your own half as well, there'd be less money in London than in Sunbury. Keep back, I say, all of you." The little dog led them across a broad meadow, 200 or 300 yards from the highway, yet in a straighter line toward Sunbury, and nearly in the track of an old footpath. Then he stopped in a dip, where a great rise of snow, like a surge of ground swell, swung away from them, and combed over into the field beyond without breaking, like the ground swell frozen.
They said that it was a most beautiful sight, such as they never had seen before, and could scarcely hope to see again in one lifetime, reminding them of the great waxworks, when the wax was being bleached at Teddington. But they could not stop to look at it, and the little dog went round and dived into the tunnel on the further side. Presently he yapped, as if in hot chase of a rabbit, and an active young fellow jumped through the great wave and was swallowed up, leaving his hat behind. Then they heard him crying faintly, "Here he is! Come run and dig us out on this side." It is a strange thing, and I have not the smallest remembrance of having done it, but I must have dragged my frozen body through the hedge, in the cope of life with death, and got on the leeward side of a stiff bulwark of newly bill-hooked ash-plant, which stopped the sweep of drift, and served to cast it like the lap of a counterpane over me. In the bottom where I lay there was scarcely any snow, but a soft bed of fallen leaves, upon which they found me lying like a gate-post flung by to season. "That is a door-nail," said Rasp the baker. "Stiff as a starfish," cried Pluggs the grocer, who had spent his last holidays at the seaside. "Aye, and colder than a skinned eel," added Jakes the barrowman. But my uncle said, "Out with you, coward lot of curs! Our Kit shall outlive every one of you. The Lord hath not put him in that nest for nothing." Then Sam Henderson pulled off his cloak like the Good Samaritan and threw it over me, and taking me by the shoulders, with my uncle at the feet, he helped to bear my stiff body back to the road, where they set me upon Haro, with my head upon his mane, and the young man who had jumped into the drift was sent ahead to fetch Dr. Sippets to my uncle's house. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. On the Shelf. That season there was no Christmas tide for me, no Happy New Year to wish to others, and to be wished, nor even so much as a Valentine's Day to send poems to girls and get caricatures. In the leeward of the windstorm I had been saved by a merciful power from the frost of death, and by constant care and indefatigable skill I was slowly brought back into the warmth of life. Much strong as I was, and of tough and active frame, with habits of temperance and exercise, there was no making little of the mischief done, and I could not have survived it if I had been a clever fellow. For one of the most racking and deadly evils of all that beset the human frame was established in mine, and there worked its savage will. When I was just beginning to get warm again, and to ask where I was, and to stretch my tingling joints, symptoms of rheumatic fever showed, and for weeks and for months it ran its agonizing course. The doctor did all that any man could do, and my uncle went up to his cupboard in the wall by the head of his bed, and brought down a leather bag, and looked at it fondly, and then looked at me. "It was put by for a rainy day, and there can't be a rainier day than this," he said, with some drops in his own eyes, as Tabby told me afterwards. "Let the business go to the dogs if it will. Where's the use of keeping up with no one to keep up for? Dr. Sippets, I never thought to see this day. Fetch the best man in London, and let him cheat me if he will." If I had been at all a clever fellow, my mind would have stayed with me, and worried out my heart, when dreadfully pushed to carry on its proper work, with the lowering and the heightening and the quivering of the pulse. But being just a simple mind that took its cue from body, and depended on the brain for motion and the eyes for guidance, when these went amiss it quite struck work, and never even asked who its master was. Thus it came to pass that Kitty's sweet and tender letters lay upon a shelf but a yard or two away, and no hand was yet stretched out for them. At last there came a letter sent in special trouble, as was plain from many signs upon it, and from the mode of its delivery. For Mrs. Wilcox came herself, the roads being once more passable, and perceiving how things were in the house, had a long talk with my uncle. This good woman, as I may have said,
was much attached to Miss Fairthorn, and had promised to take charge of my replies, and even to give me tidings of her if anything happened to disable her from writing. But no provision had been made for any default on my part, as I was supposed to be free and strong and sure to come when called for. "The poor young thing has been in such a taking," Mrs. Wilcox told my uncle, "at not having so much as a single line from your poor nephew, you see, sir. You may put it to yourself how you would feel to be looking and looking for letters about business, and this is worse than business to young folk. They goes on as if it was all the world to them, and Miss Kitty always did have such an uncommon tender heart, you never see the like of it in all your life. What was she to conclude except that Mr. Kit had throwed her over and perhaps taken up with some of them country girls down here? It wasn't, you see, sir, as if he had written once and told her he meant to stick fast to her, and yet she couldn't bring her mind for to believe that such a nice young gent would be guilty of such conduct, and of course she knows right well how beautiful she is, though you never see her look that sort of way, as young ladies with a quarter of her good looks does. I declare to you, sir, when I was in the bus, holding of this bag exactly as you see me now, I felt that I could scratch out both his eyes, tall and strong as he is, by Miss Kitty's account. Bless her gentle heart, what a way she will be in when she knows that she have thought ill of him undeserving. Though a relief, sir, on the whole, for I believe she never done it, and better be in a snowdrift than belong to another woman."
"You are a remarkably sensible lady," said my uncle, desiring to make the best of things. "But I do not like to open Kit's letters, and there are 6 of them already on a bracket by his bed, waiting till he comes round a bit. You must understand, Mrs. Wilcox, what this means. He isn't off his head exactly, but you know that we all get a little abroad when we lie on our backs so long as not to know our legs."
"I do, sir, I do. I can feel it all through me by means of what happened to my own husband. Ah, he was a man. Could take a scuttleful of coals and hold it out straight, the same as you might march up the aisle on a Sunday with your hat right aforward to show that it was brushed and shining. But poor Wilcox, he went away at last with a tub of clothes in his lungs, and the same may occur to the best of us, mayn't it, Mr. Orchardson? But if you feel a delicate sort of feeling about breaking open the young lady's letter, and the young gent from the snowdrift is still looking at his legs, I can tell you a good bit of what is going on, though I never was one, and Wilcox knew it, for hearkening so much as a word they say, when the women have done with their teas, and the men stand against the low green palings with a pot and a pipe as long as their shirt-sleeves. Well, sir, it do appear that 2 bad ones has turned up, over and above the one always there, which I will not name, consequent upon fear. One was Sir Cumbrance Hotchpot's, or some such name, proving to be a wicked man from the north, and the other was her brother, as ought to be all over, according to the flesh, of marriage, sir. Donovan Bullrag is his name, but every one prefer to call him Downy. A hulking young man is my opinion of him, and it has been my lot to behold a good many. You may see it on the tables, sir, that come down from the mount, going into church any Sunday, that such is forbidden by the law of Moses for any Christian man to marry. Their father is one, and their mother is one, and they have no right to make a pair of them. You holds on with that, sir, as a respectable man who has trodden his way in the world is bound to do."
"Yes, Mrs. Wilcox, I hold to it strongly," said my uncle. "If I understand you, do you mean to tell me that this young man—"
"There is the fact, sir, and none of my telling. I was always a very bad hand at telling, though Wilcox he used to say otherwise when he might be overcome in argument. But facts or no facts, the truth is as I tell you. This Mr. Donovan have come home from Germany or some such foreign parts, and whatever his meaning is, that is what it comes to. Miss Kitty can't have no peace with him. And a yellow young man, Mr. Orchardson, as yellow as a daffodil, his hair and beard and eyes."
"I don't care a fig what his color may be," cried my uncle, now being on his high ropes. "He must be a black blackguard and nothing else, if he dares to take advantage of a girl he should protect. Poor Kitty, what a pretty kettle of fish she is in. You need not tell me, ma'am, I can see it all. I have always had a gift in that way, though I have not had so very much to do with women, for which I thank the Lord every night of my life. I understand their ways as well as if I had been one of them."
"Then you must be a wonderful man, sir, indeed. The most wonderful I ever come across."
Mrs. Wilcox smoothed her dress as if to ask what was inside it, but reserved her own opinion as to what was not.
"I mean it," said my uncle, who grew stronger always whenever called in question. "It may not be the general thing, but so it is with me. And now I would venture to ask you, ma'am, what you consider the next thing to do."
"Well," replied the lady, highly flattered by a request for advice from such an oracle, "if I were a strong man, and a very clever one, I know what I should do at once. I should go up and fetch her away from them all, and let none of them come anigh her."
"And what would you say, ma'am, supposing you had done it, when you found yourself served the next morning, perhaps, with a warrant for abduction of a maiden under age, and then committed for trial as a criminal? What would you say to that, Mrs. Wilcox?"
"I should say that the laws was outrageous and made for the encouragement of vice and wickedness, and I should put it in the newspapers right and left till the public came and broke down the doors of the jail and got up a public subscription for me."
"Where is her father? What is he about?"
My uncle thought it waste of time to argue after that.
"Her father's the only person who can interfere. Has he been knocked on the head and killed by one of his own battering rams?"
Mr. Orchardson's knowledge of scientific matters was more elementary than even mine.
"Not to my knowledge, sir, though like enough that will be the end of him. He have gone to the ends of the earth, I believe, to arrange for going ever so much further in the spring. There is no help to be got from him, sir, now, if there ever was any chance of it. The poor young lady is delivered as a lamb between two lions to devour her, with a tigress patting them on the back and holding her down while they carry it out. What will Mr. Kit say if you allow it, sir?"
"You may be quite sure that I will never allow it, though at present I cannot see what to do. You have quicker wits than we have, ma'am. I ask you again, is there anything you can think of? Has her father any friends who would take her in?"
"Not one, to my knowledge,"
answered Mrs. Wilcox, after counting on her fingertips those names that she had heard of.
"That dreadful creature have contrived to make every lady in the land afraid of her, and the poor professor only knows the learned men, and the learneder they are, the less they cares for one another. 'Tis the learning that is at the foot of all this trouble. You must see it so yourself, sir, when you come to think about it."
"And the law, Mrs. Wilcox, the law is still worse. She is not of age, you see, and her father has placed her, or at any rate left her, in the charge of that woman, whom he has been fool enough to marry. If my nephew were in health, I should say to him at once, take the bull by the horns, or at least take the young lady, get a license, and marry her, and defy those people. Her father's consent has been given, and if he chooses to leave her in that helpless state, you must rescue her and have no shilly-shallying. But for me to come and take her is another pair of shoes. It might ruin her fair name, as well as get me into trouble. And what could I do with her when I had got her?"
"You are right, sir. I see it all as clearly as you put it. But will you come up and have a talk with her? A word from you will go as far as 10 from me, and it would make her feel so much less forsaken like. I could manage to get her down to my little place, and the news I have got for her about poor Mr. Kit will set her up in one way, while it knocks her down in another. Oh, how she have cried to think he could be so false to her, because she wouldn't believe a single word of it all the blessed time. And now, if I can send my little Ted to her tonight, the sharpest little chap he is, in all the brick and mortar trade, he have never lost a sixpence, sir, from all them roaring navies, though you might not think it. It will brisk her up amazingly. There is nothing so agonizing to the female spirit, sir, as to find itself forsaken by the other sex. And your nephew, Master Kit, he mustn't think of dying yet. No cough about him, sir, nor nothing in the kidneys. Only got a chill from being frozen to a icicle, and his head upon the moon, which goes for nothing. Lor, sir, the number of young men comes every day, from the best part of London, too, according to my Ted, a-staring at the great works round our way.
which is to be the fashion in a few more years, and not a head among them fit to go upon a donkey. It doesn't matter what's the matter with the head. One item, sir, in these new times now upon us, and increasing daily. Keep your spirits up, sir, and I shall tell Miss Kitty. A young man as is all right except inside his head isn't no more to complain of than a cuckoo clock that have left off striking, and keeps better time for that. What time did you say the last bus at Hampton was, sir? If I was to lose it, wherever should I be? And a good step from here to Hampton, too. I will send you to Hampton in the spring cart, Mrs. Wilcox, said my uncle, warmly joining in her estimate of the age. And tomorrow, if the roads permit, I shall hope to call upon you about 11 o'clock. And if you can manage to get Miss Fairthorn to meet me, why, it may be a little comfort to her, and we may be able perhaps to see what can be done for her.
End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. A Downy Cove. It could hardly be expected that my Uncle Corny should grow very miserable about this matter. He knew that young people of the ordinary cast tumble into love and tumble out again, with perhaps a little running of the eyes and nose, and a hat crushed on the head, or a ribbon saturated, but nothing that penetrates the skin, far less puts a tub of clothes, as Mrs. Wilcox said, into the lungs. And it would not have been reasonable to demand of him that he should believe in any grand distinction between the case of Kitty and myself and that of any other couple he might come across, in a life whose main nucleus was Covent Garden. That which chiefly moved him, as he told me in the end, and as I might have known without his telling, was the iron sense of justice, gilded happy at the corners and crowned with a little touch of chivalry. To his sturdy sense of right it seemed a monstrous thing that an innocent girl, and such a lovely girl, should be locked away from all who were longing to help her, and left at the mercy of two bad men. Therefore he donned his Sunday clothes, though he grumbled a good deal at having to do it, and without a word to me put old Spanker in the shafts, and drove away alone in the green spring cart, with a face which made all the village say to one another that he must have a county court job on his hands. Dr. Sibbets, who came to see me every day, had by this time supplied such a row of medicine bottles that we glazed a new wall with them 40 yards long, for he would not allow a farthing on their return, though he put them in the bill at 2 halfpenny apiece, and that glazing brought him even more than that much again from the number of boys' fingers which he had to dress, for he was a skilful as well as a zealous man, and did his utmost for his patients and his family. He had now begun to exhibit mustard oil externally, as well as zinc and especially sulphur inside, till the sulphur began to ooze through my pores, as if I had been a tea rose suffering from mildew. Then Tabby had to rub me with the mustard oil, and the more I groaned the surer she became of its effect. With this vigorous treatment I began to rally, and even heard Uncle Corny depart, and contrived to steal a peep of him behind the window curtain, but they told me some fib about his errand. When he put up his horse somewhere near Holland Park, he had not far to walk to find Mrs. Wilcox, who received him with great cordiality, and she sent her little Ted, who proved to be the very boy that had guided me among the brickfields, with a note which he managed to convey to Miss Fairthorn. "Rumpus going on," he said when he came back. "They makes more rumpus in that house than a score of navies over one red herring. But Cookie's not a bad sort. She'll give it to her." It was nearly an hour before Miss Fairthorn came, and then she was so nervous and downhearted that they scarcely knew what to do with her. At first she had quite forgotten Uncle Corny, having never seen him in his best clothes at home, and being distracted with sorrow and ill usage, for as yet Mrs. Wilcox had been unable to get a word with her about the visit of the day before. Gradually, however, she began to understand what had happened and why she had not heard from me. "Then he has not forgotten me after all," she said in a tone that made her old nurse sob, and my uncle look out the window.
Something told me all along that he could not forget me, any more than I could do such a thing to him. But you say that he is ill, that he has long been ill, and perhaps he will never be well any more. Tell me the truth, I would rather know it. Is he dead? Is he dead, Mr. Orchardson?
No, my dear, thank the Lord, he is still alive, and getting ever so much better every day. He went off his head just a little for a time, and he did not know me from the man in the moon. And what do you think was the word that was on his tongue all day and all night, too, for that matter? Guess, and I'll tell you if you are right.
Oh, I know what it was. It began with a K, and it was not a very long word, was it? It was Kitty. Don't tell me that it was anything but Kitty.
No, my dear, I won't, because I never tell fibs. Sure enough, that was it. Like a cherry clapper, only in 100 different tones. I used to say that if you were there, you'd get heartily tired of your own name.
Never, so long as it came from his lips. But I think I should have broken my heart all the same. It has been the kindest thing you could do to keep all knowledge of this long suspense from me. How soon will he be better? How soon will he be well again? Well enough, I mean, to come down and let me see him.
At present, Miss Fairthorn, wherever he is not mustard, he is brimstone. You cannot expect him to present himself in that condition. But we have got the mischief out of his joints by this time. Dr. Sippets considers it a very thing that the ailment flew there, for his heart will be all right, and that's a great part of the system in love. His head is of no importance in that condition, and Mrs. Wilcox proved to me last night that it is quite superfluity in the present days. Madam, you know you did, and you did it thoroughly.
My uncle gave a wink at Mrs. Wilcox, not with any overture to familiarity, for he was very shy of widows, but to intimate to her that she should talk a little nonsense, after his example, as a rescue from hysterics. For poor Kitty had been passing through much outrage all the morning, and now to be met with this shock of strange news, bad to her head, but perhaps good for her heart, after such a long time of dejection, was enough to throw the finest daughter of divine science into some confusion as to all her organisms. But she fetched herself back from the precipice of sobs with a deep draught of air, and spoke as if she did not feel.
If he is being treated like beef, I think I ought to have a voice in the matter. Will you let me come down and do it for him, or see that it is done properly? My father has taught me so many things.
My dear,
said my uncle, being truly thankful to her for not even pulling out her handkerchief,
you are the sweetest young lady I have ever met. No, you shall not come down and nurse our Kit, not only because it is not the place for you, but also that it might be very bad for him. His mind must not come back with a jerk, however pleasant the jerk may be. He must come round slowly, and he has begun to do it under Tabby Tapscott's scrubbing brush. But you shall come and see him in a week, my dear, if you think you can hold out so long here. And now tell me, what is going on to urge your gentle nature so?
The young lady looked at Mrs. Wilcox as if she could hardly tell what to do. She was very unwilling to refuse my uncle anything he might ask her, and yet she could not bring herself to speak of such matters to him.
"I will tell you all about it when she is gone,"
said the lady of the shop, as if hurried for time.
"But I know by her look that she is getting in a fright. What will they do if they catch you out, dearie?" "I defy them. They may do what they like. Now I know the kid stands fast to me. After all he has suffered for my sake, am I likely to show the white feather? Uncle Corny, I will come away with you and let them do their worst if you will take me."
She pulled her hat down on her forehead and drew her crinoline into small compass, as if she were ready to mount our spring cart, and her manner had such an effect on my uncle, for very pretty girls do even more by attitude than by words or looks, that he saw himself driving her away and looking back with a whistle of defiance at the world. Moreover, she had called him Uncle Corny, which put him on his mettle to deserve it, and though there have been few men born as yet with more gift of decision in their nature, he looked at her lovingly and hesitated.
"It will not do," Mrs. Wilcox interrupted, as if she were once more in office as nurse. "Of law I know nothing, sir, and you do, as you was pleased to tell me yesterday. If her father was at home and sanctioned it, no doubt it might be in your jurisdiction." The good lady was proud of her law, and repeated, "It might be in your jurisdiction, sir. But without any sign of that, where should we be? Pulled up for conspiracy against the realm, and nothing for me but to put my shutters up."
"I fear that you are right, ma'am," replied my uncle, "though I don't care twopence for the law sometimes, when I feel better law inside me. But it is the young lady we must think of first. We must let her do nothing to injure herself. Have patience, my dear. They may torment you in the house, but they cannot take you out of it, and marry you to anybody against your own will and pleasure. Your will and pleasure is to have our Kit, and with the will of the Lord you shall do so."
"I suppose I must go back. There seems nothing else to do." Miss Fairthorn spoke very sadly, looking from one to the other and trying to be cheerful. "But if the worst comes to the worst, will you find a place for me, Uncle Corny? I have got a little money my dear father gave me, and they shall take away my life before they get it."
"Bravo! Well said indeed, my dear."
This alone was needed to confirm my uncle in his high opinion of her.
"What a life you will make for a steady young man. Yes, my dear child, I will find you a place, and you shan't pay sixpence for it. And none but your father shall take you away unless the Lord Chancellor comes himself to fetch you."
"Thank you. Then I shall know what to do. I am not so much afraid of them, now I know that Kit is true. I shall say to myself, what is this to put up with after all that he has borne for me? Give him my best love, and tell him to get well, and sit by the window and look out for me. Good-bye, Uncle Corny. I will not attempt to thank you. Good-bye, nurse. I don't deserve such friends. They may do what they like now, and I shall only laugh."
"She deserves the best friends, and she shall have them, too,"
Mr. Orchardson said as soon as she was gone, with little Ted to see the way clear for her.
"That's what I call a downright good girl, without a bit of humbug in her. A fig for their science. Will it ever produce such a fine bit of nature as that is? Now tell me, as far as you can, Mrs. Wilcox, what is it they want to do with her, and why do they torment her so, and what we can do to stop it?"
My uncle laid his watch on the table because he wished to be home before dark, and the days, though drawing out nicely, were not very long. He knew that the lady with whom he had to deal, instead of putting things into small compass, would fetch a large compass about them, whose radius would only be lengthened by any disturbance or hurry on his part. So he merely placed his watch as a silent, or at least a comparatively quiet witness and reproof. But the scheme failed, as it deserved to do. All he obtained by it was a lesson, which he often repeated afterwards. Never set a watch to go against a woman's tongue. It puts her on her mettle to outgo it, and one wants winding, but the other never does. Mrs. Wilcox had not so very much to tell, but she found a vast quantity to say, and never said it twice to the same effect. Stripped of her embellishments, reflections, divergencies, and other little sallies, it was something as follows. Captain Fairthorn had been called away to see the fitting of some ship near Glasgow, with engines of a special kind and large coal storage, so that she might keep at sea for months together. 7 years, the lady said, but that looked like a lady's tale. And there were to be wonderful appliances, such as never have been heard of on board her, as well as every kind of scientific instrument, all under the professor's own direction. If ever a man was in his own element, this was the man, and the time and place were there. No wonder that he forgot all other things below the moon, and it was much to his credit that before he started he insisted on a promise from his wife and 2 stepdaughters that his dear child Kitty should be treated kindly and harassed by none of them while he was away. Upon that condition only would he send them every month a handsome sum out of the liberal payment he was to receive for his services, and he thought himself very firm and most sagacious, even suspicious it might be, in providing that before he drew each check he should have by post a line from his own daughter to this effect: "I am very happy, and everyone is most kind to me." Unluckily his suspicions were not very shrewd, for he forgot that there were pens and ink and fingers at Bull-Rag Park quite apart from Kitty's, well able to afford him that assurance in her name, for the gift of forgery was in the family, and his daughter was not to distract him with letters so long as he knew that she was comfortable. No sooner was he off the scene than the old rake Sir Cumberleigh Hotspot reappeared, having purposely kept away till then, for he dreaded the simple and calm man of silence. He annoyed poor Miss Fairthorn with his odious advances and coarse familiarity and slangly talk, and he took a mean advantage of her gentle diffidence by perpetually assuming that she was pledged to him. This, and the contempt and spiteful hatred of her stepmother, seemed more than enough for the poor girl to have to bear. But soon a far greater distress was added. Donovan Bullrag, the only son of the Honourable Mrs. Bullrag Fairthorn, as she absurdly called herself, came home from the Continent, where he had been engaged on the staff of some embassy, after running from his debts, and the house, and the people, and the chattels therein were not good enough for him to tread upon. This would have mattered little to Miss Fairthorn, who was rarely favoured with the Bullrag society, except for the purpose of insults, if this divine Downy, as his mother called him, had not taken into his great yellow head the idea that he was in love with Kitty. This dearly beloved son of his mother was a strong young man of 3 or 4 and 20, able to take his own part anywhere, either with violence or with fraud, but preferring the latter when it would do the trick. Mrs. Wilcox said that he had 3 crowns to his head, which went beyond all their experience, although she had been in a hospital. She had known malefactors with 2 sometimes, and you never could tell where their mischief began, because it started double, but she combed the hair of this boy once, and nothing would tempt her to do it again. She was not superstitious, but afraid more often of being too much the other way, and she left it entirely to the future to prove her a fool, if she deserved it. Only let anyone look at his head. For it was not only that he was bad inside, but that he gave the same idea at first sight to anyone having any sense of human looks. It was not Mrs. Wilcox alone who said this, but my uncle as well, when he happened to see the young man while going to look for his horse. He had noticed that he might have the luck to meet him, and sure enough he had, if there was any luck in it. And my Uncle Corny, though a man of strong opinions, did not go so entirely by outward show. Mr. Downy Bullrag, as the grandson of a lord, and likely enough to be a lord himself if people in his way died out of it, had a sense of being somebody, and liked the world to know that he was rather an important part of it. Not that he swaggered, or stuck out his arms, or jerked himself into big attitudes, as some bits of the human chip do. All that he left for fellows who had yet to prove their value, and knew much less of life than he did. His manner and air were of solid and silent conviction that without him this earth would be a place unfit for a civilized race to inhabit. He prided himself, if he had any pride, upon his knowledge of human nature, and like most who do that, he attributed every word and every action to selfishness, spite, and cupidity. And like the great bulk of such people again, he was truly consistent in his own freedom from any loftier motives. His mother's pet name for him had been confirmed by all who had the honor of knowing him. He was downy in manner, as well as appearance, and according to the slang of the day, a Downy Cove in all his actions. No one could look at his bulky form, which greatly resembled his father's, enormous head furnished with bright yellow hair, soft saffron moustache, and orange-colored eyelashes, without thinking of a fat, downy apricot, and fearing that he had none of its excellence. His face, too, was flattened in its own broad substance, as that yellow fruit often is against the wall, and bulged at the jowl with a great socket of square jaws. But the forehead was the main and most impressive feature, full and round and almost beetling, wider even than the great wide jaws,
But for its heaviness, it would have looked like the bulwark of a mighty brain, and there was room for the brain of a Cuvier in that head. My good Uncle Corny, meeting this man in the road and knowing who he was from description received, clapped his keen grey eyes with emphasis upon him, as much as to say, "I mean to look through you, young man." Downy, with his usual self-esteem, which stands like a dummy at every loophole when the garrison of self-respect is gone, gazed at the grower with a placid acceptance of rustic admiration. Little did he dream that another creak of his boots would have brought the crack of a big whip round his loins, for my uncle was a hasty man sometimes, and could prove it his duty to be so, and the heavy half-somnolent look of Downy, as if he were gaping with his eyes almost, was enough to put a quick, busy man in a rage, even if he had no bone to pick with the man who was making a dog of him. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Off the Shelf. I had missed the enjoyment of that bad weather, as one of our workmen called it, when he drew his wages gratis, through having too much at the outset. There had been at least 6 weeks of frost, some of it very intense, and it was said by those who make a study of such things that Christmas Day 1860 was the coldest day known in the south of England since Christmas Day 1796, and but for a break at the end of the year, when a sudden thaw set in before the steady return of low temperature, it is likely that the Thames would have held an ice fair above London Bridge, as in 1814, and as threatened again in 1838. But the removal of old London Bridge has made perhaps a great difference in that matter. One of the reasons why I could not get rid of the chill that struck into my system was perhaps the renewed attack of cold every night through all that bitter time, for in old-fashioned houses like my uncle's there was no fireplace in the bedrooms, and a frying-pan full of hot embers, our Tabby's device, used to set us a-coughing. Every now and again I seemed to hear, when I called my wits together, the crisp light glint of the gliding skate, the hollow heel tap of the glittering slide, and the sharp, merry shouts of boys and men dashing at the hockey bung in the jagged, slippery huddle. Then more snow fell, and the ice grew treacherous, and all was mantled in a white hush again. But now the days were milder, and the ice had broken up, and the roads were full of quagmires, as they always are, when a long frost has gone to the bottom of their metal, and everybody said that it was very brave of my good Aunt Parslow to pay a guinea for a fly, and come all the way from Leatherhead to see if I was still alive. And it was not for the sake of being kept warm on the road, though that was the reason she assigned for it, that she obtained permission from Mr. Chalker to bring his pretty daughter on the visit she was paying. Miss Parslow was long past the age of love-making, and had made a sound investment of her affections among the grateful canine race, but none the less for that she felt an interest in watching the progress, or it might even be the backslidings of her own species in the fine old game, and Sam Henderson had conquered all her prejudice against him by riding over more than once in the worst state of the roads, when no wheels could pass over them, for no other purpose, as he positively avowed, than to comfort her kind heart about her dear nephew's illness. "Don't tell me," she said as soon as she had seen me and cried over me a little, for I was desperately weak. "What he wants is warmth and change of air and particularly careful nursing. He will fall into a decline if he stops here, and then what will become of his darling Kitty? What chance has he here in this wretched little room, like a frog or an empty bucket hanging in a well? And here you are giving him gruel and tapioca. Has he ever had a pint of real turtle? Just answer me that, Mr. Orchardson." "Well, no," replied my uncle, looking at her with surprise. "I never heard that turtle was for any but Lord Mayors. Kit has had everything regardless of expense that our skilful Dr. Sippets recommended him. Perhaps you know better than he does, Miss Parslow." and the bottles of stuff every 2 hours, day and night, with half a pint rubbed in at frequent intervals, till he groans, and that shows that it has acted on his system."
"System, indeed! There is no system in it, except to kill him, in spite of the Parslow constitution. The roads are very soft, but I shall send for him tomorrow with a proper closed carriage and a pair of horses, and if you try to prevent it, let his death lie at your door."
"There is no doubt," said my uncle, after some consideration, "that your house is much warmer and better fitted up than this, with warm baths, and all that which he ought to have, and Sippet said that change of air would be a great thing for him. I will see him before you go away, and if he thinks it would be safe, let it be so, ma'am. But you must not suppose that I have grudged him anything, and a very pretty bill there will be for me to pay."
Miss Chalker, meanwhile, made a great discovery, to wit, that she had never seen Hampton Court, and Sam Henderson, who happened to come in to ask for me, found out that he had business there that very afternoon. So after dining with my uncle, off they set together, and Miss Parslow undertook to call for her companion upon her way back to Leatherhead. Sam had gone up several pages in Mr. Orchardson's good books, by his rescue of me, and even more by his refusal of the handsome reward which he might have claimed for it, and now there were very few days when he did not come down and offer counsel and perhaps bring a hare or rabbit, and my uncle liked his stories of the lords and ladies, even when he was unable to believe them.
"Now I am not going home without a little talk with you," said Aunt Parslow to her host when the young couple had made off. "I must be rude enough to ask you just to spare me a little time, and I don't think you can do much on the ground just now. It must be quite unfit to work, after all the snow and thaw and rain again coming on the top of it, and the land must be so cold that the spring will be very late. You see, I know a little about gardening, too. Will you try to spare me half an hour, as I can come so seldom?"
"I am always at the service of the ladies, however busy I may be."
My uncle's answer was truly polite, but not so true in other points.
"The spring will be very late, and therefore summer will find us all behind. I mean, if we get any summer at all."
"It is quite likely that we shall not, and that makes it unwise for us to be in any hurry, Mr. Orchardson. You have a special gift of never being in a hurry. We women always envy that way of taking things, because we cannot hope to attain to it. You know what we are, don't you?"
"All that is delightful, ma'am, so far as I have had any opportunity of learning, and all that is reasonable wherever there is nothing particular to interfere with it. I assure you that I have the highest respect for the way that you generally go on."
"You pay me a very high compliment, sir, and I wish that we all deserved it. But I am sure you will admit that I am reason itself in asking you one or two little questions. There was a little money that fell in as a sort of windfall, or whatever you call it, to my niece, the mother of this unlucky Kit. I scarcely know what the exact sum was, though of course I could easily find out, but it must have been about £2,000. I believe that it came into your possession as his next of kin, but in trust for him, of course, and I conclude that as he has long been of age, you have handed it over to Kit himself."
"Not I, ma'am," cried my uncle, who was as honest as the day. "That would have been the worst thing I could do. I have told him of it several times, and strongly recommended to him to let me apply it for his benefit. Kit is a sensible and upright fellow, and he knows when he is in good hands, that he does, and he is capable of managing his own affairs without anybody's interference."
"Without even his uncle's?" asked Miss Parslow with a smile.
"Yes, ma'am, and without even his great-aunts," Mr. Orchardson answered with a frown.
"I have no doubt that you have acted for the best," the lady returned, for she wished to do no harm, and saw that it would cost me more than £2,000 to have Uncle Corny set against me. "And it is the best thing that could have happened to him, to come into his capital when he wants it. without having had a chance of making any hole in it. I dare say he has not the least idea what it is, and it will be a nice little nest egg when he wants a nest.
I have never let him know how much it is, and I do not mean to tell him till I hand it over. I have never touched a penny of it, my dear madam, which I never would have told you if you had shown a doubt of me. I have allowed it to accumulate at 4%, and the sum is now £3,500, which will be transferred into the name of Kit on the day that he marries Miss Fairthorn. I should have thought myself justified in deducting the £25 reward for his stupidity in losing himself in the snow, but Mr. Henderson will not accept it. I have kept Kit from a baby, and he was dreadful with his clothes, and broke the backs of nearly all the books he had at school. But I shall not charge him 6pence, ma'am. He has worked well for me, and he can lay in a tree very nearly as well as I can."
"Mr. Orchardson, you are a gentleman," cried my aunt, much impressed with the increase of money, "and I would ask you as a favour in return for my inquiries to allow me to discharge Dr. Sippett's account."
"With pleasure, Miss Parslow, for it will be very stiff, and the uphill time of the year is before me. I do not pretend to be a gentleman, madam, but I should not be a man if I wronged my brother's baby. The only thing I ask you is to keep this from Kit's knowledge, and leave me to tell him in my own time. I have hinted to him once or twice that he has something coming, but if I were to tell him, he would go and tell his Kitty, and I wish it to be kept from all that lot."
"He shall not know a word of it through me, I can assure you, and I shall consider what I can do for them, but the first thing is to set him on his legs again." At this very moment I was being set by a happy little accident upon my legs, as well as enjoying a delight which no money, at the finest compound interest, can insure. In the corner of the room, which my aunt had so decried, and where I had passed so many miserable weeks, an old wooden bracket with 3 little shelves was nailed against the yellow ochred wall. I had often cast my weary eyes in that direction, and vaguely watched a spider who was in a doleful plight, with his legs drawn together and no stomach left between them. Such a time was it since he had tasted a good fly. On the bottom shelf were bottles of a loathsome disposition, pill-boxes and galley-pots, and measures no less repulsive to good taste. On the middle shelf lay my mother's prayer-book, and some papers of directions and orders and powders and the like, but what was on the top shelf I could not tell, and had often wondered languidly in the wanderings of hazy speculation, and I might have been content to wonder still, without any guide-post of interest, if I had not heard Miss Parslow say, "Ah, that would do him a lot more good than those," as she pointed to the top shelf and then to the others. For a time I forgot all about it and fell into a little sleep of indifference, but being aroused by the sound of plates and dishes and the clanking of glasses down below, I longed to know what they were having for dinner, and what was the joke they were laughing at. Then a lovely smell of something came into the room, and my head went round with the effort of searching itself for a name of that fragrance, although it was nothing but fried calf's liver, with which Mrs. Tapscott was skilful. Shall I ever have that again instead of filthy nastiness, was all that I had sense enough to want to know, and then I thought somehow of the starving spider, and looked to ask whether he was dead yet. Not only was he not dead, but clearly, after seeing rain once more upon the window-panes, he made up his mind that life was worth living, and a little activity might make it more so. Where he got his stuff from is more than I can tell, for any man would have vowed that his meagre body could never have supplied him with 100th part of the dreamiest film of a gossamer. However, he knew his own business best, and he was at it as if he were paid by the piece. Being hungry myself, I could sympathize with him, while detesting his bloodthirstiness, as every man must do who lives on beef and mutton, and I saw that he was scheming to attach his tent cords to a coin of great vantage on the top shelf of the bracket. "When spiders go thrumming, there is wild weather coming," came clumsily into my half-saved mind, and then floated into it like a gossamer adrift. Those mysterious words of Aunt Parslow. Like the spider, I desired to be on the move, and partly, perhaps, through the very same cause, the yearning for a wholesome bit of flesh. At any rate, being left all alone, for the resources of the establishment were at full pressure upon hospitality, I resolved to know what was on that shelf, though it might be my destiny to perish in the attempt. This was not at all an easy job for a fellow who had spent 2 months on his back, and my weakness amazed me when I tried to walk, and I seemed to be twice my own proper length. Then I burst into a laugh at my own condition, and tried to move a little chair to help me get along, but found it made of lead, and had to coast around it. My sense of distance was also entirely thrown out, for the room was quite a little one, and yet it seemed a gallery. At last, by some process of sprawling and crawling, I laid hold of the corner bracket, and lifting myself with some difficulty, contrived to grasp all that was on the top shelf. A little pile of letters was in my right hand, and a light shot into my eyes, and a gleam of soft warmth flowed into my heart. Then I crawled back to my narrow bed, so nearly exchanged for a narrower, and lay my treasure on my shrunken breast, and turned on my side that it might not slide away. I felt as if there were 2 kits now, one who knew nothing about it, and the other who wanted it all to himself, and perhaps that other kit was Kitty. How long I continued in this crazed condition it is impossible for me to say, but as sure as the goodness of God is with us, it saved my reason and my life, for by and by a warmth of blood flowed through me, and a sense of being in a large sweet world. Then memory awoke, and pain was gone, and it was like a little child looking at its mother. I did not read a word, nor care to read, but I knew whose hand was on my heart, and I would not disturb it by a stir of thought, but was satisfied with it, for it was everything. And so I fell into a long, deep sleep, and when I awoke, I was a man again. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Out of All Reason. Worse troubles than those of the troublesome body were visiting one worth 1,000 of me. Captain Fairthorn was still in Scotland, while his fair daughter was being worried as a lamb among playful wolves. Without any aid, her stepmother was enough to supply her with constant misery, but even her malice was more easy to endure than the insolent attentions of 2 vile men. To these the poor girl was exposed every day, for if she took refuge in her own room, she was bodily compelled to come down again, and her gentle appeals and even strong disdain were treated as a child's coquetry. There are few things more truculent to a woman, even a very young one, than the jocular assumption that she does not know her mind, and perhaps has little of that article to know. Sir Cumberleigh Hotchpot proceeded regularly upon that assumption, and though Kitty had the sweetest temper ever bestowed as a blessing to the owner and all around, this foregone conclusion and heavenly pity, from a creature by no means celestial, drove her sometimes towards a tremulous line which severs sanity from insanity. For it has been said, and perhaps with truth, that the largest and soundest of human minds could not remain either large or sound, if all the other minds it had to deal with combined to pronounce it both small and unsound. Under the hostile light, it could not save itself from shrinking. It would glance about vainly for a gleam to suit its own, and then to straighten to a line with a cross at either end, like the pupil of a cat in the fierce light of the sun. Left in this manner without any friends, with her heart and her soul among lions, my Kitty, although of strong substance, began to doubt whether there is any justice. Good as she was, and clear and truthful, and possessing that sense, which is now turned into folly by higher discoveries, of a guiding power beyond our own, she drove to believe that no harm could touch her, while she continued blameless. But it was a fearful battle for a timid maiden to have to fight. Happily for both herself and me, her enemies, before they got her down, fell out about their lawful prey. When Donovan Bullrag joined the hunt, at first he was content to turn the quarry towards the other hounds, and enjoy the distress unselfishly. But after a while, like an eager dog, he began to kindle towards the prey, and shot forth jealous glances, and resolved to have a nip for his own tooth. So far as such a hound could care for anything outside his own hide, he became enamored of the charming chase. His mother, with her quick malignant eyes, perceived it, and was furious. Her pet scheme was that her sweet Downy, her golden Downy as she called him, should marry Gold, and succeed to the title, which was not improbable, restore its impoverished glory, and set her on high triumphant. Then her proud sister at Halliford would come and sue to be reconciled, and her daughters with the lovely hair would shine in merry fortunes. She would cast the professor and his grimy works behind her, and reign as she deserved to reign. In furtherance of this lofty plan, she had already chosen for her son a most desirable helpmate, a lady of good birth, and yet sufficiently akin with commerce to redden her blue blood with gold, and a very quiet, harmless girl who would gladly fill the chest with guineas, and hand the key to her mother-in-law. To be a stepmother to gentleness had been a pleasant and refreshing task, but to be the mother-in-law of wealth would afford even finer occasions of delight. She had always been proud of her son's strong will and resolute knowledge of his own mind, while they moved in the course he had marked for them, but if they went astray, they must be crushed. With her usual promptitude she resolved to bring the matter to a point at once. Downy had arrived at the same determination. He had no idea of doing what he disliked, and his mother had told him that she meant to call upon Lady Clara Voucher, the only child and heiress of the Earl of Clarenhouse, and expected his company that afternoon in a carriage she had bought, but not paid for. "Very well," he had said, "we will talk about it," for his sisters were present, and he preferred a single combat. Knowing that his mother was now alone, he came into the room with his quiet, heavy tread, and sat down, and crossed his legs and looked at her. Downy Bullrag, even while he was a boy, had been able to earn a large competence of hatred. As a young man he had increased the stock, and throve upon it, and fattened on the buttering of his own slimy fame. Good and simple young fellows of his own age disliked him, from what they had heard of him, but none had the power to hate him properly until they had seen him. But after that they knew what to do. They spat on the ground when they thought of him. "What is it, Downy?" asked his mother, unwarily surrendering the weather gauge of silence. "You look as if something had put you out. I think it is I who have the right to be put out." Downy began to roll a cigarette, that ragged mummy of the great King Nicot, which was then just beginning to cast its dirty ash about. He wetted his fingers with a little sharp smack of his lips, but made no answer. "You will not smoke here," cried his mother, already discarding the superior maternal tone. "I never let your father smoke in my presence, and I am sure that I shall never let a boy like you." "Who is going to smoke?" asked Downy with gruff contempt at this instance of feminine precipitance. "You may smoke by and by when you have a house of your own and a dear little wife to spoil you. But you are coming with me to see her, and you must not smell of tobacco yet. For a short time you must be on your best behavior. Not that sweet Clara would ever object to anything you like, my dear, but that others might take advantage of it to make you seem less devoted to her than you are. She is the catch of the season, you know, and there are so many young men after her. She will make the best wife any man could have, so pleasant and amiable and accomplished, and in spite of that so sweetly pretty. When I saw her the night before last at Lady Indigo's, I thought I had never seen anyone so charming." "I don't think much of her good looks." "Then you are most ungrateful, for she dotes on you. Her dear friend, the Countess, said, 'Tell your noble Downy not to be frightened by sweet Clara's money. Her heart is entirely his.' What a lucky fellow!" And then she sighed, for a little plan of hers has been quite upset by this romantic episode. Oh, you are fortunate indeed, my dear, and perhaps a little credit may be fairly due to me. Now put on the coat with the sable trimmings. You look so foreign and distinguished in it, and it shows your broad chest in such a striking way. That dear Countess said it made her quite jealous about her dowdy countrymen, and she thought it had something to do with your conquest."
"I don't mean to go at all." The dutiful son, as he pronounced these words, threw his bulky shoulders back and planted one big elbow on the arm of his easy-chair, and gazed calmly through his yellow lashes, smiling slightly as he watched the color rising on his mother's dark face. He knew that two stern wills were coming into clash, and the victory would be for the one that did not waste itself in fury.
"Do you mean to tell me," began the lady, trembling at heart, and her voice becoming tremulous, "that you intend to throw away all I have done? That you will not marry Lady Clara Voucher?"
"That is exactly what I do mean. I will never marry Lady Clara Voucher."
"And why? Perhaps you will condescend to give some reason."
"I mean to marry someone else. I mean to marry Kitty Fairthorn." His mother arose, as she generally did when her furious temper burst all bounds. Often enough, and too often, she had been in a tempest of wild passion, but never till now in such a hurricane of rage. At first she was stilled by her own commotion, and the lines of her face twitched as with palsy.
"Tell me again,"
she said, crossing her arms and speaking with great effort as she stood before him, and he sat tranquil.
"I cannot believe it till I have heard it twice."
"Certainly, ma'am, to oblige you. I mean to marry not Lady Clara, but your stepdaughter Kitty."
"You ninny! You rebel! You stubborn doll!"
She had usually a fine store of these expressions, but they seemed to desert her in this great need, and he nodded his head at every one, as if to say, "Try something better than that."
"But it is useless. You are too base to care. You sit there like a lump of yellow jaundice. Do you think that a beautiful girl like Kitty, the vile, designing, artful minx, I will throttle her. I wish I had her here. Go and fetch her. Bring her to me. I don't blame you. But she will pay for this. With her life she shall. If they hang me tomorrow."
"Come, mother, come. You have let off a good bit of steam already. You'll be as right as a trivet after a few more choice expressions. Don't spare them if they do you good, you know."
"I shall never be right again. My heart is broken. I feel myself dying, and you have killed me. You, my own son, have murdered me. Oh, good God, what is this pain?"
She fell upon the floor and moaned and gasped, pressing both hands to her leaping heart, and scared of all wrath by the dread of death. Now and then she muttered prayers for mercy, broken with groans of agony. Downy was terrified and ran for brandy as she began to tear her hair and clutch at the carpet, with shrieks growing weaker and more gurgling. And as he ran back, his sister Euphrasia met him and snatched the bottle from his hand.
"You have done it,"
cried Frizzy.
"I knew you would. One of these days she'll kill herself." "You go away. You're not wanted here. She shouldn't take it from your hand to save her life. I knew it must come. Get away, get away. Don't let her eyes hit upon you when she rolls them, or she will go off worse than ever. She knows everything when she is insensible."
"Well, you women are cure," said Downy, recovering his strength of mind. "I shall go to my own room and have a cigar. You can come and tell me when she is all right."
"I am not sure that she will ever be all right," said his sister, desiring to frighten him. "I have never seen her quite as bad as this."
But he only answered, "What a funk you are! She shall not beat me with all this stuff." He had very little conscience, and that little, to use a stock word now in fashion, particularly reticent. And the still small voice, if there were any, could not find much to say at this time. In nothing but the rudeness of his manner had he offended against strict right, and he never even knew when his manner was rude, because it was his nature.
He could not help having a passionate mother who flew into a fury when her plans were crossed, so he smoked a cigar and considered his next step. It was plain to him now, without need of thought, for he was not good enough to be a fool, that something decisive might be done at once. He knew what his mother was too well to suppose that any arguments of his, or any regard for his feelings, would ever induce her to consent to his marriage with Kitty Fairthorn, and he knew that Kitty did not like him, although he had never ill-used her, and in her old-fashioned way would regard the relation of their parents towards one another as a bar to any marriage between them. And he knew that her money, through her father's neglect, had been placed out of her disposal, but in spite of all obstacles he meant to have her, and her money afterwards. Up to the present time he had feigned to be the ally of Sir Cumberleigh Hotspot, and to forward his suit very warmly. At the same time he had contrived to earn some gratitude from Kitty, and to make her look upon him as her friend in need, by flying to her rescue now and then, and sometimes even carrying off her too insistent suitor. This he had been doing more and more, as his passion increased and jealousy combined with pity on her behalf. Thoroughly despising the older villain for his shallowness more than his villainy, he began to hate him also for his insolence to the fair one. Having now declared his own intentions, he must put a stop to all that stuff. While he was thinking much more of these things than of his injured mother, he heard a gentle but hurried knock at his door, and in came Kitty. She was trembling and flushed with some excitement, and her beautiful hair was disarranged. "Oh, Donovan," she cried, for she never called him Downy, "I have heard that your mother is very ill, and they are quite alarmed about her. Sarah came in such a hurry for some bottle of my father's, but I was afraid to let her have it, for they have no idea how to use it. Don't you think you had better run for Dr. Yallop? They won't let me in to ask them, and I'm afraid to go for him without orders." "No, Kitty, no, it is nothing more than usual. She should never see the doctor if he came, and it would only set her off again. Frizzy knows best how to manage her. She has been in a great wax, even for her, and she is just a bit frightened as she ought to be. It will do her a world of good when she comes round, and teach her to take things easier. But you look quite startled, my dear child. Give me a kiss, and I will tell you all about it." Kitty obeyed, though with some reluctance. One of her many charms was obedience, and she had often been told in the early days that as they were now one family, to exchange a friendly salute was proper. But lately she had been surprised that Downy, after long indifference to its value, had returned to this form of expressing esteem. The young man had meant to defer for a while a declaration which must be unwelcome at first, but he felt sure now that the first thing his mother would do, as soon as she was well enough, would be to fall on the poor maiden about it, and put it in the most outrageous way. Much better for his cause that he should speak of it himself, and win perhaps some credit for his defiance of Kitty's natural foe. He was always bold in word and deed, and now he spoke with as little fear as grace. "You must have seen, my dear, that lately I have been growing very fond of you. You have seen that I always take your part when people go to bully you. And why do you suppose I do it? Why, because I am so fond of you." "Thank you, Donovan. I have often thanked you in my mind, though not in words. Placed as we are, it is quite right that we should be fond of one another." "Oh, I don't mean that sort of thing at all. My mother married your governor, but that would only make it natural that we should hate one another. And there is no love lost between you and Frizzy, or Jerry either, so far as that goes. What I mean is that I am fond of you as a fellow is of his sweetheart, and I mean to marry you. Indeed I do, as soon as you like, almost." Poor Kitty looked at him as if he must be joking, or if it were not that, he must have taken too much wine, as he did sometimes, especially when he had been much with Sir Cumberleigh. "How provoking you are, Kitty! There, sit down. You will get used to the idea in about 5 minutes. Why, there's nothing surprising in it, I should think, though you may have thought that I was looking higher, but I have always had my own peculiar views. I can do without money and rank and all that.
and I have taken a real fancy to you. This is enough to prove it, don't you think? Give us your flipper, as that old rogue says, for I mean business. Upon my word I do, and I fancy it won't stick too much in your gizzard, that the old woman rages like a tiger against it."
"I can scarcely believe that you mean this. It is utterly impossible. I don't know how people take such things, but to me it is simply horrible. Never speak of it again if you wish me to speak to you. Promise me never to speak of it again."
"Very well. Settle it so, if you like, at any rate for the present. You have got hold of some queer ideas, I suppose? High church crotchets or some such rubbish? You will come to think better of it by and by. And by the holy poker she shall be glad to do so," he muttered to himself when she was gone. "We will try a bold stroke, my pretty dear, and you shall come on your knees to me to marry you." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. A Fine Tip. There are many worse men in the world even then, and the number increases with population, than the gallant Sir Cumberleigh Hotspot. The principal source of the evil in him was that he knew not wrong from right. If he could have seen the difference, he might have been tempted by the charms of virtue. But as that pure lady had never found her way into his visiting list, it would be unfair to blame him for neglecting her. He came of a good family in one sense, and a very bad family in another. For several generations the Hotspots had verified their names by making mixture of all moral doctrine, and the air of a county where the world is flat and oozy may have helped to bring high and low to one dead level. That speculation is beyond the mark, though as everything is material now, it may justly be accepted in plea for him. What is more to the purpose and less of a problem is the plain truth that evil blood was in his veins, and there had never been anything to purify it. In his early days, the influence of a strong, clear-headed, and resolute wife, lifting him into self-respect and sweetening his paltry bitterness, might have saved him from his vile contempt, and made a decent man of him, and such a chance had once been his, but he cast it by through his own foul conduct, and it never came again. The lady married a better man, who was able to lead her as well as be led, and the man she had escaped made a bitter grievance of his own miscarriage. Now he was one of that wretched lot, the elderly rakes, without faith in women, respect for themselves, or trust in God. Even the coarser advantages of life, the vigorous health, the good will of the world, the desire to rise, the power of wealth, all these had failed him, and he was left with nothing but a feverish thirst for excitement, and a dreary desire to say spiteful things, which his meagre wit seldom gratified. For this he was hated by Downy Bulrag, who had despised him for aping the vices which are so much easier to youth. However, it was Downy's object now to ingratiate himself with this old party, and Downy had long acquired the art of quenching his sentiments in his object. So he took a cab that very night, when his mother's hysterics were drowned in cognac, and presented himself at Sir Cumberleigh's house in a small square of South Kensington. He had not been encouraged to call here often, for the baronet, who generally misplaced his shame, was shy of the fact that he had let the better part of his house to a fashionable artist, while he occupied the smaller rooms himself. The visitor found him just returned from his club, and by no means in an amiable frame of mind, for the cards had been adverse, and he could ill afford to lose, and he did not scruple to show his annoyance at this late and unexpected call. But Downy drew an easy chair near the fire, gave a nick to the Hotspot terrier, who with sound instinct had made a dash at him, and spread his fat legs along the fender. Without saying a word till his host had done the grumbles, and he had his revenge in his own crafty way, for he gazed round the room, noting everything and lifting his yellow eyebrows now and then, or pursing up his big lips and stroking his moustache, as if he were conning how much, or rather how little, the pictures and furniture would fetch. Been any auctioneers in your family?
Sir Cumberlay's temper was never very good, and his appraisement of his chattels made it very bad indeed. His intention had been to have a quiet smoke and his nip or two of cordial by the fire, while he went through his tablets by the latest lights. He had thrown off his wig to cool his brain, and had no time to clap it on again. Frank and cheerful baldness is no disgrace to any man, and sometimes adds a crown of goodness to a pleasant face. But this gentleman had not that reward of gentle life, and his bulbous pate, when naked, was what ladies call horrid. His restless and suspicious eyes and sneering mouth, with lines that looked as if nature had constructed channels for the drainage of foul words, and the sour crop of blotches on his welted cheeks, were more than enough to countervail expansive brow and noble dome of curls, if there had been any. There were none, and even Downy Bulrag thought, "What a bridegroom for a lovely girl."
"You are inclined to cut up rough, old boy,"
said Bulrag, after listening long to much that never should be listened to.
"Something disagreed with you. It must be so, as we get on in life. Well, tell me when you are certain that you have done exploding. No hurry, pleasure first, business afterwards."
Sir Cumberlay carried on a little more with his condemnation of all mankind, just to show that he was not at all impressed with this aspect of the younger man. Then his temper prevailed, as the other kept quiet, and he said,
"How with your business, if there is any?"
"I don't suppose it matters much to you. You are rolling in money after going down to your audit and all that sort of thing. You might like to invest a cool 500 in a loan to me at 5%. Do it, and earn my everlasting gratitude."
"You have something good to tell me or to put me up to? Upon my soul, Bulrag, I shall be glad to know it. I have 3 bills falling due tomorrow. I am on my last legs, and that makes me so grumpish."
"You have been uncommonly grumpish, Potts, and I am not at all sure that I shall tell you anything. I like to do a kindness to a friend, but you hardly seem to be quite that just now."
"My dear fellow, you never go by words. You have seen too much of the world for that. The real friend is the man who shows you his rough side. I do that to you, Downy, because I like you."
"Then you can't have much left for your enemies, my friend. But my rule is to take things as I find them, and the same is the golden rule, according to the law and prophets. I shall render good for evil, Potts. I shall tell you of a nice little windfall for you, if you have the pluck to keep up with luck."
"Downy, I'm up for anything. All has been against me for the last 10 days, and I should like to have my revenge of it. It would take a big fence to pound me."
"There's a big pot of money on the other side," said Downy, counting slowly on his fingers. 18 and 16 make 34, and 12 makes 46, and Chilean 8,400. With the market down, should be worth another 12 when they go up.
I'll put it at present quotations, and you have between 54 and 55,000 pounds, payable on the nail, and no trustees.
It would come in pretty well to start with, Potts, after paying the fellows that know no better, and you might lend me the odd 4,000 upon good security. I will give you 8%, old fellow, and pay you like a church."
"What is it, Downy, or are you trying hocus? Nothing of that sort ever comes my way now. I have been on the wrong horse ever since last Goodword, and now again at Lincoln. Those cursed tips have tipped me over."
"It has nothing to do with turf or tips. What do you think of our little Kitty coming into 60,000 pounds? For it's worth every penny of that, they say, and nobody to look after it but the lucky cove that marries her."
"Sweet Kitty, my sweet Kitty Fairthorn.
I adore her for her own sake, without a crooked sixpence. But it sounds too good to be true, my boy. Take a suck and tell us all about it." "The beauty of it is that she doesn't know a word of it." Bulrag began to unfold his roll of fiction very recklessly, which gave it the crackle and flash of truth. "And if we can keep her in the dark for another 10 days or fortnight, why, a bit of pluck and gumption, and there the job is done. You know that my excellent mother considers it one of her strictest duties to open all the letters that come to the house for the younger feminine branches.
She keeps the key of the letter-box, and no one else is allowed to go near it. When I first came back, she began to open mine, but I stopped that. Quick sticks, I can tell you. She's a strong party, and no mistake. Hope she won't want to come and cock over my crib when I'm spliced to the heavenly kitty. I should get the wrong side of the 60,000 pounds. Well, this morning there came a little billet for our kitty, sealed and got up, and looking no end confidential. The ma wasn't going to stand that, of course, and set up her hackles that any one should try it. She took it to her own room and found it so important that it was not right to let the owner know a word about it, at least until the subject had been well considered. But she called me into council, and my advice was to keep it dark, and make the most of it. And here is all there is of it. It seems that the old scientific bloke had a sister in the wilds of Northumberland, to whom he gave fearful offence years ago, by blowing her cat up, or something of that sort, and she vowed he should never have sixpence of hers. But being better off for cash than kindred, which is not the usual state of things, she has left all her belongings to his daughter, straight away in the lump, with nothing to pay but duty. Her father will be her trustee by law, I suppose, until she is of age or marries. But if she marries, without having it settled, which her father of course would insist upon, why, there you are. The happy man is master of the money, though she may go in for a post-nuptial, or whatever they call it, kind of settlement. Downy, my boy, it sounds too good to be true, said Sir Cumberleigh, looking at him doubtfully, but the young man's great bulky face and round forehead were as tranquil as an orange. Who are the lawyers? It came, of course, from the old lady's man of law. Was it a London or a country firm? I don't want to be too inquisitive, you know, but in a matter of this sort, the less you know the better, so long as you are convinced. You are eager to marry the girl without a penny, and what motive can I have for deceiving you? In fact, I think I have been a fool to tell you. We could let her get the money, and what chance would you have then? Plenty of young swells with rhino of their own would be after such a pretty girl with 60,000 pounds. And I will tell you two things, since you seem to doubt me. In the first place, I shall insist upon 10 thou advanced upon my note of hand at 5%. And again for your comfort, my mother, since she heard of it, won't hear another word of you, beloved Potts, unless I can bring her round to it. She would naturally prefer a young soft fellow with a fine place of his own, where she can go and govern, when she wants a little change, as she governs everywhere. So that will be all you get, old chap, by doubting yours truly. Good night, my boy. I'm sorry that I ever told you. Don't be so hot, my friend. I never doubted you. All that I doubted was my own good luck. And upon my soul, Downy, if you had had such luck as I have, you would never place any more faith in it. Here, my dear fellow, have a Don Pentellato. There's not such another weed to be got in London. And here's a rare drop of old brandy, such as perhaps you never tasted. It's as old as the hills and as soft as oil. You must never put a drop of water with it. It stands me in 240 shillings a dozen, and I have never let any one see it but myself. What do you think of that now? Roll it on your tongue. The best liquor you ever knows is not a patch upon it. You're a good judge. Give me your opinion. I never tasted anything like it, Potts. Where the devil do you get it from? I'll put you up to that some day. But now let us have a little quiet chat. You need not be afraid of it. Have another glass. You see, I always take it in a very thin dock glass, made on the purpose for it. If it had not been for that, I should have gone to the dogs long ago with all my troubles. However, let us hope for an end of them soon. 50 thou would set me straight, and I could get back the old place, and give up fast life, and turn quiet country squire. It is time for me to get out of all this racket, and stick to one or two solid friends like you. Now, tell me, old chap, exactly what am I to do? I'll give you any undertaking you think fit, only, of course, we must keep it dark. Do not be in any over-hurry. Donovan Bullrag breathed rings of blue serenity from the grey-edged auricula of his fine cigar, and then said slowly, I remember some little box you used to have, about 2 miles beyond Hounslow. Yes, and I've got it still, because nobody would have it. They wanted to turn it into a poultry breeding place when the craze was on, but they could not pay deposit. At any rate, they didn't, and I have it still on hand. All right, have it aired. It will be very pretty now that the broom and all that is coming on again. In another week or so the nightingales will be about. Could you have a snugger place on earth to pass your honeymoon in? Twig, said Sir Cumberley. Twig's the word, with a little quiet prodding and a special license. But won't she cut up rough, my boy? We must not have abduction. It has been done in my family, but the times were better then. Kitty is not the one to cut up rough. My mother has drilled her a lot too well for that, and if I come with her, and you are not seen till the last, there can be no talk about abduction. All the little particulars must be left to me. You can let me your crib if it eases you down, and produce the agreement if there is any row. But there won't be any row. You know the rule with women. Smooth over everything when the job is done. I should like to think it over a little, Downy. I'm not like a boy who has had the world on his side when he does a rash thing in his passion. The world has been very hard on me, God knows, and I'm rather old to give it another slap in the face. Why shouldn't I marry the charming Kitty with her mother's consent and all done in proper trim? Then we could go down to my old house and have bonfires and bells and roast an ox and all that, and she could have a settlement. Why not? My lawyers could do it so as to leave me the tin. Try it on that way if you like. How can it matter to me, beloved Potts? There are 2 little stodges for you to get over. Would Kitty ever look at you if she knew she had this money? And my mother will not hear of you, since she saw that letter. That devil of a woman! Cried the other rather rudely, forgetting that her son received the statement of the fact. She has always had her own way, and she always will. Thank God that she never married me. Perhaps she would have done it if she had seen me soon enough. If she has turned against me, it is all up, without some such lay as yours, my boy. Not a dog can tuck his ear up without her knowing why. You could never get your sister down there without her knowing it. She is not my sister, said Downy very hotly. Or do you think I would let her marry such a man as you? But the devil of a woman, as you politely call her, goes down to my grandfather in Wales next week, and takes my 2 sisters with her. Oh, then the coast will be clear, my dear boy. That makes all the difference. You might have told me that half an hour ago. I see the way of it now, clear enough. The main point will be to keep the country lawyers quiet. Unless they get an answer to their letter pretty sharp, they'll be sending up a junior partner or their London agent, for fear of some other lawyer's finger in the pie. That would upset your pot. How are you to help it? Nothing easier, for a few days at any rate, and that is why the job must be tackled pretty smart. We shall send an acknowledgment in Kitty's name tomorrow, saying that she wishes to consult her father's lawyers, name of the firm of course omitted, from whom Messrs. So-and-so will hear very shortly, and that will keep them quiet for a bit. Those fellows make a point of never hurrying one another. Capital. I know what they are too well. By the by, did you tell me the name of the gang in Northumberland? I might make a note of it, though I must not let them guess that I heard of them, of course. You would cut your own throat if you did, Potts. I can tell you if you like, and get the letter perhaps to show you. But you had better be able to swear, if there should be any rumpus, that you had never so much as heard of them. And then, if you were pressed, you might admit that you had heard some vague rumor but paid no attention to it, as it came from a source you had very little faith in. Certainly I could swear that without much harm. Don't show me the letter. I don't want to see it. Have another drop of this wonderful stuff. It wouldn't hurt a child. It's as soft as milk. No, not a drop. I'm too late as it is. You had better keep away from our place for the present. It would not be so well for you to receive the sack, you see, before the great stroke comes off next week, and the mother might be apt to administer it in her hasty way, you know. Send a line to say you've got a cold or something, and then run down to the cottage and begin at once to get it into spick and span, and I shall come to you every night and report progress. 60,000 is a good stake to run for. But when is it to be, Downy? When is it to be? My nerves are not what they used to be, and I shall not get a wink till the race is pulled off. Oh, yes, you will, if you go in for hard work. How can I tell the day till I have seen the mother off? The sooner the better when she has made tracks. There's an old buffer coming to see the house and keep our Kitty in order. But I can do what I like with her. She's smashed taters after the real thing. Be of good cheer, Potts. I should say next Wednesday or Thursday would see you a reformed and happy character. Ta-ta, and remember me in your prayers. I say, Downy, just one little thing, said Sir Cumberleigh, recalling him with some hesitation. You must not be offended, old fellow, but I should be so much obliged if you would drop your habit of calling me Potts so frequently. It sounds so personal, although of course it has no application to me as yet. Why, you might even do it before your sister, and then it would be so unromantic. You see what I mean? No offence, you know. I tell you I won't have her called my sister. She is no sister of mine, nor in any way connected. If you call her my sister any more, I shall look upon it as an insult. A very great compliment, I should say, Sir Cumberleigh pondered when his visitor was gone. What the deuce makes him get in such a wax about it? A fellow with such a batter-pudding face might be proud to call such a girl his sister. Oh, I see why it is. What a thick I must be. If she were his sister, he would be ashamed to be a party to this little plant. I don't like the look of it, and that's all about it. But such a poor devil must not stick at trifles. 60,000 pounds would set me on my legs again, and it is not to be had by lying down and rolling. And the sweetest girl in London, too, without any cheek or high faulting. I can soon break her into any pace I choose. I'm not a bad fellow, only so unlucky. If this comes off, I'll go to church every Sunday, but I'll take uncommon good care all the same that Master Johnny Dory does not collar too much of the rhino. I hate that young fellow. He's just like a yellow slug crawling in a mop.
End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, Baskets. There are ever so many kinds of baskets used in Covent Garden Market, some of good measure, some of guess, and some of luck altogether, like a railway's charges. They come from every quarter of the globe, and the pensive public may be well pleased if it gets a quarter of its bargain. A bushel may hold a peck more or less according to the last jump made upon it. The basket-makers are by no means rogues, because the contents can make no difference to them. They turn out strong ware at a very high price, so many inches in width and so many in depth, according to tradition. Then they pat it and pinch it down and paint the name upon it, and their business ends except to get their money. And of this they never fail, for the grower, as a rule, grows honesty as his chief and often only crop. But after that basket's virgin fill, how many meretricious uses does it undergo? The poor grower who has paid half a crown for it never uses it again, perhaps, until it is worn out and comes back to him, with a shilling demanded for his name, when it has spent all its prime in half the shops and trucks of London. Here it has passed through a varied course of fundamental changes, alternately holding 3 pecks and 5 according to its use for sale or purchase. At first it was gifted with a slightly incurved bottom, not such a deep kick as a champagne bottle has, which Napoleon III vainly strove to abolish, but a moderate and decent inward tendency. Here the rogue spies his vantage ground. Before filling it for sale, he lays it flat upon its rim, mounts upon the concave eternal,
and with a few heavy jumps of both heels produces a bold and lofty internal dome. Then he stuffs up the cavity round the side with a tidy lot of hay or leaves or paper, and lo, you have 3 pecks as brave as any 4. But is he going to buy by that measure? He lays it firmly upon its base, gets inside, and jumps with equal vigor. The accommodating bottom becomes concave, and he brings home 5 pecks running over into his bosom. As honest producers, we know nothing of all this, except by the mark of hobnails on our wicker when it comes home with no integrity left. Our business is to fill our baskets whenever the Lord permits us, keeping the top fruit certainly not worse than the bottom, for that would be quixotic, and not a bit better than human nature and the artistic sense demand of us. And there have been few greater calumnies of recent years, though the world grows more and more calumnious, than to call my Uncle Orchardson Corny the Topper, as if he covered rubbish with a crown of red or gold. A topper he was, but it was only thus he topped all his customers in honesty. This explanation was necessary and should have been offered long ago, but I thought it as well to let people see first from his character given by himself and me that he required no such vindication. If ever there was a man who gave good change for 6pence, aye, and took good care to get it too, you will own it was my Uncle Corny. However, he used for inferior fruit, such as windfalls or maggoty or undersized stuff, a cheaper and commoner form of basket, such as the dealers call sallies. These are of no especial measure, but hold on the average about half a bushel, some of them much more and some a little less, and there is no name marked upon them. They come for the most part with foreign fruit in them, and are often thrown by when emptied, and there are men about the market who collect these, perhaps for nothing, or at any rate for very little, and sell them to the fruit growers, or the dealers at prices which vary according to their quality and the demand for them, etc. They can often be had at 1 shilling a dozen, at which price they are cheap for any use, and at times they are not to be got under 6pence apiece, but perhaps the average is 2pence. They are deeper than baskets of measure and not so wide, also made of much lighter wicker, and often full of stubs inside which would never do for best or second fruit. In fact, they are like a waste-paper basket, such as one often sees under a table. When I had been gone at least a fortnight, I should say, though I could not be certain about dates just then, to my Aunt Parslow's at Leatherhead, my uncle having done all his grafting by himself, for there always was some to do every year, took a general look at his trees and found that the buds looked as promising as ever he had seen them. He was rather surprised at this, not at all on account of the long hard winter, but because of the very cold wet summer and autumn which had preceded it. The trees would be full of unripe wood and sappy shoots shriveled by the frost, and scurfy bark and perished boughs, and general discomfort and sulkiness. At least everybody said that was how they ought to be, and my uncle had never contradicted them, preferring a little pessimism, because it is always the safer side. And probably upon cold, wet soils all the evils predicted had succeeded, which would make it all the better for the places where they failed. So that my uncle, while sympathizing warmly with all his brother growers in their bad lookout, shook his head about his own, and smoked his pipe, and would not speak of his chickens, much less count them. But when the sun began to get the upper hand of the days again, and the spring was looking through the hedge and into the hearts of the trees almost, and the earth seemed ready to lift its breast, as a maiden does for her flowers to be fixed, and every shrub that showed a leaf had got a bird to sing to it, for a time the best man found it hard to make the worst of everything, and even the often frozen grower hoped not to be frozen again this year. For the later an English fruit tree is in showing its white or pink challenge to the sky, the less is the chance of unheavenly heaven descending upon a white blow and smiting all to utter blackness. The ground had been frozen to a depth of 20 inches by the rigor of enduring frost, and after that the push of spring takes a long time to get down the line. "Tompkins," said my uncle, who was poking about with a spade to kill snails and some iris roots,
for no sort of winter makes much difference to a snail. Draft in their breeding time is all they care for much.
Tompkins, it is high time to be looking up our baskets. In another month these fellows will be sticking it on again. That 'em will, the long man replied. He was short of tongue, as a very tall man by some ordinance of nature almost always is, perhaps because his fellow creatures' hats have endangered it while it was tender. You had better go over and see old Whisk at 3/4 day tomorrow. You can have the tax cart, and just see what he has. He is bound to have a good stock now after all the long frost and snow on hand, and he is pretty sure to be hard up. In June he begins to grin at us. Get the figure for bushels and halves by the gross, but don't order any until I know. But if he's picked up any sallies, you might bring a gross at 1 shilling a dozen. I will give you 12 shillings, and I'll be bound the old rogue will be glad of a bit of ready money. All right, governor.
Selsey Bill offered up one gaunt knuckle to his hat, which had no brim to accept it, for he had improved in sense of manners since his wages were advanced. He had been put on, when the days pulled out, to 20 shillings a week, with a title not conferred, but generally felt a foreman of the outer work. He had 1 shilling apiece for his children now every week, and another for his wife, and 2 to think about all Sunday. And my firm belief is that if he could have earned another by wronging us, he would have made the tempter swallow it.
But mind one thing, said my uncle strongly, for he found it ruinous to relax. Your wife's brother, I believe it is, that keeps the crooked billet beyond the heath, not 100 yards from old Whisk's place. You need not pull Spanker up to give Mrs. Tompkins love, you know. Right you are, governor. What wicked things you do put into a fellow's head.
My uncle grinned, and so did Bill, but with his long back turned and his hand upon his spade. On the following afternoon Bill acted with the truest sense of honor. As he approached the crooked billet, the wind, for which he was not to blame, brought him the burden of a drawling song, drawled as only a Middlesex man, who can beat all the north and even west at that, control his slow emotions forth. Oh, I would be a jolly gardener, I would be a jolly gardener, with my pot and my pipe for my swig and my swipe, and the devil take the rest, say I. Bill knew every nose that was singing this, and every fist that was drumming on the table, but such were his principles that instead of pulling up, he let the reins hang loose, and even said "cuck" to old Spanker. Although we had owned him so long, the horse had never forgotten his ancient days, when he may have belonged to a brewer perhaps, for he never could pass any hostelry of a cool and respectable aspect, with a tree and a trough in front of it, but that he would offer a genial glance from the corner of one blinker, and make a short step, and show a readiness to parley. He did more than this now, for he pulled up short and tossed up his nose and accosted with a whinny a horse of more leisure, who was standing by the door.
Wants to wash his mouth out. So do I, but I'll be hanged if I'll go inside all the same.
Reasoning thus, Selsey Bill got down, for he saw a wisp of hay by the trough just fitted to dip in the water and cool the muzzle. But before he could hoist his long legs into the cart, as he positively meant to do, a buxom short woman had his arm enclasped with 2 red hands, and was looking up at him with words of reproach, but a smile of goodwill. "It ain't no nonsense, I tell you, Bill," she exclaimed in reply to his soft remonstrance. "Come in you shall, and have a word or 2 inside. I've got something particular in my mind, and you'll never forgive yourself if you goes on like this." What could Tompkins do? His wife's brother's wife was godmother to nearly half his children, and she had a bit of money of her own, and no children of her own to leave it to.
"Oh, only half a minute, then," he said to ease his conscience. "And not a drop of beer, you know. Leastways not till I've been to old Whisk over yonder."
"Why, the old chap's inside. Seems a providence to me, because now you be bound to come in and see him. But I want to talk separate to you, Bill. You have got such a head, you know, such a way up." The landlady took Bill to her own room round the corner of the house,
so that no one saw him, while Spanker was linked to the post and had some hay. And she told him such a story that his little black eyes, which tried to look at one another over his great nose, twinkled and flashed, and were full of puzzled wrath. Then she brought him a pint of mild ale, for she knew that his mind worked slowly and required to be refreshed. "Never heerd tell such a job in my born days. Couldn't have believed it if it wasn't you, Eliza. You was always truth itself. But how can you be certain the young girl has told you is quite right in her mind?"
"Well, I can't be certain, Bill, for she is a stranger about here, but she looks right enough, and she was genuine flustered. And more than that, there's several things that comes to back her up, like. What shall we do, Bill? That's the point."
"Sure enough, so it is. What does Teddy say to it?"
"Well, you know what he is. If he see a murder doing, I believe he'd shut his eyes and ears and whip round the corner. Besides that, he is never no good after 2 o'clock, and I only heard of this about an hour ago. So, to tell you the plain truth, I haven't said a word about it, and it's no good to tell him nothing till tomorrow morning. Not that he takes so very much, you know, but his constitution is that queer. If you had not come by, I was just making up my mind to put on my shawl and step off to the police, though it's 3 miles to go, and then most likely never find them."
"And if you did, I don't believe they'd take a bit of notice. Leastways not if they was dispositions same as ours. Got never a justice of the peace round here. Some counties they calls them a magistrate.
Nobody nearer than Colonel Bowles, and Ted was saying yesterday that he was gone from home. No, Bill, for all I can see, there's not a soul to move a finger unless 'tis you and me."
"But what can us do? I can't see no call for us to meddle if policemen won't. Enough to do with my own kids, Sister Liza, and nobody but me to help 'em. Oh, I must be jogging."
"No, you won't be jogging, and you've got to see Whisk. What's your common sense, Bill? Can't you see that he'll stick a shilling onto everything if they send down here to fetch him for you? No man can abide to be disturbed with his glass, and he expects a lot of money if he gives it up. That's the way all those ranters thrive. Their beer would cost 3 halfpence, and they get 6 for not having it, and has it on the sly in their own beds. Go and see old Whisk, but not a word of what I told you, only you must come back to me when you have done what you want with him. No business of mine any more than yourn, and perhaps the best way to let things go by law, and not be called up and lose your time, and have to pay for it, and think yourself lucky if they don't fine you too. That is all one gets for not winking at a thief, Bill."
The truth of this was too manifest to require any acknowledgment, and Tompkins went to see Mr. Whisk in the tap-room, and after much discussion drove him to his premises, there to see and deal about the wicker stuff, but he only got half a gross of Sally's, which proved a very lucky thing afterwards, for Whisk had no more, or at any rate said so, not liking the price, perhaps, for they were good substantial stuff, which also proved a happy thing before very long. Then Selsey Bill touched Spanker up, for it was getting on for dark, but he did not like to pass the crooked billet without calling, because he was proud of being a man of his word. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. The Giant of the Heath. There is, or at least there used to be, along the back of Hounslow Heath, a lane, which leaves the Great Western Road on the right-hand side and goes off alone. The soil is very poor and thin, and nothing seems to flourish much except the hardier forms of fir and the vagrant manner of mankind. The winter winds and the summer draught sweep over the cranny into it, and a very observant man is needed to find much to talk about. But wherever a man or a woman is, and whatever may be the season, one earnest cry arises in the bosom, and it is for beer. Those nobler beings who oust their British nature with foreign luxury and learn to make believe of joy in the sour grape or the stringent still, are apt to forget, as perverts do, the solidity of the ancient creed. If a good or evil genius had stood by Sir Cumberleigh Hotchpot, or even Downy Bulrag, and whispered, "Have a firkin of treble X or Indian pale,"
there might be now no chance for Bill to tell the things he had to tell. When Tompkins, with his cart half full of sallies piled like flower-pots, pulled up again at the wayside inn, he found it dark and lonely. The 4 jolly gardeners were gone home, or at any rate gone somewhere. Teddy, the landlord, was fast asleep by the kitchen fire, and would so remain till roused by the music of the frying-pan. They kept no barmaid, and the man who generally lounged about the stable was gone to have his lounge out somewhere else. "Good night, Liza," Bill shouted up the staircase on the chance of the landlady hearing his voice, but instead of any answer her step was heard, and she turned the corner on him with her shawl and bonnet on. "I couldn't leave it so," she said. "I don't know what come over me, but after you was gone my heart fell all the pitter-pattering, and such bad ideas come into my head. I never did. I could no more sleep this blessed night without knowing more about that there business than I could stand on my head and strike the hours like a clock. I may be a fool for it, and have to go before the justices, but ease my mind somehow I must." "Liza rolls," replied Selzy Bill, standing nearly 2 feet above her, but looking down with true deference. "If you feels that sort of thing, who am I to go agin it? You are bound to have summat on your own mind, as was never put there for nothing, ma'am, and if it comes to that, why, so has I." "Do you mean to say, Bill," asked Mrs. Rolls, with awe not of his height, for she was used to that, but of his thoughts coming just to her level, "that you had as queer ideas, too, about what the little girl was a-telling me?" "You have put it, Liza, in the very words as I should have put in, if the Lord give me the power, but I leaves all that to my wife now. She can fit up to meaning, and no mistake." "Very well, Bill, there's no more to be said. Off I goes with you, and you drives round by Struck-tree Cottage, as we calls it. Not that we means to make tantrips, you know, but just to see how it looks, and ease our minds." Mrs. Rolls cast a glance at the high step of the cart, for she was not so tall as she was tender, and Selzy Bill cast a glance at her, balancing in the fine poise of his mind whether or no he should venture to offer, as it were, to lift her, but he saw that it would not be just to his wife, who might come some day to hear of it, for you never can tell what those women will let out. So he whipped forth his knife, and cut the cord which bound a dozen sallies into one spire, and fetching out a basket, set it down upon the rim, so that Mrs. Rolls, though of good weight and measure, taking that for her first rung, went up without a groan. "You take next turn towards Harlington, and go along quiet as you can, Bill," when she had settled down with a clean sack beneath her on the driving-board. "And now shall I tell you what I believe? I may be wrong, of course. We all are liable to horrors. You feels that yourself, Bill, though a man with such a family gets more opportunities, so as say." "And a wife," answered Bill. "Her comes first, to begin with." "In course, her comes first in the regular way, a good and faithful wife, and the mother of 17. But with such luck as that, I knows what men is, and I say to you, Bill Tompkins, that they differs very much. I makes the very best of them, as is the duty of a woman, and leads to their repentance, when they has it in 'em. But most of them is not, without a word against my Teddy. And I say that this Lord Hopscotch here, if such is his name, being very doubtful, is up to some badness, having no belief of any one down his way to right it. Therefore you take that corner, Bill, and go on slowly till I tell you when to stop. Mind, I don't say I know what it is, but I can guess. We have had many a gay doings down this way, for all it looks so innocent, and perhaps for that same reason." "What can 'em want with more childers, if that way inclined?" But the quiverful Bill dropped his essay on the subject, for there is much more bashfulness among poor people than among their betters on such topics of discourse. Presently they came to a dark, quiet elbow of the road, or rather of the track across the turf, for they had passed all stones and hedges now, and the wheels went softly upon the grass and peat. A clump of Scotch firs, bowed by the west winds, overhung the way, and made it sombre as the grave. About 100 yards before them was a low, square building, on the verge of the heath, and surrounded with bushes and something that looked like a wooden palisade. "That's where it is. That is Struck-tree Cottage. The lightning come down and scorched the old oak." Mrs. Rolls spoke in a whisper, as if herself afraid of it. You see there's a light in the parlor, Bill. That's where the villains is, I do believe, and the poor lady locked way upstairs, maybe. Now, you go forward and just peep in. They'll never be capable of suspecting nothing, and everything will be black to them outside." It was quite dark now, without moon or stars. Spanker and the cart, which was painted brown, could scarcely be descried even 20 yards away, and the sallies were of unpeeled osier. Bill handed the reins to his sister-in-law and got down in his usual lanky style. Although he was a very hard-working fellow, nothing could drive him into quick jerks, for his joints were loose, and were often heard to creak when the wind was in the east and the air too dry. "But if them cometh at me," he asked with proper prudence and a sense of his importance to 3 crowded rooms at home, "why, you ain't got so much as a stick to help me." "No fear, little Billy. Guilty conscience makes a coward. You need not let them see you. And if they do, why, they'll take you for the giant of the heath. The old highwayman was hanged in chains not 100 yards from here. My father seed him often, and when he fell down, he took to walking through the fuzz." "Oh, Lord, no more of that, Liza. Oh, my teeth be a-gone chattering. Give us a sack at any rate, if I meets 'ee." Mrs. Rolls, who was not very happy herself, handed him a spare sack from the cart, and Bill Tompkins, with many glances right and left and heartily wishing himself at home, set forth towards the cottage, walking very slowly and carefully shunning every stick and stone that was visible on the brown, inhospitable earth. As he passed beneath the shattered tree, he looked up with a shudder at the jagged fork and naked stubs and contorted limbs, expecting the dead highwayman to clank his ghostly chains. Then he stole on with more courage, for he was tolerably brave, at least as regarded fellow beings in the flesh. When he came to the fence, a low palisade of fir, he just lifted his long legs over it without casting about for any gate or door. As he groped along the fence towards the house, he discovered a gate which appeared to be locked, and observing that the palisade was much higher here, he very wisely lifted this gate from its hinges, and left room for himself to slip through at the back if pursued and obliged to retreat in a hurry. Then he made his way stealthily through some low shrubs to the corner of the cottage, and considered things. It was quite a small building, with only 4 windows in front, and a door with a little porch between them. 2 windows were on the ground floor, and 2 above. The windows of the downstairs rooms had outer shutters, or rather framed blinds of lattice work, such as carpenters call louvers. These were closed and fastened, but from the one on the right of the porch a strong light came through the interstices of the blind and streamed in narrow slices on the misty gloom outside. The horizontal laths were turned at such an angle that a man of common stature would only see the floor between them, but Selsie Bill was almost a giant, and hearing loud voices in that lower room he approached the window stealthily, and standing on tiptoe applied one eye to the top of the framework of the blind, where he found a wide slit between the beading and the first lath. Through this he could see nearly all that was inside, for the curtains hung back at the end of a pole. Also he could hear pretty well what was said, for the window-glass was thin and the ceiling low. There were only 2 men in the room, both lounging in shabby armchairs near the fire and smoking, yet not looking peaceful. Tompkins was surprised at this, because he could never have his own black pipe, with the cheapest and strongest tobacco to puff, and his own bit of fire to dry his sodden feet, without feeling as if he could stand anything from anyone, even to the theft of his very last halfpenny by his youngest boy Bob, who was bound to know better, with so many rascals in front of him. And these rich gentlemen, for so they seemed, were smoking a fine blue curly cloud, such as a poor man can only put his nose to when the putty is gone from the glass between him and his true superior. Bill became deeply curious now. That gentleman of such tip-top style, too grand almost for the world to carry, drinking rare stuff like the sun through church windows, and smoking, as if it were so much dirt, cigars such as Bill knew by memory, for he had picked up a pretty fair stump sometimes, that they should be hobnob in this little room, no better than his own Uncle Tompkins had, yet not at all hob by nob soft and pleasant, and looking fit to fly at one another for 2 peas. All this must mean something as was natural for police. If only they could be persuaded to do more than flap their white gloves in view of tricks that were nobby. Mr. Tompkins applied a dry rasp to his lips with his knuckles, well fitted for that operation, which had many times saved the mouth from evil issue. Then he listened and gazed intently, as no man can do who has had his powers spoiled by the higher education.
"Then it comes quite to this," said a gentleman whose face was in full view to Bill, though by no means a fair view, "that you mean to throw me over, after all my risk, and take the fair spoil for yourself. I have known a good many cool things in my time, but this by long chalks as the coolest." "Take it at that same temperature," answered a larger and younger man who was lolling back, with the roof of his system exposed to Bill, who perceived therein a likeness to the back of a yellow sky-dog who has not been combed very lately. "You have let yourself in for it, for the sake of 50 lucre, and alas, it proves that I was entirely misinformed. Make the best of it, old man. You have rushed into a scrape. There is too much proof, I fear, that it is all your own doing. The law will be down upon you, and where is your defense? There is one way, and only one, to hush it up. The girl must marry one of us after what has happened. She has not got a sixpence, and she's wild with rage. Disappoints me there, after all my mother's lessons. Don't think you could tame her, Potts, but feel sure that I could. Then here I step in, like the deuce from a machine, and magnanimously offer to make amends for my mistake. And instead of being grateful, you set to and slate me. Consider what a lot of that I shall have from the mother." "You can stand anything," said the other with a sigh. "But I'm not as tough as I used to be, and a row in the papers brings the duns in by the dozen. The girl is as sweet a woman as ever looked through a bridle, and I had set my heart upon her when I thought she would have money, but I could not marry her like this, and be laughed at ever afterwards for eloping with a pauper. Can't you take her back tonight, and nobody the wiser, and perhaps I can have her in the proper course of things?" "Impossible, you thick old Potts. She has not tasted a bit or sup for 24 hours, and her face is in a show, the old woman say. No, must be reeled straight off this time. You can hear her moaning now. That old woman is a fool, and the little girl a rogue who would betray us if she could. But we are all right here, and tomorrow the fair Kitty will accept me as her deliverer. We shall make short work of it, and you retire blameless."
The other man began to growl, but Bill stopped not to hear him. His righteous soul was wild already, and his mercy flowed unstrained. Now and then there had come as from an upper window the sound of low sobbing in the weariness of woe, when some human creature finds the whole world set against it, yet cannot get out to seek a better. Bill stepped quietly round the little porch and stood beneath the window whence the sound appeared to come. The window was over the kitchen, as it seemed, and the sill was about 12 feet from the ground. But the kitchen blind was down, and the firelight dull within. Tompkins laid his sack along the kitchen window-sill, and stepping on it softly, could just reach the stone at the bottom of the bedroom window. With a little groping he contrived to get one foot upon the branch of a pear-tree which was trained against the house, and lifting his tall frame warily, he got his chin upon the level of the window-sill above. The whole aperture was barred with stout wire netting, but the lower sash had just been lifted to throw something out, something white like an egg-shell that flew by as Bill drew back. "Oh, you won't have it, won't you?" said a cross and cranky voice, and Bill saw by the light of a guttering tallow candle an old woman going towards a young one who lay on a low iron bed with brass knobs at the corners. "Well, you knows your own business best, and pretty airs you gives yourself. I tell you there ain't nothing in it but new-laid egg and good sherry wine, and you see me mix it up for yourself. A pretty one you'll be to go to church tomorrow without a bit of colour in your cheeks or a bit of victuals in you. Cry, cry, cry all the blessed day long, 'stead of being proud to stand up with a rich gentleman. My patience with you are pretty well worn out, and a pretty dance you led me all last night. But I've got something in the kitchen as will force you for to swallow, something come a purpose this very day from Lunnon, and directions with it for the fractious folks. I try you fair once more, miss, if miss it is, and after that I try you foul. You see if it doesn't." But the lady, who lay her face to the wall and a mass of curly hair shining down her black dress, would not even look round or make any reply, but just lifted one elbow and then let it fall again. "Very well, we'll see. Just you wait 10 minutes while I has a bit to eat myself, and then we'll try the little tickler. Nobody to thank but yourself, you know, if ever there was a cantankerous, sulky, self-willed young minx, and ungrateful to boot." The wicked old woman went muttering from the room, leaving the window-sill open and the candle flaring and smoking on the chest of drawers, but locking the narrow door behind her with a rusty squeak of key. "Now or never," thought Bill, who would have liked, deeply respectful as he was to the fair sex, to have taken that old hag by the throat. With one hand he got a good grasp of the sill while he pressed the other through the wire grating, and raised the sash a little higher to attract attention. But the fair prisoner was far too gone in distress and despair to heed any light sound, or even the creak and rattle. Miss, if you please, young miss." Bill put his mouth, which would open as wide as almost any cottage window, as far in as it would go, for the wire was much in his way, and blew his voice in, but whether it was from the wealth of her hair, as all our best writers express it, or the action of the throat upon the ears, which may have been sobbed into deafness, there she lay like a log, as if no Bill Tompkins had his heart throbbing only for the benefit of hers. "Rat thy women," thought Bill to himself. "If you want 'em to hear, can't make 'em do it. If you wants to keep a trifle from 'em, cut both your feet off and walk upon your fanny jowls. Here goes, neck or nort." He had pulled out a big wall nail with a heavy shred attached, and choosing a wide space of the wire netting, he flung it so cleverly at the head oppressed with sorrow that the owner jumped up and looked about, and rubbed the eyes thereof. "Hush, miss, hush, for the Lord's sake, hush," whispered Bill, as if the first effect of feminine revival must be the liberation of the tongue. "It's only me, miss, Bill Tompkins from Sunbury. Please to come nigher, miss, till I tell you." "I don't understand. I seem lost altogether. They have locked me up here, and they may kill me before I will do a single thing they want of me. What do you come for? And what makes you look at me? There is nobody to help me, not a person in the world." "Lord bless me if this don't beat cockfighting." As she tottered towards the window with both hands upon her head, the light of the candle shone into her dazzled eyes, weak and weary as they were with floods of tears, and she waved her fingers over them with a strange turn of the palm, which was deeply cupped, a turn quite indiscernible, a bit of native gesture which was almost attractive, and certain to be known again, though it might have seemed to pass unnoticed. "Miss, if I ever see two ladies in my life, you be Miss Kitty, our Kit's sweetheart." "What is the good of a sweetheart to him? Don't tell me anything, I can't bear it. I was going to his funeral, yesterday, and they put me in a carriage for the purpose, and they lost their way, so they said, and they brought me here, and instead of going to his funeral, I am to marry someone else. But I won't do it. I'll never marry anyone but Kit, and Kit is dead and gone to heaven." "Damn liars! Did they tell you that?" cried Tompkins, as if that would never be my destination. "Our Kit, miss, is alive as you be, though he have had a bad time of it, and gone to London now. We expects him home next week, we does, and proud he would be, miss, to see you there afore him. There never were such a chap to carry on about a gal, leastways, beg pardon, miss, I means a fine young lady." He was talking thus because she could not speak, which he had the human kindness to perceive. "Is it true?" she was able to ask at last, and he answered, "True as gospel, s'help me taters, miss, it is." Then she knelt for a moment to thank the Lord, but Bill said, "No time now, miss, out of this she comes this very minute, and home with me to Sunbury. Can't get out the window, took good care of that. Come out of the door and slip downstairs." "But she has locked me in," cried Kitty, "and there are two dreadful men downstairs. I don't care what they do to me now I know what you have told me. Go away while you can, they will kill you." "Just you go to their door, and drive back the catch with this here knife,
It's nothing but a gallows staple, and a rap with the butt end will send it back. 10 to 1 it will, miss. Put your handkercher over the lock while you does it, and back it goes, if I know them locks. Have a candle handy, to see where to hit, and then down to the front door and away to our cart. But don't lose my knife, for the Lord's sake. A sensible gal has always got 2 pockets.
Kitty, with her strength revived by spirit, took the big knife with an iron butt, and easily drove back the bolt, for the staple was an open one. Then Bill descended without any noise, while she slipped gently down the stairs, and in the porch he met her. The front door had been bolted, but she drew back the bolt, and Bill took her hand, and she stood outside.
"Ah, what's up?"
cried a voice from inside, for the catch had closed again with a loud snap.
"Run, miss, run, while I stop these chaps,"
shouted Bill, as she ran like a hare from a dog. For a moment or two Bill was able to hold the brass knob of the lock against the 2 from within, but presently it slipped from his hand, and the door flew open, and 2 men prepared to rush out. But Tompkins threw his sack at full length over the head of the foremost, and striking wildly down, he came on his knees, and the other fell across him. Bill made off like a shot while they cursed one another, and before they were afoot again he had slipped through the opening of the unhinged gate and pulled it after him. Then, using his long legs rather slackly, but to great effect through the length of their stride, he took the struck tree for his landmark, and without thought of the ghost, soon had Kitty at his side, and they made off, hot-foot, for the cart and Mrs. Rolls. "Here you be, here you be," shouted that good lady. "Mind the ruts, the villains are after you." This was too true, though they might not have owned that description of themselves. 2 hasty men, without even a hat on, were rushing about, bewildered by the darkness and their own excitement, and taking the wrong way more often than the right. They fell among the firs and got patterns on their faces, and showed no gratitude to nature for one of her best gifts. But presently they spied the white nose of Spanker, which was hanging down with wonder if ever he should get home, and then they saw 2 figures in a hustle by the cart, and one was being helped in by the long stretch of the other.
"Stop thieves!"
cried Sir Cumberley, who was dreadfully out of breath, and therefore perhaps he let the other form go first to stop them. Then Bill turned round and faced them, and he said,
"You get away. You ain't got no right with this young lady. So help me God, I'll smash you if you offers to touch her."
He advanced with his great fists, revolving like a windmill, that being our accepted view of the art of self-defence. But Mrs. Rolls said, "No, Bill," while the others stood amazed at the height of his antagonist and his uncouth look. "Don't soil your hand with them. Clap this upon his pole." Before Downy could guess what was meant, he was basketed. A big tamper Sally, full of sharp stubs inside, was clapped down on his yellow head and fixed there staunchly by a heavy rap from Bill's great hand upon its bottom. Roars of pain and stifled oaths issued from it faintly, and the wearer fell down upon the grass and rolled like a squirrel in his wheel, or a dogfish in an eel curve. "Little one for the other," cried the clever landlady, and in half a second Hotchpot was in the same condition.
"Good night, gentlemen, both," shouted Bill as he drove off. "You goes to trap Miss Kitty, and you gets trapped by Miss Sally."
Mrs. Rolls laughed so loudly at this piece of wit that her husband vowed he heard her plainly at the crooked billet. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in a public domain. Chapter 32, A Dream.
"Come and see who we've got here,"
wrote my uncle, not quite grammatically, but the relatives are enough to puzzle anyone who has not had Latin antecedents, if on the strength of good spirits I may venture upon a very ancient joke. I knew who it was. There could be no suspense or doubt. With those very brief words of his came a little note, in the hand that always made my hand shake. "Darling Kit," it said, "I'm so sorry to hear of your long and fearful illness, but thank God you are getting better now, and will soon be as well as ever, I do hope. I cannot tell you what has happened till you come, for it would only excite and worry you. It really seems as if there was something always to keep us from one another, but we must try to get over it, my dear. And if we keep our trust in a good Providence, we shall. Your uncle is the kindest of the kind to me, and I am ever so much better, though I only came last night. I feel that I could wander all day in these lovely gardens, with the blossoms and the birds, and be as happy and as free from care as they are. But I am not to stay here, as your uncle thinks it better that I should have 2 pretty rooms at Widow Cutham's, which are to be let very reasonably indeed, and I mean to write to ask my father for the money. You must not come back 1 day sooner on account of my being here, mind that, or I should be very angry with you. This is not because I do not long to see you, for you know better than that, dear Kit, but because I want you to get quite well, which is a great deal more to me than my own health, and so it always should be if people love one another. Give my best regards to your aunt, Miss Parslow, and tell her that I love dogs quite as much as she does, and I once had a dear little dog of my own, but he was taken from me. Now mind what I say, for I will be obeyed, at any rate until I have to swear to the contrary, which is never carried out by the ladies nowadays. My dear, dear, I shall be afraid to look at you. They tell me you are so different from what you were, and I get long wrinkles up and down my forehead if I ever allow myself to think of it, and though I try not to do it, it will come back again. But never mind, you will be as strong as ever when you have a good kiss from your own Kitty. Well, I call that something like a true love-letter, my Aunt Parslow said when she had contrived almost to compel me to show it to her, which I did not feel sure that I had any right to do. That's a true woman, though I never saw her. She thinks of you 10 times as much as of herself, and no man can pretend to say that he repays it, even when he happens to deserve it, which has never happened to any gentleman I knew. You write and you talk and you go on with fine words till people who listen to you believe that you mean to give up your own ways altogether, and perhaps you do believe it at the time, for you never know your own minds at all. But about 3 days of it, that's all there is. I know it from friends of my own, though, thank God, I had sense enough never to try it myself. And then it is, Mary, could you fill my pipe? It would be so sweet, dear, if you did it. Or, Louisa, I must have left my handkerchief upstairs. Did you happen to notice where I put it, dear? And she is fool enough to run for it, and kisses him on the bottom step, and her life is a treadmill afterwards. Your Kitty is quite of that sort, mind. I can see it in every word she writes. Well, Aunt Parslow, and you would have been the same if any gentleman had had the luck to offer you upon his altar. I believe I should, she answered with a snap at first, and then she smiled slowly and said, No doubt I should, Kit, but try to be no worse than you can help with her. If anything can rouse a lover's indignation, and there are too many things that do so, such a calm assumption of levity and ferocity is the first to set it boiling. What are you thinking of? I asked, without even adding, Aunt Parslow. I am pleased to see you in that state of mind, she continued, when gratitude alone preserved me, without even a half glance at her 20,000 pounds from the murderous speech that was on my tongue. But you are very young, Kit. You will come to know better when you have had enough of this sweet Kitty. Enough very soon becomes too much. And then what do? You neglect them, and think that you are very good indeed if you do no worse. Miss Parslow was not at all a spiteful woman, even too much the other way, if that can be, and of such things she could have no experience because she had never risked it. But, being deeply hurt, I said, You know best. She turned back to the house, with all her dogs at her heels, for none of them cared a bit for the air of heaven in comparison with their own food and footstools, and I rather hoped that she would come out and say, You have been very rude to me. Get back you to Sunbury. Being in a fine large frame of mind, though the frame was too large for its contents, I trow, what did I do but pull out my Kitty's letter and began to read it all again, just as if every word of it were not in my heart already. But it adds sometimes to the satisfaction of the heart to be assured once more by the eyes and brain that they knew what they were doing when they brought it the good news. The valley of the Mole was very lovely in this flush of the fair springtide, bend after bend, bud after bud, tint upon tint, all as soft to the eye as the sense of them is to the spirit within, with the twinkle of the sun stealing through them shyly, as a youth in the morning of his love quivers as he glances at the beauty of his maiden. All these delights double their enchantment to the weak, as the lights of heaven multiply when the eyes are full of tears. Jupiter, who was the greatest light at least of the earth to Miss Parslow, ran up and sniffed at me and said, "Look out," as clearly as the dog of a most observant and genial writer has learned to say it up to the last advices. And after him came his mistress, no longer didactic, but deprecative. The beauty of woman is that they change so rapidly. Who does not love a kaleidoscope? "I have been thinking over your affairs," she said, that she might seem consistent, "and I find my first opinion quite confirmed. The moment I knew what your condition was, I said, as you must remember, Kit, there is only one thing to do, and the sooner we get it done, the better. I will not place myself under any obligation to Mr. Henderson, though I feel that he has behaved very well in not coming over to bother me. I have sent down and ordered the fly with a pole. I forget what they call it. I dare say you know. And I have ordered the green room to be got ready. She must not think at all of her complexion in the glass. It will be as right as ever when she gets downstairs." "I have no idea what you mean, Aunt Parslow, but you must not be put out because I was always slow. And they talk of the masculine mind. Oh dear, any girl of your age would have known in a second. There is such a place as Leatherhead, isn't there now?" "Beyond a doubt. And you the first lady in it?" "Very well. And there is such a place as Sunbury, and a road between them, though not at all a good one. Well then, at Leatherhead there is a young man, crotchety, grumpy, whatever you like to call him, but horribly stubborn and possessed with one idea. And at Sunbury there is a young lady to be found, very little better, I dare say, and possessed with the same idea, only upside down, as women are supposed to see everything. They have got it into their stupid heads that they cannot live without one another. It would cost more to take the young man to her, and perhaps he would never come back again. It is cheaper to fetch the young lady to him, though it can't be done under a guinea, and the fly with 2 horses will start in half an hour." I told her she was the best woman in the world, and she answered that I was a hypocrite, yet seemed pleased with my hypocrisy. Then we had a debate whether Kitty would come, in which I maintained the negative, for the sake of being convinced, not against my will. "You are a perfect stoop," said my aunt with sound judgment. "You don't know what a woman is, half so well as Jupiter, not to talk of affection or any of that stuff. A woman thinks 10 times as much as a man does of the wickedness of wasting money. If I went myself, she would think I came for a drive, and her conscience would be easy. If I sent 1 horse, she would hesitate a great deal, if she did not want to come. But when she sees 2 horses and an empty carriage, do you think she would let the man get all the money for nothing? It would take 4 horses going the other way to prevent her jumping in and saying, 'Well, I suppose I must.' I shall write her a very pretty note, of course. You had better not be well enough to send anything but your love." I was only afraid that Uncle Corny might take it as rather a slur upon him to have his new visitor stolen like this, but Miss Parslow, who was always extremely desirous to have her own way when her mind was made up, declared that she would make that all right with him, and so she did by reasoning which I did not try to penetrate, and which she put vaguely in her note to him, for it was something about clothing and deficiency of wardrobe which men cannot understand and are impressed with readily when the duty of paying for it falls on someone else. "Not that I intend to pay," said Miss Parslow in confidence to me, though my uncle was led by her letter to a contrary conclusion. "But my credit is good in Leatherhead. I shall get a few things of becoming style and tone for her, and have the bill made out to Professor Fairthorn. Messrs. Flounce and Furbelow may have only got 1 window, but they get their goods direct from Paris, and I see from their circular they expect a large consignment of very chaste articles, and the latest mode tomorrow. It will be most fatiguing at my time of life, but if I like the girl, as I know I shall, I can scarcely refuse her the benefit of my judgment. I think I shall go down the hill a little way and see what they have got in the window now. I answered, for the 2 horses now had been gone for some 4 hours, and then I shall know the old stuff if they attempt to mix it with the latest mode. You can scarcely be too sharp in these little places. It is not that they want to cheat anybody, and they would rather not do it for a native, but I should just like to see how much they have got now. There is a fine view from the pavement there. You can see right into Middlesex and even Berkshire, I'm told, when the day is unusually fine. But I never knew it fine enough to see 5 miles. You might as well go and play with the dogs, my dear." To play with the dogs was very well in its way, and had lightened many a listless hour, when the body was slack for its to and fro of action, and the mind could take no food except as a dog bites grass. Then the tricks of the doggies, their sprightly flashing eyes and perception of one's meaning almost before it knew itself, as well as their good nature and enjoyment of a joke, and readiness to time their wits by the slower pulse of mine, take it as I would or might, here was always something to teach me that one is not every one. But I could not see the beauty of this lesson now. Selfish love had got me by the buttonhole, and there never is much humor in the tale he tells. It is all about himself and the celestial one who sent him, and he is so much in earnest that he cannot bear a laugh. Even the crinolines in the little narrow window of Messrs. Flounce and Company, where they had to hang alternate, one high and one low, not to poke each other's ribs, although they reminded me of what I had seen in church, suggested it without a single smile to follow, for my mind, in the reverence of love, was able to people them with the sacred form inside, and yet at any other time I must have laughed, recalling as it did the ingenuity of ladies, who contrived in our narrow pews to reconcile their worship of a higher power with that of their own frocks. And the ladies who now go limp may be glad, when fashion comes round in its cycle, to remember how their mothers made the best of it. Each lady alternate stood on a high hassock, each lady intermediate upon the church boards, and so their cages underlapped or overlapped each other, and when it came to kneeling one could hear them all contract. They were quite as clever women then in balloons, as those who end in serpents now. Vainly I looked down the hill, and vainly back at the crinolines. The only way to get the thing desired is to leave off hoping for it. When the sun was gone, and the silver mist was gliding like a slow worm up the vale, and all the good people of Leatherhead had lit their pipes and come out to talk, I went back slowly to Valley View, with many a futile turn of head, and ears too ready to be deceived. But the only wheels I heard were those of the fishmonger's cart going quite the wrong way, for I knew that he had been with a middle cut of salmon to the hospitable gate of Miss Parslow. "You had better go to sleep. Here is Betty nearly wild," my aunt cried as she pushed me in. "That blessed butcher has only just sent the lamb, and the boy let it fall in the middle of the road. I hope to goodness she won't come for 2 hours. If she does, she will want sandwiches, and there is nothing in the house to make them of. Go and lie down, Kit. Don't you see you are in the way? What a lucky thing I told the man to rest the horses for at least 2 hours at the flower pot. When he gets into the tap, he's pretty sure to make it 4. You look as white as a ghost, poor boy. Bother that love, it spoils everybody's dinner. I haven't got a bit of appetite myself, and the first bit of salmon for the season except one. Go in, get in, lie down there and roll. Why, you couldn't even tell where to find the mint." This was all the sympathy I got in my distress, and when she had poked me into the little room or lobby with a horsehair sofa, where to roll meant to roll off, she locked me up as if I had been a pot of jam, and all I could hear was the rattle of the dripping pan or the clink of the plates in the warmer. It was worse than useless to repine, so I turned my back to everything and went to sleep. In sleep, as it has been said of old, the fairest and sweetest gifts of heaven descend upon helpless mortals. Then alone is a man devoid of harm and gone back to his innocence, and the peopling of his mind is not an array of greed and selfishness. Then only is he far away from malice and corrupting care and small impatience of the wrongs, which only sting when they strike himself, and bitter sense of having failed through the jealousy of others. and only then, if his angel still returns, though seared and scouted, does he know the taste of simple joys and smile the smile of childhood. What wonder, then, that his Father comes, with returning love to him, while he sleeps? Then, if the greatest gift of God to man, that he can see and feel while in this lower world of life, is that which was the first vouchsafed, the love of one who thinks and tries to make him nobler than herself, though she generally fails in that, how can it come more gently to him than it has came, the first time of all, when he has been cast into deep sleep? It seemed to be no time for words, and even thoughts found little room. Without a whisper or a thought, my cheeks were wet with loving tears, and gentle sobs came to my heart, and faithful hands were locked in mine. A sweeter dream never came from heaven, and if sleep were always so endowed, it would be well to sleep forever. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33, Urgent Measures. Miss Parslow, although she pretended to be rough and to love dogs better than the human race, for which she could give 50 reasons, was as truly soft of heart as the gentlest woman that ever shed a tear. She kept her own history to herself, and it never struck me that she had any. That is to say, as concerning us men, who are always supposed to be, but are not always the side to be blamed, when things go amiss in the matter of sweethearting. She had passed through some trouble in her early days, as I found out long afterwards, but had not been soured thereby any more than a river has been poisoned by its tumbles in the hills. The spell of Kitty's beauty and true goodness fell upon her. At first she strove hard to make light of her, and then pretended still to do so when the effort was in vain. But in 3 days' time it was all over, and I felt that with all my claims of kindred, and the proud Parslow extract of tea in my veins, I was chiefly regarded as Kitty's sweetheart. It was, "Where is Kitty? What would Kitty like for dinner? Did Kitty tell you what she thought of this parasol? Tell Kitty I am waiting for her down the garden," and so on, until I began to smile, and to fear that I should never have my Kitty to myself. And the beauty of it was that Miss Parslow seemed to think that I was not so attentive as I should be to Miss Fairthorn. "What did you mean by carrying on as you did with that girl, Sally Chalker?" she inquired one day in a very stern voice, when I had only asked Miss Chalker if she was fond of roses. "Are you such an oaf as to think that Sally Chalker is fit to wipe the shoes of Kitty Fairthorn? And if it is her money that tempts you, remember that her father is a most determined man, and there used to be such a thing as honor among young men. What will Mr. Henderson say when I tell him, as I shall at the first opportunity, that you take advantage of being on the spot and try to cut him out with his precious Sally? And I believe that he really is attached to her. There is no end of the bubbles that ladies blow when they once begin to dabble in love affairs. They never can let well alone, and they have such a knack of setting one another's hackles up that when I hear now of any match being off, where I knew that the young people loved each other, I never inquire about stern parents, but I ask who the sisters and female cousins are. Even Kitty, the best and most sensible girl that ever wore a bonnet, began to think at last that there must be something in all this rubbish. I observed that she colored and glanced at me whenever Miss Chalker's name came up, as it did pretty often, entirely through my aunt, who would toss it about as a dog throws a bone when he has exhausted all its grease. And I used to look down, as if I were thinking very deeply, perhaps she would love me more if she grew jealous. Then she began to sigh, softly at first, and not enough for me to be sure of it, but by and by more deeply, as she found me too polite to be aware of this exertion of an undoubted private right. And she used to say, "Oh, I do admire her so much. I think she is so lovely. Don't you quite agree with me, Kit?" And I used to say, "Most perfect. Can there be any doubt about it?" And then she would not look at me, perhaps for half an hour.
I knew that this was very wrong of me, as wrong as well could be, and I used to steal a glance at Kitty when she was not watching and ask myself if any man with 2 eyes in his head could turn them twice on Sally Chalker after such a view as that. However, I did not say so, for I felt that my darling should know better, and if she chose to be like that, why, she must until she came to reason, and that was her place more than mine, but I could not bear to hear her sigh. Miss Parslow rather enjoyed this business, which was a great deal worse of her than anything that I did, for she herself had set it going with no consideration for my feelings and no right whatever, and I think that she ought to have healed the mischief, which she could have done at any moment, whereas she pretended not to see it, although she was much too sharp for that. However, it could not go on long, and I had made up my mind to clear it up when I was saved the trouble. For as I sat in my favourite place with the lovely valley before me and the sun sinking into a bed of roses far beyond the Surrey hills, I heard the little pit-a-pat that was dearer than my pulse to me, and down the winding walk came Kitty carrying an ugly yellow book. She had no hat on, and her hair was tied back as if it had been troubling her, and as soon as she saw me she turned away her head, and hastily passed her hand over her cheeks, as if to be sure that they were dry. Then she looked at me bravely, though her mouth was twitching, and said, "Oh, will you do it for me, if you please?" "Do what?" I asked very reasonably, though I began to guess what she was thinking of, for the ugly book was a railway guide. "Miss Parslow told me to ask you. She cannot make it out any more than I can. It is very stupid, of course, but she says that she never met a woman who could make out Bradshaw, and she would strictly avoid her if she ever did." "But what is it I am to make out? We can't get to Sunbury by any line, my darling." When I called her that, her dear eyes shone, but she went on as if she were correcting them. "What I want to make out is a good quick train, without any extra fare to pay, from London to Glasgow, and it must arrive by daylight, though I suppose it would have to start at night for that, but I am not at all afraid. What on earth has got into this lovely little head?" I made offer to take it between my 2 hands, as I had been allowed to do once or twice when apparently falling back in health, but it seemed to prefer its own support just now. "You must be aware, if you will take the trouble to think for a minute about that I cannot remain here in this sort of way, living upon a perfect stranger, although she is goodness and kindness itself, and running into debt in a country place like this just because I have got no money. The only thing for me is to find out my father. He may be delighted to receive me now, and I may even be able to help him there. Miss Parslow has promised most kindly to lend me quite money enough to get to Glasgow. I must write to my father by this evening's post, and then I shall be able to start tomorrow. Only I must let him know what train I am likely to arrive by, for his time is always occupied." "A very nice programme," I exclaimed as she smiled, or tried to smile, at her own powers of arrangement. "But if you please, Miss Fairthorn, what am I to do?" "You must not ask me," she said, turning away. "There are so many things for you to do. Soon you will be able to be at work again, and if you don't like that, you can marry someone with plenty of money and keep racehorses. I dare say that is a nice life for those who like it." "I cannot make out a word of this," I answered. "People with money and racehorses, and going to Glasgow by the train all night. Do try to tell me, dear, what is it all about?" "It is only natural that I should go to my father when nobody wants me. I am not blaming anyone. You must not imagine that. I have only myself to blame for believing that I was a great deal more than I was. When nobody wants you! Oh, Kitty, Kitty, I must be gone off my head again, and that is why you want to run away from me. Look at me honestly, and say that it is so. I would rather give you up, dear, and go mad by myself than marry you, if that has once got into your mind." She looked at me with terror and deep amazement, and then fell into my arms, and threw her own around me, and put up her lips as a cure for every evil. "How can you say such wicked things?" she whispered, as soon as I allowed her sweet lips room.
You can have no idea what I am. If you suppose that I should ask whether you were off your head or on it, when once I had given all my heart to you, but you must not have anybody else in your head. As if I ever could. Oh, but yes, you might.
I should like to know who it could be, then.
As if there were any one in all the world fit to hold a candle to my own Kitty. There is a much prettier girl in this very place, if she did not stick her elbows out so sadly as she walks, and put her heels on the ground before her toes, and if she had not got, well, not quite green eyes. Somebody else has green eyes, I should say, if they were not as blue as heaven. Sally Chalker? Why, I would not touch her with a pair of tongs, and if I did, Sam Henderson would take the poker to me. Oh, Kit, can you assure me, upon your word of honour, that there is nothing between you and Miss Chalker? No, I can't, because there is the whole world between us. And what is more than 10 times the whole world to me, a certain little Kitty, who has no fault whatever, except that she is desperately jealous. Jealous, indeed! You must never think that. I hope I have a little too much faith in you, she said as she came and coaxed me with her hand, making me tremble with her love and loveliness. But I said, Confess, or I will never let you go. And she looked up and laughed, and whispered, Well then, perhaps, but only ever such a wee bit. Miss Chalker's ears must have tingled after that, for I called her a vulgar and commonplace girl, which was not at all true, and a showy, dressy thing, and I know not what, until Kitty came warmly to the rescue, for she seemed to like her very greatly all of a sudden, and found out that she walked quite gracefully. Then I took the hateful Bradshaw, and tied a flat stone in it, and flung it over the tops of the trees into the mole. And when we went in, as the dinner bell rang, for Miss Parslow kept fashionable hours now, that good lady looked very knowing, and asked with a smile which was meant to be facetious, whether I had seen Miss Chalker lately. I saw her sticking her elbows out down the street, and putting her heels to the ground before her toes, I answered, and true enough it was, though I had never observed those little truths before. Miss Parslow stared, and Kitty gave me such a glance that I resolved to have honourable amends, or do worse. You won't have much more chance of running down our local belles, said my aunt as she handed me a letter. Mr. Henderson passed in his dog-cart just now, to see the young lady who does such dreadful things, and he kindly brought this letter from your uncle to me. He seems in a great hurry. How unreasonable men are! I think he might have come and paid his respects to Miss Fairthorn, even if he did not think me worthy of that honour. Read it aloud. He is a diamond, no doubt, but I think he should be treated as the Koh-i-Noor has been. Knowing Uncle Corny's style, I read without surprise. Dear Madam, Kit has had quite time enough to get well. I'm tired of being here all by myself, and I want him in the garden for at least 3 weeks before he is married, which I mean him to be then, if Miss Fairthorn will kindly agree to it. Placed as she is, she will see the sense of that, for it is the only way to make her safe, and I wish her to be married here at Sunbury in our old church, where I have always had a pew. I shall send the tax-cart for Kit tomorrow, and he will arrange with the lady to come before Sunday to Widow Cutham's, where I will take uncommonly good care that nobody molests her. On Sunday the banns will be read for the first time, with Miss Fairthorn's full permission, and nobody else's so far as I care. We shall hope for the honour of your presence when the young people are joined together. Thanking you, madam, for your kindness to my nephew, and with my best respects, I am faithfully yours, Cornelius Orchardson. Well, my dear Kitty, said my aunt when I had finished, he disposes of you as calmly as if you were a bushel of apples, or a sack of potatoes. I thought it was the lady's place to fix the auspicious day. You cannot expect a bachelor to be at home among such questions. I came to my love's rescue, for she knew not what to say, and was blushing and looking down, and wondering what to make of it. But I must go tomorrow, if he sends for me. If old Spanker came for nothing, I should never hear the last of it. My uncle has heard something which we do not know of. He is prompt and to the purpose, but I never knew him rash." I see. Miss Parslow's voice was much subdued, for she loved a bit of mystery and saw tokens of it here. "Don't let us talk about it now, until we've had our dinner. Kit's last bachelor dinner here. We'll have a bottle of champagne, to make us laugh a little at this peremptory wedlock. Your uncle is a curious man, but if it comes to that, all men are very curious beings. And ladies are so in the other sense, and the active one of the word, but we are never known to complain of that." "Of course you never have any secrets. Take your everlasting in to dinner, and I will follow you. All the world will have to do that by and by, if you only keep up this high mark of constancy and devotion." Kitty smiled at me, and I smiled at Kitty, for we knew that any lower mark might do for other people. Lofty and good as she was, my aunt could scarcely be expected to see things thus. A lady who has never been up a ladder is afraid of her skirts, even more than of her head. Aunt Parslow was not at all straight-laced, for she had given up caring about her figure now. But she did think that Kitty and I were almost too much wrapped up in one another, and perhaps that was why, in her feminine style, she had brought Miss Chalker, or vainly tried to bring her, in between us. On the following day the spring cart arrived, with Celsey Bill's biggest boy sitting up to drive, and away I went, with nothing truly settled but everything left elastic, as happens nearly always when the women have their way. I promised to bring Uncle Corny to reason, as the ladies viewed that substance, and to come back the next day but one, if wet bandages enabled the old horse to do it again. He was wiry enough, but his wire was stiff and some of the connections rickety. "Kit, you are a fool," Mr. Orchardson said as soon as he had done the outside talk. "Do you mean to have that girl or not?" I assured him that I hoped quite as warmly and wholly to marry my beautiful darling, as I did to be alive for the purpose of doing it, now that the Lord has restored my health. "Then look alive," he answered, "or you will never do it. She is not safe even where she is. I am not going to tell you what I know, because you would think me fanciful. Only I say that if it was my case, I would not lose a day that is not demanded by manners and decency. You have her father's consent and hers. You are surrounded by wily foes. I have explained everything to Mr. Golightly. He is a sensible man, and he does not care twopence for Miss Coldpepper, for she never gives a sixpence she can help towards the church. Widow Cutham will take 14 shillings a week, including coals and candles. 2 weeks done properly will make 3 Sundays, and you will be both in the parish. I have got an old door which I mean to put up to keep people from landing in her garden, and I defy them to get into the house from the street. I believe they don't know where your Kitty is at present, but they will find out, and what can that old maid with all her lapdogs do to protect her? If you mean your Kitty to be ever Mrs. Kit, you must look sharp and no mistake." I was much surprised at his urgency, but could get no more reasons out of him. Being equally urged by love and strong distrust of coming dangers, I did not lose a single day, but wrote to Miss Parslow by the very next post, because she required, and indeed deserved, to have a voice in all we did. When I took the young horse on the following day, for old Spanker found himself a little stiff, and brought back my darling to her beloved Sunbury, where she had made up her mind to dwell, Widow Cutham received her with curtsies and smiles and a very strong sense of her own importance, for the whole village now was on tiptoe about us, and everybody seemed to take our side. But if I stopped to tell 1,000th part of what was said, I should never get married, which is the main point. It must not be supposed that my Kitty all this time had neglected her dear father. She had written to him several times from Leatherhead, enclosing a note or two from Miss Parslow, as well as a few little bills for soft goods, and he had replied in the most affectionate manner and enclosed some cash. This encouraged her now to write for more, and he behaved most handsomely, considering how the other party had been making boot upon the products of his brain. But he was a true philosopher, and money to him was not the motive power of life, nor even the shaft, but only the lubricator. He promised to be with us if he could, and his wife being still away in North Wales, there seemed to be no sound reason why he should fear to come to London. Indeed, it seemed natural that he should come, before leaving England upon his long cruise, for the Orchardson, as the ship was called, had now been completed in every detail, and was trying her engines at Greenock, and so we hoped to see him upon the blissful day. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. 2 to 1. Never were any luck in a wedding as were put off from a pint a day. For why? Why, because it be flying in the face of the Lord as hath appointed un. Knowing that Tabby was very often right in her prophecies and could prove them right, even when they were wrong, as most prophets can, I begged her not to say a word about that to my darling, because she was a little superstitious, although sprung from the very highest form of science. But science very seldom keeps its dates, and to make them tally, we had postponed our day from Tuesday even till Thursday, for Captain Fairthorn had written again to say that he could not be with us on the Tuesday, but was almost sure that he could manage it if we would only leave it till 2 days later. My uncle had frowned and said, "Not a single hour. If his wheels and his wires are more to him than his only child, let him stop with them. But you must leave it to Kitty. Such a question is for her." Vexed as I was, I could not deny this, and she pleaded so well, though with reason on her side, that we vented our anger on the absent man and only our affection and goodwill on her. But the one who made the greatest grievance of it was my aunt, Miss Parslow. She had hurried her dressmaker to the verge of mutiny, and made her sit up, either in person or by deputy, 2 whole nights, and she felt that she would have to pay deeply for this, and now here it was, all needles. "I have the greatest mind not to come at all," she wrote, "and if it were anything but pure compassion, you may be quite sure that I would wash my hands of you. Men manage everything in this world, even the things that they understand least, and you will see what comes of it. If I come on Thursday, I shall be quite unprepared, though I should have been in perfect readiness on Tuesday." This was a hard saying, but we agreed that she knew what she meant, and could explain it to her liking, and seeing that the ladies were now so full of reason, I thought that I would have another try at Miss Coldpepper. I had ventured to call upon that lady once, while the preparations were in full swing, but she said that she was not at home, and of course she must know best, though I had seen her walking in her great camellia house. My Uncle Cornelius had been of opinion that, even if she would not honor our church with her presence, she could scarcely escape from the duty of sending her former visitor and favorite something very handsome as a wedding present. A silver tea service was the least thing he could think of, but unluckily the last thing that occurred to her is needful. She had made it a grievance, as she wanted one, that Miss Fairthorn should have dared to go to Widow Cutham's, when everybody in the village knew how shockingly the widow had behaved to Mrs. Marker. But all this appeared to me to be very small talk now, for I was in a generous and large condition, such as is only too apt to credit all fellow creatures with the like expansion. It should never be said of me that any petty pride had prevented me from holding out the olive branch, whether to be gilded or even to be peeled, at a time when I was hoping to be crowned with myrtle. Scorning all considerations of a silver teapot, I went to Coldpepper Manor and rang gently. "Missus will see you this time," said my friend Charles, who had tasted our strawberries many a time, when he durst not steal any more at home. "She is all agog about you, sir, though she shams to know nothing. Happiness to you and dear Miss Kitty, sir." The least I could do was to give him 1/2-crown, for he had always appeared to me to be a worthy fellow. He slipped it into his hornet-coloured waistcoat and bawled out, "Mr. Christopher Orchardson," as if I had come in a coach and 4. "I am pleased to see you, Mr. Orchardson," said the lady of the hall as I made a low bow. "Take a chair and tell me what you are doing. I never hear anything that happens in the village." I am not at all certain what reply I made, being fluttered by the force of habit and her stately presence, but she was better pleased by this than she would have been by any assumption of ease and self-command. "Although I hear so little, a report has reached me," she went on with a smile which was not at all disdainful, "that you are about to marry Kitty Fairthorn. If so, you are a wonderfully fortunate young man." "It would add very greatly to our happiness, madam," I ventured to say, though with some misgivings, "if you would be kind enough to give us your good wishes. Miss Fairthorn has not been to call upon you because she was not sure that you would wish it, and she is acting entirely without the consent of her stepmother, who is your sister. I hope you will not think the worse of her for that. The lady has never been very kind to her. Kitty was quite right in not coming here. It would have placed me in an unpleasant position. I have not seen much of my sister for years, but I cannot enter into such matters, and you have done right in coming to me thus. Certainly you both have my good wishes, and though Kitty might have looked for a much higher marriage, I may say that without any disrespect to you, I believe that she will be happier in a very simple life. You will understand that I cannot be present under the peculiar circumstances. Neither will you expect me to receive Kitty here when she is Mrs. Orchardson. She is no relative of mine, and she has chosen her own path, but I like her none the less, and you may tell her that. She has plenty of proper pride, and would resent my patronage. I was told that the wedding was to be today. Why have you put it off? You are unwise." She looked as if she knew something which would alarm me if declared, but I did not presume to ask about it, and simply told her the cause of the delay. "You may expect him, but you will not see him," she answered, as if she knew more than we did. "Don't put it off another day, if you wish it to be at all, but it is no affair of mine. Good morning to you." I returned in an anxious state of mind, for she had clearly dismissed me, that I might ask no questions, and instead of going straight to my uncle's house, I hurried to that of the widow to make sure that my darling was safe, and all due care observed. After what had been already done to Kitty, how could I tell that there was no plot yet in store? My bodily strength was restored by this time, and I felt myself a match for almost any man, and surely intense and incessant devotion must vanquish unholy pursuit and vile designs. All we knew of our enemies at present was that they had retired from the scene of their defeat, and locked up the cottage where they had felt so sure of victory. But my Uncle Cornelius had good reason for believing that his premises were watched, and a couple of his men had been tempted to drink by some mysterious stranger, who showed the greatest interest in our ways and works and manners. And the worst of it was that the river, being almost at our doors, and not frequented then as it is now, afforded such a space for roguish travel that there ought to be a paling put up against it, with tenterhooks and wire netting on the top, if any man desired to keep his garden to himself. For the people who come up, as they get away from London, seem to claim the country more and more, and to think that it was made for nothing else except to be a change for them. And they reason that as a river must have banks, those banks are a part of it, and the whole belongs to them. My beloved, who was both my banks and the channel of all my life as well, had not been left alone all this time, with only Widow Cutham to amuse her. Otherwise she would have had a sorry time, for that widow had but two subjects of discourse, the merits of her late husband, and the scarcity of all vegetables. But a very sharp young lady, Miss Gertrude Triggs, about 3 years older than my Kitty, being in need of country air after an attack of nettle rash, had kindly consented to come and occupy the best room at Widow Cutham's. At first I was uneasy, for if Kitty were to catch that complaint after all her other troubles, was she likely to look well upon the bridal day? But Dr. Sippett said that he would warrant no infection, and so Miss Triggs came and occupied, and certainly she helped to set off the complexion, upon which it was impossible to imagine any rash. At first I was not fond of Miss Triggs, for she had too much sting in her words and ways, and I made no allowance for what she had been through. And to my mind women should never try to sting, being apt to get the worst of it, as even do the bees, and intended more by nature to do the honey-making. But my poor ideas have always been old-fashioned, and I am sorry, for the sake of others, that it should be so. But when I came to understand Gertie Triggs, and to value her real friendship for my dear one, I acknowledged, as a man should do, that I had been a gaby. Not only had she protected Kitty at school, and even lent her underclothing when she got no supplies from her stepmother, but she had actually made an inroad into Bulrag Castle to try a round with the great lady herself on behalf of the innocent captive. She was rapidly discomfited, of course. She had resolved to show the truth, but she was quickly shown the door, and though she maintained that she had triumphed, it may have been in logic, but it was not so in fact, and the result to herself had been this nasty nettle rash. However, as she got over that and put the air of our garden upon her cheeks, I began to esteem her and find her rather pretty. It was settled by the laws of nature that she should be bridesmaid, and Uncle Corny found another not connected with much trade, yet able to provide her own outfit. My uncle said, though not to Kitty, for he was quite a gentleman to her throughout, that he could not discover any call on him to fit everybody up with gewgaws. It was her father's place, if he wanted things to be done in proper style, to come and see to them himself, or at any rate to send directions, and the money to have them carried out. Instead of that, he had left everything to us, kept us in trouble about the day, and perhaps driven off Miss Parslow and her 20,000 pounds. It was plain that he thought it a higher duty to fit out his ship than his only child. Considering all this, Uncle Corny was only surprised at his own generosity, but when I joined him in that surprise he cut me very short, and asked what I knew about him. It was natural enough that he should be cross, and I told him so, which only made him worse. Nevertheless, when the true day came, which I always recall with gratitude and wonder at a grace so far beyond my merits, everybody behaved as if there were nothing but peace and goodwill in the world. We received a telegram quite early that the ship was ordered to sail that day, and the captain could only send his blessing. Kitty shed some tears, but all the rest of us were pleased, because it fulfilled our predictions, and my uncle was proud to give the bride away, and at the same time to keep her, as he neatly said. Miss Parslow came over in style, with a mass of white flowers piled high on the seat before her, and wearing her silver-grey silk dress, which set her off to great advantage, and she presented the bride with a silver basket, fit either for flowers or fruit, and containing a very neat cheque for 100 guineas. Sam Henderson acted as my best man, and did everything better than I did, for I scarcely knew my right hand from my left. Mrs. Wilcox was present, and so was Mrs. Rolls, without whom we should never have been there, and Celsey Bill, of course, and every man who possessed a top hat in the parish. And to our amazement, Miss Coldpepper was sitting in her curtained pew, although she had said that she would not come, and after the service she kissed my Kitty, and said that she would give her something by and by. What my darling wore I have not the least idea, or at least I had not on that day, though I came to know too well afterwards. But all the men said, and nearly all the women too, that she was the fairest and sweetest and most lovely of all the brides ever seen in Sunbury, which was no little thing to say, for our village is celebrated in that way. And she behaved with such grace and goodness that it seemed as if those blessings must be multiplied upon her. Several women cried to think that she should look so Christian after all the treatment that she had received, for Mrs. Rolls declared that she had been in a wire cage, and if I were to try to straighten half the crooked tales they told, I never should find any time for a separate word with Kitty. Only I remember that when she came and kissed me in her simple and loving and bewitching way, I saw the gleam of tears in her deep blue eyes, and when I asked, without words, what it was, she answered, "I should have liked to have one kiss from father." This proof of her tenderness increased my adoration, for an affectionate daughter must become a loving wife. Then I took away my treasure to be mine alone, and Kit and Kitty, for the time, are one. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35, Under the Garden Wall. Not much time could we have together in the land of Goshen, where the boils and blains of the ungodly world are not yet sprinkled in the radiant air. Uncle Corny gave us for our honeymoon 1 week, which has often proved much longer than the silver cord would stretch. But we, intending all our lives to be of sparkling sweetness, cared very little where we spent the hours, if only with each other. And perhaps we scarcely deserved to be in a place so calmly beautiful, not so far away as to take a cliff of money to get there, and yet having fine brave crags of its own. Perhaps it may be found in ancient charts as Baycliff, although it is such a quiet, homely place, without any railway to advertise it, and I have seen some maps which were too good to give the name, but they could not annihilate it by such petty silence, and a pleasant seaside village is like a pleasing woman. The less it is talked about, the more it keeps its charms. For my part, I could not see the need of going back in such hot haste to Sunbury, dearly as I love that desirable village, for here were many things that we could never have there: the level space and leisure of the many-colored sea, the majesty of cliffs white-browed with centuries of tempest, the gliding of white sails across the gleaming ruffle of the cove, and the crisp, elastic sands that kept the fairy trace of Kitty's feet close to my great clumsy prince. "Let us steal another week," I said. "It is but a fleeting holiday, and we shall never know such a time again." But my beloved, growing dearer every day, if that could be, gave good advice against her own delight, that we should not begin our married life with selfishness. We had been so kindly treated that we must not slur our gratitude and forget our duties and our joys. "And I want to see our little home," she said, to make the best of it. "The house that is to be all our own, where I shall keep you in order, Kit, and make you as happy as the day is long." So with many a backward glance we left that bower of bliss and returned to the world of work and action. And when we found what had been done to welcome and to please us, we could not help confessing that our virtue was well rewarded. For Honeysuckle Cottage looked as bright and fresh as sunrise, and the first half of May is not the time to find much fault with nature. The earth was damp and clammy yet, in places where the wind and sun could not get fairly into it, and the spring was late and shivered still among the gaps that had to stop, for one might look through a big tree yet and see a lamp in the road beyond it, and many of those that were being scarfed wore spangles rather than patents, and people who pay little heed might stop in doubt, if they stopped at all, and wonder if what they saw coming might prove in the end to be a blossom or a leaf. In our little house I had the bud, the blossom, and the fruit combined. The bud of youth scarce come to prime, the blossom of fair womanhood, and the fruit of sweet and golden peace, not sleepy but sprightly flavored. It was a fair view from the window, but inside 10 times as fair, without the chance of adverse weather nipping hope and bright content. An ancient writer, whom I had just been scholar enough to understand when he was easy in his native tongue, assures us that this perfect state is never long allowed by heaven. According to him and others whom he considers wiser than himself, all the powers that govern man are stung with envy when they see him happier than he ought to be. Generally they take good care to have no occasion for this grudge, but when, by any slip of theirs, a mortal has attained such pitch of comfort and prosperity, there is no peace in Olympus till this robber of delight is crushed, and the more he has flourished and rejoiced, the deeper shall his misery be. Having only 30 shillings a week, without counting our presents which had been put by, and paying 5 and 6 out of that for the rent and rates of our small paradise, we scarcely can have affronted heaven by any gorgeous insolence. And without daring to impugn the wisdom of true philosophers, I venture still to hold by that which we find in larger and nobler writ, that when the heavenly power stoops to cut off our brief happiness, it is to make it more abiding where there is no brevity. But we did not think of such things then, and who would be sad enough to say that we were bound to do so? Care would come quite soon enough. We did not care to beckon him. He must have been a doleful wight, and born with black crape around his eyes, who could have looked at my merry Kitty without catching her bright smile. In the morning when I went to work, I carried it with me like a charm, and whenever I came back at night, it put my memory to the blush. For we had settled with one accord, that until I had overtaken the large arrears of work which had lapsed behind through my long illness and absence, There should be no time lost by any return for early dinner. And this was better for my wife, too, inasmuch as she had only Polly Tompkins to assist her, the eldest daughter of Selsey Bill, a very clean and tidy girl, but of small experience in cookery. I was busy at a long peach wall, not the red brick one, but further down, and the trees being large and sadly out of order, patient as well as skilful hands were required urgently. There was a very fine crop yet unthinned, feeble wood to be removed, robber shoots to be docked or tamed, green fly to be dipped or dusted, and all the other crying needs of neglected trees to be made good. And Kitty used to appear exactly as the old church clock struck 1, with a basket of bread and meat, a pint of ale, and a pipe filled by her own fair hands, which she used to light for me, and then trip home, singing merrily among the trees to see to the business of the afternoon. Dare anybody tell me that a wife like this would leave her dear husband of her own accord, without a word, without a letter, leave him to wonder and mourn and rage and despair of his own life and hers? Yet this is what all the world believed and impressed upon me till my spirit failed.
"Now this is all very fine," exclaimed my uncle as he came round the corner of the wall one day, and caught me in the very act of hugging Kitty as she was preparing to light my pipe. She was looking up and laughing and pretending to pull my hair when the deepening of her blush showed that an enemy was nigh. "This is all very fine, but how long will it last? How many quarrels have you had already? I suppose you are making up one of them now."
"Uncle Corny, you are a disgrace," cried Kitty. "A disgrace to the name of humanity. Mayn't I even whisper in my husband's ear without being accused of quarrelling? We have never had a single word, have we, Kit?"
"Then perhaps you will now. Here's a telegram for you. I was going to send Kit home with it, but as you are so uncommonly close together, why, it saves the trouble. Hope some of your enemies are dead, my dear."
"Hush, don't be so wicked," she said, as she handed it to me, and I opened it with my pruning knife and held it for her to read first. But this required our united efforts, for it was badly written, as so often happens, and some of the words were run together. At last we made it out as follows. "Spoke all kites off Sicily, May 7th. Captain Fairshort desires love and best wishes to his daughter. Will be away 2 years, perhaps. From Jenkins, S.S. Hibernia, Falmouth."
"All kites?"
said my uncle, who had read some of the Gregorics as rendered by Dryden with lofty looseness, but never a line of Horace.
"What a name for a ship, if it is a ship. Kitty, my dear, is that the proper word?"
"No, Uncle Corny, it should be Archytas. I am not sure who he was, but rather think that he must have been a king of Sparta." "I know who he was," I said, to show how much I had learned at Hampton, though I never was much of a hand at Horace, and had only found this out in the dictionary. "A great man of science who measured the seas, and the sand, and all that, but could not get to heaven because nobody would throw a pinch of dust upon his body, and he lay upon the shore imploring somebody to do it."
"If he could call out, he could have done it for himself," replied my uncle, who was not poetical. "Serve him right, at any rate, for having such a name. But I hope that your father won't do that, my dear."
"I think it was very kind of him, when he could not help going, and was far away at sea, to get this kind captain of a ship they met, if we understand it properly, to send me this farewell message from the deep. And it makes my mind ever so much more comfortable, because I shall have another message by and by, I dare say. If he meets one ship, he must meet others, and I shall always have a good idea where he is, and have my mind relieved when there has been a stormy night. Thank you, Uncle Corny. You have brought me pleasant news. Kit, it is high time for you to go on with your wall." In this sort of way, by making the best of everything and thanking everybody, even if they did not mean to do her any good, she established in a week a sweet dominion, not over us, but within us. My uncle, though he liked to have his little cut at her, for old men treat young ladies as chicks to be carved, got into the habit of coming up every night of his life to have his pipe at Honeysuckle Cottage. It may seem very ungrateful of me, and I now feel ashamed when I think of it, but after being hard at work all day and having a bit of cold duck under the wall, I thought that I might have been allowed, when I came home, to tell my dear wife all my thoughts about her, and how many times I had hammered my thumbnail through that. But there Uncle Corny sat, carrying on as if I had cut off my tongue with my pruning knife. Kitty used to laugh and ask me who was jealous now, but I answered with good reason that the case was widely different. Miss Sally Chalker never crossed her legs and sat with a long pipe blowing over a supper table. Neither did she go on talking as if I were nobody, but rather put me foremost, even when Kitty herself was present, and asked what my opinion was before she gave her own almost. However, I made the best of my uncle's conduct at our cottage, for it was not only my duty, but my important interest to do so. What was to become of us if Uncle Corny, who might be called a huffy man and stuck to a huff whenever he contracted it, should take it into his head that I was not what he used to take me for? I know that he was full of truth and justice according to his own view of them, but if anything went against his liking, so did truth and justice. So I had to sink my opinions often, even when they agreed with his, for he never liked to have them put into any other language than his own. Kitty was clever enough to see this, and she always praised me afterwards. But it went against one's sense of right, that she might say exactly what I had said, and from her lips it became true wisdom, when it had been simple silliness from mine. But Kitty smiled at him and laughed at me, and went into his heart more deeply every time she filled his pipe. Then a new anxiety arose, and Uncle Corny had more than he could do to lay down the law for his own affairs. The wind went into the east, with a hard blue sky and not a cloud in it. We had passed the date of the icy saints, as they are called in Germany, when a cold wave of air is said to flow over hundreds of leagues of smiling land, and smite it all into one dark frown. If I can remember, without an almanac, that date is about the 7th of May, but I have never found it quite so punctual here, and according to my observation the bloom of England hovers in nightly peril, from the middle of April to the very end of May. It is one of the many sad things we meet, but can only hold our hands and watch, that for nearly 6 weeks of the year, and in early seasons even more, through all our level southern lands, the fruit crop trembles on the hazard of a single night's caprice. The bright sun and the lovely day delude the folk who know no better. These are the very things that lead to the starry night and the quiet cold, and the white sheet over the grass at 5 a.m., and the black death following. The barren grower walks between his rows of wounded blossom, and there is little harm to be seen at first. Some of the petals are as fair as ever, others are just tipped with brown, and perhaps his wife runs up and says, "Oh, you need not be in a fright, my dear. Why, they all look as well as ever." But he, with deeper wisdom and the smile of prophetic silence, pulls out his budding knife and nips the fairest truss he can find of bloom. Then he lays it in his palm, and haply with keen edge bisects the pips. A keener edge has been there before him. A little black line passes up from the baby stalk to the pistil. The ovary is dead and shrunken, though the anthers still may be tipped with pink. Never shall a fruit grow there, to swell and stripe itself with sun, to flood a plate with sprightly juice, and in its dissolution hear some sweet voice say, "Oh, I never did taste such a lovely pear." All these horrors threaten now, in spite of the lateness of the spring. In a forward spring they more than threaten, they come down and smash everything. But being now so late, we began to have some confidence, misplaced as it might be, in the meaning of the sky. And now for the wind to go back to the east after living there so many months that it ought to be downright sick of it, and the sun to go down red and clear, like a well-grown turnip radish, and the stars to come out small and sharp like a lot of glazier's diamonds, and the mercury in the thermometer to drop, as if the bulb had been tapped about 6 o'clock, and scarcely a breath of wind to stir the fans of radiation. It was more than enough to make any grower fetch a groan at the day when himself was grown. But my uncle was not of the groaning order, neither did he even hang himself, as one of our very best neighbors did, when he saw his thermometer at 22 degrees one radiant May morning. But his wife, who could enter into his feelings, cut him down with a gooseberry knife, and enabled him to grow out of it. My uncle used to read the gardening papers, which always bloom with fine advice, and one of them had lately been telling largely how, in continental vineyards, these cold freaks of heaven are met by the sacrificial smoke of earth, to wit, 100 pyres are raised of rankings in the refuse of the long vine alleys, and ready for kindling on the frosty verge. Then a wisp of lighted straw is applied to each, when the sparkling shafts of frost impend, and a genial smoke is wafted through, and Sagittarius has his eyes obscured. I told my uncle that this was rubbish, at least as regarded our level lands, though it might be of service upon a hillside. That if there were wind enough to spread the smoke, there must also be enough to prevent the hoarfrost, which alone need be feared at this season. But he told me to stick to what I understood, for these scientific things were beyond me, and my business was to tend the fires. In spite of all his brave talk, he was afraid of casting a slur upon his old experience by a new experiment, for the British workman disdains new ideas, and there was not a man upon our place but would say that the governor was turned cranky if he got any inkling of this strange scheme. "I shall have all the stuff put there," said Uncle Corny, "ready for lighting when they are gone. Those thickheads will never suspect that I want to do anything more than burn up the weeds as we generally do at this time of year. Then, as soon as we see the danger coming, you and I will go out and attend to it, my boy. Not that I place any great faith in it, although it seems very sensible to those who understand the principles, which young fellows cannot be supposed to do. At any rate, I mean to try it. It can do no harm if it does no good. You need not say another word, but just do what I tell you. I wasn't born yesterday, as you ought to know by this time." I knew that well, for it takes many years to root a man into such obstinacy. As a rule, I was much more inclined to give fair trial to anything new than he was, and much more ready to risk money on it. But this would cost nothing, except a little work, and that I could not grudge him. So I told my dear wife not to be uneasy if I did not come home till after dark some night, for our doings depended, of course, upon the weather, and the quarter of young pear trees which my uncle meant to smoke was the furthest part almost of all the premises from Honeysuckle Cottage. Kitty smiled and said she would come down and see it, and roast a potato or two for our supper, and we would go home together when the work was done, and make Uncle Corny come with us. Alas, how differently it all turned out. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Frost in May. It was on Wednesday, the 15th of May, as fine a day as ever shone from heaven, that my Uncle Corny came up to our cottage, soon after we had finished breakfast. I had done my 2 hours of early work according to agreement, and was ready to start for the long day now, and do my best among the trees until it should be blind man's holiday. It had been arranged between my wife and me that I was not to expect her with my noonday meal, but should carry it with me because she was to be busy at home with a grand turnout. We had now been home from our bridal trip for 10 days of bliss and perfect peace, and Kitty had declared that it was high time to give our little rooms a thorough cleaning. So far as I could see, they might go another month as they were, and be all the better for it, but in all such matters the wife is supreme, and the wise man never attempts to gainsay, but only hopes to find some of his property surviving. I had always been most particular about scraping my shoes and then rubbing them on the mat, not as some men do, like a dog's feet scratching, but attending to the welting, and the heels and the toes until they were as clean as a dinner plate. This trifle I mentioned because some women said that we had a misunderstanding about the mud I brought in. Now, as Kitty had declared that there must be a turnout, for she was wonderfully fond already of our little home, I had never even asked whether it would not do next week as many men do, and get a sharp reply. But feeling quite certain that she must know best, I made up my mind accordingly. Only I suggested that she ought to have Mrs. Tompkins in to help her, instead of her daughter, our Polly, who was as nice a girl as could be, but scarcely knew the door-knocker from a boiler-tap. I suspect, perhaps basely, that my darling was afraid that she would have to play second fiddle if Mrs. Tompkins came, But be that as it may, she would not have her, and simply asked, "How much did I give you back on Monday, dear?" The sum had been 9 halfpenny, a handsome residue of the 15 shillings, which under her own scheme of finance she had drawn from our revenue for the week's consumption. I had said that she ought to take £1 at least, but she stuck to her figure, and would have shown a balance even more considerable, if Uncle Corny had not dropped in with such geniality for supper. "Your frugality is beyond belief," said I.
"Hola!"
cried Uncle Corny as he came in after breakfast, without even scraping his boots and carrying a suckering iron, which he poked into a rose, or at least we had determined that it must be a rose, of our new artistic paper. "Signs of it already. I expected it last week. Going to have a turn out and knock everything to pieces." "But we don't carry long iron hose," answered Kitty, pointing to the rose which he had just suckered off the wall, and he laughed and shook hands and said,
"I'd better hold my tongue."
I quite agreed in this, for he always got the worst of it when he attempted to make light of Kitty. She never said anything rude, but contrived to roll him up in his own rudeness, and perhaps it was the liberty of saying what she pleased, after so many years of snubbing, for the freedom of their voice must be fresh air to women, which had now set her up in a liveliness of health such as no one had ever seen her show before. For instance, she had always had a soft, clear color, not to be quenched by her stepmother's slaps, nor even by anxiety about her own kit. But now, ever since she had married me, there was a richness of bloom on her cheeks, and a delicate gloss, you might almost call it, such as may be seen in a tea rose only when it has been thoroughly well managed. And now she was wearing her pink chintz wrapper, which showed the perfection of her form, with little sprigs of flowers climbing up it, just as if they vied with one another for the honor and delight of clinging closer into her. And I thought that I had never seen her look so lovely, and she knew what I thought, and her soft eyes sparkled.
"Can't stop while you look at one another. Should have to stop all day if it came to that."
Uncle Corny was crisp in his style this morning because of the frost he expected.
"Now, Mrs. Kit, don't expect him till you see him. We have to keep the fires up till 10 o'clock for all I know, and Tabby will have something good for supper at my place. If you can come too, it will be all the better, but after all this kick-up of dust, you will be tired. I never can understand why women are always dusting. They only make more."
"We are not going dusting. That shows how little you know about it, Uncle Corny," my Kitty replied with proper spirit. "We are going to have a fine, good cleaning, such as you give your wall trees with the engine. You insist upon keeping your trees clean, but you don't care how dirty your boards are."
"Boards don't grow,"
my uncle replied, as if that shut her up altogether. "Yes, they grow dirty," she answered in his own short style, and he only said,
"Come along, Kit."
But he turned back and kissed her, for he loved her dearly, and both he and I were glad of it when we talked about it afterwards. Then, as he started with his swinging walk, for he was proud of his flat back and sound joints, my dear wife came to the door and threw her round white arms about my neck. She had turned up her sleeves to show the earnest purpose in her figure, and her scalloped apron, trimmed with pink, came nestling into my waistcoat. "We have never been apart so long, my pet, since our wedding day," she whispered, and her eyes looked wistful. "Don't expect me down there now, for I don't think that he wants me much, and I shall have something ready for you, and your new pipe filled, my dear, the one I gave you at Baycliff. I shall be lonely, I dare say, but I shall have the clock to tell me when you are certain to be home again, and it is high time for us to learn to do without one another. People talk of presentiments as if nothing could happen without them. I only know that I had none, but it almost seemed as if she had some, being of a quicker mind than I, and I was glad for many a long day that I kissed her with true tenderness, and looking back, caught one sweet smile from the corner where the white lilac stood. All that day I was hard at work, attending to what I had in hand, with enough of mind to do it well, or at least as well as in me lay, and these things, when they suit the nature, both enlarge and purify it, so that a man who takes delight in all these little turns of life although he may be tired and harassed by the pest of plaguesome insects and the shifts of weather, yet shall do his own heart good by doing good to what he loves. Neither shall he find himself in the humor to believe half the evil that he hears of his old friends, or even to be sure when he goes to his letter-box that the bill which he finds there a month after he has paid it may not have been sent again by pure mistake.
"How you are mooning," said my Uncle Corny, who often pretended to be rougher than he was. "That bottom branch should be at least 3 inches lower. And do you call that leader straight? Why, I call it a ram's horn. How often must I tell you that to make sure of your work you must step back and see how it looks across the border? And here's a great batch of scale left to hatch at its leisure. A pretty wife spoiled the best gardener I ever knew. You have been thinking of Kitty all the blessed day, I see. But put away your nail-bag and let the net down from the coping. What do you suppose the thermometer is now?"
"Well, perhaps about 40, I replied, looking round, for the sun was gone down in a rich red sky, and the air was very shrewd, and my fingers getting cold.
36 already, and will be 30 very soon, and 22 at 4 o'clock, as sure as I'm a sinner. If we only pull through this, we shall be all right. There's a change of weather coming within 24 hours. Come and have a glass of ale, and then we'll go and do the bonfires. When we have done, Tabby will give us a hot chop, and then you'll be home before Kitty breaks her heart."
I knew that our bloom, which was now beyond its prime, had escaped very narrowly the night before, and would be in still greater peril tonight, for these frosts always strengthen until there comes a change. So while he set off with his 5-tined fork, I ran to the house for my glass of beer, which I really wanted after that long day, and another box of matches, for he thought that his were damp, and when Mrs. Tapscott handed me the ale, she asked me in a tone which made me feel uncomfortable, "Have you got the garden door locked fast?" "What garden door do you mean?" I inquired. "There are 2 gates, and there are 3 doors, Tabby, and what makes you ask in that ominous voice?"
"Dunno what ominous means," she replied, "but I knows what door means, and so ought you. Old lead-colored door to the back of your house?"
"Well, I suppose it must be locked. It always is. None of our men go that way, you know. But what makes you put such a question tonight?"
"Dunno no more than the dead," she answered. "Only come into my head as such things will. Here's summat downtown as set me a-thinking. You see her be locked when you goes home."
Before I could ask her what she had heard, the sound of my uncle's impatient shout came through the still air, and I hurried off to help him, for he had more than he could well do by himself. It was deep dusk now, and the night was falling fast. Venus, on duty as the evening star, shone with unusual size and sparkle above the faint gleam which had succeeded the yellow glow after the red sundown, and a little white vapor was rising here and there, where the low ground leaned into the gentle slope, but there was not enough of air on the move to draw the slow mist into lines, or even to breathe it into any shape at all.
"Now look sharp!"
exclaimed Uncle Corny, who was not at all concerned with nature's doings, except as they concerned his pocket.
"I understand things and you don't. You will see, if you know north from south, that I have arranged all this in a most scientific manner. Here are 50 piles on the eastern side of all these Bonelwyn, and 50 on the north. The wind must be either north or east when it freezes. We light up according to the direction of the wind."
He wetted one finger at his lips and held it up according to some old woman's nostrum for discovering what way the wind blows, and I said, "But supposing there's no wind at all?"
"Very well, it doesn't matter what way it is."
He had made up his mind and meant to have it out.
"You are full of objections because you know nothing. There is no cure for that but to do as you're told. You begin at that corner, and let the air go through. I shall take this line and see who does it best."
"You could never have smoked that old Ackerade out in this sort of weather," I said, and he laughed as he always did when that triumph was recalled.
"I heard something about him the other day," he shouted as he was going down the row of piles, "but I can't stop to tell you now. Remind me at supper."
In spite of all that we both could do, and all of his long preparations, not a whiff of smoke would go near the trees, but all went up as straight as the trees themselves, and I laughed very heartily, the last hearty laugh I was to enjoy for many a day, at the excuses Uncle Corny made for the fume that would only come into his mouth. But he would not confess himself beaten, too genuine a Briton was he for that. He stamped about and used strong words, and even strove with his broad-flapped hat to waft the smoke, which was as stubborn as himself, into the track it should take, till I told him he was like the wise men of Gotham, who shoveled the sunshine into his barn. Then he laughed and said, "Well, it will be all right by and by. As the frost draws along, the blessed smoke must come with it. You never understand the true principles of things. Just come in and have some supper, and we'll have another look at it. You must never expect a thing to work at first. Other people have done it, and I mean to do it. It is nothing but downright obstinacy. And there, it begins to go right already. All I wants is a little common sense and patience." "I shall go home first," I said, "and see that all is right. Kitty has got a bit for me to eat, and perhaps she will come down with me in about an hour's time, if she is not too tired. You go and have your supper, uncle." With this I set off, having long been uneasy, partly perhaps at what Tabby had said, and partly at having been so long from home. But I whistled a tune and went cheerfully along, for the night was beautiful, and the trees, still piled with blossom, rose against the starry sky like cones of snow. Our door was wide open, which surprised me just a little, for my wife was particular about that. When I went into the passage, I called, "Kitty, Kitty," but heard no sweet voice say, "Yes, dear." Neither did any form more sweet than words of kindest greeting come, and my step rang through the passage with that hollow sound which an empty house seems to feel along every wall. With a terrible thumping in my breast, I turned into our little parlor and struck against a straggling chair. There was no light burning. The window was wide open, the curtains undrawn. The room felt like a well, and the faint light from the sky upon the table showed that no supper-cloth was laid. Shouting for Kitty, in a voice of fear which startled myself, I groped my way to the mantelpiece where the matches stood. They were in a little ornament which he had brought from Baycliff. My trembling hand upset it, and they fell upon the rug. I picked up half a dozen and struck them anyhow on the grate, and lit a small wax candle which we had considered rather grand. The room was in good order. There was nothing to tell anything, but I knew that it had not been occupied for hours. "She is gone!" I exclaimed, though with no one to hear me. "My Kitty is gone! She is gone forever." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Cold Comfort. In the calm May night I left my desolate home, to learn the cause and meaning of its desolation. Some men might have doubted whether it was worth their while to trace the dark steps of their own reproach. From what I had seen even now, I knew that my wife had left me of her own accord. There was not the smallest sign of struggle or disorder anywhere, nothing whatever to suggest that any compulsion had been used, or even that any stranger's foot had crossed our humble threshold. Of this I should learn more by daylight, and I took care not to slur the chance by even treading the little path that led to the old door in the wall. There was a grass edging to that path, betwixt it and a row of espalier apple trees in full bloom now, and along that grass I made my way, with a bull's-eye lamp in my hand, as far as the leaden-colored door, of which old Tabby had asked a few hours ago. Without stepping in front of that door, I threw the strong light upon it, and perceived at once that it had been opened recently. It was now unbolted and unlocked, and kept shut only by the old thumb-latch. This I lifted and stepped outside, keeping close to the post, so as not to meddle with any footprints within or without. Then I cast my light on the dust outside, for the weather had lately been quite dry, and there I saw distinctly the impress of my darling's foot. I could swear to it among 10,000, with its delicate springy curves, for her feet in their boots had the shapely arch and rise of a small ox-tongue, and ladies did not wear peg heels then, to make flat feet seem vaulted. By the side of that comely footprint were the marks of a coarser and commonplace shoe, short and square and as wide as it was long, probably the sign pedal of a clod-hopping country boy or lad. Of these there were some half-dozen, as if the boy had stamped about as he entered, and repeated the process when he returned. I will examine these carefully when the sun is up, thought I. I must see to other matters now. So I hurried at once by the shortest track to the lower corner of the gardens, where my Uncle Corny lived. Tabby Tapscott was gone home, and the house all dark and fast asleep, for I must have lost an hour in my agony on the bed, besides all the other time wasted. At last my thunderous knocks disturbed even the sound sleep of the grower, and he flung up a window and looked out with a nightcap over his frizz of white hair. "It is no time for anger," I replied to his hot exclamations. "Come and let me in. I want your advice. I am ruined." My uncle was thoroughly good at heart when he came down with a light and saw the ghost he had let in. He was very little better than his visitor. He shook as if old age were come upon him suddenly while I tried to tell my tale. "My Kitty, gone, and gone of her own accord," he cried, as if he and not I had lost her. "Man, you must be mad. Are you walking in your sleep?" "God send that I may be. But when shall I awake?" The old man's distress and his trembling anguish let loose all the floods of mine. I fell against the wall where he hung his hats and saws and sobbed like a woman who had lost her only child. "Come, come," he said. "We shall both be ashamed of this. Your darling is not dead, my boy, but only lured away by some done trick. Don't blame yourself or her. I will answer for her sooner than I would for myself in this bad world. You shall have her back again, Kit, you shall have her back again. There is a God who never lets us perish while we stick to him." "I have not stuck to him. I have stuck to her." The truth of my words came upon me like a flash. It was the first time I had even thought of this. "Never mind, he knows, and he meant it so," my uncle replied with some theology of his own. "No man will be punished for doing what the Bible orders. You'll see, my dear boy, it will all come right. You will live to laugh at this infernal trick, and I hope to the Lord that I shall be alive to grin with you. Cheer up, old fellow. What would your Kitty think to see you knock under to a bit of rigmarole? You must keep up your spirits for poor Kitty's sake." To see an old man show more pluck than a young one, and to take in a little of his fine faith, set me on my pins again, more than any one would believe, and I followed him into his kitchen where the remnants of the fire were not quite dead. "I'll blow it up, Kit," he said, "and put a bit of wood on. Tabby always leaves it in this cupboard. That was a fine tree, that old jargonelle. It lived on its bark, I believe, for about a score of years, and you helped to split it up when you were courting Kitty. You shall court her again, my boy, and have another honeymoon, as they've cut yours short in this confounded way. Now, make a good fire while I put my breeches on. You look like a ghost that has never had a bit to eat, and I don't suppose you have touched a morsel to speak of since breakfast. Never say die is my motto, Kit. We'll be at the police office by 3 o'clock. We can do nothing till then, you know." Even as he spoke, his ancient cuckoo sang out 1 o'clock, and I obeyed his orders, and even found a little comfort in the thought that Kitty would have smiled to see my clumsy efforts, for she was very knowing about making fires up. When I had contrived to eat a bit of something which my uncle warmed up for me, though I never knew what it was, he gave me a glass of old ale, and took a drop himself, and we talked of our calamity until it was time to go. He asked me whether anything within the last few days could be called to mind that bore at all upon this sudden mystery, whether any jarring words, however little thought of, had passed between my wife and me, as is sometimes the case even when a couple are all in all to one another. But I could remember none, nor any approach to such a thing, and I had never seen a frown upon my darling's forehead. Then he told me what he had heard about his former tenant, Harker, the man whom he ejected by a fumigating process, much more successful than the ejectment of the frost. It was nothing more than this, and even this perhaps a piece of idle village gossip. Old Ackerate had taken much amiss his tardy expulsion, for he meant to live rent-free through winter, and had been heard to say that he would be, something anticipatory perhaps of his final doom, if that blessed young couple should be in his house very long, for he knew a trick worth two of that, and if he had been smoked out, hang them. They should be burned out. I agreed with my uncle that such stuff as this was not worth repeating, especially as nothing of the kind had come to pass, and yet again it appeared suspicious that the door through which my dear wife had vanished should be the very one which old Harker had used for his special entrance and exit, while he had even been jealous of any attempt on the part of the owners to use it. But my uncle and myself were uncommonly poor hands at anything akin to spying. Our rule had always been to accept small fibs, such as every man receives by the dozen daily, without passing them through a fine sieve, which, if any man does, he will have little time for any other employment.
"Take this big stick, Kit. I brought it for the purpose," said my uncle when I had knocked a dozen times in vain at the door of Sergeant Biggs, our head policeman. "It is the toughest bit of stuff I have ever handled. It will go through the panel of the door before it breaks. Don't be afraid, my boy. Take both hands. But let me get out of the way before you swing it." That ought to bring him out. But we must make allowance for the strength of his sleep, because he has such practice at it all day long."
Our police force at that time consisted of 2 men, Sergeant Biggs, the chief officer, and Constable Turnover, very good men both, and highly popular. They were not paid by any means according to their merits, and we always got up a Christmas box for them, which put them on their honor not to make a fuss for nothing. It is wise for every place to keep its policemen in good humor, otherwise it gets a shocking name without deserving it.
"Coming, master, coming. Don't be in such a hurry," we heard a very reasonable voice reply at last. "Got one leg into these here breeches and can't get the other, 'cause they wasn't made for me. There goes that blessed stare into my bad leg again. Oh, they promised to mend it last Lady Day 12-month, but mend it they won't till I've got a running sore. Now, gents, both, what can I do for you? Always at the post of duty, that's the motto of the force. Why, bless me, if it isn't Mr. Orchardson. Any delinquents in your garden, sir?" "Ever so much worse than that," replied my uncle. "Biggs, are you wide awake? A dreadful thing has happened. Where is Turnover? We shall want you both at once."
"On duty, sir, patrolling, unless he have turned in. But he's very good for that, even when I looks after him, which I do pretty sharp, as he knows to his credit. A very active constable is Turnover, but come inside, Mr. Orchardson. Don't stand out in the cold, sir." There was a streak of dawn among the trees towards Hampton, and the white frost fog had rolled up from the river, and I saw that a dark cloud was gathering in the south. The change that my uncle had foretold was coming even sooner than he had expected it. We went inside, and Sergeant Biggs, who had a light, pulled on a coat and sat down in state before a railed desk on which a square book was lying. Then he turned the brass cover off the ink and squared his elbows. "Now, sir, the particulars, if you please. We must make entry afore we does nothing. You were quite right in coming to headquarters, Mr. Orchardson. Let me see, May the 14th, isn't it?" "No, Biggs, it's morning now, and yesterday was the 15th of May." "Oh, quite right, sir. Here it is upon the Standard, May 16th, 1861, 3:30 a.m. by office clock. Information received from Cornelius Orchardson of the Fruit Garden, Sunbury. Everything ready, sir. Please go ahead." "Kit, you tell him. You know most about it. Scratch out Cornelius and put Christopher, Biggs." Sergeant Biggs did not like to disfigure his book. However, he was a most obliging man. "Stay, sir, stay," he exclaimed. "I can do it better and neater than it is.
Cornelius Orchardson of the fruit gardens Sunbury, and his nephew Christopher Orchardson. That meets the point exactly. Now then, gentlemen, fire away, and I will reduce it into proper form." Chafing at all this rigmarole, which was sending another good hour to waste, I poured out my tale in a very few words, and had the satisfaction of seeing at last an expression of amazement gathering and deepening on the large fat countenance of Sergeant Biggs. "Why, this beats everything that was ever done in Sunbury since Squire Coldpepper's daughter ran away, and in the same family, too, as you might say. How long ago was that? Let me see." He was going to refer to some books, and took off his horn spectacles to consider where they were. "Come along, Biggs, no time for that," cried my uncle impatiently. "We want you to come and examine the place at once. It was useless for us to go up till daylight. There are footsteps for you to examine, and doors. Now, this here will be all over London afore the clock strikes 12 to-day. You may stare, gentlemen, and we don't tell how we do it, but such is our organization, and things are brought to such perfection now. Come along, Biggs. Why, it's pouring with rain. I knew the white frost was sure to bring it, but I didn't expect it till the afternoon. And it sounds like hail. Shocking thing for all my blossom. I'll be with you, Mr. Orchardson, in about 10 minutes. I must put my toggery to rights first, you see. Sergeant Biggs does not think much of himself, but Sunbury does, and it would stare to see him go on duty without any waistcoat or stock, and even a pair of braces on. By the by, gents, have you been to Tompkins's house?" This was about the first sensible thing he had said, and I answered that we had not been there yet, but would go there at once, as it was not far out of our course, and we would rejoin him at the cottage. I had thought more than once in the long hours of that night of going to see the girl Polly, but was loath to knock upon a hard-working household for nothing, and felt sure that Polly could throw no light upon the matter, as she always left our cottage about 5 in the afternoon, and so it proved when we saw her now, for she could only stare and exclaimed, "Oh, Lord!" having most of her wits, which were not very active, absorbed in hard work and the necessity of living. And the more I examined her, the more nervous she became, fancying that she was undergoing trial and perhaps likely to be hanged for the loss of her young mistress. "I never see nobody take her away, nor nobody come nigh the house, all the time I were in it. Mother knows I didn't." This she said over and over again. "Nobody says that you did, Polly," I answered as gently as possible. "But did you see anything to make you think that your mistress meant to go away when you were gone?" "I don't know what she was a-thinking of. She never told me nought about it. No, I never see nobody take her away. It isn't fair nor true to say so." "But, my good child, nobody supposes that you did. Nobody is blaming you in the least. Nobody thinks that you saw her go away. But can't you tell us whether you saw anything to show that she was likely to go away?" "Yes, I saw a big black crow come flying right over the roof about 1 o'clock, and then I knowed as someone was a-going, live or dead. But I never told her, feared to frighten her. Lord in heaven knows I didn't." "And did you see anything else go by? A cat or a dog or a man or a woman or anything else that did not usually come? Or did you hear any steps anywhere near the house, or see anything more than usual?" Polly shook her head as if I was putting a crushing weight of thought on the top of it, and then she began to cry again, and her mother came up to protect her. She had cried when she heard that her mistress was gone, and she must not be allowed to cry again, or no one could tell what would come of it. "Sweetie, tell the whole truth now. Got no need to be frightened. If police does come, they can't do nothing to you at all, my dear. 17 children have I had, and none ever put thumb on the Bible." Mrs. Tompkins did not mean that her family failed to search the Scriptures, but that they had never been involved in criminal proceedings, nay, not even as a witness. "Well, then, I think I did see summat," replied Polly under this encouragement. I would not have pressed her as I did unless I felt pretty sure that she was keeping something back. "It weren't nothing to speak of much, nor yet to think upon at the time."
Well, out with it, dearie, whatever it was. All you have to do is to speak the truth, and leave them as can put two and two together to make the meaning of it."
Thus adjured, Polly, after one more glance to be sure that no policeman was coming, told her tale. It was not very much, but it might mean something.
"'Twere about 4 o'clock, I believe, and all the things was put back again after musking out the rooms, when Missus said to me, 'You run, Polly, and pick a little bit of chive down the walk there. I don't want much,' she says, 'but what there is must be good, and just enough to cover a penny piece, after I've chopped it up and put it together. I wants to have everything ready,' she says, 'just to make a homily when my husband comes home. I've got plenty of parsley in that cup,' she says, 'but he always likes a little bit of chive to give it seasoning. And be sure you pick it clean,' she says, 'and it mustn't be yellow at the tip or dirty, because if the grit gets in,' she says, 'it's ever so much worse than having none at all.' So I says, 'All right, ma'am, I knows where it is, and you shall have the best bit out of all the row.' 'You're a good girl,' she says, 'don't be longer than you can help, and you shall have a cup of tea, Polly, before you go home, because you've worked very well to-day. Nobody could ha' doed it better,' says she. Well, I took a little punnet as was hanging in the kitchen, not to make it hot in my hands, you see, and I went along the grass by the gooseberry bushes. You knows the place I mean, mother, and there was the chives, all as green as little leeks. As I was a-stooping over them, with my back up to the sky, all of a sudden I heard a sort of creak like, as made me stand up and look to know where it come from. And then I seed the old door, as used to be bolted always, opening just a little way in towards me, though I was a good bit off, and then the brim of a hat come through, and I sings out, 'Who's there, please?' There wasn't no nose or eyes coming through the door yet, nor yet any legs so far as I could see, but only that there brim like the brim of a soft hat, and I couldn't say for certain whether it was brown or black. 'Nothing here to steal,' I says, for I thought it were some tramp, and then the door shut softly, and I was half a mind to go and see whether there was any one out in the lane, but it all began to look so lonely like, and I was ordered not to stop, and so I thought the best thing was to go back and tell the missus. But something came that drove it out of my mind altogether, for when I got back to the house she says, 'Don't you lose a minute, Polly, there's a good girl. Run as far as Widow Cutham's and fetch 6 eggs. I thought I had 4, and I've only got 3, she says, and I can't make a homily for 2 people of 3 eggs, and my husband won't eat a bit unless I has some,' she says. So I was off quick stick to Widow Cutham's, and there, outside the door, I seen that Bat Osborne, the most audacious boy in all Sunbury. 'Hola,' says he, 'Poll, you do look stunning. I got a baker's roll a-rising by the way you be a-panting. Give us a lock of your hair again the time when we gets old,' he says, and before I could give him a box on his ear, he spreads out his fingers some way he must have learned, for I never could have doed it myself, no, that I couldn't, and away goes all my black hair down over all my shoulders, just the same as if it was Sunday going on for 3 years back. That vexed I were, I can assure you, Mr. Kit. Well, mother knows best how I put it up that very same morning for the cleaning, and our Annie to hold the black pins for me, but get at him I couldn't to give him one for himself. He were half across the street afore I could see out, and he hollered out some impertinence as made all the others grinny. But I'll have my change afore next Sunday week, I will. When I got back, Mr. Kit, you may suppose, all about the door and the hat brim was gone clean out of my mind, as if it never was there, and I come away home without a word about it, and never thought about it nother, till I lay wake in bed and heerd our own door creak when father went to spy the weather. But oh, if I had only thought about it, Mr. Kit, perhaps missus might never have been took off."
End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. None. At this beginning of my great trouble, I used to be worried, more than common sense would warrant, by the easy way in which other people look at my distress, even while I was among them.
If anything occurred to make them laugh, they laughed with all their hearts at things, in which I could perceive no joke at all. I dare say they were right, and I was wrong, but I felt that I should not have laughed at all if the tables had been turned upon them as I wished they had been. That is to say, if they had been in bitter grief, and I had been standing outside to help them. For the policemen I could make all allowance, because they must get seasoned by their profession, even as the lawyers do. But it did seem a bit unnatural at first, that some men, to whom I would gladly have lent my last shilling but one if they had wanted it, should be ready to put their hands into their pockets, not to feel if there was anything there for my good, but to enable them to enjoy a broad grin at leisure, if the least bit of laughable nature turned up. But one thing I will say for the women, there was scarcely so much as a smile among them. They could understand what I had lost, and they knew, perhaps from self-examination, that a good wife is not to be got every day. The heavy cloud had been pouring down rain in volumes and hail in lines, when with Celcy Bill and Mrs. Bill and Polly lagging after us under a broken umbrella, my uncle and myself came to Honeysuckle Cottage and found Sergeant Biggs and Constable Turnover, with their oilskin capes running like a tiled roof, and their faces full of discipline. "Wouldn't go inside, gents, till you came. No warrant being out, and no instructions received. Always gets into trouble when we acts on our own hook." We led them inside, for there was broad daylight now, and the cloud began to lift, and the rain came down in single drops instead of one great sheet. As they stamped about and shook themselves in our little passage, scattering grimy wetness like a trundled mop, I wondered, with a bitter pang, what Kitty would have thought after all her neat work, if she could only have seen this. "Turnover, you come after me. We makes this inspection together, mind, and what I sees you sees and corroborates. Though it ain't a case of murder, so far as we know yet, we must keep our eyes open, the same as if it was. Everything comes to us, and nothing comes amiss to them that does their duty." This sentiment was much admired by Constable Turnover, and my uncle whispered, "Let them do exactly as they like, Kit. They are a pair of fools, but we need not tell them so. We shall have them on our side at any rate, and if they don't do any good, they can do no harm. Leave them entirely to their own devices." This quite agreed with my own view of the matter. When a crime has been committed, we call the police, as in dangerous illness we invoke a doctor, for the satisfaction of our own minds rather than from any hope of being helped. And in the former case we have this advantage: the thing becomes widely spread, and distant eyes are turned on it. "All in order, gents. Not a lock been forced, not a door broke open, so far as we can discover." Sergeant Biggs was beating his hands together from the force of habit as he came to us in the kitchen, where we were sitting drowsily. "2 windows open, and some rain come in, but no signs of entrance by them. The young lady have gone of her own accord, and left no sign for anyone. Time of disappearance not exactly known, you say, but somewhere between 5 and 10 o'clock, suppose. Please give particulars of dress, height, and complexion. We know the young lady well enough, of course, but we like to have those things from relatives. And the dress is beyond us. Ladies always are so changing. Mr. Kit says her grey cloak is gone, and brown bonnet, white chip hat hanging on the peg. Looks as if she meant to go a goodish way, but not much preparation for travelling. There was a little black bag, sir, you said you could not find. Very sorry to trouble you, sir, when you were so downhearted. But I must ask you just to look into them drawers in the lady's bedroom, and especially to see if any cash is missing." "Excuse me, sir, I meant no rudeness," for I had leapt up and was ready to strike him at the suggestion that my darling could have robbed me. "He's doing his duty, Kit. Don't be a fool," cried my uncle as Biggs threw his arms up in defence. "Must give up this case, sir," said the sergeant without anger, "unless you allows us to conduct it in our own way. We are bound to know all that can throw a light upon it, and 9 times out of 10 when a woman, beg pardon, a lady, runs away from her husband on the sudden, she collars all the cash and all the trinkets she can find. Don't mean to insinuate for a moment that this young lady done anything of the kind, but for all that I am bound to put the question, and Mr. Cornelius can see it, if you can't, sir." "Very well, I will go and see. I answered, having sense enough to know that he was right. "And you can both come and see for yourselves, if you like. Perhaps you won't believe it unless you do. At any rate, you come, Uncle Corny." I ran up in haste to our little bedroom, as pretty a room as one could wish to see for its cheerfulness, airiness, and fair view, between the clustering climbers of the broad, winding river and the hills beyond, all to be seen either over or amid a great waving depth of white and pink, where the snow of the pears put the apples to the blush. Very plainly furnished as it was, our little room looked sweet, even in its desolation, and as lively and delightful as the bride who had adorned it. My Aunt Parslow had given us a pretty chest of drawers of real bird's-eye maple wood, which she had bought at a sale somewhere, and we kept all our money that was not in the bank in one of the top drawers, which had a tolerable lock. This was the proper place for Kitty's purse and mine, although I never had one, so to speak. At least it was always empty. Whenever I had any money fit to spend, it was generally always in my waistcoat pocket, and it never stopped there long if I came across anybody who deserved it. But I never went out with too much at a time, for it is not safe to have nothing left at home. The key was not in the drawer, of course, but I knew where Kitty kept it, and there it was as usual. I could have wept now, if I might have made sure of nobody coming after me, when I found all the balance of this week's allowance for housekeeping uses in a twist of silver paper, such as used to be common but is seldom seen now, and my darling had not made much boot upon the store ever since last Saturday, for our butcher, who wanted her to run up an account, being in love with her as everybody was, although he had a wife and 7 little butchers rising, had made believe that he could not stop to weigh the last half-leg of mutton he sent up. Kitty had told me of this and lamented while unwilling to appear distrustful of him, for an honest tradesman dislikes that, though he often has to brace up his mind to it. I put this residue of our 15 shillings into one corner, as a sacred thing, and then I went to the brown metal box at the back of the drawer, where we kept our main stock, with a dozen of my wife's new handkerchiefs piled over it to delude all burglars. I had bought her a dozen at less than cost price, as the haberdasher vowed, at Baycliff, and we had been reluctant to be so hard upon him, but he said that he was selling off and we must have the benefit, and I lifted them now with a miserable pang, for my love had kissed me for this cheap but pretty present, and she had marked them all with her own sweet hair. I have often been astonished in my life, as everybody must be, almost before his hair begins to grow, but mine, which was now in abundant short curls, would have pushed off my hat if I had worn one, when the money-box came to my eyes half open, and as clean as a spade on a Saturday night. Every bank-note was gone, and every sovereign too, and even the 4 half-sovereigns, which we had meant to spend first when we could not help it. I have never loved money with much of my heart, though we are bound to do as our neighbors do, and perhaps it had been a little pleasure to me to have more than I ever could have dreamed of having, through the great generosity of Aunt Parslow and the timely assistance of Captain Fairthorn. But now my whole heart went down in a lump, and I scarcely had any power of breath as I fell once more upon my widowed bed, and had no strength to wrestle with the woe that lay upon me. That my own wife, my own true wife, the heart of my heart and the life of my life, should have run away from me of her own accord, without a word, without one good-bye, and carried off all our money. "Come, Kit, how much longer do you mean to be?" My uncle's voice came up the stairs. "Let him alone, Biggs. Perhaps he is crying. These young fellows never understand the world. Some little thing comes round the corner on them, and they give way for want of seasoning. He was wonderfully bound up in his Kitty, and however it may look against her now, I will stake my life that she deserved it. You peelers see all the worst of the world, and it makes you look black at everything. I would lay every penny I possess, which is very little in these free trade times, that he finds every farthing of his money right, though I have often told him what a fool he was to keep so much in his own house.
He seems an uncommon time accounting of it.
Sergeant Biggs spoke skeptically and retired to the kitchen, for it did not matter very much to him. Getting no reply from me, my uncle came up slowly, for a night out of bed tells upon the stiff joints when a man is getting on in years. Then he marched up bravely and laid one hand upon my shoulder.
"What are you about, Kit? Breaking down, old fellow? You must not do that with these chaps in the house, or the Lord knows what a lot of lies will get about. Money all right, of course. No doubt of that, my boy."
I could make no answer, but pointed to the drawer, which was still pulled out to its full extent, with a little smile which expressed as well as words, "What a fool you must be to keep your money there." He looked in, and saw the empty cash-box, and turned as white as his own pear-blossom. Then he took the brown box in his thick right hand and turned it upside down, as if he could not trust his eyes.
"How much was there in it?" "But perhaps you did not know." "Oh, Kit, is it come to this at last?"
He spoke as if I ought to have been robbed by my own wife a long time ago, and was bound by the duty of a husband to expect it. But my spirit rose, and I jumped up and faced him.
"Every farthing of it was her own," I said, "and she had a perfect right to take it.
It is part of the £100 Aunt Parslow gave her on her wedding day."
"There was £45 in that box, and the other 55 was invested according to your advice. I would send her that also if I knew her address. It was all her own money. You may ask Aunt Parslow. I have no right to a farthing of it." "Kit, you are a very fine fellow after all, though you do take things so lumpily. But answer me one little question. Why did your aunt give her that £100?
"Because she loved her, as everybody does, or did, because she was so kind and good and loving."
"No, my boy, not at all for that reason, but because she married you, Aunt Parslow's nephew. The money was yours, in all honesty, not hers, or at any rate it belonged to you together. She had no more right to take that money without your consent than I have to walk into Baker Rath's shop and walk out of it with the contents of his till. You must look at things squarely and make your mind up. Expel her from your heart. She is a light of love and a robber. Oh, Kit, that I should have brought you into this, and I did think that I knew so much about women."
My uncle shed a tear, not on his own account or mine, and perhaps not even for the sake of women, but because he had loved Kitty as his own daughter, and he could no more expel her from his heart than I from mine, at least without taking a long time about it. I was moved with his grief, for he was hard to grieve, and my wrath at his injustice was disarmed. I put back the empty box and locked the drawer, for I knew that it was useless to argue with him.
"This is the second great grief of my life," he said in a low voice, as if talking to himself, "over and above those losses which are inflicted on us by the Lord as time goes on, and the other was through a woman too. I will tell you of it when we have more time, for it may help you in your own grief, Kit. But now we must quiet those fellows downstairs. I wish we had never called them in. I would rather lose every penny I possess and start in the world again as a market porter than let this miserable story get abroad. We must take your view of the case before the public and tell them that there is no money gone except her own. The Lord knows that I am not a liar, and he will forgive me for stretching a bit this time. Or perhaps you had better do it, because you believe it, you know, and so there won't be any lie at all. You go down first, and I will come behind you grumbling, which no one can say is an ungrateful thing now."
This seemed the proper course, although in my misery I should never have thought of it, until I wished that I had done so. The question as to the right to that money lay between myself and Kitty, and as she had doubtless considered it hers, to brand her at large as a robber without allowing her chance of explanation would be most unfair, and would only add another pain to a story too painful already. So I went down and told Sergeant Biggs that my wife had taken a few clothes in her handbag, and a part of some money that she had lately received as a wedding present, but had left the balance of her cash for housekeeping, as well as most of her trinkets in the bedroom drawer. He was much disappointed in this and shook his head to disguise the blow received by his sagacity. "Beats me for the present, at any rate," he said, "but time will throw more light upon it before we are many years older. You hold on, sir, and do not go about too much. Half the mischief comes of that. A party comes to us, and he says, 'Look here, I leave the whole of it to your care, Sergeant. You understand these things, and I don't. Everything as you do I will back up. Magistrates, witnesses, lawyers, dog-stealers, whatever you find needful, up to a £5 note or more.' And after that, what do we feel? Why, ready to go through with it on our best mettle, you might say, and come down with cash out of our own breeches pocket for love of nothing else but duty. And then we gets crossed, like two dogs a-coursing, by the other party's track, with his nose up in the air, the very same as if he never had come anigh us. So I says to Turnover, 'Now one thing or another, either they must let us do it all or nothing, and if we do it all in a hunt-the-slipper thing like this, we must know all the ins and outs first from the beginning. Then, says I, we can give our minds to it, Turnover.' And he answers, 'Yes, Sergeant, but do they mean to tell us everything?' And now that's the question before you, sir." "We will think about that and let you know by and by," said my uncle, who had listened to this long oration. "Not that you ever find out anything, Biggs. Still, it is a comfort to believe that you are trying, and now come to do what you ought to have done long ago, make a careful examination of the footprints by the door. It has been raining pretty sharp, but it all came from the south, and the important marks are on the north side of the lane, according to what my nephew saw last night, and the shower won't have touched them with the door shut to. Bring some paper and a pencil and your old joint rule, Kit. Not that we shall ever make out much." He was right enough in that last prediction, for although I had fastened the door in strict keeping with the moral of the proverb, and no rain had pelted the ground outside it, yet a greater effacer than rain had been there, for the spot being on a sharp slope and below the crown of the road, or the lane, I should say, a strong rush of water had taken track there and washed away all the dust, and then the heavier substance, leaving rough pebbles with sharp edges sticking up, as clean and unconscious as before they saw the world. "Nothing to be made of that," said Biggs, "nor any footmarks anywhere else, after all the rain as had fallen. Only one thing to do now is to inquire of the neighbors and folk as were about last night." End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39, On 2 Chairs. For as much as 3 weeks I had been full of pride in taking my Kitty about everywhere, even by the seaside where I knew very little, but luckily she knew less, in spite of her scientific origin, and asking her to look about and see things with her own eyes, and if she could not make them out, to call me in to help her. This had been rash on my part, for a man may be gaping about for his lifetime and die after all with his mouth wide open, and not a word come from it, to help the people left behind, but only to unsettle them and put them in a flutter, as gnats skip into another dance at every new breath across them. But Kitty had really put some questions far outside my knowledge, as a child may who hangs on his grandfather's thumb, and I promised to look up those points and deliver an opinion when I had one. All this came into my mind like a chill when I had to trace her dear steps away from me, away from me. Let 70 times 7 wise men say that no man with a grain of wisdom could have a spark of faith in women, because they never know their own mind, little as there is of it to know. I still abode in my own faith, and let them quote old saws against the sturdy holdfast of true love. I felt as sure of my Kitty's heart as I did of my own, and more so, for she never would have borne to hear 100th part of the things against me which I had to listen to against her, and the cowards who vent their own craven souls in slander of those who cannot face them had a fine time of it now, and rejoiced in the misery they were too small to feel. Such things might sour a weakling who depends upon what other people think, but I found enough of manhood coming up in me as time went on to make me stick to my own trust, and let outer opinions touch my home no more than the shower that runs down the glass. At first, however, it was dreadful work. Everybody seemed to be against me, not with any unkindness, but by way of worldly wisdom. Don't you dwell too much upon it. A runaway wife isn't worth running after. Never you mind, but get another. Try the people you know with their friends in the place. These were the counsels I received with a nod of my head and no reply. But I could not see things as others saw them. I spent the first day of my lonely life in wandering through the crooked lanes and working out every track and turn which my darling could have taken in the dark misery of her flight from me. Very often I thought that she must come back, and there was scarcely a hill that I did not run up, persuading myself that when the top was gained I should descry her in the distance beyond, weary and dragging her feet along, but eager at the sight of me to make a rush and fall into my longing arms. How many a corner I turned, believing that it must be the last between her and me, and how many a footpath stile I sat on, holding my eyes that she might catch me unawares, as at Blind Man's Bluff, and throw her warm arms round my neck, and kiss me into shame of my mistrust, and tell me that she never could have doubted me, whatever I had done, or whatever people said. And then, when it grew too dark to see my own love in the shadow of the lanes, and the last note of the wedded thrush, who sings to the sparkle of the stars in May, was hushed by a call from his nest, and followed by the first clear trill of the nightingale, who tells the deeper tale of night, with passion too intense for light, weary and with little heart for loneliness and doubt and woe. Yet I could not be quite sure that when I opened our own door some one might not run out hotly and give me no time to speak, but hold me lip to lip and breast to breast, with scarcely room for a tear between us. It is the emptiness that follows such full hope that does the harm to the powers of endurance. When no one came to meet me, and the cold rooms showed grey lines of shade, with no dear life to cross them, I used to fall away and feel my heart go down, like the water of a sink when the plug is taken out of it. There was nothing more for it to do. My wretched life was not worth the fuss of pumping and of labouring. Better to give in at once, and have no more pain to drain it.
"You are killing yourself up here, my boy. This will never do," cried Uncle Corny. "Bother the women, what a pest they are. Try to be like that ancient fellow. I can never remember his name, but they call him the father of history. You told me about him when you went to the grammar school at Hampton, and it was so wise that I paid for another half-year for you to read him. You know better than I do, but I think there had been a lot of carrying off of pretty girls between two countries, and they were going to fight about them, but he says that they had no call to do it, for men of discretion would let them go and make no fuss about them, because it was manifest that the women would never have been carried off unless they themselves had wished it. I don't suppose you could do it now, but if you can, bring down the book and read it to me this evening. It would do you a deal more good than to hold your tongue and eat your heart out."
"I hate to hear of that rubbish," I replied. "They were a lot of good-for-nothings. To talk of my Kitty in that sort of way would drive me mad, Uncle Corny. If you have nothing better to say than that, you had better go home to Tabby."
"Well, perhaps they will come and carry Tabby off. I believe she would go for a new bonnet, and I don't know what I should do if she did. But shut up this place, Kit, and come back to the old quarters. You want company, my boy, and I'd rather let old Harker in again than have you here killing yourself like that, and sleeping in the kitchen on 2 chairs if you ever get any sleep at all."
"I will never leave this house," I said, "and I won't even be smoked out of it. When Kitty comes back she will come here first, and there is no telling how soon she may want me. You only bother me with all this stuff."
"Well, I will not be hard upon you, Kit, because the Lord has done that quite enough. But you have not got a bit of religion in you after all the teaching I have given you."
This was very fine from Uncle Corny, who had never even went to church, except to keep other people out of his pew,
and he rubbed his nose as he said it, as he always did when he had gone too far. "There's a very good man wants to see you," he went on a little nervously, for I knew that he had been leading up to something, "and a man to whom you are bound to listen, because he was the one who married you, and therefore understands all the subject, matrimony, women, and the doctrines of the church. The Reverend Peter Golightly wishes to have a little talk with you." "And I wish to have none with him. He is a very good and kind-hearted man, but I could not bear to hear his voice after what he did for me and Kitty." "I was afraid there would be that objection," my uncle answered kindly. "But you will get over that by and by, my boy, and it would be rude not to see him, for he takes the greatest interest in your case. He has been disappointed himself, I believe, though of course he did not tell me so. He is too much a man for that sort of thing. I shall go and hear him preach some day, unless our vicar comes back again. They tell me that he does a lot of good, and he preached against robbing orchards once, although he has only one apple tree, and it is eaten up with American blight. There's another fellow wants to see you, too. Not much of the parson about him. He can tell you things you ought to know, and being about as he always is, I wonder you have not been to see him. Not that I care for Sam Henderson, but he is not so bad as he used to be. He is going to be married next month, and I'll be bound he won't let his wife run away from him, you are going to say? Perhaps he will not be able to help himself. Well, I will see him if he likes to come. I shall be back at 9 o'clock. It is very kind of him to wish it, but send up a bottle of whiskey, uncle. I have no drink of any sort in the house, and Sam is nothing without his glass, although he never takes very much. I must give him something if he comes. And take a drop yourself, my boy, if only for a little change. I don't hold with cold water when a fellow is so down, though it is better than the opposite extreme. I suppose, by the by, that your Kitty has not taken—" "Uncle Corny," I cried in a voice that made him jump, "what next will you imagine? She never touched anything, not even beer, though I often tried to make her take a glass. She had seen too much of that where she was." "All right, Kit, but you are getting very cross, which is not the proper lesson of affliction, as the Reverend Peter might express it. Well, I'll send little Bill up with the bottle and a corkscrew. I don't suppose you know where to find anything now. That's the worst of married life for 3 weeks. But I have got a plan I mean to tell you of tomorrow." When I came back a little after dark, having finished that hopeless wandering which I went through every evening now, there was Sam Henderson sitting on an empty flower-pot outside my door with a cigar in his mouth. He might have gone inside, for I had left the front door open all day long, and all night too, unless the weather prevented it, for I had nothing to be robbed of now, at least nothing that I cared about, except Kitty's clothes, which I had locked out of sight. And it seemed to be delicate and kind of Sam to sit there in discomfort instead of walking in, and he showed another piece of good taste and goodwill, which could hardly be expected from so blunt and rough a man. He said not a word about his own bright prospects until I inquired about them, but he shook my hand in a very friendly way, and left me to begin upon the matter which had brought me to my present state, and for some time I also avoided that. "I will tell you, old chap," he said at last in reply to my anxious question, "exactly what I think, though it is not good for much, being altogether out of my own line. I think you have been awfully wronged, as abominably wronged as any fellow ever was on the face of this earth, which is saying a good bit, mind you, knowing what a lot of infernal rogues there are to be found at every corner, and much more often than decent fellows. I am never brought up standing by any black job, though the ins and outs of it may floor me. The professor is a soft man, isn't he? He has shown it in many ways, although he is so clever. You would call him a soft man, wouldn't you?" "Well," I said, wondering how this could bear upon it, "I suppose he is rather of the credulous order, as most good men are, who measure others by themselves. But he had left England long before, so that can have little to do with it. Right you are, as concerns himself. But I'm a believer in breed, my friend, and the longer I live, the more true I find it come. A credulous father, as you prefer the word,
is likely to be blessed with a credulous child, and your wife took after her father more closely in the inner, because she didn't in the outer woman. At least I can't say for my own eyes, knowing nothing of old blowpipes, but I understand she did not favor him in the flesh. Not exactly, I answered with a little smile as I thought of the loveliness of Kitty's face, but she was like him a little, just here and there. A little won't do. My old Trunnion, who croaked in the great frost that almost settled you, my boy, as a son of his old age, Commodore, who will be heard of towards July at the market, scarcely a bit like him in the face, except in one tuck of his nostril, and a tuft of 5 hairs over his near eye. Do you think I could swear to him by his ways and tricks and his style of coming up? That's the time to know what a horse thinks of you, and I tell you this colt thinks exactly as his father did, and all the more because he isn't like him in the face. There must be the likeness somewhere. Yes, I've heard you say that many times before, and I dare say you are right enough about it, but what has that to do with what has happened to me? Just everything, stupid. Your wife being soft, or credulous, if you like it better. She sucks in a lot of lies against you. The dose comes from somebody she believes in. Not her old enemies, of course. Her dignity will not allow her to complain. Women are always horribly dignified when jealous, and off she goes without a word, leaving you to your own conscience, which will more than give you the tip for it. She'll come back by and by, when she has punished you enough, and then, of course, you'll have to swear, etc., etc. She'll call herself all sorts of names, and there will be nobody like you till next time. You'll see if that isn't at the bottom of all this. Not likely, I answered with some wrath. In the first place, my Kitty would never believe a word of such stuff against me, and there is no such thing as jealousy in her nature. You know best. But I thought I heard something from the man round the corner at Ludred. That was a different thing altogether, I said quickly, although the remembrance struck me as it had not done before. And in the next place, if she could be so absurd, she would be the last person in the world to go away without a word, without even giving me a chance of taking my own part. No, that theory will never do. My Kitty was the most just, as well as the kindest darling ever born. You don't know what they are sometimes. How can you expect to know more about them than they do about themselves? Yesterday, just by way of something, I asked Sally what she would do if she ever turned up jealous. I would grind my ring finger off, she said. With these 2 teeth I would, Sam, for she has got some uncommon grinders, and I would make my rival swallow it. Now, Sally has been well broken in, remember, and no vice in the family, at any rate, since her great-granddam, but her eyes showed that she would do it. There is no ferocity in Kitty, I answered with a lofty air. I know nothing about racehorses and very little about women, but women are only men in a better form, more gentle, more just, and more loving. They never give way to such fury as we do. The professor's wife, for instance, Kit, she never gives way to her temper, does she? Oh, dear, no, even if she has any temper to give way to. A sucking dove, too mild to suck if her sister wants the pigeon's milk before her. She is the exception that proves the rule, and I doubt whether even she would be so, if she did not suck too much of stronger liquor. And I will tell you another thing, Master Sam, as you have put me up to this, and you have a right to know everything now that you may understand the case. It knocks your theory on the head, only I must have your solemn promise that no one shall ever hear of it. Sam gave me his pledge, and I knew that he would keep it, for he was well inured to control his tongue. Then I told him, although it went much against the grain, of the disappearance of our stock of money. That beats me, at least for the present, he replied. It don't seem to square with anything, throws me out of my stride, and makes me cross my legs. But I don't believe she ever took it. How can you tell that she took it, poor chap? If she collared that tin, she will never come back. Was there nobody else could have taken it? The peelers, for instance, you know what they are. They had the run of the house. I have known a lot of cases. No, it is impossible that they can have touched it. The lock had not been tampered with. The key was in its place, in the last place they would have searched for it, and I know by the state of the drawer that no hand but my wife's had been inside it." "Then you had better not call her your wife any more." Sam Henderson spoke very sternly, and then, looking at my face, went on more kindly and with a huskiness in his voice. "You have been unlucky, old chap, as unlucky as any fellow I ever came across, except an old man at New York races once. It was not about money his bad luck was, or I would not compare it with yours, my dear boy. Sorry as I was for your trouble, Kit, I thought it could all be cured till now. And it can be cured even now, dear Kit, but only as we cure the grief of death. I need not tell you to be a man, for I see that you have been one all along. After what you have told me, I understand your behavior thoroughly. Before that I was angry with you, and a little ashamed of you, to tell the truth, for moping here in this way. Why the deuce doesn't he go up and shake the truth out of that old rogue Hotspot, or that bigger villain Downy Bullrag? But now I see that you could only stay at home, and trust to time to comfort you, and you must weed out, as I would a filly with 3 legs, a bad lot, a woman who—" "Stop, Sam!" I cried. "Don't say a word that would make me hate you. Though all appearances are so black, I will never for a moment lose my faith in Kitty. Nobody knows her as I do. If I never see or hear of her again, I will say to my last breath and feel to my last pulse that she has been deceived, not by me, but about me, and that I have never been deceived in her. Well, old chap, all that I can say is that you deserve a better wife than was ever yet born, and if your opinion of your wife is true, why, this affair beats any job on the turf that I ever heard of, and I have heard of a smart few. But I shall keep my eyes open, Kit, and we'll try to pull it off. I pick up a lot of things you would never think of, and there's daylight at the bottom of the best tarred sack. Come and see me tomorrow. It will be a little change, and I can show you a young'un that'll take the shine out of all chalkers. If you want a pot of money, I can tell you where to get it." End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Job's Comfort. I did not want any pot of money, and even if I had been filled with that general desire, Henderson's suggestion would have no charm for me. But I resolved to do a much wiser thing, to stick to my work, with head and hands, and let the heart come after them if it could, as it grew wiser. The police had made nothing of my case, although they had done their best, no doubt. Whoever had compassed my wife's departure, for I could not call it flight, had managed it with much craft and luck, according to the ancient proverb, and shown a kinsman's love for craft. The lane at the back of our lonely cottage was little frequented except on Sundays, and then in the evening only, for that study of mutual tastes and feelings which is known as keeping company. For this was a popular resort, and therefore, as usual, called Love Lane by blushing youth and maiden. At other times its chief use was to give access to some meadow-land, and its chief wayfarers were 4 cows, a donkey, and a nanny-goat belonging to Farmer Osborne. But it wound into divers other lanes, towards Hampton, Tangley Park, and Bedfont, and through some of them to Feltham Station, on the London and South-Western line. That was one of the places where I had made first inquiry, but Sergeant Biggs had been before me, and so he had at Twickenham, and in fact he had sought far and near, and been put upon false scent sometimes, but had hit on nothing genuine. Whatever any man may say or even think or dream of, the opinions of his fellow men go into his mind and work there. No one is certain what he believes, or at any rate how he believes it, and the harder he toils to establish his faith, the more apt he is to undermine it. His best plan is never to argue about whatever he longs to trust in, or if his good friends will not let him alone, he should choose for his disputant the skeptic. This will build him up a good deal, not because he has convinced the other man, but because he knows that he must have done so if the other had been gifted with reason. And now I was more convinced than ever by the firm convictions of my uncle and Sam that they both were quite wrong, and that I was quite right. If they had only said that there might be some mistake, something that admitted of a simple explanation and with patience on our part must receive it, in that case the chances are that they should have been doubtful whether they had any grounds for putting it in that way. But when they came and put it, without asking my opinion, in the very opposite way to that, and the opposite one to what I wanted to believe, their conclusion was a springboard to send me heels over head to the counter one. My good Aunt Parslow had been over twice and held very long talks with Uncle Corny, but I had simply refused to take part in them, to go into all the pros and cons and hear one say this and the other say that, all assuming in the calmest manner that they knew at least 10 times as much about my poor self and my richer self as both of us together knew in our most conscientious moments. Grateful as I was, I offered them that view of gratitude which alone can make a slow shot at her fleeting speed, the instantaneous process. In the 24,000,000th part of a moment, all her legs have spurned the wind, and the fool who thought to chronicle her finds her dust upon his glass. Therein I was not just or fair, and have lived to be ashamed of it, but up to this present time of search, I have not come across the man who continued to be just and fair while the wrong that went to the bottom of his soul was fresh and hot and turbid. Such men there may be of vast philosophy or profound religion, but I have never met them yet, and if I do, I shall be afraid of them. Thus I waited day by day, slowly quitting hold of hope, hardening myself to do without her by incessant work of hand. In this I took no pride or pleasure, as a mill finds none in perpetual grind, but from morning twilight till evening dusk I labored among the lonely trees. My uncle begged me to go to London, if only for a little change and stir, as the strawberry season came, and he began to use his stand again. But I felt myself unfit for this, and knew that in my present vein I should only do a mischief to him among his ancient customers. For a happy face and a cheerful spirit do best among the buyers, and a bit of chaff or a turn of slang will sometimes help a lame market through. I knew a man once, a mere carter he was, who had never been near common garden before, but was sent up by a neighbouring grower as a last resource when a salesman fell ill. A mere bumpkin he was, and he wore a smock frock and cord trousers tied below the knee, but his round, merry face and broad country brogue and native simplicity and twinkling eyes took the humour of the crowd, and he sold out all his lot at top prices by looking as fresh as his fruit before anybody else had got rid of a dozen. "Well, if you won't go up, you won't," my uncle said to me one day, "but you will break down going on like this. I like a young fellow to work, but I can't abide for him to do nothing else and never think twice of his victuals. And you are spoiling your own chance altogether in another and a very important affair. Your Aunt Parslow took a great fancy to you, and she meant to come down handsome when she dies. She told me that almost in so many words. And now you are setting her quite against you. You know how you behaved the last time she came over." I could not endure her perpetual talk. You can't say that I was rude to her, but I don't want her money. What good is it to me? I wish she had never given us a farthing. "It is nasty rubbish to talk like that, Kit, and every one will turn against you. You used to have such a lot of common sense." "Well, perhaps you were not exactly rude to her, or at least you did not mean to be. But there is nothing ruder, as women look at it, than to let them have all the talk to themselves, although they insist upon it if you don't. You must not interrupt them, of course, but still you must say enough to show that you are listening, and that you think highly of what they are saying, though of course you knew it all before they began. Instead of that, what did you do? You crossed your legs. Women never like that when they are talking to you, any more than a lapdog who wants to jump up. I don't know why it is, but they never can bear it. And you did worse than that. The clock struck 5, and you began to count it. You young fellows never behave well to ladies." "I am sure I did not mean to offend her, uncle. I never thought twice of what I was doing." "Exactly.
and you should have thought of nothing else, while you seemed to think only of what she was saying. But I want you to do me a favor, Kit. I suppose you don't wish to offend me, too?" "Certainly not, because you are reasonable and have always been so good to me. I will do anything to oblige you, Uncle Corny." "And by doing it you will oblige yourself. You are wearing your fingers to the bone, and all the flesh off your other bones, by this confounded stubbornness. I hate to hear the tap of your hammer almost as much as I used to like it. Now, just take old Spanker tomorrow afternoon and drive over to your aunt's at Leatherhead, with a basket of strawberries I promised her. She doesn't know what a good strawberry is. 11 people out of a dozen don't, any more than a babe that just opens his mouth. She has plenty of her own, I know, but none worth the trouble of eating. Tomorrow will be Saturday. You can stop till Monday, and it will do you a lot of good and set you up again almost. There is nothing like a woman in a case like yours. You let her talk on, and you never contradict her, and she says to herself, 'Well, I have done him good,' and so she has. Not the way she meant it, but by making you think that they are all alike, and not a bit of solid sense among them. And it is not only that, but you are pleased to think how much better you know things than they do, though you don't say one word to their 50. Whenever I am bothered or cheated or insulted, I get a nice woman to talk to me, and it is as good as a pipe of the best bird's eye, which you can have at the same time if you know how to do it." "You seem to look at things for your own advantage only," I answered, because I thought these views low. "However, I will do as you wish, and Sunday is a dreadful day for me here without any work. I thought last Sunday would never end, and not being a woman, I could not come and comfort you." I was pleased with this rap at him, because I could not see what business he had with nice women and so on, whether they came to his house to talk with him, or whether he went to have his pipe at theirs, as he had almost let out by his last words. For there never was a woman who could stop him of a pipe in his own house, that was certain. But that he should talk of my being stubborn amused me every time I thought of it. Verily, if I had a splinter of that substance in me, he was the oak from which it came, and he might have spared enough to roof a church without anybody asking how he was. Now he wrote to my aunt that I was coming, according to her proposal, and he made Tabby Tapscott come up to the cottage and pack up a few things for me, inasmuch as I had no one now to do it, and he had his best strawberries picked in the morning before the sun margarined them, and kept in a cold place till I was ready, and then packed so that no heat could get at them. And as Spanker had not been to London for 3 days, he was sure to strike out at a merry pace when he found himself free of the country. For I never saw a horse that liked to go to London any more than a man loves a cemetery. Spanker was as gay as May as soon as he knew where he was going, and he roused up each hill with a rush from the other, which showed a deep sense of mechanics. Nobody would have believed his age, even if he had told it truly, which he had strong human reason for not attempting, having found his teeth filed quite early. What with the brisk air of those hills, and the soft turn of the valleys, and the gaiety of the time of year, a quantity of heaviness went from me, and a vein of health flowed in. Not that I ever said to myself, as people of inconstant nature do, "There are better fish in the sea," etc., or "If she be not fair to me," or even so much as "Care killed the cat." My mood was neither independent nor defiant, and I felt as respectful towards women as ever. It was only that more hope came inside me from seeing so much in the world outside, and perhaps more faith in the Lord because he was doing his best so largely. However, I never thought twice about that, and must claim no credit for it. Aunt Parslow was not very gracious at first, though she could not find fault with the strawberries. She pretended that she had some quite as good, though she declared herself to be most grateful. But as soon as I said, "Send for some of your own, that will be the true proof of the pudding, Aunt," she discovered that her own were not quite at their best just now, and in fact they had been so good that the slugs and the blackbirds could not resist them. This showed very little self-command on their part, for there was not a good fruit among them, as I found out on Sunday, the beds being a mixture of some 20 kinds growing in great tussocks, and for the most part barren, which was just as well. I let my aunt have her own way,
as a man should let all women do except those of his own household, and by she became more pleasant, especially when she had discovered, as she did at dinner-time, that my present state of health required a bottle of her dry champagne. Being compelled myself, I thought it just to use coercion too, and had the satisfaction soon of finding her much more ladylike. Her coldness towards me passed away, and when we had clinked our glasses twice, we resumed our proper footing. "You don't fill up," she said more than once, and I found the same fault with her, and when that error had been removed, we could enter into one another's feelings. "The great thing you want is nourishment," she said, when I had made a noble dinner. "People in the present age never attach sufficient importance to that point. They indulge too much in stimulants. No more, Kit, no more, or at the outside only half fill your own, for you require it, while they scarcely allow themselves time to take the proper amount of substance. Through a very old and deeply respected friend of our family in the city, a man of the loftiest principles, I am enabled to get the real turtle at half price, and it has been instrumental, under Providence, in the restoration of your health. I have sent him a telegram, and tomorrow, although it is a Sabbath day, we shall find a tin here when we return from church. It is better than Grove's, or any that you see in the windows going down Cheapside. A turtle should never be allowed to sprawl about barbarously in the sun. It is against his nature, and it does him harm. He becomes demoralized and loses firmness. They say that we all spring from turtles now, but I cannot believe it, for cannibalism is never nice, and turtle is. What a turtle your Uncle Cornelius would have made!" "I am glad that you find him so nice," I replied, "but he would always have tasted of tobacco." "Well, we must allow for one another, and there is no accounting for tastes. Jupiter likes turtle, but the other dogs won't touch it. I had a dog once who would eat cigars. If he found a stump in the road, it was quite as good as a bone to him, but he did not live very long, poor fellow. Now let them take away the things, and when you have had your glass of port, come to see me in the drawing-room. Don't hurry, because I mean to have my nap." As yet she had never mentioned Kitty's name, which surprised me not a little, but I thought it likely that she was still rather sore at my behavior, for when she had come to see us lately, it had been more than I could bear to listen calmly while everybody offered any sort of guess, just as they might discuss a case of abduction in the papers, or the theft of a female dog, who answered to the name of Kitty. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. True Comfort. Every allowance should be made for a man who is in deep trouble, not because it is his due, for that would count but a little, but because he expects it, which he never does of his other debts after experience. But he does hope to receive fine feeling when he knows how cheap it is, and his sense of bad luck blackens in him when he cannot even get that much. And yet he ought to feel how trumpery are his trivial joys and sorrows in the whirligig of this great world. He does his utmost thus to take it, to shudder at the wrongs of others, and to glow at their redress, to suck his fingers more and more with the relish of his neighbor's pie, and perhaps with practice he begins to get some moonlight pleasure thus. But alas, before he is perfect in it, some little turn of thought comes home, some soft remembrance thrills his heart as the sun quivers in a well-spring, and all his nature lets him know that he belongs to it and is itself. A little touch of this kind took me, when I was full of higher things, or at least was trying so to be. I had not been to church since my day of dole, my day of doom and desolation. How could I go to Sunbury Church and see the spot where Kitty stood and stole my whole devotion, and see the altar rails where she had knelt and vowed herself mine forever, and now, with no Kitty at my side, be stared at by 100 eyes, all asking, "Well, how do you get on?" But now in this strange place I went to the Sunday morning service, though Kitty had been there too with me,
In the happy days not long gone by, my aunt came with me, and with much fine feeling allowed me to sit where my dear had sat, and to put my hat on the selfsame peg on which she had placed it for me. At first it was a bitter time, but I went through it bravely, though at first I could not bring myself to open the prayer book, which I had brought in the bag with my clothes from Sunbury. My wife had given it to me at Baycliff, when I happened to admire it in a window, and I remembered that she had written Kit and nothing else on the fly-leaf. But the first psalm for that morning service, being a very sad one, suited my state of mind so well that I opened my book to follow it. And I remember reading with all my heart is smitten down and withered like grass, so that I forget to eat my bread. I am become like a pelican in the wilderness, and like an owl that is in the desert. Perhaps through the shaking of my thumb the cover of the book fell back and showed me some words on the fly-leaf written with a pencil by my own dear wife. Before the word Kit, which was in ink, she had written with a pencil, Darling, and after it, God's will be done. The writing was faint, as if the pencil wanted cutting, and it seemed to have been dashed off in great haste. This, then, was her farewell to me. I was sure that the words had not been there the last time I used the prayer book, and indeed there would have been no meaning in them. Over and over again I read them, forgetting everything else, I fear, and standing up after the first lesson had begun, until my aunt gave my coat a jerk. I longed to rush out of the church and think, and the rest of the service went by me as a dream. Though very little light was thrown hereby upon my dark enigma, I found more comfort perhaps than reason would warrant in this discovery. In the first place, if my wife had left me in bitterness at some fancied wrong, she would never have addressed me thus, and this alone removed a weight of misery from my bosom, for it had been agony to me to think, as I could not help doing, that my own Kitty all the while was nursing bitterness against me, as if it had been possible for me to wrong her. And again, that she should not have gone entirely without a word was a piece of real comfort to me, though others who have been not so placed may think that I was foolish there. Very likely I was, but never mind. The prayer book, as we all acknowledge, is a very noble work, and nobody can write such English now as is to be found in it at every page, and I think that Kitty was quite right in choosing it for her last word to me. But if it comes to that, she was always right, at least according to my ideas. Strange as it may seem to some who cannot enter into odd states of mind such as long had been my lot, I did not say a word as yet to my Aunt Parslow about this matter. She had formed her own theory like everybody else, and I meant to let her go through with it, and so she did that afternoon, having put great pressure upon herself, for my sake, as she told me, to enable her to hold her tongue until she could speak with advantage and without any risk of being taken by anyone for a meddler. For she liked to dine early on Sundays, and she always denied herself the pleasure of going to church in the afternoon, being one of the most unselfish persons I have ever met with. After a dinner not to be gainsaid, at any rate till supper-time, we sat in the garden and listened to the bells, and thought with pleasure of the congregation now going to have a hot time of it. I was full of tender recollections, for this was the very spot where Kitty had shown some delightful want of reason about Sally Chalker, and I told my aunt all about it now, with a sigh at the back of every smile. Then she laughed with superior wisdom, and no longer could contain herself. "I knew she was a jealous little puss. Every woman has her fault, almost as much as men have. It took me a long time to discover any fault in her until I started that idea myself. To make up for the want of other faults, she has that one to an extreme, you see, and that is at the bottom of your present trouble, my poor boy. But she has carried it to an extreme, I admit. It seems a little too absurd." "It is too absurd to be thought of twice," I answered rather savagely. "My Kitty is not quite a fool, and she would have been something worse than a fool if she had acted from that motive. She would have been unjust and cruel not to afford me so much as a chance of clearing myself from wicked lies. Our married life was short indeed, but long enough for her to learn that I am not a scoundrel." "Don't be so hot, Kit. You have no idea what a woman's mind is. She thought you, of course, a perfect angel, and herself not good enough to wipe your shoes. She was always humble, as you know, and that tyrant of a woman must have beaten into her poor head a bitter sense of her own defects. It is only natural, she would think, that this great wonder of a man should want someone better than poor me. And when some villain laid before her some strong evidence, we know not what, she would say to herself, "It is as I thought. I will not trouble him to explain. I will leave him for a while, and perhaps his love will return when he has lost me." With this in my heart I could not bear to look at him, and know all the while he was longing to be rid of me. I will have no scene which would only make him think even less of me than he does. And so she would go, without caring where. Possibly, aunt, some women might have done so, but not Kitty. She felt to her heart my affection for her, and she trusted me as I trusted her. Do you suppose that if what you say had even seemed possible to me, I should have remained as I have done, waiting for some news of her? I should have rushed up to everyone who had any motive for deceiving her, and taken them by the throat, and wrung their wicked, murderous lies out. No, it is something much worse than that. If Kitty had left me in pestilence, would she have written these last words? Would she have called me her darling Kit? See what I found this morning. That proves nothing, resumed my aunt when I had shown her my prayer-book, and we had discussed that matter. She may very well have relented at the last moment and written that to you. Then would she have taken all our money? Was that the way to cure my jealousy and bring me back to her in penitence? She had a right to the money because you put it into her own hand, but I am astonished at her taking it. Miss Parslow was even more astonished when I told her that part of the tale which I had begged Uncle Corny not to do. It grieved me that she should ever hear of it, but she certainly had the right to know. Perhaps you told her in so many words that you meant it entirely for herself, I suggested, hoping that it might be so, for little as I cared for that trumpery loss, I was cut to the quick that my wife should have inflicted it. Kitty must have believed it her own, or she never would have touched it. I said nothing of the kind, my aunt replied indignantly. I gave it to her, but I meant it for you, that is to say, conjointly. Her taking it was robbery and nothing else. I laughed a little at these words, which I had heard from other quarters. That my Kitty should be called a robber seemed a little too absurd, but I could not be angry in the teeth of facts, at any rate with the donor. "I'll tell you what it is," she said, even as I had been told before. "Either your wife is as deep a little hypocrite as ever lived, which I cannot believe, for I should never trust anyone again if I did, or else she ran away from you in a moment of insanity. My poor boy, I'm so sorry for you. I cannot bear to ask you, but have you ever noticed any tendency that way? Anything even odd or absent or inconsequential in her manner? The professor is a very queer man, I have heard. All great men of science are, well, to say the least, eccentric. Captain Fairthorn is perfectly sound and clear-headed, though not a good man of business, and his daughter is as rational as I am, much more so, if I am to endure much more of this. She is quick and bright-witted and full of common sense, except that, like her father, she is a little too confiding. I never saw a token of even the slightest absence of mind about her. Her only insanity was that she loved me a great deal better than she loved herself. I believe she would have laid down her life with pleasure. Don't talk about it, my dear Kit. I think you have borne things wonderfully well, now that I know all you have told me. And you must not break down now, my dear. All will come right in the end, be sure, although we are in thick darkness now. In spite of all difficulties, I still hold to my idea of jealousy. However, we won't talk about that any more. You know that I called upon Miss Coldpepper the last time I was at Sunbury? Yes, but I never heard what she said. I cannot see how she could help us at all. Well, I thought it worth while to try, and I found her much kinder than I expected. A little bit stiff at first, perhaps, and rather of the grand lady style, but I am sure that she would help you if she could. She likes Kitty better than her own nieces, that I am quite sure of, and she does not side a bit with that horrid Mrs. Fairthorn, at least as everybody makes her out, although I always form my own opinion. She perceived, of course, that I was a lady, and not to be treated as a fruit-grower might be, such as everybody looks upon as a sort of apple pie. I explained that my connection with your Uncle Orchardson was casual, and had been against my wishes, while my family had been in the China trade, and she asked very kindly if I would have a cup of tea. I accepted because I knew how it makes ladies talk. When she asked me what I thought of it, I said it was poor stuff, for I had no idea of being patronized by her, and I saw that she had sense enough to like the truth, especially when it was to her advantage, although not very complimentary. Then she asked me where she could get a better article, and I told her that I never recommended any place, having nothing to do with any business now, but living in a very pretty place of my own. Naturally, this made her press me more, and not liking to be disagreeable, I told her of a place, where by taking £12 she could get a tea worth 2 of hers, for 15 pence a pound less money. And this made a very fine impression upon her, for she loves good value for her money. Then she became very gracious indeed, especially after her cur of a dog came in and, smelling souvenirs of my high breed, did his utmost to improve himself by licking them. For your sake, Kit, I was obliged to say that the wretched mongrel looked well bred. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, never mind, Aunt. He has done me a good turn. I remembered in time to stop sharply. My Aunt Parslow would take it as worse than high treason that I should ever have stolen such a dog, and how could I call it a good turn now? No dog would do you a bad turn, Kit, she continued quite serenely. At any rate, no well-bred dog. They are as good as a woman, and infinitely better than any man, in judging human character. Now listen to what I have to say. I am not very sharp, for I live out of the world, and everybody owns that it gets much worse from year to year and from day to day. But I don't care 2 pence for that, my dear, because nothing I can do will alter it. Only I am as sure as I am of the nature of the very best dog I ever had, and there he lies beneath that tree, that your Kitty has never done a thing to wrong you, at least according to her view of things. I will not attempt to explain that money matter, for it is beyond me, and I am sorry that I spoke so harshly. I should have considered your feelings more, for I know that you are as true as steel. There is some black secret that we cannot pierce. It will all become clear as the day in time, and in time I hope for your happiness. I can well understand that you have been stopped in all your inquiries by that strange device, for I believe it to be another device on the part of some very crafty foe. You have let some weeks go by through that. No good has ever come, so far as I know, of any of those private inquiry places, and I hate the very name of them. But I think that you are bound to watch the proceedings of those 2 villains who carried off your Kitty to that vile place near Hounslow. Of course they would never take her there again, that you have ascertained long ago, and I do not believe that they have got her now. She should be no good to them, as a married woman. But they know where she is, I am sure of that. You have been in a maze of dejection and distress. Your pride has prevented you from doing what you should have done. Go and see those 2 men. Hunt them out. Take the matter entirely into your own hands. Your Uncle Cornelius is very good and kind, but it is not his wife who is missing. Those 2 men are not in London, that much has been ascertained, I said, and it does not appear that they were in London at the time of my trouble. Never mind. Find out where they are. Follow them. Never mind where it is. As for money, you shall have another £100, and 1,000 if it proves needful. Don't thank me, Kit. It is for my own peace. I have not enjoyed seeing a dog eat his dinner since this wickedness was done. You shall thank me as much as ever you like when you have got your Kitty back again, and she will love you 10 times more than ever. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Kit and Kitty by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42, Behind the Fiddle. It is vain for any man to say that in the deepest depths of woe he can receive no scrap of comfort from the tenderness of others. Words may help him very little. Commonplace exhortations are a weariness to the worn-out soul. He lays at the bottom of his own distress and does not want it probed or touched. But gradually a little light and warmth steal through the darkness, not direct from heaven alone, but reflected from kind eyes and hearts. He is not alone in the world, although he ever must be lonely, and the sense of other life than his restores him slowly to his own. After all the kindness shown me, and the goodwill wholly undeserved, I felt ashamed to be so swallowed up in my own sorrow. Some indulgence I might claim from people of kindly nature on the ground that it was not sorrow only, but dark mystery and doubt, and even some sense of black disgrace, which had robbed me of my proper vigor and due power of manhood. And it is more than likely that the long and wasting illness, from which I had not yet quite recovered, still impaired the force and tone of mind as well as body. But I do not want to make excuses, as people nearly always say in the very breath they make them with. Only I was now resolved that no more should be needed. On the Monday I drove Spanker home, which was a great delight to him, and to me as well, for the world looked brighter when my face was set to fight it, or rather I should say to fight that vile and wicked part of it, which had robbed me of my just claim to a happy though humble place in it. In my breast pocket I carried the book containing my wife's last words to me, for my good Aunt Parslow had kindly stitched it in a white kid glove, or a pair of them, which had been white in their early days, and in the pocket on the other side I carried £50 in banknotes, so as to be able to start well and procure better judgment than my own, if it should appear advisable. But about that I was not sure as yet, being very loath to ask any other man's opinion, however old he might be, about my pretty Kitty. It was now the longest day, which was the most excellent and perfect time of year, in at least 3 years out of every 4. Sometimes there arises a strong hot June, but scarcely more than once in 20 summers, and then before the days come to their turn, leaves are getting flabby and grass is overripe, and the petals of the wild rose lie in the ditch, and the blossom of the wheat has dropped its little quivery bee's wing. More often there has been a black Pentecost, a May of lowering skies and blight, with every animal's coat put in the wrong way on his back, and then a June of shrink and shiver, without a fair flower in the garden, and with the hedgerows full of black caterpillars, and every man flaps himself with his arms like a cock when he springs up to crow. But the hedger and the ditcher has nothing to crow at, and is too hoarse to do it if he had. But now we had a very fair midsummer, neither too hot nor too cold, and the air was not only fresh but soft, and full of sweet yet invigorating smells. At the top of every hill one seemed to sniff the rich calm of the valley, and again in the valley to feel the crisp air of the hill coming down for a change of mood. There was nothing to make much fuss about it in the way of striking scenery, but a pretty peep could be had at almost every turn of travelling, where green leaves softened the brilliant sky, and sheep and cattle and quiet pastures showed that they accepted life as if it were a blessing. But I found my uncle regarding life from a very different point of view. He had brought all his strawberry pickers in at 3 o'clock that morning to make the great hit of the summer, as he hoped, in the Monday forenoon market. At 6 a.m. he had sent off about 500 weight of prime fruit, all in pound punnets, with dewy leaves, as fresh as the daybreak, and as bright as the sun before it leaves off blushing. But ere he could put one upon his stand, 120 tons of French stuff, which had been discharged the night before, were running, like a flood from some horse-knackers, in every alley of the market. This refuse was offered by the bucketful at a penny a pound, which was too much for it, a dumpy and flabby and slimy mass fit for children to make dirt pies of. Of course the good buyers would not look at it,
for no man could put it in his window. But the British public could put it in their stomachs, which is not at all a choice receptacle, and the mere fact of its presence took the shine out of all fair English fruit. Uncle Corny's choice presidents and Dr. Hogg's, as good as if they leapt from stalk to lip, became jam for the juggernaut of free trade, and he was left lamenting as well as swearing very hard. Whenever he had used strong language, however well justified by international law, he was apt to show less of true penitence than of anger with the world that had made him do it. Being a righteous man, he always felt ashamed, but he was never known to retract an expression, though he often declared that his words had been too weak, and he wished that he had said what he was charged with saying. But Selsey Bill told me that he had been just awful, and they were expecting beer all round, as a token of remorse. Said it would sack every son of a gun of us. Never knowed him to say that without sending can out by and by. He's a just man, Master Kit, if ever was one. Glad to see you, Kit, said my uncle, who was getting, with the aid of a pipe, into his right mind. You are looking ever so much better, my boy. Can't return the compliment, I fear. The fact is, I've been a little put out, though I never lost my temper, as most people would have done. Fearful smash this morning at the garden. But all the poor fellows did their very best, and it would not be fair to punish them. They have been hard at it ever since 3 o'clock. You might take the 4-gallon can, if you like, just to show them that you are come home again, and I dare say you'll be glad of a glass yourself, for the roads are getting dusty. You can come and talk to me when you've been round. Only half a pint each for the women, mind. It would never do to get them into bad habits, unless any of them has a baby. When I had discharged that little duty, I told him of all that my aunt had said, and showed him the message to me in the book, if indeed it could be called a message. He shook his head very wisely over this, and told me that he must think about it, for he could not at present see the meaning of it, but he saw that it altered his opinion of the case. You have been up to the cottage already, I see, he continued, as I sat quietly after vainly searching once more the columns of his paper, The Standard, as I daily did. You'll never find any notice there, my boy, nor in any other paper. It is the blackest puzzle I ever came across, and this only makes it the blacker. Mother Bull is come back. He should have said, the Honourable Mrs. Bullrag Fairthorn. I was told so yesterday by that good woman who came down when you were so ill. You know that woman I mean, Mrs. Wilcox? She was down here yesterday to ask for you, and was very sorry not to find you. She said if Mother Bull had not been away, she could have sworn that it was all her doing, but now she doubts whether she knew anything about it. For when she does a thing, she always does it by herself, and never trusts anyone with her wicked works. Mrs. Wilcox has not heard a word from your wife, as I need not tell you, but she flies in a fury at the smallest hint that there can be any fault on her part. She says that poor Kitty would never plot anything, even if she wished it. Her mind is too simple, and she could never carry out any plan requiring sharp management. I asked her what she thought of it all, and she could think of nothing at all worth speaking of, only that there is something we don't know, which I could have told her without walking a mile. But I think it might do you good to go and see her, and it would comfort you at any rate, for she holds all your own opinions. And she said one thing which I thought right, and sharper than I had expected, for it never had occurred to me, that you should take in one of those scientific journals, which give an account of discoveries and all that, so as to find out, if you can, where Professor Fairthorn is. How can that do any good? I asked. He had sailed at least 10 days before I was forsaken, and while we were down at Baycliff, the telegram from Falmouth proved all that. That is clear enough, and of course he cannot help us while he is far away at sea. But for all that, we are bound to let him know, if there should be any chance. You would write to him, or write at him, if his daughter was dead, and it is very much the same case now. Uncle Corny, you have the most cold-blooded way sometimes, though you never mean it. Certainly I am bound to let him know if I can, and I ought to have thought of it before.
but he has given us little of his company. I will go and see Mrs. Wilcox tomorrow, if only to find out what paper to get, for she will know what they used to take in, and I shall find out what is going on up there, though I don't see how it will help me much."
"When that dog was stolen from Miss Coldpepper," said my uncle, without meaning any harm, "by some rogue in London, what did she do? Why, she offered a reward at once, and sent posters right and left. And what was the result? Why, the dog came back almost before she had time to miss him."
"But if he came back without any reward, what could the reward have to do with it?"
"How do you know that no reward was paid?"
My uncle seemed quite to look suspicious, but perhaps it was my conscience that made him do it.
"We can't tell what happened between them up there."
"Certainly not," I replied with haste, "but I don't like talking about a dog in the same breath with my Kitty."
"I do not mean to annoy you, Kit," he answered very humbly, "although the poor lady may have felt it bitterly in her little way. All I meant was that we might have offered a large reward for any information. It could have done no harm, you know, and it might have come to Kitty's ears and inclined her to come back to us. Women are so glad to save expense."
"How can you understand such things? As if I could bear to fetch my wife home by jingling a purse before the world. If she won't come back without that, she had better almost stay away."
"Very well, I can understand your feelings, and very likely I should have the same. You are like me, Kit, in many things, although a deal more obstinate."
My uncle was fond of saying this, but it always took my breath away from the sublimity of his self-ignorance. It was like an oak tree bidding an osier not to be so gnarled and stiff.
"Now remember one thing," he went on as he saw me smiling just a little. "In spite of your stubbornness, you shall obey me, or I will know the reason why. You have tried what good hard work would do, and it has done you more harm than good, because your mind has not been in it, and you have only been fretting at every stroke, though you stuck to it like a Briton. Today you are twice the man because you have had a little change, and seen a little of a different life, and allowed yourself to speak more freely of your sad affairs instead of snapping at every one who mentioned them. Henceforth you shall never do more than 8 hours' work in these gardens in one day. I mean, of course, all by yourself. For 16 hours every day you have avoided everyone and carried on work, all alone, as if you never meant to speak again. I'm pretty tough, but it would have killed me, although I am no chatterbox. And it has gone some way towards killing you. I left you to your own foolish plan because of your confounded obstinacy, but now I will try to be as stubborn myself. I will come after you with my supplejack, unless you give me your word on this. And another thing you must bear in mind. You have taken your good aunt's money for a particular purpose, and you will have had it on false pretenses if you go on thus."
"I intend to use it for what she meant. I would never have taken it otherwise. You shall not complain of my sticking too close, but rather of my absence. But I do not draw my weekly money from you unless I have done a good week's work. Tomorrow I shall do very little because I am going to London. Tonight I shall work for an hour or two because I have a job to finish, and I will look in when you are having your last pipe." There was every promise of a fruitful season, though not without plenty to grumble at, for I never knew a season good all round, such as more favoured countries have. After getting myself into working trim, I left my lonely little dwelling with the front door so arranged so that anyone who knew the trick could enter without knocking, and in the kitchen fireplace, for I never used the parlour now, I left a little coke alight, so that it would smoulder on for hours, and could soon, with the aid of wood and coal, be nursed into glow enough to boil the kettle, which stood ready upon the hob, for I always fancied when I went to work that I might find my wife, when I should come home, making it a home for me once more, and listening to the singing of the kettle, and I left the lane door unfastened too, that she might have no trouble to get in. Somehow or other, I seemed to feel that something strange would befall me that night, but I went about my work as usual. I had a large peach tree to go over for the second time that season, fetching every shoot into place, checking or sometimes cutting out the overcoarse and sappy growth, nipping every blistered leaf, removing the fruit where it grew too thick or had no chance of swelling, and offering the many other trivial attentions without which fine fruit may not be. And outside the border on the gravel walk I had the garden engine full of water for the nightly bath, which fruit and foliage in warm weather love as much as vermin hate it. The sun had been down for an hour or more, and the dusk was deepening into night, and I was just at the point of leaving off for fear of hammering the wrong sort of nail, when I heard a little sound, like the scraping of a twig, and turning my head without any great hurry, beheld, as distinctly as I see this paper, the face of a man looking steadfastly at me. It was a large and solid face, as calm and unmoved as the full moon appears rising out of the haze on a fine summer night. I could see no hat above the face, nor any human figure below it, only a face looking through a gap in a clipped arbor vitae tree, about 15 yards from where I stood. It was gazing at me quite serenely, and as if I were hardly worth the trouble. Although all the time in my long distress I had wholly lost the sense of fear, bodily fear I mean, and nervous trembling, such as brave men have, this had surprised me more than once. Things that used to make me jump had not the least effect on me. The reason was simply that my life was not of the smallest value to me, and I wondered that I was not frightened now, because I knew that I ought to be. Without even taking my hammer up, I leapt across the border to seize this fellow, but my foot caught on something, and down I went. A heavy garden line had been left stretched along by one of our men, who had been making up the edge that day. I knew it was there, but had not thought of it in my hurry, and now I was lame in both knees for a minute, for the shock had been very violent. At first I thought that my left leg was broken, but after a bit of rubbing it got better, and I hobbled towards the thuja tree, which had been clipped into the shape of a fiddle by Bill Tompkins. I dragged myself round it, but saw no one, nor even a footprint in the waning of the light. Neither was there any sound among the trees beyond it. Wondering greatly, and very angry with the fellow who had left the line there, I collected my tools with some difficulty, and was obliged to leave the tree unsyringed. Then, as I went stiffly home, I thought of the fuss my Kitty would have made to see me in that bleeding hobble, and if I was weak in my body through it, I fear that I was weaker still in mind. End of chapter 42.